The apocalypse has erupted. Scenes reminiscent of films have descended upon the realm of reality. Dinosaurs, aliens, and zombies humankind is no longer the sovereign of Earth. Yet simultaneously, a new evolutionary path unfolds before humanity. In the face of doom, there remains a glimmer of survival. Chapter 1. The Battle of Yesteryear. Dark clouds loomed overhead like an insatiable maw, devouring the forest as twilight encroached. A warm breeze carried the faint scent of gunpowder. Three men clad in camouflage fatigues leaned against a sturdy fallen log, the damp atmosphere rendering the bark slick beneath their grip. Breathing heavily, their faces smeared with dirt and pine needles. One man tall and gaunt, his expression stoic, tended to the arm of the bulliest among them. Blood seeped through the camouflage of the robust man's right arm, trickling out steadily. The slender, austere figure worked with deft precision, undeterred by the cacophony of gunfire surrounding them, swiftly cleaning the wound, extracting the bullet, and applying ointment. The hulking man, standing at nearly 6'3", with a powerful physique that filled his attire, flexed his muscular arm as the tension in his furrowed brow began to ease. "All done, Jinyu." The stoic man, Shu Jinyu, nodded, quickly packing away the rudimentary medical supplies. The muscular man moved his limbs again, his demeanor turning serious. "You all retreat first, I'll cover you." The other two paused momentarily at his words. The stoic man shook his head firmly, murmuring, "Brother, I'm well aware of your injuries. You've reached your limit." "Brother, if we leave together," countered the previously silent youth, rising to his feet. He appeared the youngest, sporting a buzz-cut and sun-kissed skin. While not as tall as the burly man, he stood around 6 feet. Not long after he spoke, distant barking and a cacophony of voices reached their ears, penetrating through the layers of foliage. The expressions of the three men darkened. "We must retreat now," urged the youngest. Swiftly, they erased their traces and began to withdraw in a staggered formation. Their pace quickened to its utmost, navigating the rugged terrain as if it were inconsequential. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, the sounds of barking and clamoring grew increasingly closer. "This cannot continue if we keep running this way. None will escape." The man referred to as brother inhaled deeply, a wistful smile appearing on his bronze visage. Unbeknownst to him, the stoic man's gaze mirrored his own. Injured and fatigued, with so many foes in pursuit, a mere flight would lead to inevitable doom. The only outcome would be to be overtaken and slain by the enemy. "We must split up," the robust man exclaimed, issuing the command as he darted left without further debate. "I have reached the age of 32, yet my younger brothers remain in the bloom of youth. As the eldest, it is my duty to embody the role of an elder brother," he mused, the tender smile of our mother surfacing in his mind. "Mother, forgive me, I cannot allow these two brothers to perish. Should any danger arise, let it be I, as the elder brother, who bears the burden. After all, it is my responsibility." The youth, with a demeanor marked by indifference and a slender frame, took a deep breath. "I in this world, apart from my two brothers, what else is worthy of concern? They have a home. Thus, you must strive to live well." In that very moment, he too hastened towards the left. His eyes were ablaze with resolute fire. They were brothers, and thus understood the futility of persuading one another. Words were of no avail hence. The hope of survival. "Xiaofeng, live well for your elder brother," bellowed the robust man, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the distant barking of dogs to intensify. "If you follow, I shall never forgive you," the stern man retorted in a low growl. The youngest, appearing to be merely in his early 20s, had initially focused solely on escaping. However, upon realizing that the two had ventured far ahead, he came to an abrupt halt. Lost and desolate, he gazed back at the dense thicket, as if his soul had been siphoned away, his heart trembling as if it had been gouged out. Having graduated from high school and enlisted, he had risen through the ranks due to his exceptional performance. What brought him solace was the bond he formed with two comrades who treated him like a brother. Yet this mission, seemingly straightforward and secure, had led them into the abyss of death due to a failure in intelligence. Despite his youth, his keen intellect and meticulous reasoning had always positioned him as the strategist among the trio. They were to pave a path to survival through this dead end. Tears streamed from the young man's eyes. "Forgive me, elder brother, second brother, do not blame my immaturity. I cannot bear to witness your demise. Yet, the two had already gained significant distance ahead of him, and from the sounds, they had likely engaged the enemy in combat. When he reached an elevated vantage point, he beheld his elder brother sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from his legs like crimson blossoms. 5 or 6 stout men with dark skin and robust builds laughed as they bound his brother's limbs. Simultaneously, a figure plumbed the young man's eyes suddenly became bewildered, as if everything around him had slowed down and that instant had managed to evade 2 bullets. Coming straight at him, he had clearly perceived the motion of the assailant raising his gun. With a powerful push of his foot against the ground, the earth trembled violently, and the young man shot forth like a cannonball. The group of short, dark-skinned men were seized by terror as the young man appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Die. The young man's military dagger pierced one man's throat, and he deftly evaded a knife thrust aimed at him from behind. As he withdrew the dagger, he could distinctly see the droplets of blood clinging to its blade. However, the movements of the others appeared to him in painfully slow motion. He felt he could move even faster, yet the air around him seemed to resist his every action like water. With the sweeping motion of the dagger, his mind operated like a finely tuned machine, calculating the trajectories of his adversaries. The blade slashed through the throats of 3 men as they fell, clutching their wounds in terror. The young man vanished once more. Gripping each of 2 men by the arms, he spun in midair, forcefully dislocating their limbs in a brutal maneuver. In his eyes, the lively spark of his usual self was utterly replaced by a vacant void. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to eliminate every last one of his foes. Each of his movements appeared solely dedicated to combat, with no energy wasted on anything extraneous. Within mere moments, all of the enemies before him lay dead. Second brother, second brother. The young man's eyes were now a crimson hue as he charged forward, dagger in hand, a force of nature that swept through the leaves like a thunderclap. The burly man could only glimpse a fleeting shadow vanish before him in a futile gesture. He reached out, blood pouring from his wounds, his complexion drained as he succumbed to unconsciousness. When the stoutest man regained consciousness, it was deep into the night. The cold, indifferent figure of the young man sat quietly nearby, illuminated only by the moonlight. The night was pitch black, with a cacophony of insects creating a discordant melody. The previously frenzied youth now lay like a corpse upon a makeshift bed of branches and grass, his chest barely rising and falling. Xiaofeng, the rare warmth flickered in the eyes of the tall, aloof youth. Considering his prior actions, it is evident that the gene lock is solely responsible for his explosive strength in that moment. Those thugs were eradicated by Xiaofeng. However, the aftermath has now manifested. Although Xiaofeng's physique is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person, it is insufficient to sustain the power unleashed by the gene lock. Consequently, he has suffered a ruptured Achilles tendon, fractured arms, and multiple muscle tears. His body has now succumbed to a state of weakness. Chapter 2. Erasing his memory by the illumination of the moonlight, the robust man discovered that his younger brother, Xiaofeng, was covered in an array of tiny needles, while his arms were simply restrained by branches. After speaking, the two fell into a profound silence. Such was the nature of the 3 brothers. It was only through the lively banter of the youngest that the boisterous eldest and the taciturn second brother could engage in conversation. The tallest man among them, born into a once noble military family, aspired to revive his lineage while also risking his life for his country, which brought him to this moment. The second brother hailed from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Orphaned at 18, he had enlisted out of desperation, often adopting a demeanor that kept others at bay. It could be said that the convergence of these 3 was a serendipitous fate. If we have now escaped danger, we must swiftly find a way to contact the base, declared the burly man, brushing off the dust from his uniform, which he meticulously adjusted until it appeared more presentable. The slender, tall man closed his eyes in contemplation before gently shaking his head and responding, "Elder brother, I sense something amiss," furrowing his brow. The robust man seemed to surmise what his younger brother suspected. Nevertheless, he dismissed the notion and gruffly replied, "What do you find suspicious? Are you referring to the mission? You must understand that for individuals like us, living on the edge is commonplace. Brother, you are never one to harbor unfounded doubts." With a solemn sigh, the stern-faced, slender man continued. The robust man clenched his fist tightly, muttering in frustration, shaking his head vehemently. I refuse to believe anyone would target them. They have all earned their merits. Brother, you must not speak recklessly. What advantage could there be in such petty schemes? The cold, detached gaze of the slender man revealed no hint of emotion, and he remained unfazed by the words. Elder brother, I recognize your intolerance for any tarnishing of your sacred beliefs, yet, for Xiaofeng's sake, I believe we should err on the side of caution. Breathing heavily, the robust man seemed to be swayed by this sentiment and softly inquired, What do you propose we do? Based on my conjectures, we have been deliberately placed in this perilous situation, much like those who had previously vanished. It is only in such extreme danger that one can unlock their genetic potential for survival. Xiaofeng is still too young. He cannot keep secrets. Furthermore, once this genetic potential is unlocked, the memories it brings could resurface again. If discovered by those in authority, he would be unable to escape. Our involvement may be inconsequential, but Xiaofeng is in jeopardy. The robust man's expression darkened, his brow furrowing deeply. He did not genuinely believe in the scenario posited by his younger brother. Yet if it were true, he would bear the burden of consequence. I too stumbled upon the knowledge of genetic potential by mere chance. It may represent a new direction in the study of solitary combat, enabling a person to unleash their most formidable strength in a short span, albeit at a significant cost to their body. If Xiaofeng has truly unlocked the genetic code, we cannot conceal it. Yet the outcome may not be as dire as anticipated. Do you genuinely believe that Xiaofeng will also be taken away? The stoic man nodded slowly in response to the robust man's words, speaking with a calm demeanor. The burly man shook his head at the suggestion, saying, Brother, your medical skills are commendable, but this concerns the head. What if there is a risk involved? The atmosphere in the room seemed to grow heavy, with only the sound of insects chirping and leaves rustling in the breeze permeating the silence. Ahem, elder brother, second brother, I do not wish to forget you. The young man's feeble voice gently emerged. The indifference in the stoic man's eyes momentarily vanished, and he smiled at the youth lying down. The young man was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed the second brother's smile. Xiaofeng, fate will allow us to meet again. No, I do not wish to forget. How could I possibly forget? The young man's vision darkened, and he soon lost consciousness. Two figures, one robust and one slender, stood beneath the night sky. Both sighed softly and exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's reluctance. Alas, the slender youth inhaled deeply, his cold eyes gazing toward the pallid moonlight, a perfect complement to one another. Chapter 3, Awakening Part 1. In a dark and frigid room, a young man with unkempt hair and a well-proportioned physique lay sprawled on the floor. Were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, one might easily mistake him for a lifeless corpse. The ticking of the clock resonated sharply in the stillness of that confined space, its sound both regular and monotonous. After an indeterminate period, the young man's fingers twitched, and his eyelids flickered slightly, followed by an involuntary groan escaping his lips. As his consciousness began to awaken, he instinctively sprang up into a standard fish-leaping posture, then curled up like a cheetah, surveying his surroundings as if prepared to pounce at any moment. The young man had yet to acclimate to the darkness enveloping him, but the icy sensation of the floor gradually crept from his soles to his calves, sharpening his awareness. The familiar texture of the leather sofa nearby eased his wariness, confirming that he was indeed in the temporary room he had rented. After sitting quietly on the sofa for half a minute, feeling his bodily functions returning to normal, the young man reached for the button on the wall. Following the familiar click, the room did not illuminate. He shook his head and refrained from attempting again. 3 days of slumber. He gazed at the green display of the date on the wall clock, his mind somewhat foggy. Following the unsettling tranquility, he gradually settled back onto the sofa. Once more, he found himself dreaming. Those two figures. Who could they be? He shook his head, inhaled deeply, and his mind cleared somewhat, yet the images from the dream eluded him. This somewhat disheartened young man was named Wu Feng, aged 24, having just transitioned from military service 2 years prior without being assigned a job. He arrived in the north with 2,000 yuan of his severance pay and co-founded a Sonda training hall with friends. Wu Feng was an orphan, taken in by a middle-aged widower named Wu Jun when he was merely 4 or 5 years old. Wu Jun, not yet 50, had retired early and spent his days amusing himself with birds and fish, earning a meager living by offering dubious prescriptions with his rudimentary knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. His sole passion was martial arts. He adamantly referred to his practice as gushu, a skill he claimed was designed for combat and victory. Although Wu Feng often dismissed his father's claims as mere bravado, he nonetheless trained alongside him, honing a modicum of martial prowess. His academic performance in the college entrance examination was unremarkable, and despite Wu Jun's efforts to cobble together several thousand yuan to enroll him in a third-tier university, Wu Feng refused to let his father incur debt. He burned the acceptance letter and enlisted in the military, embarking on a 3-year journey as a soldier. The memories of his time in the army seemed to have evaporated, leaving behind only fragmented images. He had once undergone a medical examination, where doctors informed him that his memory loss was a result of a severe head injury. He vaguely recalled sustaining grave wounds during a battle, losing consciousness on the battlefield, and awakening in a military hospital. Many comrades he believed he had fought alongside appeared to have vanished entirely from his memory, leading him to question whether they were mere figments of his imagination following his injury. For the past 2 years, Wu Feng had been in B City, Jie Province, where he managed to establish a small Sanda training class with a capital of 70,000 yuan. Though modest in scale, it provided enough income for a decent living. The students represented a diverse array of backgrounds, and Wu Feng invariably found himself entangled in various disputes. On one occasion, a disgruntled 17-year-old, dissatisfied with Wu Feng's stern demeanor, resorted to foul language, provoking Wu Feng to deliver a stinging slap across his face. Enraged, the youth summoned a dozen friends armed with bricks to confront Wu Feng. In silence, Wu Feng retrieved a wooden staff, and soon there were over a dozen individuals sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. In a twist of fate, these battered souls remained in Wu Feng's training facility, demanding compensation or pleading to learn Sanda. Amused and bewildered, Wu Feng accepted their tuition, and as time passed, these once adversarial youths surprisingly became his friends. Wu Feng is a figure of calm demeanor and unwavering integrity, coupled with his remarkable skills. Local thugs who extort protection fees dare not provoke him, earning him a modest reputation in the underground world of the small town. He never initiates violence, however. Those who seek trouble invariably find themselves incapacitated. Wu Feng does not take pride in this, for such encounters are merely trifles compared to his 3 years of military service. Wu Feng recollected that before losing consciousness, he had been lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Shortly thereafter, the television, computer, and all other electronic devices abruptly malfunctioned and shut down, leaving the world enveloped solely in the sound of torrential rain. Somehow, he then lost awareness, and the details of how he ended up on the floor remained a mystery. Could it be that I managed to sleep for 3 days? Wu Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Surely the neighbors must have noticed, yet there was no sign of concern. In the dimness of his room, he located his phone, which displayed a low battery warning. The screen appeared eerily calm, as though nothing had transpired, devoid of missed calls or unread messages. The faintly illuminated screen confirmed the date, solidifying the duration of his unconsciousness. A wave of desolation washed over him as he realized he was utterly alone, unnoticed by anyone. With a self-deprecating smile, he acknowledged the disheartening feeling of being forgotten. His phone lay in his pocket like a tattered relic, a reminder of neglect. Oh, the sensation of being overlooked is truly wretched. Xiao Feng, do give your father a call before you arrive. I shall fetch you from the station. What? No need for that? Look at you. I often find myself with nothing to do anyway. All right. The usual fare then: cumin-spiced heart protectors, spicy tofu, and donkey meat buns. Do hurry, it has been so long since I last saw you, and you seldom call your father. Take care of your wallet on the journey. And don't forget to bring some snacks before you board. Wu Jun incessantly chattered, lacking the profound and imposing demeanor characteristic of many fathers. Instead, he resembled a nagging matron. This was his perpetual manner, and Wu Feng distinctly recalled responding impatiently a few times before abruptly ending the call. The switch emitted a sharp click, yet the light failed to illuminate the room. However, amidst the darkness, Wu Feng perceived a faint glimmer emanating from the window. Was it dusk or dawn? He instinctively gazed outside, and his gaze abruptly froze as the scene before him profoundly shook his soul. Apart from the building across from him, the familiar streets of yesteryears had vanished, obscured by an overwhelming tapestry of verdant foliage that rendered his view impenetrable. That unassuming glimmer was merely sunlight filtering through the crevices of towering trees above. My goodness! Wu Feng's pupils constricted, and a groan involuntarily escaped his throat. He pinched his arm, the sharp sting confirming that he was indeed not dreaming. Wu Feng resides in a teacher's apartment building situated within a mid-sized high school, Yutsai Middle School. In this city, as many teachers already own homes in the area, the school, adhering to principles of resourcefulness, offers these vacant apartments for rent at modest prices. Wu Feng is not merely drawn by the affordability. Rather, he cherishes the vibrant atmosphere of youth that permeates the campus, thus he has chosen to live here continuously. More often than not, students mistakenly regard him as a teacher, greeting him with a cheerful hello, teacher, to which he unabashedly responds in kind. It can be said that he holds a genuine fondness for this place. The logistics director, Sun Xin, always impeccably dressed in formal attire with slick-back hair and sunglasses, once sternly addressed the entire student body, proclaiming, "Boys who skip class and climb fences will become girls. Girls who climb fences will become women." His remarks elicited uproarious laughter from both students and faculty, yet they indirectly highlighted the oppressive nature of the school's closed management, perhaps obstructed by trees. Wu Feng forcefully lunged against the door, only to overexert himself, inadvertently tumbling out along with the door. Unfazed, he sensed that something, perhaps a rope, had been blocking the door, and his impact had severed it. His excessive force caused him to lose his balance, prompting him to execute a graceful maneuver, landing on one hand before completing a stunning somersault and regaining his footing. Even with his mental preparation, Wu Feng was taken aback by the scene before him. Chapter 4, Awakening, Part 2. It was as if he had stepped into the depths of the Amazon rainforest. Such a comparison might be somewhat inappropriate, as he had never witnessed a rainforest firsthand. Yet, the towering trees and waist-high grass completely occupied his field of vision. Gigantic palm-shaped trees intertwined with one another, while various coniferous trees jutted upwards like sharp swords piercing the sky. The trunks, at least a meter in diameter, had roots that delved deep into the earth like veins, and their dark brown bark was riddled with creases, exuding an aura of incredible strength. The ground was thickly carpeted with ferns and horsetails, transforming the once smooth asphalt into shattered stones scattered between the roots. He inhaled deeply, finding the air refreshingly invigorating. What was this situation? A reality show, perhaps? Creating a unique setting to capture various responses for public amusement? Almost immediately, Wu Feng dismissed this notion. The outskirts of the city were sparsely populated, and orchestrating such a spectacle at the entrance of the school's apartments would either require a ludicrous budget or indicate that the director had lost his mind. Furthermore, logically, it made no sense. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Feng drew a military dagger from his pocket and crouched low, proceeding cautiously forward. Wu Feng's psychological resilience is unparalleled, and after a brief moment of astonishment, he did not forget his purpose. Gripping the military dagger firmly, he crouched low and began to probe into the thicket. Footprints. Wu Feng's greatest dread was the absence of any trace. Thus, the sight of a faint footprint immediately instilled a sense of calm within him. However, this fleeting tranquility was quickly supplanted by a deeper unease. It is essential to understand that what terrifies a person most is facing the completely unknown in solitude. Upon entering the thicket, he discovered not only the plants, but also numerous lush green ferns clustered around the towering trees, forming expansive patches of underbrush. In the distance, a corner of the cafeteria building became distinctly visible. The mere thought of the cafeteria triggered a primal hunger within Wu Feng, prompting him to quicken his pace. The apartment building was not far from the cafeteria. Even without following the footprints, he could navigate by sheer instinct. "Brother Wang, let me be candid with you. With the remaining rations we have, we will run out in no more than 2 days. Just look. Old son, I am aware of that. But your solution merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. How long can we sustain ourselves on wild vegetables?" Wu Feng was nearing the dining hall, and from behind the thicket, he caught the faint sound of a conversation between two individuals ahead. Although he could not fully grasp their words, he had no intention of being stealthy. Thus, he sheathed his dagger within his garment and boldly stepped out into the open. What was that? Startled by the noise emanating from the bushes, the two conversing figures trembled in unison and turned around, on guard. Wu Feng was taken aback by their startled expressions. Upon recognizing their faces, he jested, "Brother Wang, brother Sun, what has happened to you?" Upon seeing Wu Feng emerge from the bushes, both men exhaled in relief. The man referred to as Brother Wang approached, a puzzled look crossing his face as he patted Wu Feng on the shoulder. Wang Jingwo, a slightly portly middle-aged man of considerable height, served as the vice principal of Yutsai Middle School, overseeing the school's ethos and culture. In contrast, Sun Xin, the logistics director of the school, sported a scruffy beard and a slick-back hairstyle, exuding a comical yet somewhat intimidating demeanor. Wu Feng resided in the school dormitory, and over time, he became quite acquainted with the two individuals. After all, numerous students sought Wu Feng's guidance in learning Sanda, and this group of students was notably active within the school, often embroiling themselves in various incidents. Wang Jiangwo, wary of them banding together under Wu Feng's tutelage, sought a lengthy conversation to assess Wu Feng's character while hoping he would properly instruct them. However, as the semester progressed, those students who trained under Wu Feng and Sanda exhibited varying degrees of academic improvement, and remarkably, they did not cause any disturbances. Instead, it was the students Wang Jiangwo frequently reprimanded who continued their unruly behavior. This left Wang Jiangwo both perplexed and infuriated. He was not an inflexible individual, so he promptly sought another audience with Wu Feng. During their meeting, Wu Feng calmly stated, "I teach them martial arts to strengthen their bodies and cultivate their spirits. While my knowledge may be limited, I do understand the principles of being a good person. If I can hold myself to a strict standard, then these young ones, spending time with me, will naturally come to trust me." Wang Jiangwo was deeply impressed by Wu Feng's words, and from that moment on, a friendship blossomed between them. Wang Jiangwo, filled with excitement, patted Wu Feng on the shoulder as if he had witnessed something extraordinary, while the nearby Sun Xin wore a look of astonishment mixed with relief as he addressed Wu Feng. Wu Feng was somewhat taken aback, as countless questions raced through his mind. However, observing the enthusiastic demeanor of the two, it seemed they wished to invite him inside to celebrate. Famished, Wu Feng naturally would not decline. After all, any discussion could wait until they gathered around the dining table. Thus, he followed the two into the house. Chapter 5, The Arrival of the Dinosaurs, Part 1. Watching Wu Feng devour an entire day's worth of food meant for an average adult with such fervor left a dark line of exasperation across Wang Jiangwo's face. Wu Feng shrugged his shoulders, exclaiming, "Why would I deceive you?" He wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, letting out a satisfied belch before rising to stretch lazily, only to sit back down again. Principal Wang's expression darkened instantly. However, just as he was about to reprimand Wu Feng, he noticed that the youthful nonchalance had vanished from the young man's eyes, replaced by a seriousness and determination. "Principal, have we traversed through time?" Wu Feng inquired, his tone reflective of the numerous novels he had perused. Wang Jiangwo shook his head, caught between laughter and tears. He held a deep admiration for the young man's vivid imagination. In fact, when the calamity first erupted, he too had entertained the fanciful notion that he and the entire school had crossed over into another realm, but subsequent experiences had dispelled such whimsical thoughts. "Ah, Xiaowu, your imagination is indeed quite rich. The truth is, our predicament is indistinguishable from that of a time travel scenario. One could argue that it is akin to such an experience." However, Director Sun interjected, his breath gradually becoming more labored, concern evident in his eyes. "Are you suggesting that these ghastly entities grew on their own?" Wu Feng's inquiry seemed to be a question, but was more of a summation. Upon uttering this, his gaze fixed intently on Director Sunday. The latter's eyes, filled with helpless fear, confirmed to Wu Feng that his casual conjecture was perhaps disturbingly close to reality. "Indeed," Sun Xin continued, "unfortunately, you have hit the nail on the head. 3 mornings ago, when I arose to exercise, this is what I encountered outside." Wu Feng followed the direction indicated by Sun Xin's finger and beheld a vast expanse of greenery, which obscured much of the light streaming through the window. The dappled sunlight cascaded onto the ground in a manner reminiscent of leopard spots. Moreover, it appeared that these plants were still in the process of growth. "Forgive me for interrupting, but not everyone rises at dawn, do they? Surely, there are those who witness these trees grow at night," Sun Xin remarked, gesturing in resignation. "Indeed, there must be, though it certainly isn't me. Some might even think they are merely imagining things." As he spoke, Sun Xin, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, opened a laptop. Wu Feng noticed that the device was connected to a network cable, yet it failed to access the broadband. Upon inspection, it became evident that numerous fiber optic cables had been severed by the roots and branches of the trees, leading to the disruption of the internet connection. Then, Wang Jiangwo pointed towards a plasma television mounted on the wall of the cafeteria. It was turned on, displaying a disconcerting message. "We urge all citizens to remain calm and avoid going outside to prevent danger. The situation is still under investigation." What kind of danger can trees pose? A fleeting thought crossed Wu Feng's mind, only to be interrupted by Sun Xin's continuation. He paused momentarily, and Wu Feng observed his trembling hand buried in his pocket. 3 days prior, as students queued to evacuate through the school gates, a monstrous creature suddenly burst forth from the underbrush. I can't quite describe what it was, but in a matter of moments, perhaps half a minute, several children were bitten and killed. Sun Xin's voice quivered, imbued with both sorrow and terror. From his subsequent account, Wu Feng sensed an oppressive silence permeating the atmosphere. Human beings often tend to adopt an indifferent stance when their own safety is not at stake. In the face of danger, few dare to confront the beast. In such an eerie setting, the collective fear magnified exponentially. The creature was roughly the size of an adult tiger. Yet its pitch-black scales and fearsome exterior instilled an inexplicable dread. During the ensuing chaos, a number of panicked students fled into the thickets, only to fall victim to its deadly bite. Among those attacked was the son of the school's physical education teacher, who, upon witnessing his child's peril, was overwhelmed by a surge of adrenaline and rushed forward wielding a shovel. In a desperate act of valor, several colleagues collaborated with the school's security to vanquish the beast using shovels and wooden implements. This act of bravery nearly drained their collective courage. After slaying the creature, they collapsed to the ground, trembling and struggling to regain their composure. Once the majority had recovered their strength, the adult males within the school gathered around for a closer inspection, only to realize that the creature bore a striking resemblance to a dinosaur from Steven Spielberg's cinematic masterpiece, Jurassic Park. It was relatively small, approximately 2 meters in length and less than a meter in height. Later, a dinosaur enthusiast among the students conjectured and elaborated that it was likely a species known as the Oviraptor, a slender, small carnivorous dinosaur capable of remarkable speed. Although this creature was not particularly large and should not have inflicted such devastation, the setting was a school rather than a police station, and the pervasive fear of the bizarre situation led to scenes reminiscent of a massacre by this miniature dinosaur. Many speculated whether someone in B City had been conducting biological experiments. Vice Principal Wang Jiangwo, a man of considerable courage, promptly assumed the responsibilities of a leader. He immediately called the police, only to discover that all mobile phones were inoperable. Setting aside complaints and panic, he swiftly directed the teachers to lead a group of students to seek refuge in the teaching building, while he forcibly assembled the male teachers and security personnel to remove the dinosaur's carcass and the bodies of the deceased children from the school premises. The children's bodies were covered with cloth, and although protocol dictated that parents should be informed, there was no option but to leave them outside for the time being, while the dinosaur's remains were unceremoniously discarded into a nearby lake. Chapter 6. The Arrival of Dinosaurs, Part 2. Upon a brief assessment, it was determined that there were over 400 individuals within the school, with more than 300 being boarding students, alongside a handful of teachers, cafeteria staff, and individuals like Wu Feng who were renting space. After providing a succinct overview of the current situation, and despite Vice Principal Wang's objections, the majority of students opted to remain and await their parents. Yet nearly 50 students and a dozen adults chose to depart. Unfortunately, even the principal could not curtail the freedom of movement. Following the departure of these individuals, Wang Jiangwo ordered all entrances of the school to be securely locked and organized a thorough search of the premises to ensure no additional dinosaur creatures posed a threat before temporarily settling into a semblance of safety. What had previously been a source of frustration for students, who privately derided the fences as akin to a prison, now appeared as guardians in the eyes of the frightened populace. Countless towering trees and wild grasses flourished around the steel barriers, stubbornly resisting any attempts to breach them. Apart from a single large tree that had caused a slight bend in the fence, there were no gaps to be found, a fortunate circumstance amidst the misfortune. Furthermore, the chaotic and dense undergrowth that thrived both inside and outside the school effectively created a safe barrier between the institution and the outside world. Wu Feng, an orphan, has lived with his frugal adoptive father since childhood. After serving 3 years in a mysterious military force, his character has been honed to an extraordinary resilience. He is not overly fearful upon recognizing his current predicament. Having faced numerous life and death situations, he understands well that relinquishing oneself means forfeiting any further opportunities from fate. What of the outside world during these 3 days? What has transpired with others? How fares the city? Wu Feng expressed that, to speak candidly, he did not perceive this as the apocalypse. Rather, it could be considered a supernatural phenomenon. It is worth noting that although dinosaurs once reigned at the pinnacle of the food chain, they ultimately succumbed to the advanced technology of humankind, resulting in their status as mere curiosities within a zoo. In such circumstances, the foremost action is to await the government's response. Sun Xin appeared restless, while Wang Jiangwo sighed deeply, remarking that it had been 3 days. A few local residents had reached out to us, yet there have been no communication whatsoever from the city. Wu Feng squinted, pondering for a moment. The situation in the city was likely far worse than here. Wu Feng contemplated and then inquired, What does Brother Wang intend to do? Wang Jiangwo and Sun Xian exchanged glances, and Sun Xian spoke first. I believe we should wait for the government to intervene. We should refrain from taking any action in the meantime. The armed police and public security forces are likely engaged in eliminating those monsters, as we heard gunfire last night. Once the creatures are eradicated, we can simply have the lumber mill workers cut down these trees. Wang Jiangwo shook his head repeatedly and, looking at Wu Feng, remarked, There are not many who can speak up now. Xiao Wu, you were a soldier, weren't you? Your arrival is quite timely. In recent days, several security personnel and teachers have departed. It wouldn't hurt to discuss this with you. As he spoke, he gestured toward the television and computer. Wu Feng remained silent. In this unsettling situation, even in the absence of an immediate threat to life, the suffocating atmosphere of panic, akin to floating duckweed without a firm anchor, was the gravest concern. Initially, the students may have waited quietly, but as time elapsed without anyone emerging to provide reassurance or engage in comforting gestures, their patience waned. Observing the empty bowl and the plate with only remnants of sauce, Wu Feng felt a flicker of worry for his father in the distant capital. Yet he temporarily set aside this emotion. He took a moment to compose himself, engaging in rapid contemplation. Surrounded by trees in all directions, even if a vehicle were available, escape was implausible. Reaching the city on foot would consume an inordinate amount of time. Moreover, his instinctive awareness of danger suggested that whatever transpired in the city was likely even more bizarre and perilous, thus he was disinclined to venture into the urban expanse. Less than 100 meters to the left of the school lay the highway leading to other provinces. Anyone heading southwest would inevitably traverse this route. Yet he had seen no sign of Wang Jiangwo or his companions. For the time being, remaining here seemed prudent, waiting to encounter more individuals and to gain a clearer understanding of the external situation. Nevertheless, Wu Feng felt a genuine sense of urgency. Wang Jiangwo's assertion that the events unfolding here could potentially captivate global attention resonated with him. Yet the complete absence of any signs of external aid rendered Wu Feng hesitant to dwell on the implications. He tidied the dishes and remarked, Brother Wang, if there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to express it. However, I hope you will also consider my thoughts at times, as I have faced some emergencies in the past. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang's previously listless demeanor brightened slightly. He recognized that Wu Feng had established a modest, yet reputable martial arts training program outside, albeit small in scale. Wang, who was not one to dismiss advice easily and had attained his position solely through merit, felt no displeasure at Wu Feng's assertion. Internally, however, he mused that the young man exhibited a touch of overconfidence, taking into account the individuals who had departed in recent days. There were now over 100 students and around 20 adults remaining. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he had instructed everyone to gather their belongings, with groups of 10 or so residing in a single classroom. Each day, teachers organized meals for them in the cafeteria. At this juncture, Principal Wang paused, his expression revealing a flicker of hesitation. Wu Feng's mind shifted, and he anticipated the forthcoming words. Having overheard the conversation between the two upon his arrival, he felt no hesitation in stating, however, our provisions will only suffice for 2 more days, correct? Wang and Sun paused momentarily, offering a wry smile and a nod in acknowledgement. I believe we could forage for some wild vegetables and simultaneously reduce our daily rations. This way, we might extend our supplies, Sun Xian suggested, voicing a contrasting opinion while deliberately avoiding eye contact with Wang Jiangwo. It was evident that he harbored significant disagreements with Wang regarding this matter. Wang Jiangwo shook his head, responding, wild vegetables will eventually run out. Who can guarantee that help will arrive by then? It would be too late to seek food once we realize we are in dire need. Although many residents had departed, most remained in their homes. The nearby supermarkets and grain stores were limited. Venturing out posed its own dangers. With that, the two engaged in a heated exchange, their tempers flaring. Sun Xian recognized that while Wang Jiangwo was open to discussion, if he had made up his mind, the group would likely have to follow his lead. Thus, he turned to Wu Feng, hoping he would advocate for his perspective, perhaps swaying Wang Jiangwo's stance. Chapter 7. Departure from school. Both men turned their attention to Wu Feng, who smiled at them without immediately expressing his opinion. Instead, he posed a question. Aside from the creature we encountered 3 days ago, have you observed any other monstrous beings recently? Wang Jiangwo furrowed his brow in contemplation, glancing at Sun Xian. Both shook their heads resolutely. Sun Xian added, Your brother Wang is quite daring, having ventured out for a stroll, yet he found nothing. Wang Jiangwo responded, shaking his head again. This isn't a matter of courage. If there were such creatures nearby, it would be better to discover them sooner rather than later. Although nothing has been seen around here, I can't shake the feeling that there must be more than one of those monsters lurking about. Wu Feng nodded and continued. It's not just the students. Even us adults yearn to shout until our voices break. Although we understand it may be futile, we cannot help but be overwhelmed by fear. Especially the women, whose cries resonate with remarkable intensity. Wu Feng smiled faintly, recognizing that Sun Xin was still haunted by the memories of that day. Undoubtedly trembling with fear at the time. However, his words only deepened Wu Feng's concerns. Brother Wang, you are truly decisive, fortunately. You managed to move those bodies outside the school. Wang Jiangwo responded with a grunt, furrowing his brows. What do you mean, Xiaowu? Just speak plainly. Sigh. Wu Feng slowly rose to his feet and addressed the two individuals before him with deliberate clarity. The cacophony of hundreds echoing through this tranquil forest is as conspicuous as a beacon in the sky. To the ears of predators, it serves as an unmistakable signal. Without waiting for their response, Wu Feng continued. If the film Jurassic Park has not deceived us, you are indeed fortunate that such a commotion has not attracted any colossal beasts. The movement of creatures of such magnitude is akin to the tremors of an earthquake. Their presence is felt from a considerable distance. Thus, we can deem ourselves relatively safe for the time being. Brother Wang's patrol is a prudent measure. Yet it seems you have neglected certain aspects of caution in this moment of security. Sun Xian gaped in astonishment, while Wang Jiangwo fixated intently on Wu Feng, exclaiming, What is it? Wu Feng took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as if influenced by some latent memories of a bloody nature. In a hushed tone, he uttered, Destroy the evidence. After speaking, he sighed deeply and resumed his seat. Let us first assume that this suddenly appeared forest harbors numerous dinosaurs, both carnivorous and herbivorous, which could pose a threat to us. Dinosaurs, being animals, rely on sound and scent to locate their prey. The absence of an attack following our loud cries suggests that they are not nearby. However, placing food in such proximity is an irresistible temptation. Upon hearing the word food, Sun Xian's complexion instantly turned pale, and Wang Jiangwo felt a twinge of discomfort at Wu Feng's words, for those were all his students. Wu Feng continued, I believe the most prudent course of action is to transport the body to a sealed fireproof chamber for cremation. Conducting the cremation at night would mitigate the release of excessive smoke. However, given the extraordinary circumstances, Wu Feng spread his hands and spoke in a solemn tone. Indeed, this is unlawful and rather inhumane. However, I believe it is the safest course of action. My friends, I am not merely speaking idly. It is not too late to act now. Upon hearing Wu Feng's earnest analysis, both individuals felt a sense of frustration. Wang Jiangwo, somewhat resigned, traced patterns on the wooden table with his finger, his expression reflecting a degree of hesitation. Wu Feng felt a surge of understanding. Perhaps he had considered such actions in the past, but had ultimately chosen to refrain due to a sense of morality or other sentiments. As the saying goes, the first effort is vigorous, the second wanes, and the third exhausts. Naturally, individuals tend to avoid perilous behaviors, and the mere thought of venturing out had already instilled a sense of trepidation in them. Thus, Wang Jiangwo recognized that even if he wished to rally others to step forth, it would be exceedingly difficult to find anyone willing to do so, especially for such ventures. Consequently, the matter was never broached. This was not to suggest that they were cowardly. Wu Feng understood it was merely human nature. Although Wang Jiangwo felt somewhat disheartened by the conversation, he found solace in the fact that there were too few individuals present, particularly those capable of generating ideas. Despite being younger than the others, Wu Feng exuded a reassuring calmness that made Wang Jiangwo silently grateful for his timely presence. Sun Xian, biting his thick, pallid lips, felt a wave of panic. Surely they wouldn't he have to venture out to engage in such dangerous activities again? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he began to tremble and asked, Brother Wu, what do you think we should do now? In that moment, Sun Xian had forgotten the initial purpose of their discussion, and his reference to Wu Feng had shifted to Brother Wu. Wu Feng smiled as he patted Sun Xian on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. He then turned to Wang Jiangwo and, with a serious tone, remarked that although Sun Xian held great respect for Wu Feng and deemed him reliable, he had engaged in extensive discussions with Wang Jiangwo regarding this issue and had consistently held a contrary opinion. It is not that I, Lao Sun, am timid, he continued, but at such a moment, who would dare to venture out? What if something unfortunate were to occur? Principal, we cannot bear this responsibility. Wu Feng gazed at him and remarked, Although our school is situated on the outskirts of the city, there are still some residents nearby. If we wait until others deplete the supplies from the grain and oil stores and supermarkets, shall we all resign ourselves to starvation? Furthermore, if this continues, everyone will be overwhelmed by fear. It would be far better to uplift our spirits early on and bolster their courage. Sun Exine opened his mouth, but in despair. He sank back into silence, uttering no further words. Wu Feng gazed at Wang Jiangwo and earnestly spoke. Wang Jiangwo nodded and proceeded to discuss with Sun Xin the arrangement of inviting certain teachers for a meeting to deliberate on matters. You should join as well. I shall introduce you to everyone. What do you think? Wang Jiangwo suggested, yet Wu Feng smiled and gently waved his hand. I shall step out to procure a few items and take a moment to explore, he replied. Sun Xin, after slicking back his hair with some pomade, appeared hesitant to voice his thoughts. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits, he reassured. Wu Feng spoke with an air of indifference. After he finished speaking, Wang Jiangwo nodded at him, reminding him to exercise caution. The three of them immediately sprang into action. The entrance to the campus featured imposing metal doors, equipped with sharp iron spikes, providing little opportunity for foothold. However, alongside these formidable gates was a smaller door secured with a bolt. Wang Jiangwo exchanged greetings with the elderly guard stationed there, and Wu Feng stepped through the gate, under the watchful gaze of the old man. Chapter 8. Supplies. Wu Feng was acquainted with the elderly man, whom he affectionately referred to as Uncle Wu. Their relationship could be described as a casual acquaintance. Young man, he advised, I urge you to remain diligently within the confines of your studies. There is no need to rush into the world just yet. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng realized that the old man presumed he wished to flee. With a smile, he replied, Mr. Wu, I will need to trouble you to open the door shortly. After speaking, he entrusted the old man's confusion to Wang Jiangwo for clarification, as he himself had already crouched low and slipped into the thicket. Although it was midday, the towering trees obscured the sunlight, many resembling cycad and tree fern, both of which have become rare relics of the past, now seen as precious botanical specimens. Their common characteristic is their extraordinary height. Some trees bore large feather-like leaves, elongated and smooth, while others displayed rhomboid leaf stalks, spiraling gracefully downwards. How peculiar! Wu Feng furrowed his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable in the relevant fields, his extensive travels had instilled in him an understanding that such flora thrived in warm and humid environments, rather than the arid and frigid conditions of this province. If it were indeed a biological experiment, this location would be ill-suited. Surrounding the colossal tree were sporadic clusters of dry willows, which had not sprouted overnight but were rather planted as part of the landscaping along the continent's edges. In comparison to the newly sprouted trees, they appeared diminutive, with sunlight rarely gracing the willow's leaves. Numerous ants busily traversed the deeply fissured, dark gray bark, seemingly undeterred by their circumstances. Wu Feng could have traversed the dense forest with ease, yet in the face of imminent dangers that lurked around him, he chose to decelerate his pace. Wu Feng donned a pair of counterfeit Adidas sneakers, tucking the cuffs of his trousers into his shoes to prevent insects from crawling inside. In the face of the eerie, desolate surroundings, his heart raced momentarily before returning to its normal rhythm. I have endured far worse for years. What is there to fear? He mused. He first envisioned his position in his mind, then spotted a prominent cycad-like tree nearby, before retracing his steps toward a street lined with numerous shops. The road had entirely lost its original form, the terrain uneven and irregular, as if someone had utilized an excavator for its transformation. This compelled Wu Feng to scramble up the steep incline, only to leap down from its height. A black Audi A6 dangled precariously from a tree branch over 2 meters high, its door ajar on the side closer to the ground. Wu Feng astutely noted that the underbrush beneath the vehicle had been trampled down, and the surrounding earth appeared considerably leveled. It seemed the owner had lingered beneath the car as well. As Wu Feng approached the shop he had been searching for, he exerted himself, leaping onto a nearby hillside. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a metallic scent in the air. What was that sound? At the very moment he ascended the slope, a low, guttural sound of chewing reached his ears. Upon reaching the top, his pupils dilated in shock. Before him stood a dinosaur, exceeding 2 meters in length, adorned with a towering crest and dark, scaly armor. It hunched over, its slender neck drooping as it greedily tore into a goat. The animal's belly was slashed open, its entrails and intestines spilling forth, blood cascading down in a gruesome display. Perhaps the hillside had muffled the wind, allowing Wu Feng to finally detect the foul odor that lingered in the air. The dinosaur, alerted by the noise, swiftly turned its massive body, its crimson moss still stained with remnants of its recent feast, though Wu Feng had mentally prepared himself before stepping out. He was still taken aback upon encountering the menacing creature, towering at his own height. Drawing his military dagger from his waist, he leaped down the earthen slope just as the dinosaur propelled itself off the ground with its powerful legs and turned its head to bite. An ordinary person would have been frozen in terror at that moment, but Wu Feng, a retired Special Forces soldier, instinctively dodged after a brief moment of astonishment. With a sharp snap, the beast's jaws closed, the foul wind causing a wave of nausea to wash over him, yet he could not afford to dwell on it. For the dinosaur's speed matched his own. Wu Feng sprinted a few steps, only to be met with a sudden jolt of pain beneath his feet. Looking down, he was dismayed to see that his counterfeit athletic shoes had been brutally pierced by a shard of metal from the ground, injuring his toes in the process. At this rate, he would never outpace that dinosaur. Spotting a pharmacy within arm's reach to his left, he swiftly altered his course and leapt through the broken window. The dinosaur, unable to halt its momentum, rolled on the ground before letting out an enraged roar as it crashed through the pharmacy's entrance. The pharmacy was exceedingly cramped, offering no refuge for a person to hide, yet upon bursting through the door, the dinosaur found itself devoid of its intended prey. Just then, a figure leapt down from atop the pharmacy's shelves, wielding a gleaming black military dagger. With a fluid motion, the blade pierced the dinosaur's skull with precision and force. The execution was seamless and devoid of hesitation. After delivering the strike, the assailant knelt, bracing himself against the ground, while the dinosaur's hazel eyes glazed over. And amidst a cascade of blood, it collapsed, toppling nearby shelves in its fall. Wu Feng extracted the military dagger from the dinosaur's brain. Initially, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering against the ceiling, but soon it diminished. It terrified him to the core. He removed his blood-stained shirt, feeling a cold sweat cascade down his back. Although Wu Feng's skills had not waned over the years, he had not encountered such peril in a long time. Fortunately, the dinosaur was sluggish in its reactions. Wu Feng surveyed his surroundings, yet found that the humble pharmacy contained no garments suitable for wear. Disregarding this, he began to extract various medications from the cabinet, primarily essential first aid supplies. In such dire circumstances, sustenance holds equal importance to medicine. Should one fall ill without prompt treatment, it would essentially herald their demise. After some contemplation, Wu Feng also procured iodine tablets, cotton balls, and petroleum jelly. Although water remained available, its future supply was uncertain, prompting him to stockpile iodine tablets for purification. The cotton balls and petroleum jelly, on the other hand, could serve as excellent kindling. After completing his errands, Wu Feng emerged from the pharmacy and entered a neighboring outdoor supplies store. A piece of white paper was affixed to the window, inscribed with black ink in a bold script. "Dear friend, if you find anything in this shop of use, do not hesitate to take it. But please do not take everything. Leave some hope for others." The note was signed by the owner, Situ Riyang, whose handwriting, though square and unadorned, radiated a warm and righteous spirit. Wu Feng recalled that the owner was a man in his 30s who had previously served in the military, and they had engaged in discussions about wilderness survival. Situ had even recommended several pairs of hiking boots to him, but at that time, Wu Feng's finances were limited, and given the store's mid to high-end offerings, the matter was left unresolved. Situ Ruoyang had often invited him for tea, leaving a positive impression on Wu Feng. Known for his generosity and straightforwardness, Situ also possessed an air of gentlemanly grace, and now, in these circumstances, his whereabouts were unknown. He did not seem to have departed in haste, as evidenced by the note he left behind. Alas, should fate allow them to meet again, Wu Feng vowed to repay him. Wu Feng sighed and stepped inside, only to discover the shop in utter disarray, with various items strewn about haphazardly, leaving scarcely any space to tread. The reception counter stood wide open. Could it be that the place had been ransacked? I wonder what C2 would think upon witnessing this scene. Even with his calm demeanor, he would likely feel a surge of anger. Wu Feng, disregarding his sentiments, immediately began to search for the items he desired. A pair of high-quality SWAT outdoor combat boots, magnesium strips, waterproof matches, a Swiss Army knife, basic fishing gear, a hat, a rain poncho, a flashlight, a folding stove, and high-powered binoculars, along with various small trinkets that need not be enumerated. In essence, these were all survival essentials that he deemed necessary. Having frequented Ouyang's shop on numerous occasions, he found these items without much delay, donning what he could and packing the rest into a brownish-yellow 80-liter outdoor backpack. It wasn't overly burdensome, the total weight resting comfortably below 10 kilograms. Wu Feng's life was not affluent, and while he mentally noted this favor for future repayment, he couldn't help but feel a small, illicit thrill at receiving without labor. Once clad in the boots, Wu Feng felt a significant improvement in his mobility, no longer fearing injury from debris underfoot, which allowed him to quicken his pace. A gentle breeze stirred, and the distant, enigmatic forest was alive with the rustling of leaves. The ferns, lacking the shelter of towering trees, gracefully bent in the wind, undulating like waves stretching into the distance. On the mottled bark of an ancient tree, a few small insects inadvertently tumbled onto the soft, damp pine needles. Just as they prepared to rise, a colossal shadow eclipsed their view, and a muscular, brown claw descended, abruptly ending their fleeting existence. Chapter 9. The Call to Action. Alas, there are too few willing to take action, Wang Jingwo sighed to Wu Feng. It matters not. A few is better than none. Those who work harder shall reap greater rewards, while those who are idle must not expect to feast on the fruits of others' labor. That seems rather inappropriate, Sun Xin, who had hurried over upon hearing the news, interjected, finding himself in a quandary. Such words were sure to incite conflict, and he detested discord above all. However, Wang Jingwo did not immediately counter, instead pondering for a moment before responding. Let us see how many are willing to join us. If the numbers are too few, our capacity to transport provisions will be severely limited. No one knows when these days will come to an end. Relying on just a handful of individuals cannot sustain such a large group. Yet, if we can avoid conflict, it would be preferable. We must coexist, after all. Wu Feng cast a commendatory glance at him, as he perceived that the current situation was certainly not one that could be resolved overnight. He tidied up his belongings, placing those that were temporarily unnecessary into a separate storage room. He also joined the ranks of those persuading others. Therefore, are there any classmates willing to join us in this endeavor? As Wu Feng concluded his remarks, he cast a sympathetic glance at the scattered group of youths within the classroom. Most of them bore expressions of anxiety, fear, and unease, creating a rather frigid atmosphere. Wu Feng had previously elucidated their current predicament to these 16 and 17-year-old high school students, but it seemed somewhat fanciful to expect these inexperienced children to confront danger head-on. Many were vociferous during scuffles with their peers, yet when faced with a more formidable situation, merely avoiding chaos would be a cause for gratitude. Initially, Sun Xin had opposed the idea of allowing students to leave the school, but Wu Feng believed that these robust young men possessed sufficient strength to carry as many supplies as possible. Each absence from the outing would diminish the associated risks. Ultimately, however, few were willing to brave the peril, and some of the more ostentatious students even regarded Wu Feng with hostility, as if he were the source of their unease. Wu Feng felt powerless in this regard. He lacked the authority to compel others to act. 30 minutes later, the three individuals convened at the designated meeting point outside the cafeteria. Like Wu Feng, Sun Xin had not found anyone willing to participate, but he had managed to procure several snow shovels and previously confiscated items that could serve as weapons. Wang Jingwo was somewhat more fortunate. Among those he approached, 5 expressed a willingness to join from the outset. Additionally, 3 physical education teachers from the school agreed to accompany them, though Wang Jingwo decided it prudent to keep someone on campus for oversight. Among the 5 volunteers, 2 were school security guards, both around 35 years of age, possessing reasonable skills honed over 2 to 3 years of service. One was a slightly overweight student with a passion for dinosaurs, who had long desired an opportunity to venture outside. The final volunteer was a newly assigned female teacher named Lu Jia, who had been diligently assisting since the incident began. Upon learning she could contribute, she readily agreed. At first glance, she did not fit the mold of a conventional beauty. Yet beneath her gently arched eyebrows lay a pair of pure, expressive eyes, complemented by her fair, jade-like complexion, which lent her an air of innocent charm. At that moment, her fingers fidgeted before her, and a bashful smile graced her face. The last member of the group appeared to be under 30, a resident of the nearby apartments, who languidly introduced himself as Zhang Yin before lapsing into silence. Zhang Yin was not a teacher from the school. He seemed to have just followed upon hearing their plans to venture out, displaying a nonchalant demeanor that Wang Jingwo advised should not be taken too seriously. In addition to these individuals, 6 men and 2 women, aged approximately 25 to 45, had only decided to join after being informed by Wang Jingwo that food would not be provided for those who abstained from participating. At that moment, the 8 were huddled together, murmuring amongst themselves. Wu Feng could discern from their expressions that they were wholly disinclined to venture out. What nonsense! They say if we don't go and gather supplies, we won't get fed. I think Wang Jiangwo has lost his senses, one woman remarked with a sarcastic tone. Look at that guy next to him. Who does he think he is, claiming to be a Sanda coach? Observing his slender arms and legs, one might conclude he possesses merely a rudimentary skill set. However, it matters not. Shortly, we shall allow Xiao Zhang to demonstrate his prowess and teach him a lesson. Xiao Zhang, after all, is a black belt in Taekwondo. Indeed, let that young man comprehend the gravity of the situation, and in doing so, temper Wang Jiangwo's overconfidence. For the past few days, he has been calling all the shots. Should he not remain compliant within the confines of the school and await the arrival of the authorities? If he continues along this reckless path, one might fear he could lead us into a perilous situation tomorrow, as absurd as facing dinosaurs, an act tantamount to self-destruction. The last speaker was a middle-aged man in his 50s, adorned with black-framed glasses. The man referred to as Xiao Zhang nodded in agreement, a hint of confidence gracing his features. Wu Feng listened to their brief introduction and noticed that the 8 individuals were still whispering to one another. He stepped in front of them, only to realize that they hardly acknowledged his presence. With a cold snort, he emitted a piercing gaze, causing an icy chill to rise from the depths of their hearts. Wu Feng remained silent for a brief moment, while the cacophony of voices gradually subsided. Greetings. I am Wu Feng, the Sanda coach at the Xianglong Martial Arts School in our city. As you may be aware, our food supplies are dwindling, likely sufficient for no more than 3 days. However, given the current situation, we cannot predict when it will come to an end. Thus, in response to Principal Wang's invitation, I shall lead everyone outside the school to seek provisions, ensuring we are adequately prepared for what lies ahead. As a younger individual, it is not customary for me to deliver such formal remarks, yet Wu Feng's voice was unpretentious and sincere, imbued with a gentle, flowing warmth reminiscent of spring waters, devoid of any negative emotions. His words managed to draw the attention of those who were somewhat distracted. However, he noticed that the 8 individuals who had initially been reluctant to leave the school bore a palpable sense of rejection in their eyes, with one even exhibiting a hint of hostility, which left him somewhat perplexed. Yet, recognizing the inherent dangers of the forthcoming endeavor and the responsibility his profession bestowed upon him to mitigate such risks, he expressed his hope that once they stepped beyond the school gates, they would cast aside concerns about their identities and reputations and attentively heed his guidance. Should there be any objections, he urged them to voice them now. After Wu Feng finished speaking, he cast another glance around the room. Most individuals appeared unperturbed, while the 8 seemed to be confounded by Wu Feng's nonchalant demeanor and his well-reasoned arguments, as none of them dared to be the first to voice a rebuttal. Wu Feng noticed a male teacher clad in a shirt and black jeans casting a glance at Lu Jia. However, upon observing her attentively engaged and listening to Wu Feng, her fair countenance adorned with an expression of profound agreement, a fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed his face, soon replaced by a flicker of irritation. This man, who had harbored a subtle animosity towards Wu Feng from the outset, clearly could not bear to see others in the limelight. He scoffed derisively, muttering, "It sounds quite impressive, though I can't quite grasp its significance. But I believe your mind is rather troubled. Venturing out now is akin to courting death." With that, he exchanged a few mocking remarks with those beside him, deliberately ignoring Wu Feng and wearing an air of disdain. Wu Feng's guiding remarks had already yielded commendable results, endowing many with a sense of propriety and an unconscious affinity towards him. However, with a mere smile and a playful jest, this man swiftly reverted the atmosphere to its original state, stirring the remaining 7 individuals into a state of restlessness. Chapter 10. Establishing authority. His subtle movements could hardly escape Wu Feng's keen observation. The girl named Lu Jia, merely expressing her agreement, inadvertently provoked this man's jealousy, as he sought to undermine the impact of his earlier words through such antics. Wu Feng discreetly surveyed the scene and discerned that several individuals were clearly eager to witness the unfolding drama, leading him to ponder that these individuals had seemingly intended to oppose him from the very beginning. You smile, suggesting you have an issue. If there is an issue, speak up, do not be coy. With a seemingly amiable smile, Wu Feng's tone bore a hint of mockery, tinged with a subtle air of superiority. The man's face flushed immediately, veins bulging on his forehead, and he huffed angrily. Who do you think you are? Where did you come from? Everything was fine until Principal Wang declared that no one could eat without leaving the school. You probably spread quite a bit of gossip, haven't you? And what of being a coach in Sanda? Everyone knows that nowadays, anyone can hold the title of coach. I am a black belt in Taekwondo. Do you think just knowing a few martial arts makes you special? As soon as these words were uttered, someone furrowed their brow in faint concern, muttering, "Indeed. Everyone can encounter difficulties, yet here we are being told we can't eat. Who does he think he is, making such demands? Is this some sort of feudal society? The speaker was a middle-aged woman among the remaining 7, the head of the senior year at the school. They had initially agreed to unite against the plan to leave the school, with a straightforward rationale. It was unnecessary and overly perilous. While openly opposing Wang Jiangwo might not be prudent, why should the school leadership heed the words of this newcomer? A black belt in Taekwondo? Wu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of cold amusement playing at the corners of his lips. True Taekwondo is a highly aggressive combat technique, exemplifying the aesthetics of violence, pursuing strength, speed, and offensiveness. He had once sparred with a select few masters in the field and held great admiration for this principle of using hardness to counter hardness. However, many have acquired their black belts through dubious means or outright purchase, which is a blatant insult to this art that embodies both inner and outer cultivation. The onlookers, witnessing Wu Feng's silence, mistakenly assumed he lacked exceptional skill, and their fear grew upon hearing his words. Little did they know, Wu Feng was contemplating how to avoid harming the man while ensuring compliance from the group. The man, misinterpreting Wu Feng's demeanor as embarrassment, smirked slightly and remarked, "Young people tend to think simplistically. When food is scarce, it is indeed necessary to seek it, but all must be considered with foresight. One cannot simply leave on a whim. Since you are so confident and robust, why don't you go out yourself? Carrying a few bags of rice should pose no challenge for you." This young man, known as Zheng Wenbin, was only a few years Wu Feng's senior. Around 26 or 27. He was the nephew of the director, Zhu Limin, and not a faculty member of the school. He held a respectable job in the capital and happened to be visiting City B when this situation arose. This circumstance made it difficult for Wang Jiangwo to exert authority over him, as Zhu Limin was reluctant to confront Wang openly, leading Zheng to voice various objections. The other middle-aged men and women expressed their agreement, while the slightly plump student who had voluntarily left the school showed signs of frustration. The girl named Lu Jia bit her lip, uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, the group began to argue with Wang Jiangwo over the matter. Wang Jiangwo, having risen to the position of vice principal through his own merits, lacked a solid foundation in the school. And this was not the first time these individuals had disregarded his authority. Truly timid as mice, Wu Feng's calm and steady voice slowly broke through the commotion, compelling the group to silence and turn their gazes towards him. "You, what did you say?" Zhang Wenbin's expression darkened like a storm cloud. "I believe I was quite clear. Your reluctance to venture outside stems from cowardice, merely wishing for others to take the risks. It is indeed a tragedy to have individuals like you tasked with educating the future." Wu Feng let out a long sigh. The few individuals present turned crimson upon hearing his words, particularly the director of education, who bore a mole at the corner of his mouth. With a fierce glare, he adopted a tone of admonition, stating, "You may not be very old, yet your tongue is sharp and your words are caustic. It is evident that you have not spent much time in academia and are merely a scoundrel roaming the streets. I advise you to mind your own business. The affairs of our school do not concern you. Go wherever you please, but do not spew your nonsensical remarks here. We have enough turmoil as it is and do not welcome idle individuals from society." Wu Feng shook his head and scrutinized the woman before him, noticing her plump visage, her squinting eyes, and the peculiar inverted V shape of her eyebrows, along with a short-haired black mole beneath her lips. He realized she was indeed the devastating mistress his student had mentioned. Just as he was about to speak, Zheng Wenbin let out an indignant snort and, without hesitation, swung a slap towards him, exclaiming that this was not a place for him to voice his opinions. Deep down, Zheng Wenbin harbored disdain for Wu Feng and his companions, considering them mere country bumpkins compared to his own stature as a senior white-collar worker earning a substantial annual salary. Thus, he spoke with utter disregard. As he made his move, a few bystanders sensed the impending spectacle, and even the stern-faced female director revealed a hint of satisfaction. She was well aware of Zheng Wenbin's prowess. Her nephew had once bested 3 towering robbers in her presence. So dealing with someone as seemingly unimposing as Wu Feng appeared to pose little challenge. "You are courting death," Zheng Wenbin thought, only to be met with an indescribable surge of excruciating pain that enveloped him, plunging him into darkness. "I have a profound aversion to danger, so kindly refrain from making any movements that could potentially harm me. Furthermore, please do not raise your voice in this forest, as it could endanger everyone present." In Wu Feng's eyes glimmered a chilling light, and a cold remark slowly escaped his lips. Xiao Zhang's face flushed crimson. He exerted himself fiercely, yet the more he struggled, the more it pained him. He attempted to cry out, but his throat was firmly constricted, allowing only a hoarse cough to emerge. The group fell into stunned silence. Particularly the director, Zhu Limin, whose pupils dilated and heart raced with alarm. Zhang Yin, the lanky man known for his nonchalance, was now filled with apprehension. Zhang Wenbin found himself voiceless, grinding his teeth in frustration. Initially, he attempted to resist, but he soon surrendered in the throes of agony. He recognized the vast disparity between himself and Wu Feng. The latter's swift and decisive movements evoked the sensation of being pounced upon by a ferocious tiger. Furthermore, the man's gaze resembled that of foreign fighters he had witnessed in underground boxing matches, detached and merciless, leaving him utterly intimidated. "Let go of me. Release me." Zhu Limin shrieked as she approached. Wu Feng merely scoffed and shoved Zhang Wenbin towards her, resulting in a chaotic tumble. "Is there anyone else with objections?" Wu Feng's voice was profoundly somber, emanating an icy aura of lethal intent that caused those around him to avert their gazes. Zhu Limin, her eyes filled with trepidation, found herself at a loss for words in the stifling atmosphere. The concept of lethal intent may seem enigmatic, yet it undeniably exists among masters, particularly those who linger on the precipice of life and death. How many encounters with mortality has Wu Feng experienced? Though most of his memories have faded, that primal instinct for slaughter is indelibly etched into his being, an instinct far beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Wu Feng did not believe that a mere few words could compel others to heed his commands. Based on his past experiences in leading troops, he understood that in perilous environments, those who defied orders often met with demise. Thus, while the others, particularly the dinosaur enthusiast chubby boy, harbored a certain trepidation towards Wu Feng's, this nonetheless enhanced the overall efficiency of the team. "All right, let us depart now. Please refrain from straying from the group, speak softly, and follow my gestures," Wu Feng murmured, simultaneously signaling for advancement. As the small electronic gate, obscured by towering trees, slowly opened, they stealthily emerged from what they perceived as a safe threshold. From above, they resembled a swarm of diminutive insects. As their line of sight expanded, the entire landscape gradually unfolded before them. Within the urban area, towering buildings coexisted with immense trees, some shimmering with reflections, while deep and serene lakes stood as relics of a bygone era. Numerous survivors trembled behind windows shrouded by brown bark, and the city had utterly lost its former order, as if enveloped by another world. Chapter 11. Splitting up according to Sun Xin. The site where the bodies had been placed was a park adjacent to the school. Naturally, the park had since become overgrown with tall, verdant weeds and robust, gnarled trees. Though the artificial lake at its center remained unchanged, devoid of any bizarre phenomena, such as trees sprouting from its depths. "It's just ahead," Wang Zhengwo said, leaning against a tree trunk, panting heavily as he addressed Wu Feng. A pungent stench of decay permeated the air. Swarms of flies and mosquitoes hovered over the remains of decomposing corpses, some of which had already revealed their ghastly white bones. Out of respect for the deceased, Wang Zhengwo and the others had initially arranged the bodies with care. However, now, the sight of the putrid, decaying corpses lined up was utterly chilling. Wang Zhengwo and Sun Xin appeared somber, for these individuals had once been their students, and some may have even been acquaintances. A few men swallowed hard, visibly struggling to suppress their nausea, while Zhang Wenbin pinched his nose in disgust. The girl with the innocent gaze, Lu Jia, pressed her pale lips together, her fingers gripping her clothing, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as her nose twitched, seemingly mourning the departed. "Let us begin," Sun Xin sighed, opening a gasoline canister to douse the remains, only to be halted by Wang Zhengwo. "Wait, let us see what Brother Wu has to say," Wang Zhengwo urged. Wu Feng furrowed his brow and stood up, gesturing for a few individuals to approach for a conversation. At that moment, his expression was extremely grave, prompting the others to immediately gather around without further ado. "Brother Wang, how many corpses were disposed of at that time?" Wang Zhengwo promptly replied, 13. Sun Xin, upon hearing this, looked up to count, but Wu Feng raised his hand and interjected, "I have already counted. There are only 10 left. Moreover," he added, "look." The others immediately felt a chill run down their spines, a prickling sensation surging to the crown of their heads, and they instinctively crouched down in vigilance. Wu Feng nodded subtly, realizing that the recent peculiar occurrences had indeed sharpened their senses, instilling a glimmer of hope for confronting impending dangers. No need to search further. If I am not mistaken, whatever has consumed these corpses should be in the water. The group followed Wu Feng's pointed direction. At first glance, they could discern nothing unusual. But upon closer inspection, they noticed faint bloodstains on the ground and slightly disheveled grass. Their gaze extended 30 meters ahead to the artificial lake within the park. At that moment, the once lively lake was shrouded in tranquility, several brightly colored yet battered paddle boats drifting upon its surface, the water deep and enigmatic. Such marks should be the handiwork of a crocodile. Do not be afraid. This is good news. At least the crocodile 1T crossed the school's fence. The water's edge is where animals congregate the most. I believe, aside from the crocodile in the water, nothing else has partaken in a meal here. Furthermore, the soil by the lake was neither wet nor soft, and judging by the depth of these tracks, this creature possesses considerable weight. Wu Feng stood erect, his pupils narrowing slightly, his somewhat slender frame poised before the crowd. The men, already feeling nauseous, could scarcely contain themselves upon hearing the mention of food, and immediately began to retch uncontrollably. In contrast, the chubby Yuning exhibited little reaction. Instead, he crouched beside the corpse, observing intently with a contemplative expression. The others, upon hearing Wu Feng's assertion that the crocodiles in the lake were quite formidable, instinctively took a step back. Ladies and gentlemen, this situation poses certain dangers. Henceforth, we shall proceed with separate actions. Wu Feng addressed the group, then turned his gaze towards Wang Zhengguo. Wu Feng's words left several people momentarily speechless. As they traversed the 200 or 300 meters, the tension in their hearts had significantly eased, without the presence of dinosaurs. The surroundings resembled the unique beauty of a serene forest. Thus, the group felt a sense of relaxation. However, upon learning that there were unknown entities in the lake, none wished to linger by its shores, eager to distance themselves from the area. In light of the earlier events, the men admired Wu Feng's bravery and composure, with some having already forgotten their previous embarrassment. When Wu Feng suggested that he remain behind while the others departed, it undoubtedly provided a sense of relief, albeit simultaneously raising concerns for his safety. Only Zheng Wenbin, whose gaze harbored a hint of malice, and Zhu Limin, whose face was etched with resentment, secretly reveled in the idea of Wu Feng staying behind, hoping for unforeseen misfortune to befall him. We must leave together. It is far too perilous for you to stay alone, was the first voice to break the silence. Lu Jia, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, spoke with a melodious tone that resembled the tinkling of a mountain spring. She furrowed her brows at Wu Feng, aware that her words might offend the director and her nephew, yet she could not restrain herself. Naturally, Wang Zhengguo and Sun Xian, who had a certain rapport with Wu Feng, trusted him and were indifferent to the situation. However, a tall, lean young man named Zhang Yin frowned and interjected. Did we not agree to follow orders? We must prioritize efficiency. What purpose does it serve for a woman to chatter here and waste time? As Lu Jia opened her mouth to respond, Wu Feng raised his hand and spoke earnestly. Rest assured, if I am in danger, your presence will be of no avail. Go on. With his declaration, the others fell silent. Lu Jia, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness, pressed her pale lips together and ceased her protest. Wang Zhengguo cast a deep glance at Wu Feng, silently wishing him well before leading the group toward the large supermarket at the edge of the campus. The path was clear, lined with lush trees and abundant foliage. It is worth noting that several small cars parked beside the park had been overturned. Their contents, bottled water, and paper scattered across the ground. Sun Xian even took the initiative to collect whatever usable items he could find. After the others departed, Wu Feng surveyed the scattered corpses on the ground, letting out a sorrowful sigh. His earlier encounter with the dinosaur had made it clear that the monstrous presence at the school was not an isolated incident. The entire city was likely facing similar circumstances. Thus, the act of burning the bodies seemed futile, as he pondered what had consumed the corpses and whether a true giant beast had emerged. Chapter 12. The Tyrannosaurus Rex appears. The sun's dying rays draped a thin veil of crimson across the lake's surface, the tranquil waters shimmering with a gentle brilliance, reflecting light that was bright yet gentle on the eyes. Sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, creating a dappled pattern on the ground, reminiscent of large spots. The entire scene resembled a picturesque sunset in the deep mountains. Yet, Wu Feng understood that within this serene and beautiful tableau lay the potential for unimaginable peril. How splendid! Look, the Boyo supermarket is right ahead. Sun Xian's eyes sparkled with unspoken joy as he clenched his fist, contemplating that this would surely enable everyone to endure until government aid arrived. Although Wang Zhengguo remained silent, his expression had also relaxed. He stepped over a protruding mound of earth and gestured for everyone to follow. Boyo supermarket is the largest grocery store in the vicinity of the school. Spanning approximately 200 square meters, offering a diverse array of goods, including fruits, vegetables, grains, and daily necessities. The supermarket is situated within a 5-story residential building. And at this moment, its signboard was askew, precariously tilted by an unexpectedly towering tree, leading one to suspect it might fall at any moment. Though the trunk obstructed the entrance, it still permitted a single-file passage. The group treaded upon the uneven, cracked asphalt and weeds as they entered. By now, it was past 5 in the afternoon, and twilight was gradually enveloping the sky. Upon entering, a musty, sour odor assailed their nostrils. Upon closer inspection, it emanated from a nearby fruit stand where overripe bananas lay in disarray. Everything in the supermarket appeared much as it had in days gone by. Once the lights flickered on, courtesy of the dinosaur enthusiast Ning, the group wasted no time and began to scour the store for provisions under Wang Jiangwo's guidance. Cans, rice, flour, and oils were hastily stuffed into bags, while the meticulous Lu Jia discreetly collected some sanitary items for women. In less than 10 minutes, they had gathered the items previously planned. Wait, someone else missing. Wang Jiangwo furrowed his brow after counting heads, prompting the others to glance around. At that moment, a languid and indifferent voice broke the silence. That's not acceptable. It's far too dangerous for you to be outside alone. It was Lu Jia who spoke. Upon hearing this, she glanced at the young man Zhang Yin, whose smirk now bore an unsettling chill, and murmured in disbelief, "Are you truly thinking that way?" Zhang Yin, incensed by the comment from the chubby Ning, turned livid, his face contorting in fury. "You little brat, what do you know? Why should I need your permission for anything?" he retorted, stepping forward as if to unleash his wrath upon Ning. At that moment, it became abundantly clear to everyone that Ning's words held truth, and they regarded Zhang Yin with disdain, unwilling to stand idle as he resorted to violence. Wang Jiangwo and Sun Xian immediately shielded Ning from harm. And Wang Jiangwo sternly addressed Zhang Yin, "You should leave. We walk different paths and cannot collaborate. While I cannot impose my will upon you, do not think to vent your frustrations on a child. Just go. I need to strategize. The store's owner owes me 200,000. Since he is not here, I'll claim this establishment as compensation. This will be my home from now on, and don't even think about scavenging for food here." Zhang Yin replied coldly. The group was taken aback by his words, with Lu Jia feeling a surge of indignation. She had never encountered someone so shameless. "Your claims are utterly baseless. If we don't come here, where else can we find food? This is absurd, and why should that concern me? We're taking what we need. And do you really think you can stop us?" Wang Jiangwo huffed in anger, slamming his hand on the table. Zhang Yin, with an exaggerated grin, brandished a watermelon knife he had unearthed from a container, striking it forcefully against the adjacent tabletop, his demeanor fierce. "Why don't you give it a try? In your ranks, aside from that Wu Feng, I regard no one else with any respect. No, even that brat. Humph, I'm not afraid of him either." The atmosphere turned frigid, and the two teachers felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of Zhang Yin wielding the knife. Just as Wang Jiangwo was about to speak, Yuning raised a finger to his lips, shushing the group gently. "Listen, everyone." Many fell silent, the only sound being Zhang Yin rummaging through items within. Startled by the sudden hush, Zhang Yin scoffed. "What are you all waiting for? Why aren't you leaving?" He had initially intended to follow the main group out, ready to be the first to flee should any danger arise. Now that they were in a safe location, his true colors began to show. A violent tremor resonated from the ground, each jolt akin to an earthquake, quickening everyone's heartbeats as they instinctively turned their gaze toward the exit. Through the supermarket windows, two robust, gnarled legs supported a colossal figure. The creature's head towered beyond the limits of their view, indicating it stood at least 5 meters tall. A wave of fear washed over the crowd, silencing them and rendering them motionless, terrified of making a sound. "Yes, don't move, don't let it find us. It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh my God." Sweat beaded on Yuning's forehead, his plump body trembling uncontrollably while remaining rigid. The others mirrored his stillness. As the monster advanced another step, the onlookers could almost sense its massive thigh poised to shatter the glass, yet it halted abruptly, before they could exhale in relief. The beast lowered its head, revealing a gaping maw with jagged teeth that formed a horrific grin, its murky yellow eyes radiating an aura of bloodlust and savagery. Unmistakably resembling a T-Rex. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Fortunately, the group had mentally prepared for an encounter with dinosaurs before exiting. Thus, even though Lu Jia was terrified to the point of tears, she stifled her cries and trembled without moving or screaming, just like a scene from a Spielberg film. The T-Rex gazed at the motionless figures before it and let out a thunderous roar that struck the eardrums like cannon fire, causing the items on the shelves to rattle. Its murky yellow eyes shifted, and it nudged its head against the supermarket's sign, knocking the already precarious sign down. The crowd felt as though their hearts were lodged in their throats, pupils dilating, and bodies trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, an infuriating voice interrupted. "Why aren't you all leaving with what you took? Why are you just standing there? What is that noise outside?" Zhang Yan, who had just stepped into the supermarket, remained oblivious to the chaos outside and walked back out. As he ambled along, muttering to himself, he was suddenly startled into a piercing scream upon catching sight of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wang Jiangwo, who had been feeling fortunate to have narrowly escaped danger, was nearly overwhelmed by a wave of anger, the thought "it's over" flashing through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted for everyone to run. Grabbing Sun Xian and Lu Jia, and dashed back into the supermarket. For as Zhang Yin emerged, Wang Jiangwo had already noticed that the dinosaur was poised to charge in. With a thunderous crash, countless shards of glass and plaster erupted into the supermarket like bullets, as the Tyrannosaurus lowered itself and smashed through the glass, its massive head and half its body already intruding into the space. At that moment, a teacher stood frozen, oblivious to the danger, and was knocked to the ground by the flying debris, mere half a meter away from the dinosaur's gaping maw. Chapter 13. Crisis. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, causing the leaves and grass tips to emit a cheerful hum, while the water's surface shimmered with fish scale-like ripples. By the lakeside, a tall and sturdy pine tree served as the backdrop for a shadowy figure, motionless and blending seamlessly with the environment. Wu Feng. Climbing trees and navigating the jungle were second nature to him, and now his gaze was fixed upon the dark shape approaching the shore. Was it an alligator? With an unlit cigarette dangling from its mouth, Wu Feng's body melded with the tree trunk, his focus intense yet devoid of panic. However, as the shadow in the water grew larger, his relaxed demeanor gradually shifted to one of tension. 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, until it spanned more than 10 meters. The shadow finally ceased its expansion, and with a loud splash, the water erupted, tightening Wu Feng's heart momentarily, though he quickly forced himself to relax. Emerging from the depths like a piece of blackened driftwood, the creature's head slowly came into view, followed by its short, thick forelimbs and its fearsome body. As expected, there was indeed an alligator beneath the surface, but its size seemed astonishingly large. In Wu Feng's memory, the largest alligator he had encountered was a saltwater crocodile during a mission in Southeast Asia, measuring about 7 to 8 meters long, which had startled them greatly. In reality, the largest living reptile on Earth is indeed the saltwater crocodile, known not only for its immense size, but also for its ferocity, often referred to as the man-eater. During the infamous Battle of Ram Ri Island in World War II, swarms of saltwater crocodiles slaughtered nearly 1,000 Japanese soldiers overnight, rendering them terrifyingly formidable. However, compared to the creature before him, Wu Feng could only conclude that the alligators he had previously seen were mere infants. With limbs as thick as tree trunks and a head nearly the size of a person, the yellowish eyes were as large as volleyballs, and with its tail included. This alligator measured an astonishing 16 to 17 meters in length. Some may not fully grasp the nature of this concept. Imagine, if you will, a building towering to a height of 35 meters. This crocodile would be equivalent to 4 or 5 stories high. Wu Feng was acutely aware that his slight frame was insufficient even to wedge itself between the teeth of a crocodile. Thus, he remained motionless, clinging to the tree trunk approximately 7 or 8 meters above the ground like a lifeless corpse. At that moment, a pang of regret washed over him. Why hadn't he climbed higher? However, what was done, and further contemplation was futile. The crocodile steadily advanced toward the spot where Wu Feng had previously disposed of the body. His so-called disposal merely involved stacking the corpse in a heap and dousing it liberally with gasoline. Now, he was merely 5 or 6 meters away from that location. His plan was to ignite the body while the creature was preoccupied with its meal, inflicting some harm if the aquatic beast proved manageable. If not, he would wait until it had fed, ensuring the area was safe before setting the body ablaze, to spare more departed souls from indignity. The crocodile drew ever closer, the distance of several meters quickly diminishing to 0. With each inch it approached, Wu Feng felt an instinctive tremor arising from the depths of his being, a primal fear of a predator, not born of cowardice. He suppressed this trepidation with deep breaths, regaining his composure as his focus remained fixed on the silent behemoth before him. At that moment, Only a mere 10 meters separated them. Wu Feng watched as the creature's tail, resembling a steel chain, dragged across the ground, flattening the surrounding foliage with its sheer weight. Suddenly, a series of heart-pounding vibrations reverberated from behind him, a rumbling sound that seemed to emanate from within his chest, shaking the very air around him. What could it be? What lurked behind? A pungent breeze swept past him, yet he understood the imperative to remain utterly still. At this height, he was relatively safe. Should he fall, the outcome would be grim indeed. A dinosaur. How immense it must be. As this thought flashed through Wu Feng's mind, the crocodile below also sensed the impending threat. It slowly lowered its body, its muscles, as taut as iron, coiled like a spring, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Following a thunderous roar, a colossal dinosaur behind Wu Feng charged forth, while the giant crocodile beneath showed no signs of retreat, its limbs powered with intention, its gaping maw revealing rows of fearsome, razor-like teeth. Wu Feng's reaction was swift. In the instant of their clash, he sprang into action, darting like lightning. His body arched gracefully, akin to a cheetah, as he propelled himself off the tree trunk. With an impressive extension of his core muscles, he leaped to a nearby branch he had previously scouted. Simultaneously, the trunk he had just vacated shook violently, clearly disturbed by the tumultuous battlefield below. Wu Feng's movements flowed seamlessly. The 3 to 4 meters he traversed were easily conquered by his powerful physique. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung like an athlete along the branch, soaring gracefully to yet another limb. At this moment, he was approximately 10 meters away from the battlefield of the two monstrous creatures. Yet he could still sense the looming threat of death. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to descend along the tree trunk, his gaze fixed in the direction he had previously come from. If Wu Feng's memory served him correctly, the creature that would soon appear was none other than a Tyrannosaurus rex, characterized by its somewhat diminutive forelimbs and the terrifyingly robust thighs that supported its towering height of 7 or 8 meters. Its body was grotesquely muscular, repulsive, and fierce. But most alarming were its bloody jaws, lined with teeth that resembled blades. At that moment, the prehistoric crocodile's snout was engaged in a close encounter with the thigh of the T-Rex, while the other leg of the dinosaur brutally crushed the crocodile's tail, producing a series of cracking sounds, indicating that the crocodile's tailbone had been shattered. Chapter 14. Unconsciousness. Although Wu Feng was tempted to witness this monumental clash, he did not wish to place his own life in peril. He swiftly turned to leave, but as he did so, a chill of dread washed over him. The thunderous roar behind him signaled the mad dash of a colossal beast. A shadow raced past, revealing the presence of a second Tyrannosaurus rex. This dinosaur appeared to be rushing to the aid of its counterpart, barreling towards the battlefield, yet it found its path obstructed by Wu Feng. A mere insect in its eyes, and it would be peculiar for it to halt. With the gigantic beast's body continuing its forward momentum, its maw opened wide, poised to snap at Wu Feng, who could almost feel the putrid gust of wind emanating from its mouth. An ordinary person would have collapsed in sheer terror. But Wu Feng was far from ordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted towards the trees behind him. Almost simultaneously, a resounding crunch echoed as the tree trunk beside him was nearly severed in half. Fortunately, Wu Feng's extensive experience, having encountered various crises along the borders, allowed him to anticipate that evasion would be impossible. Thus, his feet were already planted firmly on the ground, propelling him backward. The fierce wind swept past as the T-Rex barreled through, its tail effortlessly snapping the slender tree in two. Wu Feng's entire being tumbled to the ground like a kite severed from its string, rolling amidst the splintered wood. Drawing upon his training in the special forces, his instinct should have compelled him to rise immediately, to evade the enemy's pursuit. However, a fleeting thought flashed through Wu Feng's mind, causing him to hold his breath. His body, which could have halted its rolling, continued to spin due to inertia, becoming entangled with the debris, lying motionless. The rampaging Tyrannosaurus rex, oblivious to his insignificant presence, charged into the fray of the dragon-crocodile battle. Agonizing pain engulfed Wu Feng's body. He was certain his sternum had shattered. His right leg was struck by a broken tree branch that he had failed to evade, sending a deep, marrow-penetrating pain coursing through him. Some of his internal organs were also damaged. Without prompt medical attention, these injuries could very well cost him his life. Enduring the excruciating agony, Wu Feng tore off his shirt, fashioning 2 strips of fabric to secure around his ribcage. His hands dug into the ground, while his left leg pushed against the earth, inching his body towards the direction of the school. The soil and debris scraped against his face, leaving trails of blood, but Wu Feng remained oblivious to the pain. His fingers were lacerated, blood blurring his vision, and his nails twisted and deformed, yet he pressed on with gritted teeth. I can do this, he assured himself internally. In the distance, the roars of 3 prehistoric beasts echoed in his ears, while dirt and blood swirled around him. Before him, a humble creature fought desperately for its life. Every being possesses the right to struggle for existence, and Wu Feng's resolve was as unyielding as steel. A potent emotion seemed to be brewing within his gaze, poised to erupt at any moment. As the fervor for victory surged within him, his body grew increasingly warm, and an indescribable dizziness assailed him. Wu Feng bit down on his tongue until it bled, but the sensation of vertigo persisted. A burning pain akin to fire coursed through his limbs, spreading throughout his entire being, and sweat instantly adorned his forehead. The dirt and grit clung to his skin, the burning sensation intensifying as an overwhelming tide of fatigue washed over him, ultimately causing him to succumb to unconsciousness. Chapter 15. In search of inner peace, she looked around in bewilderment, only to find a large expanse of her fair skin exposed at her chest. Gasping in surprise as she adjusted her clothing. After a brief moment, she noticed that apart from herself, Zhang Yin, Wang Jiangwo, Sun Xian, Yuning, and another teacher were all leaning against the sales counter, their expressions a mixture of fear and unease. You're awake, Wang Jiangwo remarked. Yes, she replied. Is everything all right? Wang Jiangwo gestured towards her head. Lu Jia paused to reflect, recalling how Wang Jiangwo had pulled her to safety just as the dinosaur charged, causing her to slip and collide her head against the cabinet, leading to her subsequent unconsciousness. Nodding in acknowledgement, she cast a grateful glance at Wang Jiangwo before surveying her surroundings once more. I am fine. Does anyone have any concerns? Zhang Yin chuckled with a hint of mockery, casting a sympathetic glance at her before pointing towards a nearby pool of blood. Look for yourself, and you shall see. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia turned her gaze, and apart from the crimson stain and a severed arm, there was nothing else in sight. Lu Jia's body trembled violently, and she could not help but cover her face. Sobbing softly, after a prolonged moment, she discreetly wiped her tear-streaked eyes. Though her body continued to shudder, she no longer clutched Wang Jiangwo's shirt tightly. At that moment, a male teacher, still shaken, explained he was too close to the window and was dragged out after being bitten. When the creature realized it could not enter, it made several attempts before leaving. Otherwise, we would have already become corpses. We were quite fortunate. What we encountered was a large dinosaur. Had it been a medium or small predatory dinosaur that managed to enter the supermarket, we would all have been doomed, remarked a pale-faced Tian Long. Have you finished? It's time for you to leave. Analyzing the situation endlessly is quite tiresome. Zhang Yan, though still shaken, promptly issued a dismissal. Be quiet. If it weren't for your careless noise, none of us would have perished. Sun Xian, a diligent and honest man, momentarily lost control, but his words struck a chord, causing others to cast unfriendly glances at Zhang Yan. Noticing this, Zhang Yan seized a watermelon knife, his demeanor turning menacing. What did you say? Fool. Try repeating that. While others hesitated to venture outside, fearing the presence of more dinosaurs, they recognized the impending darkness made the situation even more perilous. They exchanged glances, gathered their belongings, and prepared to depart. However, some chose to remain, like Zhang Yin, whose eyes glinted with malice and derision. Come on, welcome. I'll ensure you enjoy yourselves, he muttered as he picked up items, seemingly preparing for something sinister. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, its final rays cast an enchanting hue across the blood-tainted atmosphere. Lu Jia, why are you still here? Keep up with the group, Wang Jiangwo urged quietly, noticing Lu Jia's unwavering gaze towards the sky. Smoke. There is no smoke over there. Lu Jia suddenly recalled something, gripping Wang Jiangwo's arm urgently. What smoke? Wang Jiangwo did not delve into her words, speaking more insistently. Hurry, we could encounter danger at any moment. Smoke. The smoke after the deed is done. Wu Feng mentioned it. Have you all forgotten? If there is no smoke by the lake, could something have happened to him? You really worry about him, don't you? Since he said he didn't need anyone's help, why should we meddle? It has been so long. If Xiao Wu had succeeded, he would have left by now. What are you still contemplating? Even Sun Xian echoed this sentiment, moving to urge Lu Jia to leave quickly. Lu Jia withdrew her hand, shaking her head. I believe someone should go and take a look. At this moment, the individuals ahead halted as well. Zhu Liming, nearly paralyzed with fear from the current events, began to question in a hesitant manner. You have mentioned him repeatedly. Have you considered the delay this causes for everyone? Why drag us into this? Lu Jiai's form trembled slightly before she turned around, her expression devoid of anger or shyness, her eyes as clear as water gazing at her. If there's an issue, what can you do to help by going? Wang Jiangwo attempted to make a final plea. I understand, but I cannot shake off my conscience by not acting. This was the last exchange. The atmosphere grew heavy, yet the group had no time to linger and continued on their journey. Thus, it is often said that women can become burdensome. How many could have escaped danger but were hindered by them? The male teacher expressed his helplessness. Although others were emotionally reluctant to accept this sentiment, they could not help but acknowledge it to some extent. That was not my intention. You all know that women are creatures of emotion and can often become encumbrances within a group. Just as earlier. How could one disregard the safety of the entire team and gamble with everyone else's lives? The male teacher lamented once more. Perhaps to excuse his earlier malicious speculation or to soothe his own conscience, yet he lacked the courage to confront the issue and resorted to deriding a girl. Upon hearing his words, silence enveloped the group. Only Zhu Limin and her nephew Zheng Wenbin exchanged glances filled with a similar mockery. I apologize. I bear my share of responsibility. They all believed that since Wu Feng expressed confidence, he must have been sincere. If Wu Feng truly encountered trouble, going now would be futile and could even result in becoming a burden. Chapter 16. The resilient Lu Jiai. The tranquil night descended quietly, with the streetlights still intact, flickering with a dim yellow light, casting an eerie and desolate atmosphere as they hid among the branches. Simultaneously, the streetlights, damaged by the towering trees, emitted a crackling sound, occasionally sparking with bluish electricity, creating a peculiar stillness amid the clamor. Lu Jiai, wearing flat shoes, stumbled over the uneven ground, having unknowingly brushed against something that smeared her face with dust and blood. With her hair, once neatly tied, now falling loosely at her temples, she appeared to embody an inexplicable determination and stubbornness in the darkness, rather than any sign of distress. As Lu Jiai herself remarked, her mind was free of any romantic notions between men and women. Instead, it held a faint fear of the dark, accompanied by a profound inner clarity. Suddenly, a distant roar of a beast sent a tremor through Lu Jiai's steps, causing her to freeze in place, her jaw clenching involuntarily. Tears streamed down her slightly soiled face as the wind swept past her ears, tousling a few stray strands of hair, creating a ticklish sensation. Yet, Lu Jiai managed to reveal a pale but resolute smile. There is nothing to fear, she repeated, yet her arms were tightly wrapped around her chest, and her body trembled involuntarily. After uttering these words, she resumed her steps. Lu Jiai was born into an ordinary working-class family. Her father, who toiled for years in a dust-laden workshop, was diagnosed with lung cancer when she was only 2 years old. Instead of providing compensation, his workplace dismissed him. To support the family, the ailing father endured great pain and continued to work in the factory, only to pass away within a year. Since Lu Jiai could remember, her mother had been her unwavering caretaker. As she progressed through elementary and middle school, she consistently excelled academically, enjoying a childhood that was simple and pure, much like that of any other child. However, in high school, her mother fell gravely ill. Although they managed to keep her in school with the help of relatives and school subsidies, there were no funds available to treat her mother's illness. Thus, Lu Jiai dropped out of school and opened a flower shop to earn money for her mother's medical care. This situation caught the attention of the local television station, which widely publicized the story. From that moment on, Lu Jiai vowed to assist those in need and to treat everything around her with kindness. At this moment, Wu Feng's condition was dire, far surpassing the visible injuries he bore. The most severe affliction was the searing heat coursing through his body, each surge sending tremors of agony through his bones, exacerbating his wounds. As dusk settled, Lu Jiai remained oblivious to the signs of a titanic struggle by the lakeside, instead noticing a broken piece of wood nearby, which he instinctively reached for. Alas, perhaps fate intervened, as Lu Jiai lost her balance and fell, landing not far from Wu Feng's side. Upon rising, she was startled to find the lifeless body before her, nearly sapping her strength, while her ankle throbbed painfully, swollen to an alarming size, threatening to bring her to tears. Battling both pain and fear, she turned the man's face towards her. Wu Feng, it's truly you. Upon discovering that he still drew breath, she wiped her tears, overwhelmed with joy. She attempted to rouse him, but he lay as still as a corpse. After a moment, with a quiver in her voice, she gathered her resolve and tried again, only to be met with failure. Summoning all her strength, she endeavored to lift Wu Feng. Though not a bodybuilder, Wu Feng stood at an impressive height of 1.8 meters and possessed a sturdy physique. Lu Jia, fragile as a reed, struggled to bear his weight. Soon, she was drenched in perspiration, her body soiled with dirt. The evening breeze intensified, carrying a soft, mournful sound from the woods. In her moment of rest, Lu Jia suddenly heard faint waves lapping against the shore, initially mistaking it for the wind. She squinted in the moonlight and saw a fissure in the water's surface, ripples emanating towards her. This revelation sent chills down her spine, leaving her paralyzed with fear. An urgent thought surged within her. Should she flee? You cannot carry him. You will both perish here. The sound of the waves grew louder, biting her lip. Lu Jia resolutely shook her head, slipping her arms under Wu Feng's armpits. With a sudden surge of energy, she hoisted him onto her back and began to limp away. The stones and roots jabbed at her injured foot, causing cold sweat to bead on her brow, and the hairs on her fair skin stood on end. Yet, gritting her teeth, Lu Jia persevered, slowly righting her posture, advancing with an undeniable determination. I will survive, she vowed. Clad in a white t-shirt, now soaked with sweat. It clung to her smooth, pale skin. Her skirt, torn by a branch, revealed her long, graceful thighs, an enticing sight that danced with each step. Thankfully, no one was around to witness her plight. A blush crept to her cheeks as she felt a tinge of modesty. Meanwhile, the unconscious Wu Feng swayed precariously, his blood staining Lu Jia's once pristine shirt. In the darkness, he could sense his own trembling, fearing that this might be his last chance to behold the world. With every ounce of strength and willpower, he pried open his left eyelid. Wu Feng felt a lump in his throat. This gaze, however, would forever be etched in his memory. In the darkness, her frail silhouette advanced with a near-heroic struggle. She moved so slowly that it seemed she might halt at any moment, yet she always found the strength to take another step forward. Wu Feng's lips trembled, yet he found himself unable to utter even the simplest words of gratitude. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and he collapsed once more. Chapter 17. Despicable Zhang Yin devoured his lunch of canned food and bread, a watermelon knife resting beside him, readily accessible with his right hand. What a bunch of fools. Tomorrow, I'll move everything useful upstairs. After all, there are hardly any residents left in this complex. Let us see where you'll come looking for me then. He scoffed, relishing his thoughts. Boss, look, there's a supermarket. Let us check it out. I'm starving. Let us grab something to eat first. Suddenly, a conversation drifted from just outside the door, prompting Zhang Yin to stand up with alertness. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes. How dare they challenge me? At this moment, he had already come to view this place as his personal domain. With the knife in hand, he strode toward the entrance. Though he had not completed his middle school education, he had begun collecting protection fees and engaging in fights at an early age. While he lacked the combat skills of Wu Feng, he possessed an intimidating ferocity that set him apart from ordinary men. Who the hell is making noise outside? He growled, positioning himself at the door, yet his harsh words were caught in his throat. A dozen burly men wielding knives and other weapons stood before him, their expression serious. Their skin darkened, and each bearing scars that told tales of past encounters, making it abundantly clear to Zhang Yin that this was not a group to be trifled with. Oh, so we have visitors? A middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Yin turned to see a man about 180 centimeters tall, clad in a tight leather jacket, a long scar running down the left side of his face. Beside him stood two men, one tall and muscular, the other shorter and decidedly frail. What do you want, kid? The bulliest of the group spoke, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Zhang Yan's gaze flickered to the long knife slung at the man's waist, his heart racing. Welcome. Gentlemen, please come in. 10 minutes later, the group had finished their meal, patting their bellies in satisfaction. The tallest among them burped. I'm full, but I could use some hot food. The others nodded in agreement. The scarred man, known as Huang Long, smiled and remarked, having something to eat is already quite fortunate. Our brothers who perished along the way would have given anything for a meal. Zhang Yin poured Huang Long a cup of green tea, adeptly sensing the shift in power dynamics and adopting a hospitable demeanor. Upon hearing Huang Long's words, he narrowed his eyes slightly and grinned. Huang Long, if you're craving something hot, I might have an idea. Oh? Do tell. The group leaned in with interest, eager to hear more. There's a school nearby called Yucai Middle School. To my knowledge, the cafeteria still has a fair amount of supplies, Zhang Yin suggested. Huang Long's eyes brightened at this revelation. At that moment, the younger and more diminutive man beside Huang Long spoke up. This is the outskirts of the city. We've noticed along the way that there are far fewer people than in the urban area. There might still be some folks at the school waiting for rescue. Zhang Yin gazed at the young man, nodding slightly, and then spoke with a tone tinged with resentment. Not only that, they are exceedingly arrogant. This afternoon, they came here and seized a substantial amount of supplies. Moreover, they brazenly declared they would return. They are nothing short of a band of robbers. Zhang Yan articulated his grievances vividly, while Huang Long grinned cruelly. Indeed, their audacity is remarkable. However, I stand alone against their 10 or more. It is futile to contend with such numbers. Zhang Yan sighed heavily, and Huang Long remained silent, his men chuckling as they readied themselves for action. The young man pondered for a moment, leaned toward Huang Long, and whispered a few words before turning back to Zhang Yan, inquiring, "Are there any police or similar authorities at the school? Do they possess firearms?" A flicker of joy surged within Zhang Yan, realizing that this young man was not easily dismissed, likely holding the role of a strategist. He earnestly shook his head. No, none at all. Just a few security guards and physical education teachers, along with over 100 students. Students. The eyes of the group gleamed with greed, and several men shifted uncomfortably, as if their pants were straining. There are probably half girls, Zhang Yan added lecherously. Huang Long surveyed his subordinates, noting their eager anticipation, and laughed heartily. Turning to Zhang Yan, "In that case, I shall provide you with a venue. Let these rascals return what they have stolen." Zhang Yan felt a surge of delight, continuously expressing his gratitude, and added, "By the way, there's another fellow named Wu Feng, who seems to be a striking coach, and he's rather formidable." The imposing man with a robust physique snorted disdainfully. "Humph, a striking coach? I'll have him searching for his teeth on the ground. Let us go." The group laughed as they streamed out of the supermarket, with two hesitating briefly before finally following. 20 minutes later, at the school gate, a dozen men, each wearing varied expressions but all exuding a fierce and rebellious aura, scrutinized the locked iron gate. Their attire was somewhat tattered, yet it revealed their muscular frames and scars. Most wielded glinting weapons, ranging from knives to other sharp implements, with each carrying leather backpacks of varying sizes. "Climb," commanded a middle-aged man with a long scar on the left side of his neck, his tone casual yet undeniably authoritative. Upon hearing this, while some appeared reluctant, they gradually began to scale the school's interior. Standing beside the scarred man were two individuals. One, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, muscular and fierce-looking, challenging the imagination of how such a physique could belong to an Asian man. Yet he stood there like an immovable wall. The other was his polar opposite, a young man with delicate skin and a serene expression, possessing a refined appearance that evoked thoughts of elegance. They were none other than Huang Long and his entourage. "Brother Huang, are we really so gullible as to believe that young man's words? What if there are police?" The tall, robust man spoke in a deep, resonant tone that seemed to emanate from his chest, exuding a primal authority. The man known as Brother Huang, distinguished by a scar on his neck, did not let his smile falter upon hearing his subordinate's query. He turned and softly asked, "Lei, do you truly wish to know?" Upon hearing Huang Long's words, Lei refrained from further pleasantries. "I want to know, but let's wait. I'll climb first." Without hesitation, he leapt onto the railing. It was less a climb and more a leap. These individuals moved like elite warriors, each step precise and purposeful, effortlessly vaulting over the iron barrier. The school's architecture was naturally superior to the dilapidated structures in the surrounding suburbs, equipped with railings and a reserve of food, making it significantly safer than the outside world. Moreover, there were the female students you have always yearned for. The young man with fair skin and delicate features explained softly to Lei. "Excellent, Arue. You were ever so perceptive." Huang Long smiled at the young man, who bowed slightly in response. "All right, let us proceed inside. If that so-called Sonda coach proves to be uncooperative, you may teach him a lesson." Lei, Huang Long said to the burly man, who responded with a cold grin, revealing a row of stark white teeth. Nowadays, anyone can call themselves a coach. At the other end of the school's internal wood stood the brightly lit teaching building. Chapter 18, Occupation. Once a group had entered, Huang Long surveyed everyone and nodded, speaking softly. "Everyone, clear the woods on campus and see if there are any dinosaurs." The group immediately sprang into action, demonstrating a remarkable and practiced coordination as they began their search. "Oh, by the way, the drunkard and Hook will stay here," he added as the three figures gradually vanished into the foliage. "Damn it, once again we are left behind." The man referred to as the drunkard was around 30, sporting a thick beard and slightly overweight. His eyebrows bounced animatedly as he complained, radiating a sense of vigor. "Enough, drunkard, it's all the same wherever we go. Not having to stay next to our Rue is a blessing. Just look at that pale-faced fellow with his strange demeanor. It unsettles me. It's far more comfortable for us to be here. I truly wonder what's going on in their minds aside from killing and scheming. Hook was slightly shorter than the drunkard, around 1.7 meters tall and relatively lean, possessing an ordinary visage that would easily get lost in a crowd. Yet, at the end of his left sleeve, there was a steel hook, reminiscent of a one-armed pirate from a medieval tale. In the distance, the sound of lay echoed like a roaring train. You wish to escape into the deep mountains outside, where the sea is vast enough for fish to leap and the sky is high enough for birds to soar. Is that it? Huang Long remarked with a smile as he walked. As Huang Long smiled, the scar on his neck twitched habitually. Yet his laughter lacked the buoyancy typical of an ordinary person, indicating that his mirth was merely a fade expressed through changes in his facial muscles. Lei appeared somewhat agitated, his robust arms flailing animatedly as he spoke. Huang Long furrowed his brow and, with a single finger, brushed aside the arm that had inadvertently swung before him, gesturing to Arue with his eyes. Arue slightly bowed and whispered, "We have been on the run for 3 days now, although we remain oblivious to the origin of these damned dinosaurs. The conduct of the military along our path and the fates of certain former dignitaries suggest that this is no mere human prank." Lei, do you recall the astonishing speed and power with which the state apparatus mobilized when we were captured? Yet now, 3 days have passed without a single sign of external rescue. Consider what this implies. Those government lackeys must have lost their minds, Lei muttered. Arue smiled faintly and replied, "Clearly, those who have lost their wits cannot capture us. The only plausible explanation is that they are too preoccupied with their own troubles to concern themselves with our plight. The most perilous places are often the safest. Here, we are like shadows slipping into the darkness, able to advance or retreat at will. Furthermore, I have a theory. It is quite possible that the entire world mirrors our situation. Wherever we go, safety is a mere illusion." Huang Long's pupils constricted slightly as he remarked, "Oh, Arue, this is the first time you have expressed such a thought. After our hasty escape, you are now taking the time to analyze our circumstances." Arue nodded, eager to oblige. As they spoke, the trio reached a clearing previously made by Wang Jiangwo and his group. Their pace abruptly halted as Zhang Yan, who had been trailing behind, stepped forward. Arue scanned the surroundings and, after a brief moment, relaxed his vigilance, stating calmly, "No ambush, no traps." As Zhang Yan said, "They are merely a group of ordinary people." 10 minutes later, a contingent of individuals gathered at Huang Long's location, though beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads. Their chests rose and fell steadily, indicating that they had accomplished their task with minimal exertion. "This place feels as safe as a defenseless maiden," one remarked. "I have nothing to report from my end either," came the reply. Amidst the reports tinged with bravado, Huang Long nodded in satisfaction, raising an eyebrow and narrowing his eyes as he declared, as Arue mentioned, "This area is temporarily secure. Therefore, let us remain here until we depart this accursed city. Should any issues arise, we shall convene tomorrow to discuss them in detail. For now, many lovely maidens await us. Ah, how delightful life can be." Upon Huang Long's words, the group broke into cruel smiles, their eagerness palpable. Observing the menacing expressions of those around him, Arue instinctively brushed his bangs aside, his bright eyes reflecting a fleeting emotion, one of disdain and rejection, even a hint of condescension. Yet, this transient sentiment went unnoticed by anyone present. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the campus, the barrel and the hook did not share the same exuberance as the crowd. Rather, they exchanged a solemn glance, each detecting a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. In the distance, the barrel murmured, tinged with a metallic scent, "It's not the stench of dinosaur blood. Perhaps it is merely the scent carried by the wind from afar." The hook, appearing somewhat self-soothing, nodded, and both instinctively reached for the weapons hidden within their packs, remaining motionless as they listened intently to the sounds approaching them. Chapter 19. Astonishment in the darkness. The slow-moving figure drew nearer, and when it became discernible, both the hook and the barrel involuntarily widened their mouths, their grips on their weapons loosening. "Please help me," the fragile voice resonated, stirring their hearts. For reasons unbeknownst to them, they seemed to lower their guard as Lu Jia stepped closer to the iron bars. Upon hearing her plea, the hook instinctively thought to retort, "Don't you have hands?" However, gazing at Lu Jia's blood-streaked face, which appeared to embody an extreme sanctity amid the filth, his words transformed into a soft, "Oh, all right." Lu Jia smiled at this response, revealing her pearly whites, before collapsing heavily to the ground, stirring up blades of grass and dust. The hook paused momentarily before flipping over, while the barrel, taken aback, exclaimed. Hey, are you out of your mind? Do you even know what you're doing? Without raising his head, the hook swiftly transferred Wufeng onto his back. His previously fierce tone now softened. Beryl, you can't seriously consider Huang Long as our leader. Let us not forget. We are not like them. We are not murderers. Are we to continue following them in their path of violence? I still wish to see my mother and brother. Consider me mad. The choice is yours. The Beryl opened his mouth to respond, his bushy beard twitching in frustration, yet he quickly climbed over the iron bars, mimicking the hook's actions. With a hint of regret, he muttered, I must have caught your madness. Though he bantered. The Beryl knelt down gently to wipe the dirt and blood from Lu Jia's face, unlocking the bolt to let them in. He hoisted Lu Jia onto his back. And at that moment, a touch of tenderness and admiration graced his features, for the burden he carried seemed to weigh no more than 90 pounds. And she appeared utterly exhausted. Observing the Beryl's demeanor, the hook smiled with appreciation. Thank you, Beryl. Yet, recalling Huang Long and the others. A flicker of hesitation and anxiety crossed the hook's face. Zhang Yin, what do you mean by this? When have we ever robbed you? Wang Jiangwo, wary, gazed at the group of men before him, their faces etched with menace, but they dismissed his words with disdain. He had initially gathered most of the adults for a small meeting to discuss future strategies, only to be interrupted by the sudden intrusion of these men. Zhang Yin, who had left in the afternoon, now accused him of raiding the supermarket for supplies. Wang Jiangwo, how shameless you are, who claimed today that they would return for the items in the supermarket. You seem to have quite a short memory. Zhang Yin quietly remarked behind Huang Long. You are utterly disgraceful. Ladies and gentlemen, do not heed his attempts to sow discord among us. Silence. Did I grant you permission to speak? Lei shook his neck and snorted coldly. Open the stove. There are plenty of ingredients here. Hurry up and get them simmering. A man lounged in a chair, legs casually propped on the table, issuing his orders. You shall not. A group of physical education teachers and security personnel found themselves intimidated by the armed individual exuding a menacing aura. Sun Xian could only force a smile and stand beside Wang Jiangwo. Oh, my friend, how could you say such a thing? In this perilous situation, should we not unite to ensure our mutual survival? Am I mistaken? Huang Long licked his lips and smiled gently, observing the scornful and disdainful expressions from those around him. Wang Jiangwo felt a weight in his heart, from their every movement and the subtle scent of blood in the air. It was evident that today's events would not conclude without turmoil. You must be the principal or a teacher, and I greatly admire your dedication to your work and students even in such dire times. Unlike those influential figures in the city who cry out for military escorts to flee. However, none of us desire to witness any unpleasantness, do we? Arui addressed Wang Jiangwo with refined politeness, gesturing with open hands to indicate the current predicament. The implication in his words was quite clear. A man beside Huang Long let out a cold chuckle, glanced at the cans on the nearby table, and proceeded to pry one open with a knife, devouring its contents. What are you doing? This belongs to us. Silence. The man eating the canned food raised his head, pointing his knife at Sun Xian, chewing loudly. Seeing the intimidation take effect, Huang Long's subordinates burst into laughter. Please leave. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. Although Wang Jiangwo possessed courage and resolve, his thought process was somewhat straightforward. He had certainly discerned the underlying meaning in their words. Yet he found it hard to believe these individuals would dare to openly flout the law. Clearly, Wang Jiangwo had learned how to deal with dinosaurs. But he had yet to adapt to the changes in societal order, thus failing to foresee the evolution of the situation from the outset. How audaciously ungrateful. The speaker was a middle-aged man behind Huang Long, polishing a long dagger. He bore an unattractive hooked nose and a grim countenance. After speaking, he disregarded the disapproving looks and turned to Huang Long, saying, Boss, we've been holding back for so long. How about letting the brothers have a taste of action? Huang Long cast an appreciative glance at him and quietly instructed all members, spare their lives. Beyond that, feel free to act as you wish. Let them learn what the current rules are. Those who have learned and are willing to join us are most welcome. A group of individuals, akin to listening to celestial music, gazed at the pallid faces of those opposite them, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter, and cruel laughter erupted among them. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Wenbin, clad in black, changed countenance and took a step back. The relentless days of fleeing from menacing creatures had nearly suffocated them. Now, with the prospect of unrestrained release, how could they not revel in it? Meanwhile, the adults across the way felt their hearts plummet into an abyss of despair. with only Wang Jiangwo and Sun Xin maintaining their composure, while the others displayed unmistakable terror. Arue silently shook his head, lamenting the foolishness of those unable to discern the gravity of their situation. Alas, in the end, it is brute force that determines status. Chapter 20. Extreme frigidness. Enough with the shouting. We are here to save lives. Do you understand? Help. There has been a murder. He killed Teacher Liu. Are you all foolish? A man, exasperated, shouted, while on the other side, a dozen students struggled in panic, their cries piercing the air. Ultimately, after a drunken hand forcefully sent several wailing students sprawling, the pallid-faced teenagers ceased their outcries, each one casting fearful glances toward their assailants. How unfortunate to encounter such a group of fools, the man muttered under his breath. Yet his hands remained steady as he retrieved a series of medical supplies from his backpack to tend to Wu Feng and Lu Jia. Earlier, the two had discerned the footprints and realized that Huang Long and his associates were congregated in a dining hall within the school. They quietly slipped into another building, only to find themselves in a dimly lit classroom where a number of teenagers were either seated or lying down, causing a chill to wash over the man. Why did I have to stumble upon this bunch of kids? It seems the secret of rescuing them alongside the drunkard cannot be kept. This boy is gravely injured. While his legs and arms bear external wounds, his sternum is likely fractured, and I fear for his internal organs. You better think carefully. It's not too late to inform them now. The drunken man shook his head, his plump face quivering, yet his expression bore a blend of helplessness and sincerity. The man then noticed that the blood on Lu Jia primarily came from Wu Feng's wounds. She herself seemed unscathed, likely succumbing to unconsciousness from exhaustion. Oh, she doesn't appear to be injured, yet she seems to be in great pain. Upon observing Lu Jia's right foot, he discovered that the petite girl's normally delicate 3-inch foot was now grotesquely swollen, with prominent, purplish veins betraying the extent of her injuries. How much bruising must have accumulated to create such an enormous swelling? A normal person would be unable to stand at all. The man couldn't help but gasp. The image of the girl, bloodied yet resolute, advancing slowly and determinedly, flashing before his mind. An indescribable shock surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He fell silent for a moment, as if lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he sighed and remarked, "It is time to bid farewell to those individuals. They are murderers, while we are not. Just imagine if they were to lay eyes upon these students." The drunkard's eye twitched as he gazed at the students below, particularly the girls, for the answer was almost palpable. This group of criminals had languished in prison for so long, their thirst unquenchable, if they were to discover these students. What the hook did not notice was that in the other classrooms on the same floor, students were engaged in a hushed conversation. It seems something has happened in the adjacent room. They appear to have killed Teacher Liu. Don't shout. Keep your voice down. Extinguish the fire. Who will report this to Principal Wang and the others? Report what? We should hurry and save ourselves. Wu Feng's current state is intricate. It cannot be labeled as either good or bad, for he senses a chilling turbulence coursing through his body. As it passes through areas that had felt as if scorched, a wave of comfort nearly elicits a groan from him. He can distinctly feel that when this coolness brushes against the small bone in his right leg, his bones seem to rejoice in their healing. His consciousness has awakened. Though his eyes remain closed, he can perceive the unfolding events with clarity. After listening to the conversation between the two individuals, Wu Feng deduces several things. Firstly, Wang Jiangwo and his companions are in peril. For there are more than just these two who have infiltrated the school, and among them are murderers. Secondly, he is temporarily safe. And it is the simple-minded yet resolute Lu Jia who has saved his life. Stealing a glance at the bruised and swollen ankle of Lu Jia, Wu Feng's hardened heart is stirred with a hint of softness. Suddenly, an enigmatic and mechanical voice resonated within Wu Feng's mind. Even with his formidable mental fortitude, he was startled by this abrupt intrusion. Before he could comprehend the situation, the world around him spun wildly, leaving his mind in a state of blankness. And he knew nothing thereafter. The realm of the god's nightmare officially commenced, and the distribution of individuals in this world was complete, commencing the restoration of character injuries. Digitizing the body. Character status restored to optimal condition. Basic attributes: Strength 15, 10, Spirit 11, 10, Agility 12, 10, Constitution 14, 10. With the numbers in parentheses representing the standards of a normal, healthy adult. The character possesses hidden status, detection in progress. Attention, status undetectable. You may choose to alter your appearance. Do you wish to proceed with modifications? Main quest, Step 1. The world's most luxurious cruise ship, the Yage. is poised to embark on its maiden voyage, laden with affluent, opulent ladies of wealth, a realm where opportunity and danger coexist. Your task is to secure the qualification to board the vessel before it sets sail. Task reminder: you must possess a legitimate identity, otherwise you will be attacked by security upon boarding. Failure penalty: a 50% deduction from each basic attribute. Time: 1998. Location: New York Harbor, USA. World: extremely frigid. Chapter 21. Entering. Wu Feng's mind raced with thoughts. He recalled Deep Freeze, a quintessential American monster film, which depicted the tale of affluent passengers aboard a luxurious cruise ship being devoured one by a monstrous creature from the depths. But what relevance did this have to him? Wait, where am I now? Through the aged glass window beside him, Wu Feng noticed his reflection had changed significantly. Even acquaintances would fail to recognize him. Yes, the voice had mentioned altering one's appearance. A young man clad in tattered jeans, his hair somewhat disheveled, was the first to scrutinize those around him. His gaze was so indifferent that it rendered the others as lifeless as mere furniture. As his eyes swept across the room, they halted abruptly upon spotting Wu Feng, his slender frame freezing momentarily, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed. His mouth opened as if to speak, yet no words emerged, leaving his face flushed with emotion. Only when Wu Feng noticed the peculiar occurrence and turned to face him did the young man manage to suppress his agitation. He regarded Wu Feng with dark, deep-set eyes that betrayed no discernible emotion. "Hello," he awkwardly greeted, seemingly aware of the tension. However, after the greeting, the awkwardness only intensified. He cast one more penetrating glance at Wu Feng before turning away. "You may choose to form a temporary or permanent alliance. Allies cannot attack one another and may communicate through the alliance function without limitation for 5 exchanges. However, forming an alliance may escalate the difficulty of tasks. You have 5 minutes to acclimate to the environment." As Wu Feng pondered these revelations, the enigmatic voice echoed once more. At that moment, while surveying those before him, Wu Feng's mind raced with thoughts. Firstly, this was not a school. He was entirely lucid, so it couldn't be a dream. Pushing further, according to the voice in his mind, it appeared he had been transported into the realm of a film. Was he expected to complete some so-called tasks to survive? And what were these attributes? It was evident that he had once again encountered a bizarre circumstance, yet this time, it seemed to pertain to matters of life and death. Wu Feng recalled that the mysterious voice had mentioned he could silently ponder questions. Thus, he organized his thoughts and mentally inquired, "How on earth did I arrive at this place? This is the will of the divine." Wu Feng's expression turned serious, feeling a sense of caution towards such godlike statements. "Upon completing the mission, you shall awaken in the same place, where time flows differently from that of the real world. When you awaken, scarcely a moment will have passed. What on earth is this place? This is the realm of the gods' nightmares, a paradise for the strong, and a graveyard for the weak." As Wu Feng posed his questions, the others gradually began to awaken as well. Among the 8 individuals, there was a robust, imposing bald white man who disdainfully scrutinized the others. His gaze lingered on Wu Feng for a few seconds before he muttered a couple of phrases in English. Wu Feng's command of English was fairly proficient, yet the words transformed in his mind into their intrinsic meaning. He referred to them as a bunch of worthless beings. At that moment, a young man with flamboyantly dyed red hair styled in an explosive manner stood up. After confirming that the burly white man had departed, he coldly cursed towards the doorway. "Get lost, if you dare. Say it again." This behavior was undeniably amusing, yet the young man, feigning indifference, continued to smirk, as if he believed the other had fled out of fear of him. "Where is this place? Who are you people?" spoke a girl with a ponytail and blunt bangs. Her appearance was exceedingly ordinary, resembling that of a demure student. At this moment, she was shedding tears, huddled in a corner of the room with her knees drawn up. Too frightened to move, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. "Kidnapping. A blatant abduction. You needn't perform any longer. Just tell me how many people are required to enter the military zone for protection." "Spares the useless theatrics," exclaimed a portly middle-aged man, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority and confidence, as if he held all the cards. However, after a while of being ignored, his expression abruptly shifted to one of fury. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Don't think your act is convincing. Although I am unaware of how you brought me here. Your intentions are clear, seeking entry into the core protection zone to escape the daily terror of being hunted by crocodiles and monsters. So what the hell are we waiting for? Stop pretending." Just as he was about to continue his tirade, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. The middle-aged man, enraged, struggled against the grip, but found it as unyielding as iron. He then met a pair of calm, yet questioning eyes. Wu Feng's. You were speaking of crocodiles and monsters, correct? The middle-aged man scoffed. Keep acting. Everyone knows this already. What more are you trying to prove? Wu Feng murmured about the crocodile and the giant monster. I am from Province J, and our situation differs from yours. I hope you can remain calm. After speaking, he turned to the others in the room and said, Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Feng, a Sonda coach, currently situated in City B of Province J, which has been besieged by prehistoric creatures, namely dinosaurs. Surely, the words of this individual of stature are comprehensible to more than just myself. It appears that terrifying occurrences have transpired in other locales as well. Let us share our circumstances so we may determine the best course for our escape. What do you all think? Chapter 22, Conditions Across Regions. Call me Knife, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine from Wuhan City in Province HB. As for fleeing, this place is far from ideal. For we are confronted with the insectoid species. Indeed, the very Zerg from Starship Troopers, though they are merely the basic combat insects. They have already seized control of a substantial portion of the urban area. Both the military and civilians are trapped in the Wuchang district, and it remains uncertain how much longer they can endure. With that, he disregarded the gazes of others, intermittently casting puzzled glances at Wu Feng. Wu Feng felt a sense of vigilance rising within him, his pupils slightly constricting. As he pondered whether he had truly befriended such an individual, he remained discreetly cautious. For this person could either be a friend or a foe. His memory was impaired, rendering many events hazy. Thus, despite the familiar aura exuding from this stranger, Wu Feng could not recall when he had encountered him. He was not inclined to inquire further at this moment, as the current circumstances were too peculiar, instilling in him a profound sense of insecurity. Wu Feng turned his gaze towards the next speaker, a slightly stooped man in his middle years, with graying temples and a frail appearance. Though his eyes reflected a hint of terror, they were predominantly clouded with desolation. For a prolonged period, he had remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the words of others. After the two had finished speaking, he slowly began, I am Wang Ping, a hotel security guard, having lived in K City of Y Province for 40 years. Now, I barely cling to life amidst the onslaught of the undead. It seems that should I escape this so-called nightmare of the gods, I shall perish outside. I reside in a residential area adjacent to the Jinma Bijang complex and have hidden within my home since the onset of this cataclysm. The streets are now infested with those creatures, and I am unaware of the circumstances beyond my doorstep. His tone was steeped in melancholy and sorrow. Upon Wang Ping's conclusion, no one dared to mock him, for they all understood the gravity of the situation. They found it increasingly difficult to accept the reality that it was not merely their own locale that was afflicted. The plight was echoed across the nation. This realization meant that they could rely solely on themselves, for neither the military nor the government could offer salvation. Wait a moment, interjected a woman in her early 30s, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Were it not for her grace and poise, one might easily mistake her for someone in her mid-20s. With her upturned, almond-shaped eyes and subtly applied makeup, she exuded a relaxed demeanor. You mentioned zombies. If that is indeed the case, the local military district should be capable of handling it. In our S province, specifically Xi'an, we have encountered colossal creatures and large crocodiles, yet the military now ensures a degree of safety within a certain perimeter. As she spoke, the others turned their attention towards her. Wang Ping remained silent, eventually lifting his gaze, his expression one of despair. There is no military district left. The virus spreads indiscriminately, and the military, now a hub of densely populated areas, has likely succumbed entirely to the transformation. If you were here, you would not wish to experience the horror of awakening to find your loved ones transformed into the undead. The atmosphere grew tense. Those willing to speak were far from foolish. Wang Ping's harrowing account revealed to the group that Y Province, under the onslaught of the zombie virus, had become a veritable hell on earth. After a moment, the previously aloof young man appeared to sense that it was his time to speak. He surveyed the group with indifference before crossing his arms over his chest, stating coldly, I am Dong Xian from Shaman, F Province. Here, we have encountered some sea monsters. However, those creatures pose no threat to me. His lack of attention was unsurprising, while the nature of these sea monsters remained unclear. Their impact on land would likely be minimal. Thus, it was reasonable that the urban populace would feel a measure of safety. And the gazes directed at Dong Xian held a tinge of envy. In truth, knowing my name is of little consequence to you, for we operate on entirely different planes. However, it appears that you are not, in fact, kidnappers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Yutian, and my father is Huang Er. The gentleman beside me is also not someone you can afford to offend. You may wish to consider your circumstances. With that, he and the middle-aged man departed through the ruined entrance, their laughter echoing as they walked, showing little regard for the others present. The middle-aged man, known as Li Baofu, is a prominent leader in Xinjiang City, Henan Province. As for Huang Yutian, he hails from Jiaozuo in Henan, with his father holding a position in the capital. During the cataclysm, an entire platoon of soldiers selflessly ensured the safety of their family, guiding them to a temporary military sanctuary. Despite the harrowing experience, not a single hair on his head was harmed. Witnessing the plight of others in the city filled Huang Yutian with an overwhelming sense of superiority. As he observed the once innocent class flower kneeling before him to secure a place for her family at the edge of the sanctuary, he gripped her hair, reveling in a feeling akin to that of an emperor, accustomed to being revered and pitied. He felt a surge of indignation when he noticed Wu Feng and the others addressing him with such unwarranted equality. Nevertheless, despite his arrogance, he was not foolish. He understood the principle of strength in numbers and swiftly resolved to locate his father. Imagining the astonished expressions of those around him upon his return, followed by their desperate pleas, filled him with a euphoric sense of superiority, akin to the effects of a narcotic. I'll let you remain here pretending to be cool. You will soon be kneeling before me, he thought. The distance between the two cities was minimal, and both faced similar calamities, with urban areas rendered marshy and vast regions submerged, disrupting power and communication systems. As the marshes and rivers converged, colossal reptiles emerged, such as giant piranhas and enormous crocodiles. While these creatures posed significant threats, they were not insurmountable for the military. After enduring a series of battles, the armed forces successfully established a sanctuary on a sizable island free from marshes, with Li Baofu wielding substantial authority and having previously established connections with Hengshui, where he fortuitously encountered Huang Yutian. Chapter 23. A bloody first lesson. The departure of the two men stirred little emotion among the onlookers. After all, the impending disaster loomed over everyone like a sword. If the so-called nightmares of the gods were indeed true, leaving this place could mean a lifetime of separation from one another. Observing a student-like girl who, although she ceased her loud cries, continued to cower in a corner, sobbing incessantly, trembling like a frightened kitten, evoked a sense of profound sympathy. Ihong let out a quiet sigh and gently placed her hand on the girl's shoulder, saying, "My dear child, you must express something, otherwise, no one can assist you." The girl wiped her tear-streaked face with her grimy sleeve, rendering her visage akin to that of a calico cat, marked with streaks of sorrow. She ceased her sobbing and spoke, "My name is Wang Di. I come from Taiyuan in Shaanxi province. I cannot comprehend your words. There are monstrous beings wreaking havoc in my home, at school, and all around. Everything has been destroyed. And my mother, she is gone, vanished. Can you not save me? I implore you." With that, she fell silent, her quiet sobs resuming. Ihong sighed again, expressing her helplessness, while the others, whether intentionally or not, turned their gazes towards Wu Feng, for it was he who first assessed the situation and offered counsel. Wu Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does anyone possess information regarding the situation in 49 City?" The group shook their heads in unison, and Wu Feng felt a heaviness in his heart but chose to remain silent. In truth, one ought to inquire with those two individuals who had departed. Their haughty demeanor suggested they were either local dignitaries or relatives of such. Ihong raised an eyebrow, speaking softly. Her gaze held a glimmer of cunning, laced with worldly wisdom and acumen. Wu Feng shrugged indifferently. "All right, it seems we have 5 minutes to consider an alliance. If a decision isn't made now, I will take my leave." The speaker, known as Knife, appeared to harbor no emotions other than cold indifference. Unlike Dong Xian, who attempted to project an air of coolness, Wu Feng could discern that Knife's aloofness was deeply etched in the depths of his eyes. Although the reasons eluded him, an instinctual urge compelled Wu Feng to regard this man with great importance, as if to validate something. With a puzzled expression, Wu Feng remarked, 5 minutes to contemplate. "But surely we can deliberate longer, cannot we?" Knife lifted his gaze, revealing a clean yet unremarkable face, tranquil as a still pond. He met Wu Feng's eyes, and Wu Feng realized his probing had been seen through. "I just attempted to engage with Wang Ping, but the space notified me of an absolute safe period lasting 5 minutes. This means that once the time elapses, those without alliances can attack one another, even to the point of murder." As Knife spoke, a mix of alertness and astonishment washed over the faces of those present. Only Wu Feng nodded appreciatively. It appeared this individual was indeed no ordinary person. Earlier, when he had firmly grasped the spitting Li Baofu's hand, he received a similar notification from the space. Although he was uncertain when this youth had chosen to act, he had already demonstrated his capabilities. Just as Wu Feng was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance, accompanied by the sound of hasty, rough footsteps. Are they all Chinese? How naive of you to think that just because you are officials, I would hesitate to kill you. There are no laws here. A young man named Huang Yutian bore a fierce expression. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Kill my entire family? The leader, a bald man, scoffed. His wrist flicking with a swift motion, a glint of cold light slicing through the air like a striking serpent across Huang Yuntian's neck. Wu Feng had just begun to rise when it was already too late. Blood gushed from Huang Yuntian's neck, pooling into the wooden floor-esque grain, creating crimson streaks. Huang Yuntian's eyes rolled back as he emitted a terrible sound, his body convulsing violently. A murder! The girls in the room shrieked in terror, sending the three men at the entrance into fits of savage laughter. Silence. One of them rifled through Huang Yuntian's belongings, producing several crisp dollar bills. He then stood up with a smile, saying, "See? You all have money on you. Hand it over, and you may yet escape with your lives." At that moment, Li Baofu was paralyzed with fear, beads of sweat rolling down his pudgy face. He now believed that the man before him would kill without hesitation. Trembling, he searched his person and handed several dollar bills to the man. "Get lost." The bald man smiled, and Li Baofu fled like a frightened dog. He had not gone far when a sharp sound pierced the air, and blood erupted from his neck. A fleeting look of disbelief crossed his eyes. One of the bald men smiled at him and said, "You, yellow-skinned pig, are unworthy of surviving in this game. So you shall perish, ha. Now it's your turn. Will you take it yourself, or shall we intervene?" He wore a grin while twirling the dagger in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Ai Hong, who was seated beside the sofa. He extended his crimson tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Noticing his gaze, Ai Hong pressed her lips together and inched closer to Wu Feng. Silence enveloped the room, the acrid scent of blood lingering in the air, abruptly awakening everyone to the perilous predicament they found themselves in. Wu Feng reached into his pocket and indeed retrieved $400 along with a green card for American citizenship. Hey, I ask you, are all Chinese deaf to the voices of others? A bald man with a blue pattern mark on his left cheek strode over, disregarding everyone around him as he seized the collar of the honest man, Wang Ping. Wang Ping's gaze remained lifeless and devoid of spirit. After producing the money, he handed it to the bald man, who carelessly tossed him aside onto the sofa. Wu Feng gazed intently at the two bald men behind him, only to observe that they were nonchalantly resting their hands atop their heads, engaged in casual conversation. "What about you? Are you deaf?" One of them mockingly directed his gaze towards Wu Feng. "You really think I'm an easy target?" Just moments ago, as the bald man had tossed Wang Ping aside, Wu Feng sprang into action. His left hand shot out with remarkable speed, seizing the right hand of the bald man wielding a dagger, and he lunged forward, driving his shoulder into the man's shoulder like a battering ram. The two bald men, enraged, shouted menacing threats, "You're finished," and then lunged at him from either side. However, Wu Feng remained as calm as still water, discerning from their reactions and movements that they were not mere thugs, but rather individuals with the proficiency of ordinary special forces. And they were armed. It could prove to be somewhat challenging, yet he hesitated not. With a powerful push of his feet, he surged forward like an arrow. To his astonishment, a shadow darted ahead of him, the indifferent youth who referred to himself as Knife. "I'll take the left. You take the right," Wu Feng exclaimed, as the youth who called himself Knife seemed to possess a prescient awareness, already engaged in combat with the man to his right. Witnessing his swift and agile movements, he deftly evaded the bald man's two thrusts, and in the fleeting moment when an opening appeared, he struck decisively with his blade, landing a blow to the man's left chest. Chapter 24. An unexpected synergy. However, Wu Feng was a step behind. As he positioned the dagger against the nape of the bald man's neck, the latter unexpectedly grinned malevolently and lunged towards Wu Feng's wrist with his teeth. Wu Feng was taken aback by the man's utter disregard for his own life, and he had not mentally prepared himself for the act of killing. Consequently, his wrist was bitten, leaving a deep gash from which blood flowed freely. In the fleeting moment of Wu Feng's distraction, the bald man retaliated with a swift backhand strike aimed at Wu Feng's neck. Fueled by the agony of the wound on his hand, Wu Feng's anger culminated in a swift thrust of his dagger, piercing the palm of his adversary. "I do not wish to take your life. It is you who court death." The bald man let out a wretched scream as Wu Feng delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing into a television set, which subsequently toppled onto his head, staining his face with crimson. In a mere span of 7 or 8 seconds, Wu Feng had observed that the initially thrown bald man had seized a chair, only to discover that both of his companions had already been vanquished. This is impossible. He regarded the two individuals flanking him with a mix of trepidation and malice, but upon witnessing his leader's lifeless body, which had been pierced through the heart, he relinquished his weapon. "I surrender." He cast a tentative glance at Wu Feng and the indifferent youth beside him, then bowed slightly. In that fleeting moment, he hurled the chair at Wu Feng. Wu Feng deftly sidestepped, causing the chair to crash onto the floor, while the bald man hastily fled in disarray. "Do not pursue him." The youth, who referred to himself as Knife, twirled the small dagger in his hand, making Wu Feng realize that this weapon had been his all along, not seized from the bald man. As he beheld the bald man's chest oozing blood, Wu Feng's gaze towards the Knife grew more vigilant. This individual exhibited no hesitation in taking a life, while his own moment of doubt had resulted in a minor injury. Turning to the others behind him, he noted their terror. The girl, Wang Di, was crying hoarsely, while the usually composed Dong Xian seemed flustered, her teeth clattering. Only Ai Hong maintained a semblance of calm, her complexion pale yet collected. "Why, you have killed someone," Dong Xian stammered, her mouth agape. "What do you mean by killing? Were we not protecting ourselves?" Ai Hong interjected quickly, casting an admiring glance at Wu Feng. The others, having just witnessed the violence, now regarded them with a newfound reverence. The gruesome scene before them had forcibly awakened them to the brutal reality of this so-called dream of the god's nightmare world. "So, you mean to say we each receive $400 in legal status? Who are you?" Knife promptly bandaged Wu Feng's wound, and after a round of questioning, the injured bald man divulged their origins. These individuals hailed from Alaska, USA, and according to their account, the entire state was nearly submerged, with land diminishing day by day. The initial tsunami had claimed countless lives, and the survivors were now fleeing towards the American mainland by boat. They had been unexpectedly transported to this place today. As for the reason behind their robbery, they had resolved to gather more money to purchase a ticket for passage after receiving their main quest, fortuitously crossing paths with the arrogant Huang Yutian and Li Baofu, which led to the subsequent events. "Killing me brings you no advantage. Look at my head. Is it not marked with red?" Upon hearing the bald man's words, Wu Feng indeed noticed a faint reddish hue on Knife's head. This is the essence of the value of killing. It escalates with each act of murder. "So what?" the cold blade remarked, leaving the bald man momentarily speechless. In the end, Wu Feng chose to let him go. The blade refrained from expressing an opinion on the matter, and the others naturally felt unqualified to voice their thoughts. Wu Feng sighed inwardly, uncertain of the righteousness of his actions. He simply found it difficult to take the life of someone utterly defenseless. The bald man's face was marred by numerous lacerations, and his palm had been pierced, necessitating immediate medical attention. After he cried out and knelt, pleading for mercy, Wu Feng waved him away, allowing him to leave. Once the bald man departed, the blade occasionally cast furtive glances at Wu Feng. There was a striking resemblance. Despite the changes in appearance, the similarity remained evident, not to mention his movements and fighting style, along with his self-proclaimed name, Feng. The blade contemplated this but refrained from rashly inquiring, fully aware that this Feng did not entirely trust him. Suddenly, Wu Feng recalled their earlier conversation and submitted a proposal for an alliance to the blade. He had witnessed the man's prowess firsthand, and since neither party harbored animosity for the time being, forging an alliance seemed prudent for the mutual reassurance of both. Wu Feng and Knife momentarily froze, both silently pondering the meaning of completing a task together. Beyond the primary mission, their actions could also trigger supplementary tasks. For instance, in quests involving the search for items, if either of them found the item, it would be regarded as a joint accomplishment. This aligned closely with Wu Feng's speculation. If forming an alliance offered no benefits beyond mutual non-aggression, it would only complicate the tasks, making it peculiar for anyone to desire such a partnership. Noticing Wu Feng and his companion lost in thought for a few moments, Ai Hong felt a bit awkward. Being astute, she could discern that the two had formed an alliance, yet she had not received any formal request and felt too shy to address it directly. The initial 5 minutes of absolute safety had already elapsed. If there was a willingness to ally or even to express goodwill, there would be no need for excessive caution. However, should they behave like the bald-headed individuals who would attack others once time was up? The 5 minutes merely served as a respite for weaker players like herself to hide and regroup. Ai Hong remarked self-deprecatingly. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng did not look down upon her. Rather, he responded earnestly, "You are right. Have you heard the initial words from the space? We are the first batch to descend into this world, which suggests that there will certainly be future opportunities to return. Currently, we are all still ordinary individuals. But after experiencing one or two worlds and receiving those so-called rewards, many may resort to killing each other for certain benefits. These 5 minutes could indeed be considered a chance to escape." The alternative youth, Dong Xian, trembled at his words, his previously cool demeanor now stiffening. He fumbled with his hands in his pockets, appearing somewhat uneasy. Wang Di gazed around with tear-filled eyes, bewildered by the conversation, utterly oblivious to what others were saying. She simply saw herself as an ordinary high school girl, leading a mundane life of school, meals, and returning home, devoid of romance or truancy, and obedient to her parents. Why was all of this happening to her? Perhaps crying would bring an end to it all. Chapter 25. New York Harbor, here I come. Should I make a hasty escape to avoid being killed? AI Hong joked, while inadvertently leaning closer to Wu Feng with her alluring figure. Wu Feng felt a surge of heat as her soft contours brushed against him. "If I decide to make a move, you won't escape," he shrugged, disregarding AI Hong's somewhat awkward smile. His attention was drawn to a piece of paper that descended from the sky. David Fernandez, CEO of CG Corporation, enjoys bowling, age 55. Link, director of a Coca-Cola subsidiary. The paper was densely filled with a list of names, with a heading at the top reading passenger list of the age. It appeared that this was the so-called assistants from the space. Knife neatly folded the paper twice and tucked it into the left pocket of his shirt. "We cannot afford to waste time. I will take my chances," he declared. "Ah, I suppose I should call you Feng. We shall meet on the ship. If anything arises, contact me directly in your mind." After speaking, his gaze swept across the group before he seemed to vanish at the doorway, moving as if in slow motion, yet with a sense of urgency. Once outside, he paused for a moment, the indifference in his eyes suddenly thawing. He muttered to himself, "Is it truly you? If so, that would be splendid." However, this state of elation did not last long. He soon reverted to his usual aloofness and commenced his actions. Indeed, a solitary individual ought to cherish their time, for there is no one willing to offer protection. AI Hong had already forgotten her earlier embarrassment. Upon learning that the time of safety had elapsed and hearing Wu Feng propose that theory of slaughter, a profound sense of insecurity enveloped her. The seemingly powerful Wu Feng appeared indifferent towards her, while the blade, with its deathly pallor, made her feel further estranged. Therefore, she resolved to seek her own path. With that thought, she maintained a sweet smile as she departed. The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the monotonous sound of footsteps on the floor. Those who needed to leave had all done so. Wang Ping, seemingly devoid of hope in life, lay quietly in a room of the apartment, his eyes bloodshot and wide open. Before long, the sound of snoring filled the air. Perhaps this was his only respite from the agony of having personally taken the lives of his family. His loved ones had transformed into zombies, and Wang Ping's continued existence could only mean he had been the one to end their lives. It is no wonder he now wallowed in such despair. Wu Feng rubbed his temples, and his top body finally relaxed for a moment. Although there had been no actual combat, the process of reasoning, speculation, and engagement had left him somewhat weary. Yet, the most crucial aspect was, Wu Feng let out a quiet sigh, momentarily engulfed in a wave of melancholy. Although he had consistently projected an image of strength and composure, he too was tethered by emotional bonds. As the crowd dispersed and the space fell into a tranquil silence, he could not help but reminisce about his comrades from the military, his family, and those significant individuals etched in his memories. Feeling weary, he desired to take a brief respite. Wu Feng was an orphan, his childhood memories filled with moments spent in the yard with a few playmates, engaging in games of marbles, catching birds, and wading into the river. He had never experienced a mother's love. The most tender affection he knew came from the sumptuous meals his father, Wu Jun, prepared for him every evening. With a discerning palate, he often complained that one dish was too salty while another was too bland, prompting Wu Jun to chuckle and scold him affectionately, "What a little rascal, always fussing." Yet, the next time, he would diligently adjust the dishes to suit Wu Feng's preferences. As he reminisced about these cherished memories, a sense of tranquility began to wash over him. He lay unguarded on the sofa, indulging in a rare moment of relaxation, his body sinking slightly into the worn leather. After about 10 minutes, the sobbing Wang Di slowly rose and approached him, seemingly resolved. Suddenly, she knelt down beside him. Wu Feng, still in a state of repose, was taken aback by her gesture and didn't have time to help her up. Amidst her tears, she exclaimed, I've realized I don't want to die. My parents surely wish for me to live well. Observing this poignant scene, Wu Feng felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, battling conflicting emotions. My friends and family are still out there, waiting for me. I cannot afford to waste time. Perhaps this moment of rest is merely the last indulgence I grant myself. Should I save her? Or can I even agree to an alliance with her? From a purely pragmatic standpoint, she possesses no fighting capability and would only complicate the mission. Even if I were to ally with her, it would be a burden. It must be said, this presents a moral dilemma. If you save one, will you choose not to save another in a similar plight? Wu Feng gazed at Wang Di, who was weeping, and let out a long sigh. He gently lifted her up and said, "Little sister, I am truly sorry, but I cannot ally with you. However, do not cry. I shall find a way to assist you, all right?" Upon hearing Wu Feng's reassuring voice, Wang Di seemed to grasp at the last straw of hope. Her eyes sparkled with renewed optimism, tears and snot flowing freely. She attempted to wipe her face with her soiled sleeve, but it remained futile. Her voice trembled, barely discernible through her sobs. Thank you. Is what you said truly sincere, brother? I would never deceive you." As she continued to weep, she eventually fell asleep in Wu Feng's embrace. The young girl possessed fair skin, with cascading black hair resting on her shoulders, and her slight figure suggested she was no more than 15 years of age. In the gentle light, her delicate and charming face was illuminated. It was evident how fatigued she had been prior to entering this realm. Even after her physical wounds had been mended, the weariness of her spirit lingered on. Wu Feng gently lifted her and placed her on the sofa, then turned and quietly stepped out the door, each footfall seemingly leaving an indelible mark. His gaze was a tumultuous blend of emotions, almost impossible to articulate. "I can assist you, yet I am truly powerless to do so." Such despair and contradiction weighed heavily upon him. While he might offer transient aid, once they departed from this space, each individual would be ensnared in peril. Where could one find the assistance Wu Feng spoke of? His eyes glistened with a hint of crimson, for the dangers in B City were manifold, and he still needed to search for his father. What right did he have to help others? However, the human heart is not made of stone. Despite his awareness that he ultimately could not save Wang Di, he had traversed a crucial threshold within himself, a significant juncture indeed. If one cannot surmount this barrier, in a world rife with the predation of the strong upon the weak, a caretaker's life is bound to be short-lived. Conversely, should one overstep, becoming a remorseless killer, even great power may render one a slave to their own psyche, ultimately leading to a loss of self. At that moment, Wu Feng strode forward with purpose. New York Harbor, here I come. Chapter 26. The thief. Though New York Harbor in 1998 lacked the present-day opulence, it still exuded the grandeur and majesty befitting America's premier port. Since it had ascended to the status of the largest port in the United States in 1800, it welcomed an average of over 4,000 vessels each year. Daily, various ships set sail from the harbor, successfully reaching their destinations or returning laden with cargo beneath the watchful gaze of the Statue of Liberty. Behind the port, countless skyscrapers stood in a magnificent array, intricately dotting this precious land. Naturally, even the most prosperous areas harbored slums, and the wealthiest locales were not devoid of beggars. Wu Feng found himself in the region bordering the harbor, awash in inexpensive lodgings and fishermen's homes. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky, compelling the passing throngs to squint against its brilliance. Many women unfurled parasols, while groups of casually dressed young black men murmured amongst themselves, their hands animatedly gesturing as they moved about, infusing this area with a distinct vibrancy. In the depths of a chilling world existed a creature capable of devouring individuals whole and draining them dry. The mere thought sent a shiver down Wu Feng's spine. Were it not for the demands of the main quest, he would never dream of boarding this vessel of doom. My heavens, this is truly a divine creation. If only I could step aboard this ship, I would gladly exchange a month's worth of drinking money for the privilege. At that moment, the colossal vessel, the Yago, docked at the harbor, was receiving the adoration of countless onlookers. A grand boarding ramp, adorned with lavish red fabric, was flanked by numerous upright security personnel, who motioned to the gawking bystanders to keep their distance, lest they tarnish the crimson carpet. The Yago resembled a luxurious island afloat on the water, its length exceeding 300 meters and its breadth nearing 40 meters. The newly constructed hull glistens with a radiant metallic sheen under the sun's embrace. Within the upper deck, one finds a plethora of spaces including workstations, living quarters, and storage areas, all meticulously designed. The hull's framework comprises a combination of sheets and corrosion-resistant alloys, soaring to heights of several dozen meters on the upper deck. One can only imagine the sheer delight of gazing out at the vast ocean from within, even while afloat. The vessel remains remarkably stable, exuding an unwavering sense of steadfastness. Wu Feng, navigating through the throng, silently committed every structure of the vessel and the security personnel to memory. These seemingly insignificant details might one day prove life-saving. He also observed that a few dozen meters away, at a modest three-story building, impeccably dressed officials were meticulously scrutinizing the credentials and qualifications of both the crew and staff, ensuring that no deceitful individual slipped through their grasp. Periodically, those with criminal records or health issues were excluded from consideration. While applying for a security position on the ship seemed feasible, the inevitable bureaucratic hurdles loomed dauntingly. And the competition would be fierce, as many others would likely harbor the same intention. After weighing his options, Wu Feng relinquished the idea of seeking a crew position. Yet, amidst the cacophony surrounding the bustling vessel, the Aga, Wu Feng's keen gaze remained fixated on the undulating, inky surface of the sea. Others remained oblivious. But Wu Feng's perceptive vision was unparalleled. He distinctly noticed a hand emerging from the depths, stealthily gliding along the hull of the Aga. Reaching the other side, the blind spot of the land security. Like a shadow, it melted into the darkness. Wu Feng's eyes brightened, but a flicker of doubt quickly crossed his face. How intriguing. Someone seeks to exploit the murky waters. Yet, does such a course not seem rather opportunistic? Before long, Wu Feng's uncertainty found resolution, for his attention was drawn to the distance, where he faintly discerned the sharp reports of small-caliber handguns and a cacophony of curses. Damn it. Don't come any closer. I've already given you this week's payment. Oh, foolish Peter, can't you comprehend that this meager sum is insufficient? It appears the lesson from our last encounter was not enough. We shall have to teach you a thorough lesson this time. Several young white men shouted, while a diminutive black youth, sensing the impending danger, wasted no time in fleeing, his pursuers hot on his heels. Wu Feng gazed in the direction they had fled, narrowing his eyes slightly as he felt the emptiness of his pockets. A self-deprecating smile crept across his face. Had he truly been robbed of his money? Wu Feng pursued the crowd, following the earlier figures who had vanished into the surging throng of the harbor, akin to stones cast into the sea, unnoticed by all. Yet, this did not escape the keen eye of Wu Feng, the master detective. Deep within a narrow alley, a group of white youths finally apprehended the earlier petite black boy. Well done, exclaimed Crick. The young black lad, panting heavily, revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. His slender yet rough hands rummaging through his chest to produce a few crumpled bills. Oh, Crick, hoarding is unacceptable. I saw it. There is surely more than $600, complained a slightly taller youth, whose hand reached out to snatch the meager notes. I swear, I'm not lying. This is all I have. If you don't want it, give it back. Crick protested, his face flushed with indignation, as they quarreled over the sum and its rightful owner. A tall figure suddenly emerged among them. As the rightful owner of this money, do I not have the right to know what you are discussing? Wu Feng smiled as he regarded the group of young rascals before him. A mere jest, after 3 years as a special forces soldier. Having encountered numerous cunning and ruthless bandits, how could he be outmatched by these few youngsters? Chapter 27, The Plan O? Your money? Who can attest that this belongs to you? Does it bear your name? As he uttered these words with a sneer, he deliberately leaned his chest closer to Wu Feng and provocatively exhaled a ring of smoke in his direction, attempting to impart a lesson to this not particularly short, yet undeniably Asian, individual. This is our territory. Although I am uncertain how you managed to arrive here, young man, if your eyes are still capable of discerning reality, I suggest you depart promptly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will remain whole by tomorrow. With that, his companions joined him, encircling Wu Feng with malicious grins. Wu Feng nodded with a smile and softly remarked, very well. 10 seconds later. Oh heavens, my hand is broken. Shut up, Peter. Ah, my leg. Several individuals lay on the ground, groaning in pain, while the tall young man smirked and said, Who would believe you, yellow-skinned pig? The term yellow-skinned pig caused Wu Feng to frown deeply. Without uttering a word, Wu Feng swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps, and within mere moments, the tall youth's face became swollen, 5 distinct red imprints evident upon his skin. Simultaneously, Wu Feng gripped his cheek and turned his head, stating, You may choose not to believe me, but I possess the capability to end your life, that much I am certain of. With that, he hurled the youth against the wall, as one would toss a sack of grain. The individuals on the ground trembled in fear, unable to meet Wu Feng's gaze. Now, you are the leader. It is time for you to contemplate your next move. Wu Feng pointed at the small black man who had previously stolen his money. The man's eyes lit up, and he immediately feigned a look of helplessness, weakly responding, "Sir, I am merely a thief. What can I possibly do for you?" Wu Feng chuckled. "What I need is a thief." He approached the young black man, helping him to his feet. Simultaneously, he produced a crumpled piece of paper, pointing at the words inscribed upon it, and uttered a few phrases. Upon hearing this, the black man, Creek, underwent a drastic change in expression, vigorously shaking his head and gesticulating. "No, this is beyond my capabilities. They will kill me." Wu Feng's expression shifted, and he cast a frosty gaze at Kellic. "Oh, do you truly believe I would refrain from sending you to feed the sharks?" Wang Feng spoke at an unhurried pace, each word emerging from his lips with a chilling precision, as if he possessed the power to manifest his utterances at will, in any manner he desired. The chilling aura of Wu Feng has been meticulously honed on the battlefield. Creek, unaccustomed to such a formidable presence, could not possibly turn pale beneath his dark skin, however. Beads of perspiration were visibly forming upon his brow. Subsequently, after Wu Feng uttered a few more words, Creek's expression fluctuated dramatically, ultimately resembling a deflated balloon as he conceded. "Very well, sir, but you must assure my safety." As he spoke the latter part, his tone softened considerably, almost pleadingly. Wu Feng patted him on the shoulder and reassured him. "Do not worry. There may be some hardships, but safety is assured." Creek nodded helplessly, producing a pen from somewhere to scribble a series of numbers for Wu Feng, signaling the group that had managed to rise yet was too fearful to flee to depart swiftly. With this, the plan gains a measure of security. Wu Feng mused to himself, carefully stowing away the money along with the slightly crumpled yet crucial piece of paper, and departed with purposeful strides. In another alley, a few individuals grimaced, cradling their arms and legs. "Damn it, that yellow-skinned brute was exceedingly ruthless. Lower your voice. Be cautious he doesn't hear you." "Creek, quickly. Tell us what he wants us to do." After Creek elaborated, astonishment spread across their faces. "Impossible, Creek. Assisting him is tantamount to courting death. We cannot engage with such high-profile figures. To approach them is to invite doom. Their bodyguards are no strangers to bloodshed and will not spare a thought for our lives. But our citizenship certificates are in his possession," Creek countered. After a moment of silence, a naive young white man suggested, "Why don't we report this to the police?" "Fool, silence yourself." This proposal was met with unanimous disapproval. Following another pause, Creek waved his hand dismissively and said resolutely, "So what if we stole something? Perhaps one day the delivery worker we pilfer from is the governor's son. It's still theft, is it not?" With that, he kicked a stone and walked away, leaving the others exchanging glances. "What should we do, boss?" "Do not call me boss. Creek is truly audacious this time. Let us go for it. It's merely a theft, and it seems you've all been dazed by that fellow. Weren't we previously planning to steal the cash from those high-profile individuals?" The tall white man displayed a defiant expression and chased after Creek. The remaining group, lacking any strong opinions, followed suit. Chapter 28. The past at that moment. A well-proportioned young man donned in a tailored suit, with large black sunglasses adorning his face, attracted the attention of many blonde, blue-eyed ladies on the street. Several daring women cast flirtatious glances in his direction. The man smiled faintly, retrieving a pack of Camel cigarettes from his pocket, pulling one out, lighting it, and slowly exhaling smoke rings. His visage, illuminated by the neon lights, exuded an air of striking confidence. It was none other than Wu Feng. Fashionable hotel. Wu Feng lifted his gaze, surveying the modest yet appealing hotel before him. Straightening his attire, he strode confidently inside, eschewing any superfluous chatter as he placed a $50 bill upon the reception desk. "Sir, do you wish to use this to reserve a room?" inquired the blonde receptionist, who appeared to be in her 30s. Though her words lacked overt sarcasm, her implication was unmistakable. If this was all he had, he might as well close the door behind him. "Oh, not at all, beautiful miss. I believe you have misunderstood my intent. This is merely a small token of my admiration for your beauty. In every corner of the world, people relish the art of complimenting, especially when addressed by such a handsome gentleman." The slightly plump yet still captivating blonde with striking blue eyes regarded Wu Feng with newfound warmth. "Well, I wonder what I can do for you." Her voice softened, though she discreetly slipped the bill into her pocket. Wu Feng's lips curled slightly as he softly inquired, "May I ask if Mr. Matthew Cost resides here? You see, we security personnel occasionally have our personal matters, which is why I lost contact with him." The charming lady nodded and prepared to peruse her notebook to see if there was a resident by the name of Matthew. However, Wu Feng gently pressed his finger against her nail and clarified, I mean the Matthew cost we all know. You are aware. This prominent figure recently arrived at the port of New York, intending to embark on a splendid voyage aboard the illustrious Aegean. The lady paused, momentarily taken aback, and responded with a hint of annoyance, Sir, while you are undeniably charming, one cannot jest with me in such a manner. A person of Matthew's stature would only lodge at the Filet Royal Hotel. Surely, he would not patronize an establishment such as ours. I believe you are mistaken or perhaps intentionally trying to toy with me. If that is the case, I would not hesitate to let the kitchen staff, who are rather brutish, take care of you. The man responded with an innocent "oh" and shrugged his shoulders, winking at the lady. My apologies. Perhaps my mind is a bit foggy. After the beautiful lady tossed down a $10 bill, she caressed her fingers and waved goodbye as she exited through the front door. The lady, feeling the unique texture of the money, gazed intently in the direction Wu Feng had departed, lost in thought for a moment before expressing her irritation. What an odd person. How are things progressing at the Filet Royal Hotel? The abrupt question from Knife interrupted Wu Feng's contemplation. Wu Feng pondered for a moment and remarked, It's not particularly fast, but it is progressing smoothly. Knife nodded slightly, his eyes revealing little emotion. I have brought the medicine. Your wound requires further treatment. Wu Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly aloof individual could exhibit such meticulous attention. It appeared that both of them had indeed gained something. Turning to Wu Feng, they exchanged a radiant smile. Ai Hong, reclining languidly against the sofa, stretched her limbs lazily, the 15-centimeter stiletto heels revealing her dainty, exquisite feet as they nestled on the sofa. Almost as if speaking to herself, she remarked, and then flashed an enchanting smile at Wu Feng and Knife. Wu Feng could not help but acknowledge that Ai Hong was a master at captivating men, particularly for someone like him, who had been single for an extended period. As his heart raced, he also became acutely aware, now is not the time for such thoughts. Wu Feng once had a girlfriend whose name was poetically beautiful, Murong Shui. They were classmates in middle school and continued their relationship in high school. Together, they joyfully spent their high school years. Despite her family's financial struggles, Murong Shui excelled academically, while Wu Feng attended classes during the day and worked as a bartender at night to cover her tuition and living expenses. None of this was known to Wu Feng's father, and he never voiced any complaints. When it came time for the college entrance examination, Wu Feng chose to enlist in the military, while Murong Shui was accepted into Tianjin University, tearfully promising to wait for him. However, after 6 months of military service, Wu Feng discovered through a friend that she had begun a relationship with the student council president, a well-off Tianjin University student. This new partner possessed a house, a car, and a business in Tianjin, providing her with a comfortable life. During a brief trip to Tianjin, he smiled as he accepted her nonchalant apology and watched as the man embraced Murong Shui, the two of them departing in a Porsche. In the midst of thunder and lightning, Wu Feng, clad in a green military uniform, departed with a heavy heart. Chapter 29, Decayed Wood. After enlisting, the two lost all contact. Wu Feng inquired about former classmates and learned that Mu Rongxue was thriving. Thus he refrained from disturbing her further. Wu Feng's close friend, Sun Yu, a man also working in Tianjin, once became inebriated at a reunion and spoke of Mu Rongxue's change of heart, only to be ridiculed by her circle of friends. It truly seems as though we are in a feudal society. Why should Xiao Xue be condemned for hanging her hopes on him? Chang Yuchen is successful and handsome. What does Wu Feng possess that could compare? Even if Wu Feng were standing right here, I would boldly assert that he cannot measure up to Chang Yuchen. Xiao Xue is entirely justified in her choices. Wu Feng's close friend, Sun Yu, was also quite temperamental. He slammed the table and cursed before storming out, only to be met with further ridicule from Murong Shui and her circle of friends. His foul temper was notorious, and it was no wonder he remained merely a subordinate. What was there to boast about? Nevertheless, such self-pitying individuals were a dime a dozen, merely cynical about the world. Sun Yu and Wu Feng vowed never to attend reunions where these women would be present again. It was not out of embarrassment, but rather a desire to avoid being drawn into such matters once more. Upon arriving in City B, when some acquaintances introduced him to women, he either found them too young or simply unappealing. His most recent encounter with the opposite sex occurred 3 months prior, when he was half-dragged to a bar by friends, got thoroughly intoxicated, and spent a night with a heavily made-up girl. Upon awakening, he found the girl still entwined around him, her bare, smooth body against his. As a normal man with his own physiological needs, he felt a slight aversion to such fleeting encounters devoid of emotional connection. and thus refrained from further pursuits. When he pushed her away, she retorted, "Are you even a man?" Her prominent breasts swayed enticingly, causing Wu Feng to feel a bit lightheaded. Consequently, he resolved never to indulge in drunken nights at bars again. Perhaps it was the lingering memory of his ex-girlfriend that haunted him. He found it difficult to admit. Yet he could identify no other reason. "Well, it seems you have succeeded," AI Hong remarked with a gentle laugh, covering her mouth. "Though you haven't set sail yet. You've found a few capable individuals. That should suffice, right? And you, too, are doing quite well. That suit looks remarkably dapper on you." With that, she lazily loosened the knot of her light gray shawl, rose from the sofa, and, in a sweet tone, said, "I'm off to bed, gentlemen. Best of luck to you both." It was then that Wu Feng noticed the clever design of her dress, which accentuated her slender figure. Her smooth back was subtly revealed beneath the lace, piquing one's curiosity. AI Hong, with her left hand carrying a bag and her right holding her shoes, swayed past the two towards the bedroom, oblivious to the fact that her shawl trailed on the floor. The marks of a kiss were clearly visible on her long neck and the right side of her collarbone, yet she seemed utterly unconcerned. "She is truly beautiful," Wu Feng thought, genuinely impressed. At that moment, Dong Xian entered with heavy steps. His clothes were torn in several places, and dust clung to him from where he had failed to brush it off in time. Perhaps the lingering scent of AI Hong's perfume was overpowering. Upon entering the room, Dong Xian sneezed several times. The signs of a woman's presence were unmistakable, yet as he surveyed the room, he found only Wu Feng and Knife. Seeing the two comfortably seated on the sofa, he let out a derisive snort, reverting to his absurdly cold demeanor, and pretended to be profound. His left rib and right latissimus dorsi are both damaged to some extent. Without treatment, he will find it difficult to move freely for the next couple of days, Knife remarked coolly. "How do you know? Are you not a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" One can discern the differences in his gait, the variation in his voice, and the changes from before. Moreover, some practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine are indeed skilled in surgical procedures. The scalpel remained unfazed, as if nothing could alter his composure. When uttering his final words, he squinted at Wu Feng, yet observed that Wu Feng exhibited no particular reaction. As Wu Feng turned away, he let out a quiet sigh. On the surface, Wu Feng remained silent, yet deep within, he was filled with admiration. If Knife was not merely posturing, it would imply an extraordinary understanding of the human body, capable of discerning the state of another through the subtlest of cues, a talent that could indeed be described as monstrous. Wu Feng once watched a film that depicted a deranged medical professional committing murder, featuring a memorable line that suggested, "Your left hand's venous vessel is damaged. Your blood will drain within 5 minutes." The chilling notion left Wu Feng's scalp tingling. Knife clearly had not anticipated that Wu Feng's imagination could extend so far. He merely stated in a hushed tone, "Once aboard, I will be in the care area, serving as a ship's doctor." Wu Feng pondered for a moment and said, "I should be in the first-class VIP area. However, I might need your assistance tomorrow." Knife, who was known for his stoic demeanor, merely nodded lightly before rising to his feet and stating, "I will attend to some matters. Summon me tomorrow." Furthermore, he indicated a room and mentioned, "Wang Di is inside. He has already eaten." Wu Feng understood he was referring to Wang Di and nodded in acknowledgement. He then observed Knife stealthily enter Dong Xian's room, where a muffled groan was heard, followed by an eerie silence. No need. I am uninjured. How could I possibly be hurt? Brother, please be gentle, ah?" This was the anguished cry of Dong Xian. Wu Feng's pupils narrowed slightly. Was he going to treat Dong Xian's injuries? How benevolent of him. Or perhaps, as a doctor, he felt compelled to heal those in need. Wu Feng remained silent, yet he hoped that this act would alleviate a fragment of the wariness residing within him. At that moment, Wang Ping emerged like a phantom, his steps light and ethereal. He quietly settled beside Wu Feng. Wu Feng offered him a cigarette, and Wang Ping cast a grateful glance in his direction, softly inquiring, "Was it relatively smooth?" Wu Feng nodded silently, observing him. Wang Ping took a deep drag, only to be caught in a fit of choking, tears streaming down his face. In an effort not to disturb those around him, he forced himself to suppress the cough deep within his chest, his face reddening as he gradually regained composure. "Alas," he lamented, "I have grown old and become useless. Perhaps I was never of any use at all." Wang Ping, much like his name, embodied a mundane existence that exuded no hint of struggle. Rather, he radiated a profound sense of decline that seemed unbefitting of a middle-aged man. Wu Feng regarded him, perceiving a decayed, withered tree before him. Chapter 30. The motivation to live. You haven't ventured out today, have you? Wu Feng inquired quietly. What purpose would that serve? I am acutely aware of my limitations, and besides, I lack the courage and reason to strive for survival any longer. Are you truly not willing to make another effort? Life may yet hold new hope, Wu Feng suggested. Wang Ping chuckled softly, revealing his uneven teeth. After a moment's pause, he continued. I have witnessed individuals in dire hunger fleeing their homes, only to be surrounded by a horde of zombies that devoured them alive. Initially, they screamed loudly, but as the blood drained from their bodies and their throats were torn asunder, within 10 minutes, they would rise again, dragging their remaining form to become one of the undead. Perhaps this time, things will be different if you venture out, Wu Feng remarked. At a loss for how to persuade him, he struggled to comprehend how one could so calmly declare their own demise. Wu Feng suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to call out to him, to embrace a vibrant life that was fading away beside him. To convey that he too was engulfed by fear, apprehensive of the unknown future, uncertain if he would ever have the chance to embrace another kindred spirit again. As he watched Wang Ping's figure disappear into the void, he remained speechless, merely exhaling a sigh. He checked the alarm system set up around the doors and windows, confirming its accuracy before using his suit as a makeshift blanket, and laid down on the sofa to rest. In the distance, the sounds of crashing waves and the cries of seagulls echoed softly. Fishermen returning home at midnight called out to one another, while the muffled moans of pleasure and the shouts of discontent from yet-to-be-occupied motels intertwined, forming a melody that rendered sleep elusive. Strangely, at that moment, Wu Feng found his thoughts drifting to Lu Jia. If she were here, surely she would have rescued Wang Ping, he mused, envisioning a scene that brought a faint smile to his lips. How can you think this way? You must persist and live on. I will aid you. In that instant, Lu Jia's slender yet resolute figure emerged vividly in Wu Feng's mind. Perhaps it would be something like this, regardless of whether or not he could truly lend assistance. Driven by sheer stubbornness and unwavering dedication, Wu Feng pondered this, and his thoughts drifted to Wang Ping's remarks, which seemed to emanate from a profound understanding of the world. However, they can hardly be deemed esoteric or profound. The words of one who seeks death are seldom imbued with inscrutable wisdom. Rather, they resonate with a sense of helplessness and sorrow that weighs heavily upon the heart. Yet, this sense of despair remains concealed within the confines of a conflicted state of mind. Perhaps it is best to sleep, for I can still behold the sun of tomorrow. Wu Feng pondered, compelling himself to succumb to slumber. Chapter 31. Vigilance. The first ray of sunlight the following day filtered through the smudged window, tainted by grime. Not glaring, but rather imbued with a comforting warmth. Wu Feng opened his eyes and lay still for 5 seconds before sitting up and taking some time to stretch his body. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that Knife had already risen, silently performing a peculiar set of exercises in the bedroom. His hands stretched at an incomprehensible angle behind him, while his entire body bent forward, his arms twisting like the tentacles of a squid. Wu Feng found this sequence of movements somewhat familiar. He attempted to imitate them and discovered that, aside from a slight awkwardness at first, he soon moved in perfect synchrony with Knife, as if he had been born to do so. It was merely a trivial display, yet it was evident to all that Wu Feng had awakened. In an instant, Knife resumed his normal human form. You mentioned wanting to assist me yesterday. What do you require of me? Wu Feng whispered a few words into his ear, but Knife displayed no change in expression. He merely handed Wu Feng a phone number, advising him to call it if the matter was not urgent, before departing. Although the two had formed an alliance and could communicate through the allied channel for a limited number of phrases, it was prudent to reserve this capability for when it was truly necessary. Ai Hong let out a languid yawn, stretching her slender waist, before approaching the vanity mirror. After a brief moment, she quietly exited the room. The early bird catches the worm. I shall take my leave now. She donned a simple yet elegant navy blue suit dress, complemented by meticulous makeup, clearly the result of thoughtful preparation. Having said this, she retrieved a pair of frog-eyed sunglasses from her striped handbag and strode out the door. Wu Feng inhaled deeply twice, casting a glance at the 2 closed rooms, before placing $10 on the coffee table, which he designated as the meal money for Wang Di and the unconventional youth, Dong Xian. At New York Harbor, the Filet Royal Hotel stands as the epitome of sophistication and luxury, a premier venue for entertainment, dining, and accommodation in the entire city. Here, one may encounter esteemed tycoons, influential politicians, and celebrated film stars. This establishment has witnessed tales of a minor celebrity fortuitously meeting a wealthy magnate with a penchant for youthful companions. ultimately leading to a fairy tale marriage into affluence. It has also hosted legendary brawls between rival gang leaders sparked by mere words, all while the hotel's vibrant atmosphere remained undisturbed. Furthermore, it has served as a backdrop for government officials seeking electoral funding, humbly soliciting affluent patrons, thus shedding their previously formidable personas during campaigns. Gradually, this locale has transformed into an exceptional venue for networking and forging connections in New York. It is well known that premier hotels cater to the diverse needs of their guests, provided their coffers are sufficiently filled. In terms of prestige and indulgence, the Filet Royal Hotel has emerged as the preferred choice for the affluent embarking on the maiden voyage of the age, allowing them to become acquainted prior to boarding, thereby facilitating deeper interactions. As noon approached, a man clad in a black suit and sporting oversized sunglasses hastily exited the hotel. His posture was erect, and he moved with a briskness that belied any sense of urgency, indicative of a person trained in professionalism. Observing him dart across the street, Wu Feng's eyes gleamed with predatory intensity, akin to a leopard fixating on its prey, cold and machine-like. Let me see. He is Mr. Bailey's bodyguard. As Wu Feng compared the photograph in his hand, he muttered to himself before exiting the vehicle, closing the door, and clutching his abdomen. The entire process was seamless, reminiscent of a pitiful wretch suffering from an upset stomach, stumbling along behind what he perceived as his prey. The anxious bodyguard, tall and imposing, was evidently oblivious to the disheveled figure trailing him. After weaving through a narrow alley, the man retrieved his phone and began to sprint, his toes tapping against the ground. Suddenly, a sharp object silently pressed against his neck. The confident bodyguard, overestimating his own abilities, disregarded the threat at his throat, twisting his head aside and launching a kick backward. The length of his trousers did little to diminish the sheer force of the man's strike. Wu Feng, witnessing the impending kick, had no doubt that a direct hit would result in several broken bones. However, possessing remarkable skills, he faced the confrontation without trepidation, especially after such extensive preparation. As the leg approached, Wu Feng pivoted, his left hand slicing like a blade against the bodyguard's leg, while his right hand, wielding a dagger, swiftly returned to the threat at the man's neck. With Wu Feng's prepared strike, even this seasoned protector could not withstand the pain radiating from his leg, causing him to involuntarily bend forward. Wu Feng regained the upper hand. Sir, if you do not cooperate, I assure you, you will not witness the sunrise tomorrow. The towering bodyguard bellowed. Do you know who I am? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Release me. You've mistaken your target, fool. Wu Feng let out a cold laugh and swiftly slashed his arm with a knife, causing blood to flow like a small stream down his sleeve. Now, can you keep quiet? This tall man remained resolute, gritting his teeth as he intensely stared at Wu Feng. You have inflicted 43 points of damage to Johnny, and your relationship points with him have decreased by 1,000, resulting in a status of hostile with no possibility of repair. Warning, you have violated the laws of this world, and should Johnny appear in public, he may report you. Wu Feng listened calmly to the reminders from the space, clasping his hands behind his back. He spoke slowly. Mr. Johnny, I hope you can understand the situation at hand and cooperate a little. This way, we can enjoy our time together more pleasantly. Wu Feng chuckled softly, unfazed, and remarked, Very well, Mr. Johnny. I believe with your endorsement, Mr. Bailey will grant me a satisfactory position. Chapter 32, The Plan in Motion. Johnny, upon hearing this, could hardly believe his ears. What? You are willing to go to such lengths merely for a job? Goodness, although I cannot fathom why. There have been numerous individuals like you seeking employment in these past few days, he retorted indignantly. If it were up to me, I wouldn't even grant you the opportunity to speak. Yet, these employers seem to have lost their minds, willing to recommend scum like you for positions aboard this vessel. Oh, heavens, individuals of your ilk would only tarnish the dignity of this noble ship. Mr. Johnny, I apologize. Just cooperate with me, and I assure you, I mean you no harm. So, for now, do take a moment to rest, he said, delivering a swift blow to the back of Johnny's head. Johnny fell unconscious to the ground, subsequently being stuffed into a burlap sack and dragged into the crevice between the buildings. With composure, Wu Feng pushed open the grand doors of the Filet Royal Hotel and navigated effortlessly to a prominent sign. Excuse me, sir? Might those esteemed employers still be inclined to offer some dining positions? I am referring to the Aga vessel, as you are aware, Wu Feng inquired politely, rubbing his hands together. The receptionist, a middle-aged man clad in a black shirt, with meticulously groomed hair that gleamed with an almost reflective sheen, regarded him with a measure of sympathy. I'm terribly sorry, young man. Had you arrived a few hours earlier, there might have been a position available for a cleaner. Unfortunately, many others have come to apply for these roles yesterday and this morning, so we are fully staffed, he lamented, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Wu Feng nodded, having anticipated such a situation. He briefly flashed his credentials before the man, while discreetly slipping him a banknote, expressing his gratitude. If, and I emphasize if, there happens to be an available spot. The man nodded in understanding and subsequently handed Wu Feng a form to fill out. Rest assured, sir. Should an opportunity arise, you will be the first to know. Wu Feng nodded reassuringly before striding away, simultaneously retrieving his mobile phone to cheerfully make 2 calls. Approximately 2 hours later, the sun began its gentle descent towards the western horizon, casting a breathtaking display of fiery clouds that painted the sky in a romantic shade of pink, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. What on earth is Johnny up to? He is supposed to board the ship tomorrow night. Why has he suddenly vanished? At that moment, 2 sharply dressed, close-cropped black men emerged from the resplendent elevator. Murmuring amongst themselves, it was evident that they had not fared well in the presence of Johnny. However, when a slightly balding, well-proportioned middle-aged man stepped out from the side, the 2 immediately fell silent. Mr. Bailey, they greeted, bowing their heads in respect. Bailey, clad in a black tailcoat with a blue handkerchief tucked into his breast pocket, nodded with gentlemanly demeanor, continuing his stride forward. George, where has Johnny gone? He appears to be an hour late. Please find him. Yes, sir. One of the men replied in a low voice before departing. Working for others demands a certain attitude. Despite their disdain for Johnny, he refrained from uttering any unnecessary words. Sir, do we not need to hire more hands? Another bodyguard, trailing behind, inquired with a low chuckle. Bailey replied, it is merely a journey. Consider it a gain. The difference between 3 and 2 individuals boarding the ship is negligible. After a moment's contemplation, he mused that perhaps it would simply be more grandiose. Indeed, the bodyguard affirmed. Stepping forward to push open the hotel door, Bailey exited gracefully, resembling an ancient British nobleman, though his protruding belly lent a touch of absurdity to his movements. Bailey's vehicle awaited him at the hotel entrance, and the passing cars refrained from sounding their horns in displeasure. For this real estate magnate, wealth was merely a numeral. It was the myriad privileges that stemmed from wealth that fueled his avarice. Just as the black bodyguard approached to open the car door, a diminutive black boy dashed toward them, his face a mask of terror, shouting, "Help! Help!" His expression was one of sheer fright, as if someone were pursuing him. This remarkable display momentarily startled Bailey's bodyguard, but he quickly regained his composure, stepping forward to shield Bailey. John, Bailey's black bodyguard, reacted with commendable swiftness. However, at that instant, a hurried passerby fortuitously obstructed his path. The individual's movements were so natural that it was inconceivable he intended to impede John. Rather, it appeared as though John had intentionally collided with him. Consequently, John was unable to position himself in front of Bailey, allowing the diminutive clique to pilfer the wallet of a billionaire for the first time. Elated at his success, he swiftly dashed away. It truly felt as if he were being pursued by a phantom. At that moment, John forcefully pushed aside the individual blocking his path, indifferent to his identity. He vowed that upon capturing that diminutive rascal, he would administer a thorough thrashing before delivering him to the authorities. However, the young man who had been shoved aside swiftly evaded him, and with a slight motion of his hand, John suddenly felt a peculiar numbness coursing through his body, as if his muscles had been struck with a paralysis. You must handle this situation with utmost care. My wallet contains items of great importance. The hotel security personnel, visibly perturbed, rushed across the street, just as the 2 thieves were about to vanish into the bustling alleys. A man clad in a black suit sprinted down the street like a cheetah. Chapter 33, The Capture 10 minutes later. Sir, are you certain you are unscathed? John, feeling a mix of embarrassment and gratitude, addressed the man seated opposite him, who was smiling as he returned Bailey's wallet to its rightful owner while allowing the hotel medical staff to tend to his injuries. Such minor wounds would heal in no time at all. Wu Feng chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter. Yet deep down, he seethed with resentment. The audacity of that knife performance was truly infuriating. A mere flick of the wrist could have resulted in a severe injury. However, he perceived this as a test. If he could not rise to the occasion, he was unworthy of the knife's assistance. Such was Wu Feng's reasoning. John exhaled a sigh of relief and expressed, I genuinely thank you, Mr. Feng. His gratitude was indeed warranted. Had it not been for Wu Feng's intervention, he might have made a grave error. The pallor of Mr. Bailey's face at that moment was a testament to the gravity of the situation. It was a trivial matter to lose money, but to lose face was far more consequential. One must consider that the hotel was filled with some of the wealthiest individuals in the world. To embarrass oneself in their presence would result in a loss for Mr. Bailey that transcended mere finances. Thus, despite Mr. Bailey's esteemed status, he sat beside Wu Feng with an air of 5 parts gratitude and 3 parts impatience, graciously stating, "Young man, I am profoundly grateful for your valiant assistance. It is rare to encounter someone of such audacity. I consider myself fortunate to have crossed paths with you. This serendipity ensures that I shall not go hungry this evening due to a misplaced wallet. Thank you indeed." Mr. Bailey's humor elicited knowing smiles from those present. Yet Wu Feng felt a tightening in his chest. His expression soured as he sighed and replied, "Sir, you are far too gracious. I believe that even if you were to arrive without a penny, no restaurant would dare let you go hungry. Unlike someone like me, a mere unemployed individual, who, even clad in a tailored suit, might find himself ejected from an establishment after a meal, stripped of all dignity." Mr. Bailey paused, a flicker of insight crossing his eyes, and continued amiably, "Young man, seeking employment in this vicinity may not be the wisest choice. As far as I know, the Port of New York is currently only hiring service personnel and skilled laborers. Given your talents, it would be a shame to confine yourself to such roles." Wu Feng helplessly opened his mouth and sighed. "Sir, one must understand that individuals like us lack the privilege to choose our employment. I merely hope to satisfy my hunger." Bailey, maintaining an impassive expression, nodded in acknowledgement. After lighting a cigar, he languidly exhaled a ring of smoke. There was something distinctly abnormal about the events of the evening, the sudden appearance of a robber, Wu Feng's gallant assistance, and the swift resolution of the issue within mere minutes left him questioning whether it was merely coincidence. Through the haze of smoke, Bailey squinted at Wu Feng, clearly recognizing that the young man's skills and character were well suited to remain by his side. Furthermore, the fact that the young man did not impose any unreasonable demands after his injury evoked both admiration and guilt in him. Just then, a man with impeccably slick-back hair approached, clutching a notepad. "Mr. Feng, what a coincidence to find you here. I was just about to inform you that a position for a food service attendant has opened up on the ship. Haha, you are truly fortunate." "Oh, Mr. Bailey. My sincerest apologies for my rudeness. Greetings to you, Mr. Bailey." Following this barrage of words, the hotel receptionist retreated to the side, knowing full well that in Bailey's presence, he had no place to speak first. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng was filled with immense joy and exclaimed, "That's wonderful, sir. I shall enroll immediately." Without a care for the injury on his right hand, he attempted to grasp the pen and write down his name. "Young man, are you seeking a position aboard the Yagu ship? How fortuitous. Would you consider becoming my bodyguard?" Upon hearing this, Wu Feng was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently reveal an expression of unbridled joy. "What? Sir, did I hear you correctly? My goodness. My sister and I have longed to board this most luxurious cruise ship in the world. I cannot fathom how far I have traveled to fulfill this dream for her. Mr. Bailey, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude." Bailey did not expect Wu Feng to mention his sister, yet he was evidently pleased with Wu Feng's reaction. In truth, he relished the sensation of wielding power over others, much like a creator bestowing gifts or imposing restrictions. He nodded nonchalantly and instructed, "John, assist Wu Feng with the boarding procedures and inform George to allow Johnny to reunite with his wife at home. He has been dismissed." The last statement was delivered with palpable dissatisfaction. Had it not been for Wu Feng, Bailey would have undoubtedly faced embarrassment today. The outwardly refined yet shrewd Mr. Bailey naturally attributed all misfortune to the derelict Johnny. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Johnny lay unconscious in some squalid, foul-smelling dwelling, awaiting the resolution of events, at which point Creek would surely release him. You have received the standard equipment of Bailey's bodyguard, a Colt Eagle pistol. Capacity, unlimited ammunition. Weight, 11 kilograms. Attack power, 11 to 13. Effective range, 100 meters. Maximum firing speed, 2 rounds per second. Rarity, light blue. Equipment slot, hand. Reload time, 1 minute. Equipped skill, charged strike, allowing for a maximum accumulation of 4 seconds of energy to unleash a potent attack that inflicts double damage on the target. Consumes 20 magic points with a cooldown of 10 minutes. After use, the barrel will be fatigued, necessitating a 1-minute wait before firing again. Inscribed on the base of the pistol are the words, "As a sidearm once wielded by the U.S. military." Acquiring it would not be an easy feat even for Mr. Bailey. Cherish it, rookie. You have also received a high-end suit, which grants a charm of 1. Charm is a hidden attribute that influences the ease of communication with narrative characters. You have gained $300. After receiving this series of notifications, Wu Feng let out a long sigh of relief, and a faint smile of relaxation finally graced his lips. Chapter 34. The first scheme it worked. Indeed, this was Wu Feng's first endeavor in the space, and its success would not only impact the mission but also his state of mind. Thus, when Wu Feng discovered that his evaluation was A-B, he felt neither regret nor pride. It was acceptable. In his eyes, he had performed admirably. But the existence of a higher evaluation indicated that the space anticipated even greater achievements from him. Perhaps there were others who could board the ship with even more distinguished identities. Consequently, this scheme included the unfortunate Johnny, the thieving Creek, and Knife, a middle-aged man with impeccably slick-back hair. This was not a complex plan. In essence, it was merely a slight ruse. Yet, in the span of a single day, Wu Feng had executed this small trick and reaped its rewards. Wu Feng inquired once more about the meaning of the pistol's lethality, receiving an answer from the space. Within the dank, foul-smelling tent, several young Caucasians gazed mockingly at the groaning Creek on the floor. Yesterday, the boss said it was done, and I thought he had truly lost his mind. It seems the boss is still wise. Per Creek, look at you. You'll likely be lying on this hideous, filthy bed for at least a week. They exchanged low, derisive laughter. Creek clutched his backside and muttered, "You lot. Don't even think about getting a single penny from me." The group erupted into laughter, saying, "You pitiful fellow, just take care of yourself. That guy is truly merciless. I told you he was just toying with you. It's a miracle you weren't beaten to death by the hotel security. You're one lucky guy." With that, they departed, still mocking one another. Lying in this makeshift home, Creek gazed at the warm stove, letting out a sigh as a flicker of loneliness crossed his eyes. These guys certainly weren't true friends, he mused. "Mr. Feng, are you deceiving me? If so, Creek and poor mother will truly go a week without food." The clock on the wall stubbornly ticked, moving forward and backward, marking the time they had agreed upon. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Creek sighed again, mustering the strength to rise and prepare a meal for his mother, which, in reality, consisted of some wilted vegetable leaves and fish discarded by fishermen, simmered together into a broth. A sharp pain in his backside reminded him of Wu Feng's kick, as heavy as a hammer. How could he strike so hard? Of course, he didn't realize that Wu Feng's kick had propelled him directly into the alley, allowing him to escape effortlessly. "My Creek, is that you? Mother is a bit hungry. Could you bring something to eat?" His somewhat dazed mother called out from the other side, and Creek stared out the window, feeling a pang of desolation. Suddenly, the glass shattered, and a black bag flew inside. Enraged, Creek was about to confront the culprit who had broken his window. But he first opened the bag to find 20 crisp green bills lying quietly within, accompanied by a note. "Stop thieving, little one. This is your reward." "Thank you, Mr. Phone. Thank you," Creek exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "Your relationship with Creek has ascended to one of reverence. You can command him to perform certain tasks." Wu Feng entered the apartment with a leisurely gait. Knife was fiddling with his gleaming dagger, while Dong Xian sat there, her face bruised and battered, smoking and coughing. Wang Di appeared somewhat revitalized, quietly nibbling on an apple while seated on the sofa. "Wang Ping is dead," Knife remarked flatly, a hint of chill suddenly flickering in his otherwise mundane gaze. Although the two were merely acting today, their interactions were laced with an unmistakable intensity, one that transcended mere foundational attributes. Wu Feng nodded silently, and soon after, Knife produced a box that caused his expression to shift dramatically. As the box was unsealed, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses. Within it lay a human head, fresh and gruesome, belonging to none other than the official, Li Baofu, who had previously been beaten and had departed. His lifeless eyes remained wide open, and his face was marred with bruises, clearly indicating he had endured inhumane torture prior to his demise. "We're in trouble," he murmured. "Indeed, a significant one. It appears someone has set their sights on this place." Chapter 35. Under surveillance while Wang Di was innocently consuming an apple to stave off hunger, the horrific scene before her caused her to vomit immediately, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes as she let out a startled cry and turned away. Dong Xian fared little better. After a brief struggle to maintain her composure, the nauseating odor drove her to the corner, where she began to retch violently. Wu Feng inhaled deeply and discarded the severed head out the window, dissipating some of the stench. With a grave tone, he inquired, "Is there anything else?" Dagger produced a note, stating, "Hey, pitiful souls, relinquish your qualifications for boarding. I hope by the next time I arrive, you will be adequately prepared. Otherwise, This shall be your fate. Although we possess some capability to resist, we had a mission, and the forthcoming dangers could be even greater. We could not afford to be injured. It was utterly impossible to relinquish our spots to them. With Wang Ping gone, we had no reason to linger. We should depart immediately. Their leaving a note suggested they did not intend to kill us outright, for that would nullify the qualifications. Now, let us leave a note for AI Hong, gather our belongings, and hastily exit this place. Additionally, we must confirm whether these qualifications can indeed be transferred. If not, then this matter is merely a smokescreen designed to incite panic among us. Dagger nodded, affirming, it is indeed possible to transfer through spatial recognition, but it requires mutual consent. After speaking, he regarded Wu Feng with an expression devoid of emotion. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Wu Feng felt an unfounded trust towards this man named Dagger. The fact that these individuals did not storm in directly might indicate a certain wariness towards us, yet their patience would not last indefinitely. I had harbored concerns about assassins or mercenaries being transported into this world. It seems my premonitions have materialized. The realm of the gods' nightmares is nothing short of a slaughterhouse. Dagger gazed at Wu Feng, subtly nodding, sitting rigidly like a statue, yet his eyes conveyed a sense of inquiry. Wu Feng continued, let us not dawdle any longer. Wang Di, Dongxian, gather your belongings. I will write a note, and Dagger, prepare for combat. We shall leave at once. Wu Feng's final statement was resolute. I can go to the crew's unified living area. Beside the Yade ship, there are numerous guards, and it is relatively safe. Knife, he said calmly. A flicker of battle intent subtly emanating from his indifferent gaze. Wu Feng nodded slightly, knowing that the area was likely under official protection. No one would dare to act recklessly. Knife cast a glance at Dongxian, remaining silent. Despite her penchant for projecting an image of toughness and her desire to assert her fearlessness, Dongxian recognized that they were at a critical juncture. After being subjected to Knife's cold gaze, she cast aside her pride and obediently followed behind him. After nearly retching her stomach contents, Wang Di finally ceased her dry heaving. Her mind was a tumult of confusion as she reflected upon her harrowing experiences. Inexplicably transported to this dreadful place and burdened with an unclear mission. The image of the grotesque had lingered, compounded by the prolonged fear, indignation, anxiety, and helplessness that had plagued her since her arrival. At that moment, all her pent-up emotions erupted, and she sat against the wall, hugging her knees, sobbing softly. I am utterly useless, incapable of doing anything. Who would willingly assist a burden? Everyone else has found their footing, yet I have accomplished nothing, Wang Di thought, her sorrow deepening as she wept. Why should anyone help me? I am weary of enduring this. In her moment of utmost vulnerability, a warm hand gently wiped her tear-streaked cheek. Wu Feng endeavored to soften his voice, whispering, do not cry. Come with me. I will protect you. Do not be afraid. Wang Di looked up, catching sight of Wu Feng's sharply defined features amidst the darkness. A rush of warmth surged through her heart, compelling her to bite her lip to stifle her tears. Nevertheless, they flowed uncontrollably, yet she nodded emphatically, her feet instinctively matching his pace. As Wu Feng extended his hand, she felt her small hand enveloped by his warm grasp, a sensation she had never before experienced. Reflecting on this, the young girl wept anew. Though these tears were imbued with a strange warmth, not hindering her steps, the night served as the perfect cloak, and both Wu Feng and Knife were adept at navigating its shadows. Even with two young followers in tow, a gentle breeze whispered past her ear, bringing a coolness that invigorated her spirit. Wang Di summoned all her strength to keep pace with Wu Feng, the man who offered her a sense of reliance in this unfamiliar world. Wang Di, listen closely. There is something I must tell you, he said. Wang Di's gaze was vacant, but she quickly recalled the matter of the ticket. Deep down, she did not believe anyone would entertain her impertinent request amid such peril. Yet, the mere thought of having someone hold her cold hand and run with her in this world, even for a moment, filled her with unexpected contentment. That is not the case. I have secured your passage. We can execute a direct transaction through the space now. However, you must consider carefully, the risks aboard are immense. I cannot guarantee your safety at all times. Once aboard, you will have to rely on yourself. Promise me you will be strong, all right? Do not always think of giving up. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain. As Wu Feng held the cold little hand of Wang Di, he sensed a tremor coursing through the frail child. Unbeknownst to him, he had no time to ponder the cause, yet amidst their hurried escape, he fleetingly felt a few droplets of water land upon his hand. The group quietly navigated the winding path shrouded in darkness, and upon reaching the crew's quarters, Wu Feng commandeered a second-hand sedan, procured through dubious means, to transport Wang Di to the Fillet Royal Hotel. In a room on the third floor of the sanctuary, a man and woman gazed with a mixture of scorn and pity at the receding vehicle. How pitiable these feeble souls are, relying solely on official forces for their protection. Oblivious to the fact that their survival is a mere result of our benevolence, remarked the woman, clad in a black leather jacket, her golden hair elegantly tied back, exuding an air of shrewd competence. Chapter 36, Confrontation. Torres claimed he was uncertain about retaining them. I believe these desperate souls, who can only flee, have already lost from the outset. Nonetheless, there are many awaiting our harvest. These unfortunate individuals, upon witnessing the severed head of a comrade, were paralyzed by fear, as if they still believed themselves in a peaceful world. Viewed from this perspective, these timid creatures displayed a certain decisiveness. Upon stepping through the grand entrance of the Fillet Royal Hotel and ensuring Wang Di was settled, Wu Feng finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Throughout their journey, had the adversary chosen to disregard the repercussions and acted brazenly, Wu Feng would have had no choice but to retaliate, an action contrary to his principle of strategic deliberation. The corridors within the hotel were adorned with stately, substantial carpets that eschewed flamboyance. Their intricate designs were vividly rendered, exhibiting no signs of disorder. Along the walls, high-quality reproductions of world-renowned artworks were displayed. Do not underestimate these creations, for though they are imitations, they have been crafted by contemporary artisans, far surpassing any computer-generated work. Sir, there is someone looking for you in room 6302. A waiter, dressed in a shirt and suit, informed Wu Feng with a bow. Oh, is it a friend who accompanied me? What do they look like? Wu Feng inquired. The waiter shook his head. I'm not entirely certain, sir. Wu Feng emitted a soft grunt, refraining from inquiry, and proceeded to follow the servant leading the way. Room 6302, a suite of modest caliber, had its ornate wooden door ajar. The servant inclined his body slightly in a gesture of invitation, his demeanor exuding utmost humility. Wu Feng smiled in response, extending a hand towards the door handle to push it inward. Just as half of his body slipped through the threshold, the servant's smile morphed into a sneer, the glint of a concealed blade flashing forth like lightning, aimed directly at Wu Feng. How effortless this is, he mused. These ordinary individuals are as defenseless as lambs. Indeed, the apocalypse has been tailored for elites like myself. Yet, the servant's expression of cold amusement swiftly transformed into astonishment as Wu Feng pushed the door open with one hand while the other, as if foreseeing his intentions, firmly seized the servant's wrist, employing a military grappling technique. The servant struggled violently, but the system's message informed him of his impending failure. Your strength is inferior to that of your opponent. How can my strength, rated at 12, be less than his? He pondered in disbelief. His body was already leaning forward from the thrust, and with Wu Feng's sudden pull, he was propelled into room 6032. The man masquerading as a servant realized he had reached a critical juncture between life and death. Regretting his disobedience to the organization's orders and his reckless decision to confront Wu Feng, with a swift twist of his wrist, he attempted to strike, demanding Wu Feng to release him. Should Wu Feng relent, he could escape unscathed. Should he not, he would surely suffer the agony of a severed wrist. This was a testament to his confidence in wielding a blade. However, he was up against Wu Feng, a merciless individual who had once grappled with death itself on the border, and the situation took another unexpected turn. The blade did indeed find its mark, yet only grazed the edge of Wu Feng's abdomen, drawing a trickle of blood, to which Wu Feng exhibited not the slightest reaction. You have sustained 22 points of damage. In the quiet room, only the faint light from outside filtered through the curtains. The assailant could not discern Wu Feng's face against the light, but he could see the calm and murderous intent etched upon his defined features. Almost instantaneously, a wave of pain surged through his abdomen as Wu Feng delivered a devastating knee strike. The assailant was overwhelmed with astonishment. This Wu Feng was indeed formidable. His mind spiraled with regret. Nevertheless, the assailant was no ordinary foe. As he bent forward, he thrust his blade once more, slicing into Wu Feng's leg. You have sustained 24 points of damage. Wu Feng remained indifferent, allowing the blade to pierce deeply into his calf, madness flickering in his eyes like a wild flame. His left hand emerged from his pant leg, brandishing a dark object. The distinctive metallic sheen of a Colt pistol glimmered momentarily. The opponent, clearly recognizing the weapon, ceased his resistance as the cold steel pressed against his temple. With an expression laden with complexity, he gazed at Wu Feng and conceded, I admit defeat. Speak. What must I do for you to allow me to leave? Wu Feng let out a cold laugh, forcefully kicking him to the ground. He spoke slowly. I will ask, and you shall answer. If your response pleases me, I might spare your wretched life. The other party, upon hearing this, laughed in rage. Perhaps accustomed to smooth sailing in the real world, unable to tolerate such humiliation from another. What if you go back on your word? With a resounding crack, Wu Feng's gunstock struck his head, causing a torrent of bright crimson blood to gush forth, saturating the man's hair. Do not engage in banter with me. You have no choice. Since you fear my potential regret, how about I eliminate you right now? The man, caught off guard by the blow, glared at Wu Feng with wide eyes, and after a lengthy pause, muttered, You are ruthless. After losing a bit of blood, he finally grasped the gravity of his predicament. Yet he maintained his defiance. The blood streaming down his forehead stained the side of his face, yet his expression remained unchanged. Coldly, he inquired, What do you wish to ask? The first question, who sent you? Or rather, what is your organization? Initially, this man had merely been intimidated by Wu Feng's display of strength, but upon hearing his words, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. To him, it seemed Wu Feng was utterly uninformed, allowing him to speak freely. I have no idea what you are talking about. What organization? You have taken the last bodyguard's position, so I naturally came to eliminate you. Chapter 37. Murder. Evidently, his fabricated tale lacked finesse, disregarding the inconsistencies in his words. Wu Feng could discern the deceit from the flicker in his eyes. Without further ado, Wu Feng seized his hair with his unarmed hand and yanked it forcefully. This is your final chance. The man let out a piercing scream as a searing pain akin to a knife stab surged through his head, feeling as though his scalp might be torn away. I will speak. It is Boss Frank who orchestrates everyone's movements. I am merely an ordinary hunter, tasked with securing spots for others to board the ship and then delivering them to him. The hunter responsible for you and your team abandoned the mission, claiming you were not worth the trouble, which is why I followed you here. But they never informed me that you possessed official weaponry. Good heavens. Only Boss Frank has acquired an old-fashioned rifle. Had I known, I would never have dared to provoke you. I swear that is all I know. Wu Feng let out a cold smile, finding the situation to be much as he had anticipated. Your leader possesses remarkable cunning, he remarked. You claim to be a hunter. What, then, is the role of the others within your organization? I was merely coerced into joining by Frank's intimidating force. The organization comprises assassins from around the globe, and I'm only acquainted with 2 or 3 of them. As for the origins of this organization, I truly have no knowledge. It must be Frank, the legendary figure of the assassin world, who rallied these individuals in such a short span of time. This is my first encounter with this damned realm of divine nightmares. Wu Feng remained silent, simply gazing intently into his eyes, the stillness almost unnerving. After a pause of several seconds, the man deflated like a punctured balloon, confessing, All I know is that they have established some connections with the government. Truly, that's all I am aware of. As for their plans, I genuinely know nothing. Wu Feng scrutinized his eyes once more, confirming that he was not lying. Perhaps this information was somewhat insufficient for a life-saving deal. I have reward points. Upon hearing this term, Wu Feng momentarily froze, but quickly adopted a facade of disdain, replying, How many? 500 points, which I earned by completing a side quest. At this moment, Wu Feng was entirely unaware of the concept of the 500 reward points or their intrinsic value. Therefore, he disdainfully let out a cold laugh and shook his head, declaring it insufficient. The man, trembling with rage, cast a venomous glare at Wu Feng, perplexed by the man's insatiable greed. However, with his life hanging in the balance, he found himself devoid of options. In agony, he produced an item, and Wu Feng focused his gaze upon it. It was a substandard hamburger composed of flour, beef, and lettuce of notably poor quality. Its function, to replenish 50 health points in a non-combat state. Beneath the hamburger's packaging was a line of small print, crafted by a master in New York Harbor. This flavor may not be savored across the entirety of the United States for another decade. A note indicated that one must exit combat for 5 seconds before entering a non-combat state. Very well, it's a deal, Wu Feng said. The man, sitting on the ground and clutching his wound, felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and was about to proceed with the transaction, but suddenly remembered something. Wait. We must conduct the contract through space. Otherwise, what if you renege on the deal? Wu Feng let out a sigh. The man believed he had unraveled Wu Feng's cunning scheme and felt a sense of triumph. Just as he intended to initiate a contract through the spatial connection, He suddenly felt the chilling barrel of a gun thrust into his throat. Although the pain was somewhat intense, only the dead would remain silent. With that, Wu Feng forcefully pressed the barrel deep into his throat, leaning forward to muffle the sound of the impending gunfire. The man's eyes shimmered with disbelief, which swiftly transformed into utter despair. Following a sound akin to a firecracker's detonation, a lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Wu Feng, somewhat perplexed, rifled through the pockets of the scorpion's clothing, yet he could not locate the elusive hamburger. He then inquired about the reason behind this spatial anomaly. The wounds on his thigh and abdomen had ceased to bleed, and upon inspecting his life force, he found it nearing 100. The peculiar sensation stemming from the numerical representation of his vitality was intriguing. However, he had also savored the advantages that data-driven existence afforded him. The most immediate benefit was the absence of pain. While 3 years of military service had equipped him with the ability to manage the adverse effects of pain, it was not a true absence of suffering, but rather a mastery of endurance. Wu Feng's hands trembled slightly, and in the recesses of his hazy memory, he recalled having taken lives, embodying the essence of a ruthless executioner. Yet, never before had a killing felt so insipid, nor had the lives he extinguished vanished so effortlessly. No one would ever know of their existence, nor their demise. Wu Feng took a deep breath, mustering all his resolve to confront the space that resembled a scene of carnage. He stepped outside, wiping the blood from his cold handgun, his gaze icy and unyielding. Slowly, he approached the window, observing the flickering neon lights and the flow of passing vehicles, tightening his grip on the weapon. Tomorrow night, as he boarded the ship, he anticipated challenges that would surely not be trivial. However, I, too, am not a merciful soul. Those who wish to take my life must be prepared to pay the price. Frank, a name that resonates with familiarity. Perhaps I have heard it before. But what of it? Chapter 38. The Alliance. The next day, Wu Feng refrained from contacting Knife, yet as per their prior arrangement, Knife would spend the entire day with the crew, and Wu Feng was well aware of this individual's formidable skills, ensuring his safety would not be a concern. Furthermore, with the boarding schedule for that evening, he believed certain factions would be astute enough to discern the stakes involved. Wu Feng spent the entire day in his hotel room. If there was anything noteworthy, it was that he had requested the hotel staff to procure a myriad of miscellaneous items, all consolidated into a single suitcase, which he inspected with satisfaction before releasing a relieved sigh. Have you truly thought this through? Wu Feng gazed at the girl before him, still somewhat timid yet resolutely determined, feeling a mix of admiration and confusion. Indeed, Brother Wu Feng, I have made my decision. Once aboard, I may not survive, and perhaps I will need you to save me, she replied. Therefore, I will stay behind, maybe in these next few days. I can still accomplish something or find other tasks to undertake. Wang Di's body trembled with excitement, akin to a student eager yet anxious about skipping class. Wu Feng nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the timid and gentle girl before him, as if he were deep in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, a sudden smile broke across his face. If I manage to survive this time, perhaps when I next enter the realm, I shall not be as I am now. Wang Di returned his smile, revealing 2 adorable little canine teeth, indicating that she had indeed given this matter considerable thought. I am quite fortunate, she said with a cheerful demeanor, her expression radiating a blend of nervousness and excitement. Her neatly arranged bangs framed her forehead, presenting her as the quintessential neighborly girl. Do you need anything else? Wu Feng inquired. No, that's quite enough, big brother. You have already done more than enough for me. I can manage. Wang Di replied with utmost sincerity, though her delicately intertwined fingers, glistening with a hint of perspiration, betrayed her slight anxiety. Well then, I wish you good fortune. Yes, big brother, the same to you, she murmured, her pale fingers twisting nervously as she hesitantly added, May I give you a hug? Wu Feng smiled and opened his arms. Wang Di embraced Wu Feng tightly for a moment, her small face rubbing against his chest a couple of times, flushed with embarrassment. Then she waved her hand and departed, not seeking any further assistance from him. Perhaps it was the impact of the divergent fates of AI Hong, Wang Ping, and even Huang Yuntian that influenced her. Perhaps it was the poignant sight of Wu Feng calmly bandaging his gruesome wounds that moved her. In any case, she chose to leave, wishing to avoid trouble and not to become one herself. Wu Feng gently brushed his fingertips over the recently healed wound, reflecting with a sense of melancholy that this might be his final act of unconditional assistance to another within this realm, a tribute to emotions akin to youth and integrity. The likelihood of Wang Di's survival seemed dismally low, a thought he wished to avoid. Wang Di stepped out of the hotel, striving to present a facade of confidence. Although her eyes shimmered with unshed tears of excitement, as she pushed the door open, a sudden surge of strength coursed through her hand, the wind rustled around her, lifting her bangs, and she abruptly looked up, revealing a pair of clear, resplendent eyes. This timid girl, recalling the warmth of a comforting hand during her most helpless moments, felt her courage begin to blossom. As the door swung open, sunlight poured onto her face, casting the entire street in a sacred golden hue. Her slightly bashful, yet confident smile radiated like the sun itself. I will live on, thank you, brother. At the harbor of New York, a middle-aged man clad in a black tailcoat held a civilizing instrument in one hand, while the other retrieved a cigar from his mouth, exhaling a gentle puff of smoke. His hands were pale and slender, and beneath a crown of golden hair lay a visage strikingly reminiscent of Hollywood heartthrob Leonardo DiCaprio. Flanking him were a man and a woman, both dressed in black leather, positioned slightly behind, yet neither haughty nor servile. The full scorpion is dead, the woman remarked quietly. He was simply too weak, the man growled with a fierce countenance. Should we deal with that individual before boarding? He asked, cracking his knuckles, eager for action. After a brief pause, the handsome man gazed out at the sea and stated calmly, in an ant colony, it is not surprising to find the occasional strong one. Since we have already gathered our boarding quotas, there is no need to waste time on him. He does not align with our interests. The pair nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting unwavering confidence, as if they believed implicitly in his words. However, do remember that ants are capable of growth, he continued. When we find ourselves in positions of power, we must keep an eye on those slightly stronger ants, lest they evolve into a threat. Both individuals nodded vigorously. The handsome man shifted the civilizing instrument forward, inhaling deeply the briny scent of the sea air, a flush coloring his cheeks. Furthermore, ants embody the essence of unity. A certain species of carnivorous ant, when sufficiently numerous, can even devour an elephant. You understand what must be done. In my estimation, this so-called nightmare of the gods' realm will undoubtedly manifest again. Encountering me at such an early stage is fortuitous for you. Assemble the strongest team, and we shall dominate this space. Meanwhile, beside the New York Harbor's crew apartments, within a modest yet respectable club, a woman dressed in formal attire stood amidst a crowd, engaging in animated discourse. Appearing to be in her 30s, she sported a thick, jet-black bob of hair, with sharply arched brows and piercing eyes that, despite their modest size, seemed to emit beams of intensity. Her features were unremarkable, yet her commanding rhetoric imbued her with an air of authority. It is widely acknowledged that a group of assassins and mercenaries has emerged, targeting ordinary individuals from across the globe, ruthlessly seizing what we have painstakingly earned. We struggle for survival in the real world. Must we also become prey in this realm? Where, then, is the justice and conscience of this world? I firmly believe that none would wish to remain passive in the face of such adversity. We must resist. We must endure. We must claim the rights that are inherently ours. Disasters unfold worldwide, and we still have family and friends to protect. Thus, we must grow stronger. For only then can we save ourselves and those dear to us ensnared in flames of conflict. If the world is devoid of law, we shall establish our own. I hereby declare the formal establishment of the Alliance. Those willing to join may send requests for alliance. We welcome all, even those with disabilities. Our purpose is to ensure that we all survive together. Come forth, extend your hand, and let us break through the encirclement. The impassioned speech delivered by the woman resonated profoundly with the majority present. Most attendees were ordinary individuals, adrift in this perilous environment, lacking a sense of security. At this moment, someone willing to step forward, regardless of ulterior motives, offered them an organization and a semblance of peace. Chapter 39. A storm approaches amidst the throng. Violet bore a subtle smile, while Knife, who had been lingering in the shadows, quietly withdrew without attracting attention. Concurrently, several men with menacing visages infiltrated the crowd of the Alliance, joining in the collective outrage, yet a smirk lingered at the corners of their lips. Oh, is there truly nothing left? How unfortunate. Should any positions become vacant, please do not hesitate to contact me, spoke a young woman, likely in her mid-20s, with striking golden locks cascading about her ears, exuding an enchanting allure. However, her demeanor suggested discontent at the sight of Wu Feng. Sir, you are obstructing my path. Even if you are blind, upon hearing my voice, should you not move your wretched feet? The golden-haired woman, having been rebuffed, seemed to direct her frustration towards Wu Feng, waiting with an air of displeasure. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, merely chuckling softly. If one cannot board the ship, All attributes are reduced by 50%. I wonder how that differs from being utterly useless. The woman was momentarily taken aback, covering her mouth with her delicate hand, but soon let out a cold laugh. Gently brushing her silky blonde hair aside, and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, but that bears no significance to me. You must have overheard my intention to purchase a boarding slot just now." "That's correct. However, I merely seek to acquire an additional slot for resale. If you happen to possess one, I would certainly consider procuring it." Wu Feng let out a cold smile and turned to leave. The woman understood that he intended to negotiate a deal with her. Having squandered her time on a trivial task, she had failed to secure a boarding pass and was currently in a state of utter disarray. Wu Feng's words filled her with elation. Yet she feigned indifference to prevent him from raising his demands. To her surprise, he merely uttered a single sentence before making his exit, causing her to panic. She hurriedly approached him and grasped his arm. "Sir, you have taken hold of my hand. If you have no further business, might I request that you release your esteemed grip?" The woman was infuriated yet felt powerless to retaliate. "What a miserly man you are. Speak. What is it that you desire?" "That depends on what you are willing to offer me." Wu Feng approached slowly, a smile gracing his lips. The woman took a half-step back, contemplating, yet she appeared somewhat hesitant. The exquisite dollar bills could be exchanged for 150 reward points. Wait. It was only when the woman found herself at a loss that she presented an item to him. The lucky ring. Rarity, white. Material, copper. Weight, for G. Location, ring. Wearing effect. After the elderly fisherman Robin abandoned his trade, he removed his beloved lucky ring. The bearer of this ring shall be bestowed with an enhancement of 1 in strength and 1 in spirit. Wu Feng finally came to a halt and remarked nonchalantly, "Is that all?" The woman, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, thought to herself, "Have I toiled for these past 2 days in vain?" She initially intended to have Wu Feng exchange reward points and boarding quotas for the ring. However, upon hearing his words, a man strode past her. Casting a cold glare at Wu Feng and angrily retorted, "One must not be excessively greedy. Your quota is certainly not worth as much as this piece of equipment." "Young man, I am merely being courteous because I do not wish to provoke trouble." The golden-haired woman visibly relaxed at the sight of the man's arrival, her expression softening as she regarded Wu Feng, seemingly awaiting his decision. "Ah, if you wish to test your strength, by all means. But losing your life over this would be quite unwise." Wu Feng's demeanor turned icy as Xu Jinyu suddenly materialized beside him, akin to a specter. You all?" The menacing figure hesitated, his gaze flickering. Yet, upon witnessing the imposing presence of Wu Feng and his companion, he deflated and conceded, "Very well. A reward of equipment in exchange for your spot. Young man, you have struck a fortunate deal this time." Ultimately, under the notarization of the spatial contract, both parties agreed that Wu Feng would ensure her passage onto the ship. The woman, named Kama, also promised to transfer the ring to him once aboard. It is essential to note that the spatial notarization possesses binding efficacy. Thus, Wu Feng is compelled to bring her onto the vessel, and upon her boarding, the ring will automatically transfer to him, precluding any possibility of denial from either party. "Strength 1, Spirit 1, Wu Feng murmured. After his encounter with the scorpion the previous day, he had inquired extensively about the spatial attributes, uncovering a wealth of information regarding various attributes. Strength determines one's attacking power and carrying capacity, with each point of strength augmenting attack power by 2 points, as well as contributing to some defensive capabilities. Agility influences the speed of movement and attacks, additionally providing a degree of evasion. Constitution, on the other hand, signifies one's resilience, with each point of constitution increasing health by 10 points and enhancing certain defensive attributes. When engaging an opponent, a series of defensive assessments will ensue before inflicting damage. For instance, if Wu Feng possesses a strength of 15, his unarmed attack power would be 30. Should the opponent's defense be 10, the resultant damage would fluctuate around 20. Naturally, this is predicated on a full-force assault. Striking vital areas may yield additional bonuses. At this moment, Wu Feng had yet to acquire any skills, rendering his magical energy merely ornamental. However, the heightened perception derived from his mental acuity proved to be a formidable attribute. In his confrontation with the scorpion, his ability to discern the creature's deceit stemmed from experience. Yet his timely intervention to thwart its assault was a testament to both his experience and reflexes. As for strength, it is undoubtedly invaluable, enhancing both defense and offense. A most advantageous attribute indeed. Upon obtaining the ring, a subtle smile graced Wu Feng's sharply defined and resolute visage. Incremental growth in power, is always a welcome prospect. As twilight descended, the sun's lingering rays cast the sea in a shimmering glow, resembling a radiant mirror that harmonized with the distant, resplendent clouds. The Statue of Liberty stood tall in New York Harbor, pointing towards the heavens, while a flock of white doves took flight. Various factions were set to embark on their vessels in an hour's time. Wu Feng distinctly sensed that the surrounding atmosphere had thickened with an ominous aura. The storm clouds were gathering. Chapter 40. Boarding the ship as night descended, the vast expanse of stars and the moon began to unveil their unique luminescence, illuminating New York Harbor, where the light shimmered brilliantly. The colossal Yago stood majestically upon the water, its lights aglow. From a distance, it resembled a city that never sleeps, bustling and grand. At that moment, New York Harbor was teeming with excitement. As even ordinary fishermen emerged with beers and barbecues to celebrate the maiden voyage of this magnificent vessel, the Yago resembled a discreet superstar, silent yet captivating. The ship's bartender, dancers, and performers had long begun their acts on board. The bartender executed a series of intricate and flamboyant maneuvers, while young Asian men donned traditional attire embroidered with dark red patterns, playing lively rhythms on leather drums with bare hands and feet. The alluring dancers swayed their sinuous waists in harmony with the pulsating beats, their gazes seductive and enchanting. The onlookers on the shore were left parched with desire, eager to board the ship for a refreshing beer and a closer view of the performers. This spectacle continued for nearly an hour, with waves of cheers erupting from the crowd. The surface of the water was adorned with a dazzling display of fireworks, painting exquisite patterns across the night sky, leaving the spectators in a state of awe and wonder. Finally, it was the turn of the affluent merchants to board, utilizing their exclusive luxury passage. Dressed in a sleek black suit and sporting sunglasses, Wu Feng discreetly followed the resplendent Bailey. Flanking him were John and George, impeccably attired as well. The woman codenamed Karma had already boarded through the general entrance, taking advantage of Wu Feng's earlier space, and he received the promised reward in return. Mr. Bailey, though of shorter stature, wore a deep black evening suit, a burgundy handkerchief elegantly tucked into the left pocket of his jacket, exuding refinement and grace. He strolled leisurely, engaging in conversation with the surrounding magnates, laughter resonating amongst them. Amidst this assembly of influential figures, Wu Feng naturally felt an air of authority, not derived from power, but cultivated from their long-standing positions of influence, exuding an extraordinary confidence in every gesture. Among the crowd, Wu Feng also spotted Mr. Phoenix, the builder of the cruise ship, who shone like a star among these titans, conversing effortlessly without any hint of ulterior motive. However, those familiar with the film knew that the original plot revealed the Yago to be excessively opulent, with operating costs far exceeding ticket prices. To avoid financial ruin, the shipbuilder had surrendered the cruise liner to the bank and secretly sabotaged all operational systems, including emergency signals, ensuring that the ship would sail without oversight. The anticipated outcome was a catastrophic grounding and sinking, with a rescue vessel scheduled to arrive within 24 hours, thereby defrauding a substantial insurance payout with minimal casualties. Furthermore, the current narrative had diverged significantly from the original, leaving Wu Feng uncertain of the repercussions of his actions. The vessel appeared far more opulent and colossal than the original Agar depicted in the film. Wu Feng attempted to engage in conversation with Phoenix, however. He received the message indicating the vast disparity in their statuses, signifying that Mr. Phoenix would not deign to acknowledge him. One should not underestimate the import of those few words. Wu Feng was alerted by a spatial prompt stating, "Your status disparity is too great." The fact that this man could transcend such a chasm indicated that his standing was significantly superior to Wu Feng's. This provoked a sense of vigilance within Wu Feng, indeed, vigilance, rather than admiration. As a man, one must persistently ascend. There is no rationale for merely gazing up in awe at others. The man, surrounded by a throng, donned pristine white gloves, his right hand elegantly grasping a sleek black cane. He possessed an appearance akin to that of a celestial being, handsome and ethereal. With a smile gracing his lips and a gaze that seemed both profound and distant, he held his own against the prominent figures surrounding him. As if sensing scrutiny, he glanced subtly in Wu Feng's direction, yet upon making eye contact, he treated Wu Feng as though he were nothing more than air, shifting his gaze without any sign of recognition or reaction. Conversely, a woman clad in leather beside him took note of Wu Feng. A hint of a cold smile graced her lips as she imperceptibly mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Startled, Wu Feng instinctively lowered his head, too intimidated to look further. Observing his reaction, the woman smirked disdainfully, hastening to catch up with the man, intertwining her arm with his while engaging him in playful banter. After exchanging a few words, she slowed her pace, casting a sideways glance in Wu Feng's direction, letting out a derisive huff before turning away. At this moment, Wu Feng had a rough understanding that the adversaries before him were indeed the organization referred to by Scorpion. Some of their members were engaged in the hunting of others to secure their own positions, while others were involved in various clandestine activities. It seemed that the so-called other matters were becoming clearer, as evidenced by their present identities. If given the opportunity, he must find a way to eliminate or conceal this bloodshed value. Otherwise, many endeavors would become quite inconvenient. Without the bloodshed value, he could still masquerade as a local inhabitant. Chapter 41. Wang Ping's choice's slightly hunched figure appeared at the harbor, silently observing the Yage vessel as it gradually receded into the distance. Two lines of tears unconsciously traced down his weathered face, resembling the creased leather of an old boot. It was the middle-aged man, Wang Ping. To die in this beautiful place could be considered a form of blessing. "My dear wife, my daughter, I have come to join you," he murmured, before plunging a sharp blade into his heart, then swaying and tumbling into the sea, stirring up a few mocking waves. In New York City, a young girl with an elegant countenance and bangs cascading over her forehead smiled as she addressed a man clad in a white lab coat. "Mr. Charlie, trust me, I am capable of handling this. Please, assign this task to me." The man's voice was filled with exasperation as he replied, "I truly cannot argue with you." "Very well, but I must warn you, failure will incur punishment." The girl's expression instantly transformed into one of immense joy. Though her exquisite features had not yet shed their youthful innocence, a seed of hope, named life, had already been sown deep within her heart. Often, individuals do not know where to begin, yet it is only by taking the first step that one discovers the path ahead. Mr. Bailey Soir is approaching. It should be a gathering of these prominent figures, allowing those unfamiliar with one another to make introductions. This is a long-standing convention, familiar to all. "There is something I believe you ought to know," Knife remarked. Wu Feng surveyed the frenzied crowd around him, furrowing his brow before leading Knife to a relatively tranquil chamber. "The alliance?" Wu Feng pondered inwardly, yet soon relaxed his expression. "So, do you wish to participate?" "I am not accustomed to collaborating with strangers," Knife replied, shaking his head gently. Wu Feng smiled, contemplating that he too could be considered a stranger. He had somewhat grasped the temperament of the individual known by the codename Knife. This Knife character suited his preferences. Unlike those who feigned compliance while harboring ulterior motives, he often bore a grim expression yet did not shy away from his responsibilities. "Did they send you to inform me?" Wu Feng inquired. "I merely came to relay a message and to inquire about your thoughts," Knife replied. Wu Feng chuckled heartily, giving his shoulder a light pat. He understood that no matter how formidable an individual may be, one must still show some regard for others, especially since they belong to an organization. At that moment, Knife also grasped Wu Feng's sentiment, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Let us go and meet them," said Wu Feng. Knife remained silent, a glint of coldness flickering between his fingers. It was a long-lost sensation. The more time passed, the more it felt as though he truly was that person. Chapter 42. Collaboration. "I have never been on such a luxurious cruise ship before. Haha, what a splendid realm of the gods' nightmares," exclaimed a middle-aged man with black hair, laughing boisterously. "I advise you to behave yourself. Do not hastily court death," muttered a brown-haired man beside him, his words in an unfamiliar tongue, automatically translated by the space around them. The first man shrugged dismissively, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Just then, several men clad in black uniforms approached from one side, prompting the two to immediately straighten their posture, on high alert. The men merely passed by them, maintaining a chilling demeanor without sparing a glance. What arrogance is this? Who do they think they are? A few onlookers, witnessing the duo's reaction, displayed expressions of discontent and gathered around to see how the leader would handle the situation. Seated across from Wu Feng was the leader of the so-called alliance, known as Violet. She maintained a dignified posture, her body rigidly upright, with elegantly arched, slender eyebrows that slanted outward, exuding an innate air of seriousness. Her piercing gaze swept across Wu Feng's face before abruptly shifting away, a composed smile gracing her lips as she turned her attention to Knife. After a few moments, she delicately tapped her slender, pale fingers against the table, as if rendering a judgment, and declared, "Your status aboard is quite notable, and this fellow seems to possess considerable medical skills. Therefore, I grant you permission to join us. From henceforth, we shall be one family, united in our struggle against adversaries and in our quest for survival." Next, with that, she took a sip of the coffee before her, signaling for the next in line to take a seat. The other members of the organization nodded in satisfaction upon hearing her words. Wu Feng and Knife, seated opposite her, exchanged bewildered glances, with Wu Feng revealing a hint of a playful smile as he stood up, seemingly ready to depart without uttering a word. At this moment, a tall man beside the woman leaned in awkwardly and whispered something in her ear. The woman responded with an "oh," gesturing for Wu Feng and his companion to sit once more. Are you suggesting that you do not wish to join our organization, but rather seek a collaboration? She inquired with a smile directed at the two, though her expression was clearly devoid of warmth or sincerity, resembling someone who had just heard a jest. Wu Feng remained standing, gazing into Violet's eyes, saying, Madam, you seem to be feigning ignorance while fully aware of the implications. Your sincerity leaves much to be desired. With a slight chuckle, the woman furrowed her delicate brows, clearly displeased by the condescending demeanor of those around her. It seems it is you who fail to grasp the situation, she retorted, casually brushing her hair back, taking a leisurely sip of her coffee, and confidently stating, Our alliance boasts nearly 100 members. You would work for me, and in return, the organization will ensure your protection. This arrangement is quite fair, is it not? Or do you presume your abilities alone can guarantee your safety? With an enigmatic smile, she regarded the pair as if delivering a final explanation, her fellow alliance members displaying expressions of derision at her concluding words. Wu Feng shook his head once more, signaling for Knife to follow him. Knife was not skilled in negotiation or analysis, and without a hint of hesitation towards Wu Feng's words, he turned around without uttering a single word. How disrespectful to the leader, showing such blatant disregard. On the left of Wu Feng stood a refined young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who audaciously spat at Wu Feng's feet. This act instantly escalated the already tense atmosphere. The woman, already perturbed, felt even more slighted by this young man's brazen display of rudeness, treating her authority with utter disdain. The stalemate was shattered mere seconds later. If this is how you manage your subordinates, I truly must intervene on your behalf. The knife wielder's hand suddenly lunged forth. The swift motion was akin to a striking serpent, quick and lethal. A chilling scream pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of gasps. The bespectacled man fell to the ground, clutching his wound. Blood gushing from his carotid artery and pooling onto the floor, its vivid crimson hue starkly contrasting against the surroundings, yet no one dared to assist him. You're not in any danger. It missed the artery, the knife wielder remarked, not even glancing back as he leisurely followed Wu Feng's lead. You think you can simply walk away after injuring one of us? It won't be that easy. This remark was not uttered by Violet herself, but rather two burly men who had stripped to the waist, each brandishing a metal rod. The members of the alliance swiftly surrounded Wu Feng and the knife wielder. Violet's countenance was as frigid as ice, and with a mere glance, she signaled to the man beside her, who promptly picked up a walkie-talkie and conveyed a message. Meanwhile, a multitude of onlookers gathered, obstructing the escape route of Wu Feng and the knife wielder. Such arrogance! How dare they inflict harm within our headquarters? These fools, thinking themselves untouchable, are ripe for an example to be made of them. Let those assassin organizations know that we are not to be trifled with. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, flushed with excitement at the prospect of standing with the dominant side. I have already informed the security personnel on the ship. They will arrive shortly to apprehend you, she declared. Oh, and what of it? Wu Feng responded with an air of indifference. The violet figure looked down upon him, advancing step by step, declaring that with the arrival of the water monsters, their fate was sealed within those confines, leaving them with no hope of survival. In other words, their lives rested entirely in his hands. I now present you with an opportunity. It is evident that you are not of the assassin or mafia ilk. Should you wish to join the alliance, I remain open to your inclusion. Wu Feng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, locking eyes with Violet. I sincerely apologize for my intrusion. My intention is to unite against that assassin organization. However, Miss Violet, your demeanor is rather domineering. Not everyone is willing to bow in submission. Our stance is one of collaboration. Chapter 43. Displaying weakness. Violet's eyes twitched at his words, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room, the temperature seemingly plummeting to freezing. Wu Feng's remark struck a chord within her. She had effortlessly gathered a group of followers and was eager to expand her influence through a blend of benevolence and menace, hoping to attract talent. Yet, she had not anticipated Wu Feng's unwavering resolve. What's so impressive about that? We have skilled individuals too. We certainly do not require you to. Very well. Let them depart. However, if that young man proves uncooperative, we shall have to deal with him. Then you shall remain in the prison, Violet commanded coldly, waving her hand dismissively. Sir, We have received reports of armed assailants in this vicinity. Please cooperate and accompany us for a brief inquiry. The security personnel aboard the ship arrived promptly, their expressions grave, swiftly escorting Wu Feng and Daozi away. Wu Feng made no attempt at resistance, smiling amiably as he left the bar alongside them. Violet, seated at the table, exhaled in relief, regaining her composure as she prepared to conduct basic interviews for the next prospective member wishing to join the organization, seemingly unaffected by the earlier incident. The other members of the Alliance, having witnessed the recent attack on the bespectacled youth, were considerably shaken, relieved that they had not misspoken or acted foolishly. Upon seeing Wu Feng and Daozi being taken away, they felt a sense of pride in their organization, a surge of superiority washing over them. A lively discussion ensued among them, diverting their attention from the shock and inner turmoil they had experienced. To onlookers, it appeared as though they were a group of ambitious young individuals passionately discussing their aspirations. "Sir, please present your identification and cooperate with the investigation," stated the man before them, appearing courteous. However, given his sinister demeanor, Wu Feng surmised he was the type who appeared amiable yet possessed a malicious heart. Without further ado, he produced his identification and slammed it on the table before the man. "I suggest you do not waste my time. Otherwise, should Mr. Bailey seek me and find me unlawfully detained here by you, who will bear the responsibility for this? You or your superior? Additionally, my friend is the ship's doctor, and I assure you, you have apprehended the wrong individual." As the two walked down the corridor towards the pantry, silence enveloped them. Wu Feng, aware of Daozi's unvoiced inquiries, spoke directly. "That woman is quite extraordinary. She deliberately facilitated our departure. She is aware of our identities, and being captured would not hinder her escape. Yet, she cannot afford to lose face in front of others. Hence, she had the security escort us away." Having successfully piqued Daozi's curiosity, Wu Feng continued, "She has been performing a charade since the beginning. This can be considered a form of negotiation technique, aimed at making us perceive ourselves as being in a position of weakness. Organizing such a vast alliance indicates she is far from a fool. She has long recognized that we and her so-called comrades operate on entirely different planes. Initially feigning ignorance was merely a strategy to entice us into setting conditions and offering explanations, thereby granting her a psychological advantage. However, she miscalculated one aspect. My intention was never to join, but rather to gauge their true nature, thus I had no conditions to propose." Blade, maintaining a stoic demeanor, listened with heightened seriousness. As for the man who later spat, perhaps he was not acting on her orders, nonetheless. Her silence suggested she wished to test our limits of tolerance. Should she choose to strike decisively, even our esteemed identities would afford us no protection. Naturally, she has no desire for a significant confrontation, hence the deployment of guards to manage the situation. Her aim is not to engage in genuine conflict, but to preserve the credibility of this organization. My reluctance to produce identification on the spot stemmed from our mutual need for this entity to combat those perilous adversaries. By instilling confidence in them, we could maneuver within the turbulence generated by these larger organizations. Upon uttering these words, a wild spark ignited in Wu Feng's eyes. Although Blade remained silent, a tremor of emotion flickered beneath his calm exterior. He briefly closed his eyes before turning to Wu Feng, a glimmer of solace crossing his gaze. It increasingly resembled the same individual. "Once he fully trusts me, I shall pose a question." Should Violet hear this exchange, the turmoil within her heart would be profound, as Wu Feng's insights aligned closely with her own thoughts. While most members of the Alliance are ordinary individuals from the real world, the strength of ordinary people should not be underestimated. Prior to boarding, Violet dedicated a significant portion of her resources to investigate those with potential. Wu Feng completed his task with a semblance of discretion. However, his boarding of the vessel alongside Bailey did not escape the notice of those with discerning eyes. Violet was keen to gauge the appetite of this operative, codenamed Feng, and to ascertain what demands he might impose. Yet, as Wu Feng rose in silence, she realized that this man would not be swayed to her advantage. Rather than allow the organization to harbor another unpredictable element, it would be more prudent to let him dissipate into obscurity. Meanwhile, Wu Feng vanished into the throng, clutching his substantial suitcase. The dark clouds intermittently illuminated by brilliant flashes of lightning rendered the sky a ghastly white, while the deep, black waves roiled tumultuously, extending towards an unseen horizon. All around, darkness enveloped the surroundings, save for the brightly lit Yago, which resolutely forged ahead into the distance. In stark contrast to the tumultuous sea, the immense Yago resembled a diminutive vessel adrift in the infernal depths. The woman took several puffs of her cigarette, muttering curses under her breath before discarding the smoldering butt into the ocean, preparing to utter another curse when a colossal sound wave, reminiscent of a whale's call, resonated from afar. The sound was so deep and monumental that it startled her, striking her heart like a heavy hammer. Just as she attempted to listen intently, the noise was drowned out by the rumble of thunder and the roar of the sea. Cursed weather! The massive Yago persevered through the ocean, bravely heading into the encroaching darkness of the storm. Meanwhile, on the lower deck, Wu Feng was engrossed with a pen and a sheet of paper, incessantly sketching and writing. Occasionally glancing at the cabin walls or opening a hatch to inspect, this area appeared far more secure than the upper levels, he mused, marking a specific point on his paper. In his mind, he was incessantly calculating, envisioning the entire lower deck as a three-dimensional blueprint. Wu Feng walked lightly, and soon he spotted a figure ahead, prompting him to halt his steps. Ah, it seems fortune smiles upon me. Encountering a solitary woman clad in a black leather trench coat, she remarked with a playful smile. Her long golden hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail, devoid of any adornments. As she spoke, the woman retrieved a handgun from her knee-high leather boots and nonchalantly waved it towards Wu Feng. Little boy, you may turn and flee, but let us see whether my bullets are swifter than your legs. Shall we engage in such a game? She suggested. Licking her vividly red lips, the gun aimed directly at Wu Feng as she stepped forward slowly, rather than attributing this encounter to luck. It seems you have been waiting for me here, my dear, Wu Feng replied, his gaze unwavering as he focused intently on the weapon in the woman's grasp. Scorpion is truly a fool, unable to deal with even someone like you. A hint of disdain crossed the woman's face as she recalled Wu Feng's humble demeanor while boarding the vessel, prompting her to shake her head in disbelief. Wu Feng's legs felt somewhat weak, and his complexion had turned pale. In a state of utter helplessness, he stammered, "Oh, really? You truly won't kill me? You must promise." The woman, growing increasingly impatient, furrowed her brow and replied, "Do I need to deceive you?" As she spoke, the muzzle of the gun inadvertently shifted slightly. Chapter 44. Unexpected gains. In that fleeting moment the woman spoke, Wu Feng's body bent like a bow taut against the wind, and the next instant, he surged forth like a cannonball propelled from its chamber. However, one aspect of the encounter astonished him. Her reaction was swifter than he had anticipated as she raised her firearm. "You've fallen into my trap," she revealed with a sly smile. Though she appeared relaxed, her body remained coiled with tension. Her words were intended to disarm Wu Feng's resolve, to weaken his spirit. Consequently, Wu Feng's actions did not incite panic within her. Instead, they unfolded as if choreographed. A bullet erupted from the dark muzzle of her gun with a resounding crack. Yet this meticulously aimed shot only grazed Wu Feng's left leg, for his speed was utterly beyond her expectations. How astonishingly swift, she thought as she stumbled backward in shock. Moreover, Wu Feng did not approach in a straight line, after forcefully kicking off the wall. He launched himself like a bolt of lightning from an oblique angle. The woman's expression shifted dramatically. She realized she had underestimated a formidable opponent. Clearly, Wu Feng was an expert in combat even before entering this world. Despite her prior mental preparation, she maintained confidence in her abilities. Now, however, regret washed over her, and in a flurry, she raised her weapon once more, firing directly at Wu Feng's right chest. A spray of crimson mist erupted, splattering across her face, bolstering her confidence. "You have suffered 25 points of damage. You have suffered 24 points of damage." She laughed coldly, contemplating, "Dare to advance? How much health can you muster to challenge me?" Yet, upon witnessing the fierce fire of rebellion and madness burning in Wu Feng's eyes, an inexplicable shiver ran down her spine. In the next heartbeat, Wu Feng's powerful fist struck her face with tremendous force. "Didn't you say you wouldn't retreat?" The wind surged before the fist made contact. How formidable is Wu Feng's strength? Even during his tenure in the Special Forces, he stood out as a paragon among the elite. Do not be deceived by his unassuming physique. His might transcends mere muscular definition. Furthermore, equipped with the Ring of Fortune to augment his power. His fist landed squarely upon the woman's face, distorting nearly half of her body in the process. How could such immense damage be possible? A tempest of astonishment surged within her, leaving her mind in a haze. Yet, she was no ordinary individual. Instinctively, her body yearned to retreat and create distance. Wu Feng, having successfully landed a blow, surged forward with an air of unrelenting aggression, his right elbow thrusting upward with precision. Had this strike connected, it would have surely left her reeling, dazed by the impact on her vulnerable jaw. However, this woman proved to be formidable. She eschewed retreat and instead opted for a strategy of trading injury for injury. At this moment, Wu Feng had already endured 2 gunshot wounds. leaving him with considerably diminished vitality, and thus she had little reason to fear him. As Wu Feng's elbow was about to make contact, the woman arched her head back, her dark hair billowing like a banner, narrowly evading the blow in a fleeting moment. Simultaneously, her right hand subtly raised her index finger, poised to squeeze the trigger once more. Just as her finger was about to exert pressure, Wu Feng transformed his elbow strike into a powerful downward smash, his right fist springing forth like a coiled spring. The elbow that had initially missed now collided forcefully with the woman's ample chest. Still soft. Yet, Wu Feng was devoid of any ambiguous thoughts at that moment, for the woman had still managed to fire her weapon, grazing his right leg. With a sickening thud, she was sent reeling, blood spilling from her lips. Wu Feng felt the swift passage of life. Seizing the fleeting moment when the woman was struck with force, he deftly clasped her wrist, twirling her arm like a dancer before constricting her neck from behind. To an onlooker, they might have appeared as an affectionate couple. Yet Wu Feng, devoid of any superfluous words, acted decisively. Crack. Upon hearing that sound, rather than relaxing, he became even more vigilant, leaning against the wall, his black firearm poised in a state of tension within the confines of his private space. After nearly a minute had elapsed, Wu Feng finally exhaled deeply, observing as the body of He Yin gradually became transparent. It turned out she had truly come alone. Indeed, it was a death wish. Wu Feng pondered quietly. Given the circumstances, there was no need for him to reveal his trump card. It was evident that the woman named He Yin was indeed formidable. Yet her overconfidence was not surprising to Wu Feng. She possessed considerable strength. Had Wu Feng not struck at her vital points 3 times, the battle would have undoubtedly been far more complicated. What truly perplexed Wu Feng, however, was the seemingly limited power of the firearm in her possession, which had inflicted approximately 25 points of damage upon him. Now, her lifeless body lay before him, her gun discarded on the ground. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could wield it. This indicated that the weapon was not a personal item, but rather one that could be utilized immediately, lacking specific attributes. It could only augment its inherent attack power without being stored in a personal inventory. Wu Feng pocketed it as a fortuitous acquisition. Makarov pistol rarity, gray attack, 811 year of manufacture, 1952 caliber, 9 mm weight, 0, 73 kilograms magazine capacity, 8 rounds equipment slot. And you have received Dr. G's commission. Task item. Dr. G has been dedicated to the study of deep-sea species, firmly believing that hidden within the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below, lie mysterious creatures yet unknown to mankind. Should you bring him some surprises, you may be rewarded handsomely. Note: Dr. G will arrive aboard the rescue vessel. Upon hearing this notification, Wu Feng could no longer suppress a light chuckle. What an unexpected boon this was. Chapter 45. Minor task: you have been injured. Upon meeting Wu Feng, Knife squinted slightly, speaking in a low tone that felt less like a question and more like a statement, tinged with a hint of suppressed anger. Wu Feng, unreserved, nodded in acknowledgement and promptly handed over the confiscated firearm to Knife without any unnecessary words. Knife nodded in return, foregoing any pleasantries. As he took the gun to familiarize himself with its features, Wu Feng observed him expertly disassembling and reassembling with a furrowed brow, taken aback by his remarkable proficiency with firearms. What skill is this? Knife shrugged nonchalantly, his voice as indifferent as ever. It was merely a skill I had before, some basic acupuncture techniques. However, upon entering this space, I was endowed with a new ability. Just now, I discovered it and proceeded to share it with Wu Feng. Ancient acupuncture technique, employing the ancient art of acupuncture to heal the wounded, instantly restoring 10 health points. Priority: 1. Cooldown: 10 minutes. This skill level cannot be enhanced within this space and can only be improved through repeated usage without occupying a skill slot. Wu Feng shook his head, utterly at a loss for words to describe them. The talent skill that does not occupy skill slots can only be described as extraordinary. Have you made any discoveries? Asked Knife, nodding as he produced an item, the Conley brand respirator. As a venerable manufacturer of maritime supplies, Conley is always your best choice. Rarity of equipment. Wide effective equipment. Constitution 2 skill of equipment. Underwater breathing note. Do not underestimate this small device. It can sustain your underwater adventures for 30 minutes. Equipment location. Head in the lower left section of the 3rd deck. There is a bartender who will randomly assign reward tasks. Follow me, Knife instructed. Wu Feng nodded and followed Knife as they proceeded in that direction. Feeling the distinctive metallic texture of the firearm in his grasp, Knife, accustomed to solitary endeavors, unexpectedly experienced a sense of solace. How long had it been since they fought together in such a manner? It seemed like many years had passed. His expression faltered, and he was reminded of the imposing figure who had always sheltered them from the storms of life, now shrouded in silence. In this calamity, he wondered if that figure would endure. Knife's countenance gradually darkened. Before long, the two arrived at the coffee house in the left cabin, which not only offered beverages but also provided fitness and massage services. Good sir, you seem quite familiar. Would you care for a drink? Wu Feng settled himself across from a disheveled old drunkard, greeting him warmly. The old fellow, with his unkempt beard and thick, moist lips still glistening with remnants of alcohol, exclaimed, "It seems there are many generous souls today. You catch my eye. Let us indulge in a glass of whiskey." This was typically a routine exchange. Yet through the eyes of Knife, it appeared rather peculiar. It was well known that during his own task, the old man had taken an eternity to permit him the same courtesy. Wu Feng, however, enjoyed a smoother interaction, evidently aided by the hidden charm bestowed by his elegant suit. "Hey, let us have a round of whiskey for everyone. Today, I'm treating, so drink to your heart's content," Wu Feng declared as he placed the remaining dollars from his pocket upon the table, generously addressing the bartender. While a single glass of whiskey might seem trivial, the lively atmosphere was precisely what everyone craved, and the crowd promptly expressed their gratitude towards Wu Feng. "I like you, kid." One of them laughed. "Let us see who can drink more." The patrons, both black and white, began to regard Wu Feng with newfound favor, many raising their glasses in salute, to which he responded with a beaming smile. The old drunkard, evidently intrigued by this generous young man, let out a hearty burp and slurred, "Kid, do you know? If I could sip whiskey while savoring exquisite snacks, the experience would surely be delightful." Wu Feng nodded and remarked, "How splendid it would be if I could possess a few more banknotes at this moment." Wu Feng let out a sigh as Knife coldly placed his last few bills before the man, causing the table to tremble slightly. The old drunkard seemed to sense that the moment was ripe. He feigned elegance as he wiped his lips, attempting to present a more presentable appearance, while gesturing for Wu Feng to lean in closer. "Do you see that fellow over there? His name is Philip. If you could take him down for me, I would be willing to part with my little secret treasure." Wu Feng pondered for a moment, then broke into a smile. "Hey, big guy. Working out alone here is rather dull. How about we make a wager?" The little fellow added, "If I find out you're merely toying with me, you shall spend the night in a hospital bed." The threat lingered in the air, unmistakable. Chapter 46. Disdain. Wu Feng smiled, displaying a nonchalant attitude towards the threats posed to him. "How about this? Let us indulge in some drinks and engage in a contest to liven up the atmosphere. Shall we?" Philip, upon hearing this proposition, chuckled as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. "This is a recipe for your own demise. Did you hear that? You've invited trouble upon yourself. If I go hard on you later, don't say I didn't warn you." At this moment, the nearby onlookers, primarily bodyguards of the upper echelon known for their bravado, took notice of the unfolding situation. Initially, they had been bored aboard the vessel, but upon witnessing the potential for entertainment, they unanimously raised their hands in approval. However, when they realized it was the generous host from earlier facing off against the notoriously arrogant Philip, they fell silent. Their hesitation was not born out of fear of Philip, but rather from the knowledge that his unpredictable nature and volatile temper rendered him a formidable and reckless adversary. No one wished to provoke such a powerful and erratic individual. Nevertheless, some felt compelled to intervene. Upon seeing Wu Feng and Philip face each other, John, a well-meaning individual, intended to step in and mediate. However, George, harboring ulterior motives, seized John by the collar and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? You want to provoke Philip?" "Hey, George, what on earth are you thinking? Wu is our colleague," John retorted. George merely shrugged and replied, "Perhaps he can actually defeat Philip. Don't ruin his chances." John's resolve gradually waned under George's incessant remarks, leaving him with a lingering concern for the two men in the center. He silently vowed that if Wu were to find himself in danger, he would intervene without hesitation. "I'll bet $100 on this kid winning." The crowd turned to see an old drunkard with a scruffy beard, his eyes bloodshot and chest heaving, with droplets of liquor clinging to his beard. Where there was a leader, others quickly followed suit. Though the bodyguards were hesitant to provoke Philip, they were not averse to placing bets. In an instant, the old drunkard assumed the role of the bookmaker, and everyone rushed to place their wagers. "Damn it. Isn't this just handing over money? Kid, my apologies, but even though you treated me to whiskey, who could refuse easy money?" Most shared this sentiment, eagerly placing their bets. "Philip, $20. I bet $50 on that guy." "Hold on, you're crowding me." "Huh, Did I just see you betting on Wu? If you're giving away money, I'll gladly accept it. Another individual joined in, placing a wager on Wu Feng. I've never liked that Philip kid. Betting on this is just my way of supporting Wu. Come on, kid, make us proud. At the very least, show some fight. Shouted a white man sporting a buzz cut and a tight black tank top. Philip responded with a casual flick of his wrist, gesturing with a middle finger, while he defiantly raised an eyebrow in challenge. Wu Feng responded with a grateful smile, his demeanor composed, courteous yet dignified, which earned him a measure of respect from the burly Caucasian man. Just call me Iron Anchor. I have high hopes for you. With that, the man casually found a table and used the corner as a makeshift bottle opener, popping open a bottle of dark beer with a resounding bang and gulping it down heartily. John, like Iron Anchor, wagered $100 to boost the morale of his colleague. George, feeling the need to maintain appearances, placed a $5 bet on Wu Feng. Seizing the moment while John was distracted, he hurried over to the betting area and urged the old man, quickly place $100 on Felipe. Felipe, observing that most bets had already been placed, turned to Wu Feng with a menacing grin and said, "Are you ready to meet your fate, kid?" Wu Feng assumed a wrestling stance, smiling as he said, "Come on." Philip chuckled heartily, his large hands resembling fans, swiftly reaching out to grasp Wu Feng. As the saying goes, a true expert reveals their prowess upon making a move. Although this man was tall, his strikes were fierce and rapid, unaffected by his stature. He intended to leverage his height and long arms to seize Wu Feng directly, preventing him from closing the distance. Typically, shorter wrestlers strive to approach and grapple with taller opponents, aiming to limit their advantages. If the adversary is heavier and possesses less stamina, one might attempt to maneuver them around, exhausting their energy before launching a counterattack. When Philip seized Wu Feng's sleeve, a cold smile crept across his mind. He believed he had secured victory. With a swift motion, he turned Wu Feng's sleeve, gripping his wrist, intending to use his strength to suppress Wu Feng's movements. Simultaneously, he exerted all his force, yanking Wu Feng violently toward the ground. Based on Philip's extensive experience in overpowering others, he was confident that any individual weighing less than 100 kilograms would be sent tumbling, at the very least stumbling under his pull. Thus, when he grasped Wu Feng's arms, he was convinced of his impending defeat. Initially, events unfolded just as he anticipated. Wu Feng's upper body was indeed yanked toward the ground. He is finished. This is far too easy, George thought, chuckling to himself. However, Philip suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. He sensed no resistance whatsoever. Although Wu Feng was being pulled toward the ground, he did not fall. Instead, he leveraged the force, pushing off the ground with his hands, propelling his body into the air. In an instant, his legs were clamped around Philip's head, and with a powerful thrust from his waist, his body arched like a grand bow, stretching resiliently against the wind. Simultaneously, his legs propelled forward, astonishingly hurling the over 240-pound Philip away. A cacophony ensued as various bottles and glasses shattered upon Philip's hefty frame. The entire arena was taken aback. My God, did I just witness that? Chinese Kung Fu? It can be executed this way? Murmured a crowd of onlookers. Oh no, my money. Finally, a voice pierced the air like a pig being slaughtered, jolting the crowd awake. They gazed at the battered Philip, inwardly lamenting, this guy is all show and no substance. We demand our money back. Wu Feng smiled as he patted the creases on his sleeves, effortlessly shattering the neck of a beer bottle. He raised it in the air towards the old drunkard and the burly white man, Iron Anchor, and tilted his head back to drink, his eyes glinting with confidence and audacity. This display momentarily garnered the admiration of those present for his boldness. The old drunkard erupted into hearty laughter, nearly brought to tears, while Iron Anchor reciprocated with a smile and downed a drink as well. Chapter 47. Mission Rewards. A. For 100 reward points. B. Rusty Power Gauntlets. Rusty Power Gauntlets material. Alloy weight. 0. 5 kilograms, each rarity. Common attack power. 34 equip effect. Strength 2 equip location. Hands Wu Feng remains oblivious to the purpose of reward points, having not delved into the matter previously. With the appearance of a reward option, he naturally seeks to inquire further. Reward points serve as virtual currency used to enhance fundamental abilities, fortify equipment, and elevate skill levels. These points can be traded. Fundamental abilities include basic melee. This ability hones various skills in close combat, augmenting one's lethality in such encounters. The corresponding attribute for this ability is strength. Basic evasion. This ability enhances one's capacity to dodge enemy attacks while also providing a slight boost to movement speed. The corresponding attribute for this ability is agility. Basic Ranged. This ability cultivates proficiency in wielding ranged weaponry, thereby increasing one's damage in long-distance engagements. The corresponding attribute for this ability is Spirit. Basic Stamina. This ability trains one's resilience to withstand blows, enabling greater longevity in confrontations. The corresponding attribute for this ability is Constitution. Certain advanced equipment or abilities necessitate the progression of specific combat or fundamental skills for them to be equipped. The higher the level of an ability, the more reward points are required for enhancement. Additionally, improvements can also be achieved through diligent personal training. Wu Feng understood that these reward points were undoubtedly a form of currency of significant value. However, with danger lurking nearby, the paramount concern was to swiftly enhance his own strength. Thus, he chose the rusted boxing gloves as his reward. Upon donning them, a surge of vigor coursed through his entire being. Including the earlier acquired lucky ring from Robin, Wu Feng now possessed a total of 18 points of strength, nearly equivalent to twice that of an average adult male. Previously, during his encounter, he had sensed that Philly's strength slightly surpassed his own. Now, equipped with the gloves, his power was likely to be on par with Philly's. The old drunkard was preoccupied with distributing the winnings, and those who had bet on Philly, feeling unfortunate, certainly did not seek out Wu Feng to create any trouble. On the contrary, they respectfully made way for him. Meanwhile, the few individuals who benefited from Wu Feng's fortune were all smiles and approached him to express their gratitude. "Let us have another round of tequila on me," the Iron Anchor exclaimed, delighted by the substantial winnings he had received. In that moment, the initially disheartened gamblers cast aside their gloomy spirits, mingling with one another, engaging in drinking games and revelry, ensuring that the atmosphere remained lively and animated. Wu Feng was quite pleased with the admiration reflected in the gazes of those around him. This was not a manifestation of vanity. Rather, it was a means to enhance his prestige, thereby augmenting his chances of success when faced with impending crises. "Hey, Feng. You did well. I always knew you would." George approached, feigning familiarity as he placed a hand on Wu Feng's shoulder. However, Wu Feng subtly shrugged it off, turning instead to express his gratitude to John with a smile. "Thanks, buddy." John paused momentarily, then broke into a hearty laugh, realizing that this young man was perceptive to everything around him. "No need for formalities. Haha, you performed admirably. From now on, the primary responsibility of safeguarding Mr. Bailey will be entrusted to you, allowing me to take it a bit easier." Wu Feng chuckled softly, yet at that moment, a voice emerged that caused both him and Knife to freeze in disbelief. Wu Feng exchanged a glance with Knife. He spoke directly. "Wu Feng." Knife responded calmly. Wu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed that, apart from himself, who had taken on the main quest and consequently inherited the task of protecting Bailey, the others had likely become akin to Knives. "Don't rush. I will deal with you shortly," Wu Feng called out, eliciting an indignant scream from Bailey and the sound of shattered dishes. Chapter 48. The dangerous man. Perhaps the howling winds and tumultuous waves of the vast sea obscured the chilling and terrifying roars of beasts. Inside the banquet hall, the dancers continued to sway their sinuous waists like water serpents, while affluent ladies and gentlemen clinked their glasses, under the exuberant guidance of some loquacious hosts. The atmosphere surged to exhilarating heights once more. Beside a table adorned with an array of wine glasses and delicacies, Mr. Bailey was discovered alone by Wu Feng. At that moment, his complexion bore a slight crimson hue, a consequence of the alcohol he had consumed. The once immaculate expensive suit was no longer as tidy, and the handkerchief that was meant for embellishment now rested in Mr. Bailey's hand, marred with a few drops of red wine. The elegant black top had also been removed and set aside, indicating that he had been enjoying himself quite thoroughly. "Mr. Bailey," the captain remarked, "the Yago has encountered some issues and requires inspection, so I suggest you accompany us downstairs for a brief respite." Mr. Bailey waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Look, these old fellows are also enjoying themselves here. You needn't concern yourself with me. Go attend to your own matters." Wu Feng smiled subtly, raising his hand to press lightly against the nape of Bailey's neck. The pressure was not forceful, yet sufficient to render Bailey unconscious, while those around them remained engrossed in their own merriment, oblivious to the unfolding scene. Be mindful, such actions may significantly diminish your rapport with the characters in the narrative. Wu Feng shook his head, gazing at Daozi with a hint of regret. Throughout their journey, this frigid individual had been of considerable assistance, and now it was imperative for him to carry Bailey to the predetermined location. Wu Feng's decision was a gamble. If Daozi were to harm Bailey after departing, it would spell disaster for him. Daozi made no indication of dissent and promptly hoisted Bailey onto his back, setting off without hesitation. Wu Feng picked up a black top hat, lowering its brim to obscure half of Mr. Bailey's face, and quickened his pace, positioning himself ahead of the two. As the ship's security personnel attempted to alert authorities via radio, they discovered that the entire communication system had inexplicably failed, much like the plot of a film. The chaos had been instigated by these intruders in advance. In an instant, the ship's security team found their firearms and weapons snatched away by these frenzied marauders. The affluent ladies screamed to escape, yet in their frantic flight, many stumbled over their flowing gowns or twisted their ankles on their towering heels, resulting in utter disarray. "Ha ha, brothers, behold what I have acquired." One man bellowed in manic laughter as he brandished a black firearm, a weapon that can be taken outside. Killing these guards has led to a treasure trove. In that moment, voices filled with ire and dissatisfaction rang out from an unknown source. Why must we fight at the front only to surrender our spoils? Indeed, those who merely hide behind men should not dictate our actions. I believe we should elect a new leader. Upon hearing these remarks, some members of the Alliance began to stir restlessly. After dispatching several guards and bodyguards, these ordinary individuals succumbed to a frenzy of exhilaration and rage, their eyes glinting with fervor. Violet sensed impending danger. She swiftly identified the source of the voices. Just as she turned to address the situation, this ruthless group rallied behind a mysterious man wielding a civil weapon. Though they bore no insignia, their actions were remarkably cohesive and decisive. Wu Feng's predictions were once again validated. Wu Feng lay quietly in wait at the entrance to the passage leading to the lower levels, observing the chaotic battlefield with the intensity of a hunting leopard. As for the Alliance, though there had been past conflicts, Wu Feng was not one to kill without cause. However, the other faction was different. They had attempted to assassinate him twice, and did it not seem fitting to exact a measure of retribution? Just as Wu Feng was poised to act, an unexpected chill enveloped him. Turning his gaze, he beheld a Caucasian man clad in an exquisitely tailored black suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt, who was smiling at him while holding a sleek black umbrella. He stood amidst the fray, seemingly shielded by an invisible force, untouched by the surrounding turmoil. Observing the pandemonium with an air of detached elegance, the stark simplicity of black and white adorned him, exuding a hint of sinister allure. Wu Feng remained motionless, unlike the handsome man before him, who exuded an air of genuine relaxation. Wu Feng tightened his grip on the firearm in his hand. 10 seconds passed, then 20, until finally, his gaze remained fixed ahead as his body gradually retreated, ultimately blending into the shadows. The man opposite him remained utterly still. As the figure vanished from sight, Wu Feng felt the tension in his chest ease. Unbeknownst to him, his palms had begun to sweat. Although he had not directly engaged with this fair-skinned, striking man, the pressure he exerted was akin to an overwhelming tide. Wu Feng sighed inwardly, realizing he had previously underestimated this individual. It seemed the downfall of the Alliance was merely a matter of time, and he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, once this man turned his attention towards him, he and Daozi would be ensnared like fish in a barrel. Chapter 49, the beginning thus. He had encountered various formidable characters in the eyes of ordinary people, the enigmatic underground fighters and ruthless mercenaries along the borders. Yet, none of these encounters had instilled in him the same sense of peril as this man did. He reminded himself that caution was always prudent. At this moment, there remained less than 30 minutes until the impending assault of the deep-sea monster, and the battle within the upper banquet hall had reached a fever pitch. After all, the Alliance was merely a makeshift assembly of ordinary individuals. Even when faced with the life-or-death pressure that liberated them to kill, their capabilities were limited. The nearly 100-strong contingent had been reduced to about half, ravaged by the onslaught of 30-odd desperate men. Yet, the opposing group could not have anticipated that these seemingly inconsequential individuals, whom they usually disregarded, would unleash a force far exceeding their usual might in this bizarre space, resulting in the demise of 5 or 6 of their own. These ordinary individuals, fighting for survival, found a newfound courage, and each had their own peculiar experiences within the space. Coupled with the carelessness of the desperate men, being overwhelmed and swiftly dispatched was not an impossibility. Setting this aside, as Wu Feng passed the CAF in the mid-level space, he found that Fei Li was no longer present. George anxiously blocked his path, exclaiming, "Phone, I saw Mr. Bailey being taken away by a stranger. He was too quick. I couldn't stop him. John has gone down to pursue him. We must hurry as well." Wu Feng nodded. Yet he observed that the iron anchor was still preoccupied with his drink. He held a rather favorable impression of this burly figure, and a thought sparked in his mind. Before taking his leave, he leaned closer to the iron anchor and whispered a few words in his ear. The iron anchor initially wore a look of confusion, but soon comprehension dawned on him, and he promptly nodded in agreement before rising to attend to matters that would be discussed later. After approximately 5 minutes, Wu Feng finally located Knife, who was leaning silently against the wall, alongside the still unconscious Bailey. At that moment, John wore an expression of acute anxiety and anger. I always believed you were friends with Feng. How could you resort to such actions? Hey, Feng, you've arrived. Quickly stop him. Wu Feng interrupted John's incessant complaints, speaking earnestly. John, do you trust me? If you do, please refrain from making noise. There's been a tremendous upheaval up top. I had no choice but to bring Mr. Bailey down here. If you wish to survive, we must leave at once. John gaped, ready to protest, but upon seeing the earnestness in Wu Feng's eyes, he chose to place his faith in him and could only nod in resignation. I have no objections, but I am completely in the dark about this. George, the opportunist, was even more indecisive. He simply echoed whatever others said, as long as it did not threaten his own interests. If Mr. Bailey were to cast blame, he would readily shift the responsibility onto others. Once an agreement was reached, Wu Feng gestured for George to carry Bailey. Although George was reluctant, he had no choice but to comply under Wu Feng's piercing gaze. Wu Feng, accompanied by 4 others, meandered through a series of increasingly unfamiliar rooms. The walls transitioned from wood to pure steel, and ultimately, the vestiges of decoration vanished entirely. As I surveyed my surroundings, I finally discovered this location. Although this vessel had expanded in size several-fold to accommodate greater capacity, much of the space was rendered superfluous, with sections even filled with steel and other materials. Consequently, the stern of the ship had become significantly more robust than before, allowing us to capitalize on this feature. Wu Feng spoke. How did you come to know? The figure known as Knife, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, scrutinized everything around him. Although he was well aware of Wu Feng's capabilities in strategizing, he still felt a twinge of delight. Wu Feng chuckled softly as he retrieved the large suitcase he had brought aboard from a corner. With a leisurely demeanor, he extracted various tools from within. While you were in search of side quests, I took care of certain matters, even encountering an individual intent on my demise, whom I swiftly dealt with, he remarked nonchalantly. Skillfully, Wu Feng connected a set of welding equipment to a small oxygen tank, eschewing safety goggles. He closed his eyes and directed a searing flame toward a sealed iron door. Molten iron oozed from the fissures, gradually dripping onto the ground. I had ventured there as well, but could not penetrate the iron door. The surrounding walls were solidly forged from steel, exceedingly robust. Descending further was not an option, as all routes were sealed off, more fortified than this location. Wu Feng shouted Daozi, and together they delivered a powerful kick to the half-human-high iron gate, which responded with a groan. It's somewhat below my expectations, but it's close enough, Wu Feng remarked with a frown. According to the original narrative, the strength of the water monsters should not be sufficient to breach this stronghold. Furthermore, we are merely a handful of individuals. Clearly, the group above is their primary target. We merely need to hold out until the rescue vessel arrives. This sentiment was only audible to Daozi, who also furrowed his brow and replied, What if this place is breached as well? Wouldn't we then be trapped here? Wu Feng helplessly spread his hands and said, I have no other choice. After all, my primary mission is to provide protection. Aside from this place, I truly cannot conceive of a more suitable location. At that moment, Knife nodded, as the countdown ticked away, leaving only 3 minutes and 42 seconds. The commotion above was not easily approached. If we wished to gain any further benefits, we would have to wait until they engaged in their contest, ensuring our own safety in the process. Wu Feng added, the blade, nodding benevolently. Although he had no real objections at the moment, the battle in the upper banquet hall had essentially come to a close, and the blood-soaked Violet glared with fury at the handsome man who stood silently among the crowd. Though resentment brewed within her, she could only flee in haste, shielded by the last 20 members of the Alliance. Her initial intention was merely to seize some weapons for self-defense. Yet she had not anticipated Frank's ruthless tactics. He had not only dispatched spies to incite dissent among the Alliance members, but had also resolved to eliminate them entirely. She was unable to claim the reward for slaying the water monster. Chapter 50. The collapse of the Alliance dressed impeccably in a spotless black suit. Frank surveyed the crowd and spoke softly. Are you all satisfied with the results? Although no one responded verbally, Frank could discern the answer from their menacing grins. One must invest to reap rewards. The Almighty favors those who strive diligently. Equip yourselves well for the next trial, for there must be a balance of reward and punishment. Without it, no matter how formidable one may be, who would be willing to fight for you? No. Ah, help? My God, what is this? No. A grotesque, blood-red, tubular creature with a gaping maw appeared out of thin air, and soon the corridor was filled solely with its gluttonous slurping sounds. Another corpulent man sneered, shaking his head in disbelief. Stop scaring yourself, I tell you. There is no water monster on this ship. The others remained pale with fear. No sooner had the fat man spoken than the room they occupied began to tremble violently, the lights above flickering ominously. As the shaking intensified, items from the cabinets plummeted and shattered, causing the group to instinctively clutch one another and scream in terror. The walls cracked, revealing a creature, crimson as blood and serpent-like, with a monstrous maw that instantly lunged at the fat man's shoulder. Save me. Ah, he cried out in agony, as a torrent of crimson surged from his lower body towards the creature's gaping mouth. His lower half quickly resembled a skeletal form, and in mere moments, the entirety of his being was drained dry by that monster. What in the world is this? What the hell is this? Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, don't come any closer. The young man with the wild hair collapsed, his legs thrashing against the ground in a futile attempt to retreat. His tattered jeans scraped against the floor, but he could not move an inch. Echoing in his ears were piercing roars, and Bailey, having regained consciousness, appeared pale, perhaps still under the influence of alcohol. Leaning against the wall, he retched a few times. After Wu Feng and the others explained the situation to him, their relationship not only remained intact but actually increased by 100 points. I message you, young man, Bailey said wearily, sitting at one end of the iron plate. Approximately 5 minutes later, a sudden cacophony of piercing metallic sounds erupted in the previously tranquil space. Wu Feng and Knife exchanged grave glances, directing their attention towards the dense cluster of steel pipes behind them. After a few more seconds, the noise morphed into a muffled, obscure thrum. It seemed the sheer number of pipes requiring breach had exhausted the colossal creature lurking within. The rescue vessel is expected to arrive in half an hour. Knife silently recalled the message relayed from the void. Are we to remain here awaiting the rescue ship? Wu Feng pondered for a moment, then silently shook his head. He retrieved the commission from Dr. G from his private space and shared it with Knife. Although Knife remained silent, the surgical knife he twirled in his hand conveyed his sentiment. This transaction was feasible. However, it was not yet the opportune moment to confront the water monster. Wu Feng stated calmly, "You should recall the mercenaries who fortuitously boarded the ship in the original narrative. They were not benevolent individuals. The assassin organization harbored significant ambitions and would undoubtedly eliminate any variables, leading to a considerable drain on resources. We must ensure our appearance coincides perfectly with the right moment. Otherwise, facing a few skilled adversaries armed with firearms would be exceedingly perilous." That individual seemingly went by the name Frank. Knife had never overestimated or underestimated others. Thus his inquiry was merely a straightforward question. Wu Feng fell into a contemplative silence, recalling the tense standoff that lasted several seconds. He bit his lip and squinted slightly, then nodded emphatically, declaring, "He is formidable, exceedingly strong. I have never encountered anyone who exerts such intense pressure upon me. It appears this so-called nightmares of the gods' realm truly draws in a diverse array of individuals." The knife-wielding figure grunted in acknowledgement, lowering his head as his gaze turned indifferent. Though he had forgotten most things, his instinct for combat remained intact. His description implied that Frank was indeed a genuine threat, a legend in the assassin's world, of which he had heard whispers. Chapter 51. The optimal moment before calamity struck. Violet was a renowned executive in a multinational corporation, known for her lofty ambitions and decisive nature. Her subordinates dared not defy her commands. After the disaster, her city experienced relatively minor devastation, and being an elite figure, she had never faced life and death dilemmas, which further inflated her pride. Yet now, in this nightmares of the gods' realm, she was dealt a harsh blow. Is my effort not sufficient? Violet's eyes, bloodshot and fierce, appeared particularly menacing beneath her somewhat enchanting dark hair. After a prolonged wait and a collaborative effort to vanquish a small aquatic monster, she suddenly signaled for her subordinates to silence. Through the metal, the distant sounds of intense gunfire could be faintly heard. A cold smile crept across Violet's lips. The outcome of the confrontation remained uncertain. She intended to observe, akin to a tiger watching its prey, devising a plan similar to Wu Feng's. Yet this time, The duel was between Frank's faction and the mercenaries from the original storyline. Beside the ship Yago in the vast ocean, a mercenary vessel from Southeast Asia encountered mechanical failure, prompting the crew to board Yago. Initially cautious, they were soon overwhelmed by the horrific sights they encountered along the way. What had transpired here? They pressed forward into the Grand Hall, ultimately encountering Frank and his entourage. Inside the banquet hall, two factions faced each other with palpable tension. On one side stood the handsome Frank and his assembled assassin organization. On the other, the mercenaries from the original plot. Frank's gathering consisted mostly of assassins and mercenaries, with the least among them being petty thugs. In this standoff, neither side exhibited signs of weakness. "Sir, please clear a path. I shall not repeat my request," spoke the mercenary leader, a middle-aged man from Southeast Asia, his sun-kissed face marred by several small pits, and his sharp eyes glistening with intensity. Rainwater cascaded from his hair. His expression grim, fingers poised on the trigger as he coldly regarded Frank, the threat evident in his demeanor. Frank smiled, embodying an air of nobility and elegance. He rubbed his hands together and addressed those behind him. "Focus on the task at hand. The largest aquatic monster is about to emerge. I shall handle the remaining adversaries." The members of the assassin organization were momentarily taken aback, with the most skilled among them displaying disbelief. While Frank possessed strength and prestige, none believed he could single-handedly confront a group of armed mercenaries. The mercenary leader cast a wary glance around at the scattered corpses and the grotesque, blood-like substance lying limply at the other end, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Initially, he had intended to board the opulent vessel in hopes of a lucrative haul, only to encounter such bizarre occurrences. At that moment, the floor suddenly convulsed violently, causing those closest to lose their footing and tumble to the ground. In mere seconds, a gaping chasm split the ground open, and blood along with seawater erupted from the fissure like a fountain. A colossal tentacle of a monstrous sea creature surged forth from the crack, its grotesque form adorned with repulsive, tumor-like growths. Its body resembled an enormous, magnified worm, with sharp mandibles incessantly dripping a viscous fluid onto the ground, producing a hissing sound as the earth was swiftly corroded, creating a sizable pit. Wu Feng gazed upwards. Although there were only a haphazard array of pipes above, they all understood that the ultimate boss resided there. In an instant, a crossfire network composed of mercenaries erupted, showering the area with a torrent of bullets, causing chaos and bloodshed. They had momentarily forgotten the peril posed by the imminent threat of Frank, instinctively directing their aggression towards the source of their most profound fear. "What is this?" A man, caught in a frenzy, suddenly screamed in terror. His body was abruptly yanked from its original position, dragged swiftly across the ground and pulled upwards into the sky. His machine gun unleashed a barrage of bullets, sending wood chips and shards of glass flying in all directions. Yet, it was too late. Halfway through the ordeal, the man's blood had been completely drained, and though he did not perish immediately, he trembled as he raised his desiccated right hand, his teeth chattering in despair before he collapsed. "Indeed, you have helped me resolve a minor inconvenience," Frank remarked, revealing his pearly white teeth once more. The mercenary leader glared at him in fury, bellowing, "Eliminate this scoundrel." Instantly, others, their eyes ablaze with rage, squeezed the triggers, unleashing a storm of metal that would shatter even steel into fragments. Meanwhile, countless watchful eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated on Frank, including those of Wu Feng and Knife. At this moment, Wu Feng pondered what he would do in such a dire situation. Undoubtedly, at the instant the adversary fired, he would instinctively evade based on the position of the barrel. However, the barrage of gunfire was so intense that complete avoidance was implausible, while death might be averted. Grave injury was inevitable. Yet Frank did not flinch. The violet figure observing from above believed that this arrogant individual would soon be reduced to mere fragments. She cursed under her breath, wishing for his demise, eager to see him stripped of his lofty demeanor and exposed in his vulnerability. In such circumstances, only a fool would not seek refuge. However, Frank was no fool. As the bullets whizzed perilously close, a piercing shriek echoed, and a swarm of dark entities erupted at an astonishing speed. In that instant, Frank's physical form vanished, and upon closer inspection, the dark masses revealed themselves to be dozens of shrieking bats, which, like lightning, surged toward the gunman. Though the mercenaries were momentarily baffled, they did not panic, fiercely retaliating against the bats. After slaying several, a few ferocious mercenaries were finally struck by the bats, collapsing to the ground within seconds, incapacitated though not dead. Some were astonished, while others, like Wu Feng and Knife, exhaled in relief. For these two already formidable individuals, the unknown was far more terrifying, with the adversary's cards laid bare. Their response became less reactive. However, this newfound knowledge left Wu Feng with a lingering sense of trepidation. Understanding did not equate to control. Once the mercenaries were dispatched, the bats coalesced, transforming back into the dashing Frank. Yet, the once smiling and debonair figure now glistened with perspiration, his complexion taking on a sickly pallor, and his formerly vibrant crimson lips had turned parched. He procured a pristine handkerchief to dab his face and suddenly flashed a smile toward an unseen point above, instantly morphing into bats and soaring away. "Beautiful lady, you seem utterly entranced." Frank's gentle voice caressed Violet's ears as she remained ensnared by the earlier shock. His exquisitely handsome visage was difficult to resist, causing Violet to momentarily forget that he was the very enemy who had nearly cost her life. Transitioning back into human form, Frank gracefully inclined his head, slowly leaning toward Violet's cherry lips to bestow a soft kiss. Although she attempted to push him away, an indescribable pleasure surged from within, akin to the allure of a potent drug, ensnaring her in its irresistible embrace. "You smell delightful," Frank murmured, his hand tenderly cradling Violet's head. Yet, just before his lips met hers, he abruptly altered his course, sinking his elongated fangs into her slender, alabaster neck, relishing the exquisite flavors of his meal. In that fleeting moment, Violet vanished from sight. Frank maintained his embrace, but her disappearance elicited a cold snort from him. As his complexion regained a hint of color, he wiped the blood from his lips with a handkerchief, his demeanor returning to one of calm satisfaction. "The foolish woman seems to have a friend who wishes to greet her. You are indeed formidable, Mr. Frank. Those who seek to exploit the chaos must either retreat or seize the opportunity. Clearly, for some, this is the moment." Stripped of his subordinate's protection, Frank appears powerful yet is, in truth, utterly exhausted. This reflects the speaker's understanding of the current situation. Chapter 52, Collaboration in Murder. Behold the instrument in my grasp. Do not move if you value your life. I am acutely aware that you possess the capability to end my existence, yet rest assured, your fate would be no better. There are many who would relish feasting upon your flesh. The man spoke calmly, the twin-barreled flamethrower in his hands emanating a faint heat, with tongues of blue flame flickering within. Impressive. In the distance, Wu Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Knife nodded in agreement. This individual must have witnessed Frank's prowess earlier and, upon boarding, remained ever vigilant, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Frank, transformed into a bat, seemed insurmountable, yet the demise of several bats revealed his pallor. They were a part of his lifeblood, and their deaths would surely weaken him significantly. At this moment, the disheveled yet chillingly composed man possessed Frank's nemesis. One wonders from where he procured such a flamethrower. While it may not match firearms in instantaneous lethality, its wide range offers a distinct advantage. I know you are swift, which is why I have strapped a bomb to my person. Should you take my life, it will detonate. The bespectacled man hurled a substantial bomb, and hidden in the shadows, Wu Feng felt a renewed sense of awe. Just how deranged could this seemingly unkempt individual be? Under normal circumstances, the proud Frank would never allow anyone to threaten him. However, with the monstrous aquatic creature still struggling and adversaries like Wu Feng and Knife lurking in the shadows, Frank could not maintain his usual composure. His gaze, almost tangible, remained fixed upon the disheveled man, who seemed oblivious to the scrutiny. "Damn it, do you wish to die?" "Boy." A man dodging the creature's attack shouted angrily, but before he could utter another word, a tentacle of the beast coiled around him in an instant. Do not lose focus. Others, engrossed in evading and attacking, had no time to glance elsewhere. Neither Frank nor the disheveled man paid heed to the external clamor. The two men stood resolutely opposed to one another. At that moment, Frank suddenly laughed, his narrow eyes appraising the man before him. Clenching his fist, his long nails pierced his skin, drawing forth a stream of deep crimson blood. "Drive away that vexatious woman. It is merely a fear of the jesters who might appear. To my surprise, there are indeed many audacious souls among us. Speak, what is it that you desire?" The disheveled man, upon hearing these words, finally revealed a hint of a smile. "Esteemed Mr. Frank, you are a person of great stature, while I am but a mere individual. I am not one to be consumed by greed. All I seek are some provisions and rewards. Please demonstrate your spatial privileges to me. Once I have made my selection, I shall promptly depart." His cleverness is evident here, for should he linger too long, the situation might evolve into something unpredictable, rendering his escape impossible. Frank pondered for a moment, then gently nodded in agreement. The two fell into a contemplative silence. Wu Feng and Knife exchanged a glance, and in an instant, they both leaped into action, charging towards the man engaged in a gunfight in the hall. Their target was none other than the tall figure clad in a brown leather jacket, who stood beside Frank. At that moment, Frank was negotiating with this man. Any attempt to provide support here would undoubtedly alert the disheveled individual, who, like a startled bird, would instinctively open fire. Frank could not afford to disregard this possibility. Thus, Wu Feng and Knife executed their strike in perfect harmony. Their objective was the mission card belonging to G Doctor, carried by the man in the brown attire. Given that Yi Yin possessed one, it was only logical that this individual would have it as well. Wu Feng felt an immense sense of fortune as he encountered a trustworthy ally, akin to a blade, upon his initial foray into this realm. Though he could not fathom the rationale behind this unfounded trust, he was determined to demonstrate the merit of their alliance. At that moment, 5 or 6 individuals had already perished, and the water monster's core was laboring to breathe, its numerous wounds oozing blood, while severed tentacles writhed on the ground. Both factions found themselves ensnared in the darkness that precedes dawn, each striving to outlast the other's resolve. The first to falter would undoubtedly pay the ultimate price for their life. The adage "one cannot catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den" resonated with him. The water monster was far weaker than he had anticipated. Realizing it posed no immediate threat to his existence, he pondered, if not now, then when? The members of the Assassin Alliance were visibly shaken, yet each was burdened by immense pressure that rendered them unable to disengage. Leaving no one to attend to the man in the brown leather coat. "I've long wished to eliminate you, and you dare to present yourselves at my doorstep," the man in brown bellowed. However, his voice was abruptly silenced by Wu Feng's swift gunshot that struck his throat. He staggered backward, only to discover Blade had mysteriously appeared behind him. A chill enveloped his back as a torrent of blood erupted from his leather coat. Simultaneously, Wu Feng fired another shot, sealing off his escape by striking his foot. The man emitted a desperate roar, akin to a cornered beast, and lunged furiously toward Blade, yet grasped only air. Wu Feng's final shot struck the creature's cranium. Yet, he had no time to reflect, for both he and his companion realized that the monster was on the brink of demise. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Although Morgan had not brought the commission from Dr. G, the prospect of slaying the aquatic beast promised considerable rewards. The figure, known as Knife, moved with a light and eerie grace, appearing before the battered giant like a specter emerging from the shadows. With a swift motion, the blade descended. The intention was merely to sever 2 pieces of bloodied flesh, but instead, he received an unexpected notification. Wu Feng let out a sound of acknowledgement, which was within his expectations. It seemed that the requirement of this side quest was unequivocally to slay the water monster. The so-called blood organization was likely derived from some item that emerged from the corpse of the deceased creature, rather than merely a simple extraction from its body. Chapter 53. The gun fired. However, Frank and his band of supporters truly possessed formidable combat prowess. As Wu Feng's life points gradually restored, a wretched cry of agony erupted from the colossal water beast. Countless crimson entities burst forth from the creature's gelatinous form, spilling across the ground in a macabre display. You have participated in the defeat of the world boss, the raging water monster. Since the damage you and your allies inflicted upon this entity did not exceed 10%, you are excluded from the equipment distribution. You have acquired the item blood of the raging water monster, which can be sold to the space for a reward of 300 points. Upon receiving such information, Wu Feng exchanged a glance with Knife before promptly turning to leave. The mission had been accomplished. The priority was to deliver the blood to Dr. G aboard the rescue vessel. Gazing at the deep blue treasure chest floating atop the giant monster's remains, Wu Feng felt a temptation to seize it, engaging in an act of treachery and theft. However, the now awakened Frank would undoubtedly not grant him the opportunity. Greed could lead to one's downfall. It was time to retreat. Suddenly, a brawny, imposing bald man descended from the sky, laughing heartily as he landed before Wu Feng. Unarmed, he held a black dagger in his large hand, his robust frame standing like an impenetrable wall before the two. This man was familiar to them. He was the bald white man who had recently entered the space and derided everyone as pitiful creatures while they were in the apartment. He had not been seen in Frank's group until now, and his sudden appearance was unexpected. This fellow had misunderstood. As Wu Feng's heart sank, he found himself bereft of time to offer any explanation, for the assailant had already lunged forward, brandishing a dagger. Misfortune compounded as the disheveled man, Chui Jiang, gradually faded from view, and Frank's characteristic smile vanished from his visage. He licked his lips, his countenance darkening ominously, and in an instant, he transformed into a bat, soaring towards him with ferocity. Meanwhile, members of the assassin organization observed with predatory intent. "I will block him." The assassin, known as Knife, abruptly halted, offering no glance towards Wu Feng, nor uttering a word. His left hand emerged from the sleeve, revealing 2 surgical blades. With unwavering resolve, he charged directly into the swarm of bats. Wu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his spirit and vitality reaching their peak in that instant. The man approaching him was formidable. However, Wu Feng was not only stronger but also more ruthless than him. Such immense damage. The burly white man exclaimed in dismay. It was then he realized that the treasure chest had not been taken by Wu Feng. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare you this time." Wu Feng exhaled softly, refraining from immediate pursuit. As he turned to assist Dao Zi, he was confronted with an unforgettable sight. Dao Zi gazed calmly in his direction, seemingly fixated on this spot since the moment Wu Feng engaged in combat. His body was marred by numerous wounds, and countless black bats swirled around him, biting and clawing. Yet he appeared utterly oblivious. His hands moved in an extraordinary rhythm, reminiscent of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara in a temple, as though he were not engaged in a battle but performing a dance. With each swing of his weapon, a bat would screech and retreat from the fray. However, more bats surged forth through the openings created by his strikes, viciously biting him, causing his expression to grow colder, yet he remained silent. The cries of the burly white man grew weaker, on the verge of succumbing to Frank's grasp. The gun fired. Chapter 54. Frank's fury. Wu Feng stood silently, watching Dao Zi's tragic departure. A surge of unspoken anger welled within him. With calm deliberation, he raised his firearm, his expression impassive as he aimed at the white man ensnared by bats. He fired a shot into the man's head, followed by 2 shots that dispatched 3 of the now dwindling bats. Wu Feng was acutely aware that, given his current health status, lingering here without Dao Zi was perilous. Yet, he found himself unable to leave without a backward glance. Perhaps the earlier spectacle had left him awestruck. Perhaps it was the fervent thrill of adventure coursing through his veins. Or perhaps it was the tacit understanding forged between 2 men who had scarcely spoken over the past few days. Wu Feng could not fathom why. But as he observed the concern hidden beneath Dao Zi's icy demeanor, he felt his initial wariness dissipate. "Let me play with him for you, the legendary assassin. Do you think everyone is a soft target for your whims?" Wu Feng's voice emanated a disquieting calmness, so serene that even Frank was taken aback. "Boom. Attention. You have slain more than 3 elite newcomers. The space grants you an additional reward. You have obtained the novice title, dangerous newcomer. Title privilege, none. You may extract 1 piece of equipment or item from Li Yan." In Frank's eyes, Wu Feng and his companions were inconsequential, mere trifles. Yet, the fury of these 2 seemingly insignificant figures, first the disheveled man, then Wu Feng, overturned his perception. Frank lost all composure, bellowing in rage, his mouth revealing bloodstained, jagged fangs, silencing the surrounding crowd. Moments later, he quelled his icy gaze, the veins on his pale hand settling, though he still gasped for breath. A semblance of calm returning, he silently approached a trembling individual before him, his voice cold as ice. "Close your eyes." After patting the man's shoulder, his fangs sank deeply into the artery. The terrifying aspect of individuals like Frank lies in their resilience. They may suffer significant setbacks, yet their hearts have been forged into an unyielding strength through trials and tribulations. At this moment, having already lost 2 opportunities, Frank chose not to recklessly pursue the vigilant Wu Feng like a rabid dog, but instead opted to quietly regain his optimal state. Contemplating his gains and losses within this vast world, he shrugged, retrieving a somewhat crumpled handkerchief to gently dab at the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Observing his subordinates, who were caught in a limbo of indecision, unable to leave yet hesitant to speak, he waved his hand lightly, and they vanished as if granted a reprieve. They were indeed the ultimate victors, having secured numerous spoils, especially after vanquishing the colossal sea monster. Although they did not acquire the equipment from the treasure chest, they obtained items that could be exchanged for rewards. Their reluctance to depart stemmed entirely from Frank's imposing presence. He was aware of this, yet he also recognized that after his blunder, their confidence had waned considerably, commanding them to risk their lives was no longer feasible. Thus he did not insist on their stay. As streams of white light dissipated, Frank gradually transformed into a bat, soaring out of the ship's cabin until he reached the vessel's apex, where the chilling rain pelted his handsome yet spectral visage. The individual wielding the flamethrower. Codenamed Chui Jiang, was it truly his own name he chose as an alias? Feng, Blade, I shall remember you well. Yet, the ants shall remain mere ants. When we meet again, your demise will be most tragic. He mused to himself, chuckling softly as he shook his head. His golden locks lay damp upon his head, droplets cascading down into the folds of his slightly creased tailcoat. Although Wu Feng's gaze appeared tranquil, the slight tremor in his hands betrayed a more complex emotional state than it seemed. He could not erase the memory of the cold yet serene look in Doza's eyes as he departed, a gaze that hinted at trust. Frank was perilous. Yet the situation necessitated that someone confront him, which is why Daozi chose to engage. Their days together revealed to Wu Feng that Daozi was not a person of warm-heartedness. Yet he pondered why. Wu Feng now occupies a position of utmost safety, for he has long since familiarized himself with the intricate structure of the vessel, and the route to escape the hull is firmly etched in his mind. Hey, raise your hands and declare your identity. At this moment, the blinding lights render Wu Feng unable to discern anything but the multitude of gun barrels aimed at him from the rescue boat below. Everything else remains obscured. Hands behind your back. Slowly approach. A somewhat portly man continues to direct his weapon at Wu Feng's head, compelling him to comply. Oh, it is Mr. Feng. My goodness. Who would have thought he still lives? Quickly, bring this brave man down. Indeed, I recognize him too. Chapter 55, Harvest Wu Feng, upon hearing these sounds, smiled and effortlessly boarded the rescue boat. At that moment, he realized that the group of bodyguards he had seen earlier at the CAF, upon the anchor's warnings, had scattered for safety, and astonishingly, nearly half of them had survived. Their employer also benefited from this, as it was only through the anchor's account that this group understood that their lives had been significantly preserved thanks to Wu Feng's assistance. Thus they felt immense gratitude towards him. Those saved by the anchor would channel their thanks indirectly towards you, elevating your relationship status by 500 points, now labeled as friendly. Young man, how can I express my gratitude to you? Thank the heavens. Tell me, do you require financial assistance? With a polite smile, Wu Feng graciously declined everyone's kindness and tentatively inquired, does anyone know the whereabouts of Dr. G? You insufferable fool, what business do you have with Dr. G? A sharp and hostile voice retorted. Wu Feng turned towards the source of the voice, which belonged to a middle-aged man clad in a tight black vest. His expression icy as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Wu Feng, seemingly wishing to obliterate him with a single glance. Wu Feng furrowed his brow. But upon noticing the faint crimson glow emanating from the middle-aged Caucasian, he suddenly realized the truth. It was evident that this individual was one of Frank's subordinates, who had deliberately abstained from the battle with the sole purpose of swiftly accomplishing the task assigned by Dr. G. Upon realizing the situation, Wu Feng felt no trepidation and disdainfully remarked, "What does that have to do with you, coward?" Enraged, the middle-aged Caucasian man, in a fit of panic, contemplated rushing towards him. At that moment, he was on the brink of meeting with Dr. G, and the unexpected appearance of Wu Feng was nothing short of infuriating. In his wrath, he lunged forward and delivered a punch to Wu Feng, although the man possessed little martial prowess. Allowing Wu Feng to evade easily or even eliminate him effortlessly, Wu Feng exaggeratedly collapsed to the ground, emitting a loud, pained groan. Help! Someone is trying to kill me. As Wu Feng's voice resonated, the complexion of the middle-aged Caucasian shifted dramatically. Internally cursing the shamelessness of the situation, he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Indeed. Hey, big guy. What do you intend to do? Lower your weapon. How dare you show such disrespect to a hero? Immediately apprehend him. Several armed soldiers detected the anomaly and promptly raised their firearms, issuing a stern warning. Although this man harbored a desire for Wu Feng's immediate demise, he dared not act recklessly aboard this heavily armed rescue vessel. Instead, he could only seethe with resentment and declare, "If you dare to thwart my plans, I assure you, I will end your life." Wu Feng nonchalantly shrugged and slipped quietly through the crowd, eventually locating a former acquaintance among the proprietors. He leaned in to whisper a few words into the man's ear, after which the proprietor's expression darkened as he exchanged a few terse remarks with the captain of the defense team. Before long, a contingent of fully armed soldiers surged forward, apprehending the burly Caucasian. Initially, he struggled fiercely, but the cold muzzle of a firearm aimed at his temple silenced him swiftly. As this individual, who was on the verge of completing his mission, was taken away, he cast a furious glare at Wu Feng, a growl of indignation emanating from his throat. Wu Feng said nothing more to the boss, merely remarking that this individual bore a striking resemblance to the group that had previously stormed the banquet hall to seize weapons. The boss harbored an intense loathing for the actions of those lowly barbarians, contemplating that even if they did not perish at the jaws of the monsters, he would see to it that they met their demise upon reaching the shore. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, he promptly resolved to investigate further. "You are the one seeking me, young man?" Dr. G, an elderly figure with a scruffy beard, possessed a mane of silver hair that danced wildly in the wind, occasionally fluttering into his mouth. Yet, this old man displayed no sign of discomfort. His expression bore a hint of impatience, clearly indicating his dissatisfaction with Wu Feng for encroaching upon his precious time. Wu Feng politely nodded, disregarding the presence of others, and directly produced the task commission slip along with the blood of the rampaging water monster. "Ah, what is this?" "Oh, young man, you have truly rendered me a great service." Dr. G's gaze towards Wu Feng transformed instantly, and he erupted into joyous laughter as the spatial prompt appeared. "You have gained the favor of the American faction. Your current relationship with the American faction stands at 500-1000 neutral friendly. You have completed the side quest Dr. G's commission. You have earned 300 reward points and acquired the equipment boots of blood. Material: cellulose, chitin, collagen, alloy. Weight: 600 G. Rarity: light blue. Equipment slot: feet. Equipment effect: movement speed 5. The average person's movement speed is 30. Equipment skill: absorbs 10 of the user's current health to exchange for a 10 increase in movement speed. Emblazoned on the side of the boots is a line of small text. Dr. G forged these boots from the blood of over 30 marine creatures he has discovered, combined with metal. Though they may cause a slight sting when worn, do not mistake them for mere mass-produced goods. Scenes of his alliance with Knife and battles against Scorpion, Yen, Fei Li, and Frank flashed before him, culminating in a moment frozen in time where he shot and killed a bald Caucasian man. The following information materialized in the air. Scene: extreme deep cold difficulty. Novice exclusive. Extremely easy difficulty will not appear again. Pain sensitivity reduction, 70. Scene exploration degree, 1671. Quest completion evaluation, A-, with E being the lowest and SSS the highest. Scene completion rewards, 3 free attribute points, 500 reward points. You may allocate the free attribute points to enhance your own abilities at any time. As this is a novice scene, you will receive additional rewards. During the reward draw, you obtained an A-level skill book, Raging Strength. Learning requirements: 200 reward points. Basic melee level 1. Upon basic learning, you will master the skill Raging Strength. In the realm of reality, Wu Feng's martial prowess was already quite remarkable. Upon quietly assessing his foundational abilities, he discovered the following information: Basic melee level 3, Basic ranged level 2, Basic stamina level 2, Basic stealth level 3. Suddenly, a radiant beam of golden light flickered upon the ancient, weathered skill scroll, adorning Wu Feng's figure. He felt a warm sensation enveloping him, an indescribable comfort. You have acquired Berserker's Strength, level 1. Skill grade, A-. Passive effect: increases your strength by 5. Active skill: Explosive Strike. Within 10 seconds, enhances your strength by 20. Attacking the ground will inflict damage of 80 strength 10 on the 3 nearest units, causing a 10 slow. If targeting a single opponent, it will deal damage of 100 strength 15 and trigger a knockback effect. This damage is physical and calculated against the opponent's defense. Should your skill slots be filled and you wish to learn a new skill, you may choose to forget a previous one. The cost of forgetting ordinary skills is negligible, while the amnesia of golden skills requires the expenditure of 1 golden skill point. Once this information was conveyed, the surrounding white light gradually faded. As Wu Feng's vision returned, he found himself in a small room of approximately a dozen square meters. The chamber contained no valuables, merely a few chairs and a metallic table. You are free to enter and exit this room at will. Within this space, your appearance will be obscured. Your abilities may be utilized in the real world, but you may not disclose any aspect of this space to those who do not belong to it. Any inquiries can be made through the mark for further clarification. Wu Feng pondered silently for a moment and inquired, "How can I depart from this place? What is there for me to do while I remain here?" Wu Feng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Instead, he silently assessed his current circumstances. Chapter 56. Direction. Wu Feng had previously completed the revenge quest of the old drunkard, earning a reward of 200 points. Additionally, he received a commission from Dr. G worth 300 points, along with a completion bonus of 500 points. After acquiring skills, He was left with a total of 800 reward points. In terms of equipment, he possessed a Colt pistol, a high-class suit, the lucky ring of Old Harry, the rusted power gauntlets, and the blood-soaked boots of the sea monster. Except for the latter, which Wufeng intended to reserve for Knife, he donned all the other items. His attributes had reached a remarkable level: Strength 19, 16, Spirit 12, 11, Agility 12, 12, and Constitution 14, 14, with the values in parentheses representing his stats without equipment. Wufeng glanced at the remaining 3 points of free attributes, his expression gradually growing grave. Though 3 points may seem modest, they fundamentally dictate the trajectory of his future development. The essential abilities had already been articulated. In close combat, strength pertains to one's damage output and defense, while agility relates to speed. Should one aspire to become a marksman or wield other ranged capabilities, it appears imperative to prioritize the attribute of spirit. Ultimately, if he desires to cultivate a robust physique, enhancing his constitution is undoubtedly essential. For some inexplicable reason, Wufeng hesitated, suddenly recalling an amusing image of his disheveled father, clad in slippers, laughing heartily and proclaiming, "In this vast world, I can shatter it with a single punch," only to stumble on an unexpected step, inciting peals of laughter from his younger self. A smile crept across Wufeng's face, and for a fleeting moment, the tension in his heart melted away, replaced by a warmth reminiscent of a cherished memory. His gaze sharpened with resolve. With this in mind, he thought of his father's exploits in the skill book provided by the spatial extraction. Taking a deep breath, he allocated all 3 points into strength. Feeling a surge of overwhelming power coursing through him, Wufeng clenched his fist tightly, inhaled deeply, and retrieved the chest that had dropped from the burly white giant. Li Yin. Without hesitation, he opened it, revealing an item that shimmered with a deep blue luminescence before his eyes. Even when merely placed before him, the radiant, somber blue hue of the equipment was enough to captivate anyone's attention. It was the Fong of the deep-sea behemoth. Rarity of the equipment. Deep blue equipment effect. Can be affixed to any weapon, increasing its attack power. Melee weapons gain an enhancement of 15 points, while ranged weapons gain 8 points. Equipment requirements. Constitution 10. Strength 12 equipment slot. Accessory equipment skill. Greed of the Behemoth grants a 5 chance to inflict a bleeding effect on attacks, dealing 2 damage per second for 10 seconds, and allowing each attack to leech 10 of damage dealt as health. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Secondary effect. The formidable vitality of the Behemoth bestows an additional 3 points to your constitution. Soul binding is required before equipping. Bound items cannot be traded until unbound. Upon the Fong appeared a fleeting inscription. In the depths of the sea lie countless unknown mysteries, awaiting discovery by future generations. As the deep blue glow gradually dimmed, Wufeng tightened his fist and then slowly relaxed. His initial impression of this equipment was one of immense power. The extraordinary drop from a world boss had fortuitously found its way into his possession, leaving him with an uncanny sense of disbelief. Even with his confidence, he could not dismiss the role of luck in the serendipitous turn of events. Meanwhile, Frank, who wielded influence in the real world, had been outmaneuvered due to his own arrogance. Yet, Wufeng had earned the title of dangerous newcomer and ultimately reaped the greatest rewards. Upon binding the equipment, Wufeng inquired once more about the details concerning the titles. The mechanical voice elucidated that the space would automatically bestow a title upon meeting certain specific conditions. When Wufeng pressed further to understand what those conditions were, he was met with a response indicating insufficient authority. It appears that further exploration is necessary, as these titles seem to offer considerable advantages. Wufeng further inquired about the specific significance of equipment colors. The rarity of equipment is a concept distinguished by color, categorizing the grade of the items. Rarity is classified from low to high as follows: white, light blue, dark blue, purple, gold, legendary, and epic. Equipment of legendary grade and above exists in limited quantities, and some may even be unique. Wufeng nodded in understanding. He then exhaled softly and adorned himself with the precious deep blue gear, which initially softened and subsequently conformed to his chest like pliable clay. This brought him a fleeting sensation of discomfort, soon followed by a wave of relief. The straw sandals enhanced his evasion rate by 3. While such items had their merits, the vendor overly cherished them, pricing them exorbitantly. Realizing the futility of seeking a needle in a haystack, Wufeng resolved to utilize the remaining reward points to enhance his foundational abilities. As for why he chose not to reserve them for future use, Wufeng firmly believed that converting existing resources into combat prowess was the true path to survival. Upon reviewing the costs, he noted that all foundational abilities would surely succeed in their enhancement up to level 7. From levels 1 to 3, each upgrade required 400 reward points. From levels 4 to 6, it escalated to 800 points. Beyond level 7, while the costs doubled, the success rate was no longer guaranteed. Wu Feng previously had his basic melee skill at level 3. At this moment, he expended the remaining 800 reward points to elevate it to level 4, thereby acquiring the following enhancements. Basic melee at level 4 increases your damage output by 20 during close combat, reduces the damage taken while blocking, and diminishes the opponent's regular melee attack damage by 20, along with a 15 reduction in melee skill damage. Wu Feng suddenly felt an influx of experience and skills flooding his mind, and his body was instantaneously imbued with vigor. He meticulously examined his entire equipment, particularly the Colt pistol, before quietly reviewing his personal attributes. Addressing the void, a dazzling white light once again illuminated before him, accompanied by an indescribable sensation of weightlessness. Warning: an unknown status is present within you. Chapter 57. Return to reality in the next moment. A faint scent of wax wafted through the air as he gently opened his eyes. In the darkness, he adjusted to his body, feeling a slight discomfort as if he had been lying still for too long. Goodness, this fellow is moving. Miraculous. Stay still. You can't move with that injury. The hook-handed individual frantically attempted to restrain Wu Feng, only to be unexpectedly seized by his outstretched wrist. Could it be? Luigia's heartbeat was steady, and her breath calm, bearing no resemblance to someone who was injured. Could it be that she, too, shared my experience? Wu Feng truly felt a pang of concern for this kind-hearted girl as he gazed into Luigia's slowly opening eyes, initially filled with a hint of bewilderment. Her gaze remained soft and pure. What kind of world had she traversed? Had she also endured the depths of profound despair? To emerge unscathed and retain one's original disposition in such a world is an extraordinary feat. Wu Feng was acutely aware that what appeared as a fleeting moment to others was, for him, a profound transformation. This change was not merely one of physical strength. It was primarily a shift in mindset. The memories of the battlefield had faded considerably, and in the past 2 years, he had only engaged in skirmishes without serious intent. Yet, in the world that preceded this one, he had been compelled to take lives. Each confrontation had been a battle for survival, sharpening Wu Feng's heart into a cold and resolute instrument once more. Luigia shifted her body slightly, casting a concerned glance at Wu Feng, only to find him sitting up nonchalantly, which left her momentarily astonished, her mouth agape. Their eyes met, a flicker of unspoken understanding passing between them. You too? Wu Feng smiled and nodded, while Luigia chuckled with delight, her eyes transforming into crescent moons beneath her delicately arched brows. It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Wu Feng nodded slightly, as if recalling the vision he had seen in a half-conscious state. He parted his lips to speak, but a cold fingertip pressed against them. Do not utter your thanks. Remember your prior bravado claiming all was well. Next time, exercise caution. Wu Feng chose not to engage in further conversation. Oh, you are well again. A miracle, exclaimed Hook, raising his voice. Lower your tone, Hook. Someone is approaching, cautioned the barrel of wine, who had just entered the room with a grave expression. Hook, startled back to reality, urgently declared, now that you are awake, matters will be easier. We must depart swiftly. That group is likely on their way. What group? Luigia inquired with curiosity. Oh dear, there is no time for explanations. They have just escaped from prison. Desperate men who would kill without a second thought. Hook, noticing Wu Feng's unhurried demeanor, could not help but feel his face flush with frustration. What? Where did they come from? No, we cannot leave. The principal and others are still over there. Luigia shook her head, anxiously rising to her feet and turning to Wu Feng. What shall we do? Wu Feng, observing her anxious demeanor, decided not to prolong the suspense and directly stated, let us go and take a look. The renegades speak with such righteous indignation, yet they fail to reflect on their own wretchedness. A sharp wave of sarcasm resonated within the room as a dozen men, sporting cruel smiles, entered through the doorway, led by a middle-aged man whose expression was particularly sinister. The faces of Guzi and Jiotong grew pale, despair washing over them, yet they maintained their resolve, refusing to let their spirits falter. Guzi boldly addressed Huang Long. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Jiotong and I will withdraw, but these individuals are our friends. I hope you will show them mercy and refrain from causing them harm. I assure you, we will leave immediately and will not trouble you. Huang Long merely smiled in silence. Mr. Rue, who had been the strategist, suddenly furrowed his brow as if seeking something in Wu Feng's countenance, yet he remained mute. At this juncture, Lei, the burly man who regarded himself as the third in command, let out a booming laugh. Stop pretending. You two cowards truly believe yourselves to be the good guys? Do not forget that you are escaped convicts. You even killed several guards upon your escape. Now you wish to withdraw? Are you jesting? Although the students appeared gaunt, they could be made presentable. One of the men, with eyes narrowed like a venomous snake, fixated on the chest of several girls. Laughter erupted among the group, while Guzi and Jiotong's faces turned ashen with rage. We are not good people, but we have not committed murder. Are you beasts that you spare no thought for children? A true man would dare to speak his mind. Even if you did not kill, you are still complicit. The mocking laughter continued. This young lady is quite lovely. Here's the deal. We'll grant you a chance at life. Leave the girls in this room to accompany us, and the remaining men may crawl through our legs. We won't harm you today. However, from now on, your lives will be in our hands. This campus is under our control. Men, you either join us or face death. Lei's thunderous voice echoed like a train, instilling terror in the students, who were left speechless, too frightened to cry out for fear of drawing attention. At that moment, with other criminals overseeing them, students from other classes, including Wang Jiangwo and Sun Xin, who had suffered beatings, were herded into the room. Witnessing the plight of their principal and others, the children were gripped by an overwhelming fear. Observing the pale and terrified faces around him, Huang Long's subordinates displayed expressions of delight, reveling in the chaos. They were hardened drug dealers. Long weary of the oppressive life in prison, now not only had they escaped, but they also held the lives of others in their grasp. A sensation of exhilaration beyond compare. A few among them had already begun to lecherously eye the sobbing female students, preparing to unleash their pin-up frustrations. Is the performance over? Lei, still laughing heartily, seemed incredulous at what he had just heard. Who dares to speak up? The voice echoed with a mocking tone. Lei found the speaker amusing. If one desired to save face, one should choose an appropriate moment. Challenging a teacher during a reprimand could result in further scolding. Yet, now, to care about one's reputation in such a situation seemed utterly reckless. The crowd surrounding Lei narrowed their eyes, scanning the room ominously, intent on identifying the audacious individual. Are you done performing? The candlelight in the classroom flickered, illuminating a young figure who, though not imposing, stood tall and resolute. He took a step forward, a seemingly minor gesture that subtly shielded those behind him. Indeed, someone is eager to court danger, chuckled the notorious leader, Huang Long, casting a glance at Jun Rui's former position, now vacant, stirring a hint of confusion within him. Outside the corridor, Rui wore a stoic expression, yet sprinted away without hesitation, fleeing the building as if pursued by phantoms. Where did this formidable presence emerge from? How can it be so coincidental? Isn't that the fellow named Feng? Chapter 58. Cutting through the chaos, this was the individual known as Wu Feng, who claimed to be a Sanzhou coach. Brother Lei, show him what true skill looks like. Zhang Yin chuckled as he stepped out from behind. Huang Long Wu Feng noticed the bruises on Wang Jiangwo and others. Even Zheng Wenbin bore signs of a brutal beating. Brother, don't retaliate. The more you fight back, the harsher they will strike. Sun Xian cautioned, feeling humiliated as he feared Wu Feng's steadfastness might lead to a fatal confrontation with the group. If he doesn't fight back, I'll end his life. Lei sneered, cracking his knuckles with a menacing grin. He brandished a steel rod from his waist and charged forward, aiming a vicious blow that could shatter an ordinary person's skull. The criminals seemed to sense blood in the air, their excitement palpable. Don't kill him with one blow. Huang Long's calm voice hung in the air, yet the warning remained unheeded. Wu Feng's feet struck the ground, producing two resounding thuds. As his spine arched like a great dragon, and with the force of a thunderclap, his palm landed squarely upon Lei's chest. In that fleeting moment, Lei felt a blinding flash before him. A searing pain erupted in his chest, and he was hurled backward by an overwhelming force. At that instant, Wu Feng activated his skill, Berserk Strength. Thus, his power surged beyond the threshold of 20, a feat beyond Lei's capacity to withstand, compounded by the force of the blow that sent shockwaves through the air, culminating in this breathtaking spectacle. All present were rendered speechless by the shocking outcome. Having struck with precision, Wu Feng wasted no time. He propelled himself forward, leaping like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Suddenly, a large chair came crashing down upon the back of his head, but Wu Feng swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap to his assailant's face, sending teeth scattering across the ground, nearly fracturing the man's neck in the process. ignoring the blood trickling from the back of his head. Wu Feng seized a dagger aimed at him, executing a powerful punch that sent the attacker flying, leaving him gasping for breath, unable to draw in air. Do you think you can escape death? A steel rod swung menacingly toward him, yet Wu Feng deftly evaded it, causing the assailant to stumble forward, where Wu Feng struck him with a knee to the face, collapsing his nose. He calmly shook the blood from his hands and remarked, "Are we still playing?" These men were ruthless, but they also had their lives at stake. Having traversed the city without falling prey to monstrous beasts, it would be a true indignity to perish at the hands of these thugs. At Wu Feng's words, they instinctively took a step back. Wu Feng understood that this effect was only possible upon entering the space. Had it been his former self, even that lightning would have been sufficient to ensnare him in a fierce struggle, resulting in nothing but a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, he lacked the heart for slaughter. But now things were different. Aren't you quite impressive? Let me remind you, every realm has its rules. No matter how formidable you may be, I can still bring you down. Huang Long could no longer maintain his habitual smile. However, not all who smile are wise strategists with hidden advantages. Some merely wear a facade. Huang Long indeed possessed remarkable qualities, yet without Rui's counsel, his martial prowess and bravado fell short of the standards required to lead. Having ascended to leadership and indulged in comfort, he had grown accustomed to feigning a smile. Now, separated from Rui, he felt a deep-seated resentment towards him, yet found himself at a loss. After rummaging through his belongings, he finally extracted the firearm seized from the prison guard during his escape. Noticing Wu Feng's stillness, Huang Long subconsciously believed he had regained control of the situation. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Kid, don't think that just because you possess martial skills, you are invincible. I warn you to remain still. No matter how swift you are, you cannot outpace the gun in my hand." Observing Wu Feng's calm demeanor, Huang Long felt a flicker of uncertainty. "Even if I am not swifter than you, you cannot protect them all." As he spoke, he aimed the gun towards Lu Jia. But in an instant, a spray of crimson erupted from his forehead. His last instinct compelled him to fire, and miraculously, the bullet struck Wu Feng in the left chest. His final thought was a grim consolation. So there are indeed those unafraid of bullets. As he witnessed Wu Feng being shot, he felt a sense of comfort, thinking, "If I die, you must perish as well." He then collapsed heavily to the ground. This group, having followed Huang Long with blood on their hands, were far from the type to be easily intimidated. The moment Huang Long fired, they turned their gaze towards Wu Feng. Upon seeing him shot in the left chest, they charged forward without a moment's hesitation. These desperate souls had an extraordinary knack for seizing opportunities. However, Wu Feng was destined to disappoint them after being shot. The young man merely frowned slightly as blood burst forth from his chest, yet he remained standing. Suddenly, he radiated a profound blue light, as deep as the ocean itself. Was this the result of enhanced physique and power? The bullet had not struck his heart, yet he murmured to himself, "Let us use that technique." "Impossible, impossible." Zhang Yan, who had been lurking behind the others, muttered as if struck by a great shock, until Wu Feng stood before him, gazing coldly. "Zhang Yan, I never expected you to be so despicable." Though Wu Feng was not significantly taller than him, Zhang Yan regarded Wu Feng as if he were a true mountain. Chapter 59. No need for words. "It is none of my business. I was coerced." "You're lying. Initially, you claimed to join everyone in search of food. Yet upon discovering the supermarket, you aimed to monopolize it. Had it not been for your guidance, how would these people have found their way here?" Wang Jiangwo limped over, seething with anger. "You're the one lying. I didn't tea." Zhang Yan retorted sharply, but was abruptly silenced by a sudden darkness and excruciating pain as a resounding slap landed on his face, causing two of his teeth to fall out. "Silence." Zhang Yan gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Wu Feng, his face flushed with rage, yet he dared not utter another word. Guzi and Jiotong had anticipated witnessing a calamity today, even preparing to fight to the death. However, now, they mechanically bound the few wailing individuals, their expressions numb. The events of the day had utterly shattered their understanding. They had truly witnessed the prowess of a master. Aside from Huang Long and another unfortunate soul, Wu Feng did not kill anyone. He merely shattered their leg or arm bones before ordering them to be tied up. Wang Jiangwo, despite his severe injuries, rose with determination to oversee subsequent matters. This man was remarkably resilient, arranging everything meticulously without uttering a word of complaint. The students, still shaken, had been arranged to leave, leaving only core figures like Wu Feng and Lu Jia behind. Although the gunfire had erupted within the building, Wang Jingwo had also dispatched some individuals to patrol outside. Lu Jia, what is this ability of yours? Wang Jingwo, now quite familiar with them, was utterly astonished at Lu Jia's display, and without hesitation, he inquired directly. Lu Jia shook her head, at a loss for words. In her desperation, she turned to Wu Feng for assistance. Brother Wu, just consider this a form of technology. Sigh. Lu Jia and I encountered some incidents outside. It's not that we don't want to explain, but we cannot disclose it. Do you understand? If we do, we'll both be in trouble. Wang Jingwo nodded immediately, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Some things are meant to be understood, while others remain elusive, however. One must convince oneself to grasp what can be comprehended. There had been far too many bizarre occurrences over the past few days. Wang Jingwo was an astute individual. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he refrained from probing further. What a powerful skill! What is its name? Lu Jia replied proudly with a smile, her eyes gleaming with joy, clearly satisfied with her ability. Wu Feng nodded, his fingers instinctively tapping on the table. He glanced at Lu Jia, whose innocent visage belied her experiences of conflict. In a soft voice, he said, "You must be frightened. Fortunately, we find ourselves in the world of Jurassic Park, quite reminiscent of our current environment. However, many have perished. I am grateful for the one who has consistently protected me. I truly feel helpless. This sensation is utterly distressing." As Lu Jia spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, and her expression darkened. Her delicate, pale hands were clasped behind her back, fingers entwined, while tears glistened in her eyes. Observing her genuine sorrow, Wu Feng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He raised his hand, intending to pat her head, but hesitated, feeling it might be too abrupt, leaving his hand suspended in the air. Noticing Lu Jia's puzzled gaze upon him, he cleared his throat and remarked, "Look at the ring on my finger. It's a piece of equipment, quite impressive, isn't it?" Lu Jia let out a soft giggle, seemingly astonished to hear such childlike words from Wu Feng, and mimicking an adult tone, she replied, "Not bad, not bad. Keep it up, haha." They both shared a brief laugh, yet the atmosphere soon fell back into a state of tension. Wu Feng's fingers drummed increasingly rapidly upon the table. "Are you seeking an alliance with me?" Lu Jia broke the silence first. I understand. No need for explanations. You wish to protect me, don't you?" Lu Jia calmly articulated Wu Feng's intentions, leaving him momentarily speechless before he nodded in affirmation. A smile graced Lu Jia's face, touched by the man's candidness. "You are indeed formidable, which astonishes me. Those individuals we just encountered would pose a significant threat even in the previous world. Your strength is such that I find it difficult to conceive of anyone who could rival you. Perhaps only the one who protected me in the Jurassic world could compare." Lu Jia gazed at Wu Feng with a hint of admiration, yet it was admiration alone, devoid of romantic inclination. "I saved you. So you cannot bear to witness my demise within." However, Lu Jia hesitated, her delicate lips pursed as if she were a child who had misbehaved. "But I can see that you are someone who is harsh both to yourself and to others. This may not align with what you envision. I fear that being by your side would only burden you." "No, it certainly would," Lu Jia murmured shyly, as if afraid that her words might provoke Wu Feng. Glancing sideways to furtively assess his expression, Wu Feng's pupils constricted slightly as he straightened his posture, ceasing the rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the table. For the other party had already resolved a particular dilemma for him. He acknowledged that he had underestimated this innocent and kind-hearted girl, as well as her convictions. "I can see that you are absolutely right," he admitted. "I have contemplated that we will undoubtedly have divergences on certain issues. Therefore, do not hesitate. The real Wu Feng should forge ahead. Do not concern yourself with me, for I am not as feeble as you might assume. Like you, I aspire to validate myself through the ideals I hold dear. I yearn to rescue those in need. And I have already allied myself with 3 individuals who share my vision. I believe we can extend our assistance to many more." Lu Jia waved her delicate little fist. Her eyelashes dusted with a hint of dirt, while her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Thus, Wu Feng refrained from further persuasion, merely nodding in acknowledgement. At times, idle chatter serves a purpose, and when the other party possesses a steadfast belief in themselves, excessive words become mere superfluous noise. "I hope that when we meet again, I can still call you Wu Feng, rather than a cold, impersonal designation. Haha, truth be told, I quite like you as you are now." "Please do not misconstrue my words," Lu Jia teased with a smile. Wu Feng responded with a noncommittal sound, gazing at the girl before him. Her strength, stubbornness, and conviction helped him unburden himself of his inner turmoil. Somehow, Wu Feng felt a conflict within. He wished for Lu Jia to experience some setbacks, so that she might learn how to navigate through life without losing herself to obsession. Yet, he inwardly hoped that this pure, kind, and tenacious girl would remain untainted by the sordid elements of the world. Observing the enchanting light in Lu Jia's eyes, Wu Feng gradually found solace. Lu Jia, too, fell silent, patiently awaiting Wu Feng's words. I cannot linger here for too long. I may have to depart in a few days. I need to seek out my family and friends who are not in B City. My next destination may be the capital, Wu Feng remarked, while Lu Jia displayed an expression of prior knowledge, gently nodding with a smile. In the minutes following Wu Feng's defeat of several adversaries, Hook and Barrel elucidated the situation to them. They hailed from a notorious prison situated in the eastern suburbs of the city. Barrel and Hook had taken the fall for their former leader, while Huang Long and his associates were members of an interprovincial drug trafficking syndicate temporarily detained in City B. After a week, they were scheduled to be transported to the provincial capital for sentencing. Following a power outage, they managed to escape together, having pillaged several households along their way. Upon their escape, they initially sought refuge in the hills to evade attention, only to discover that the entire urban landscape had undergone a cataclysmic transformation, becoming an unrecognizable world beyond their wildest imagination. After deliberation, they resolved to blend into the chaos of the city, hoping to conceal their identities and act opportunely. However, they soon realized that mere survival in the city was a formidable challenge. Under the astute analysis of their strategist, Rue, the group decided to vacate the urban area, ultimately arriving at their current location. According to their accounts, the number of predators in the city far exceeded that of this place by several multiples. Moreover, Rue's assessment indicated that these predators were expanding their territory outward, as the increasing death toll in the city had severely diminished their food sources. Wu Feng nodded immediately, recalling the two ferocious Tyrannosaurus rexes. Alas, if these individuals were to possess two firearms, I would find myself in peril. Wu Feng sighed, having extracted the bullet from his own flesh. Thanks to Lu Jia's healing abilities and some medicinal aid, the gunshot wound was no longer a grave concern. This improvement was also attributed to his enhanced defenses and physical constitution, which considerably diminished the bullet's impact. Although this group of individuals were also fugitives, their skills paled in comparison to those of the professional assassins encountered in the past, and their lack of vigilance allowed Wu Feng to achieve remarkable results. Regarding the situation in the suburbs, Wang Jiangwo felt fortunate, for Guzi had reported that an alarming number of people had perished in the cities, with citizens unable to venture out of their buildings, lest they become prey. The school was fortified by a nearly 3-meter-high fence, serving as a natural barrier separating it from the outside world. While a determined dinosaur could undoubtedly breach it, it could still unnoticeably deter some wandering dinosaurs, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. Then you shall accompany us until the opportune moment arrives, Lu Jia said slyly. Wu Feng did not hesitate to nod in agreement, recognizing it was indeed his duty. The following day, the night watch had changed shifts repeatedly, with the newcomers appearing bleary-eyed and weary, yet not a single complaint was uttered. For they understood that it was that man, akin to a deity descending in times of crisis, who had saved them. Their current task was merely to keep vigil. It was both a mission and a responsibility. Fortunately, the night passed peacefully, without any incidents, as the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the branches of the trees. Warming the earth, it inadvertently dispelled some lingering shadows of despair. Wu Feng stretched lazily at the entrance of the teaching building, engaging in simple training. The term simple was relative. Weighted frog jumps, one-handed push-ups, and weighted pull-ups were exercises that others in the campus could hardly perform, although Wu Feng's strength had significantly increased. The experiences from that other world weighed heavily on him, prompting him to impose higher standards upon himself. For now, the issue of food had been temporarily resolved. In terms of weaponry, they had seized cold weapons from the criminals, as well as 2 guns and a handful of bullets left behind after Huang Long's demise. Conditions were far better than before. However, even with these resources, it was still insufficient. At Wang Jiangwo's request, Wu Feng ventured outside the school grounds to scout the situation, while Wang Jiangwo and others worked together to reinforce the original iron fence with wooden planks from the desks, striving to completely seal off the school. Although progress was slow throughout the morning, Wu Feng's timely warnings ensured that they faced no grave dangers. Among the captured criminals, those with lighter injuries or who had not committed murder were treated by Lu Jia and subsequently joined the labor force, though they worked under Wu Feng's watchful gaze. As for the others, Those severely injured or guilty of heinous crimes such as murder remained bound, with the group still deliberating on how to deal with them. This posed a dilemma: to kill them? Beyond Wu Feng, no one present possessed the resolve to make such a decision, yet sparing them remained a constant threat. As noon arrived, although the gathering had only managed to construct a few meters of fortification, the site of the tightly secured iron barriers, complemented by the towering trees that subtly encased the school, instilled a profound sense of security within everyone present. The individuals, who had previously toiled for wealth and status, now found themselves laboring for the preservation of their very lives. Thus, despite the sweat streaming down their bodies, their hearts brimmed with fulfillment and joy. Wu Feng, observing their expressions, felt a surge of happiness for them. With hope comes the promise of a future. Suddenly, a tall boy rushed over, panic-stricken. Upon witnessing his distress, Wu Feng and the others' expressions immediately darkened. The boy, breathless and struggling to articulate his words, finally managed to stammer out, "Someone is stealing the food." At that moment, shouts of anger erupted from the teaching building, followed by the terrified cries of individuals. Wu Feng charged in boldly. Upon entering the classroom and witnessing the person who was being reprimanded, he momentarily froze. The individuals in the room also paused in surprise, but soon adopted a stern expression and declared, "Someone has arrived." Perfect timing. "Comrade, we kindly ask for your cooperation in this matter to avoid any further delays." The reason for Wu Feng's astonishment was quite simple. The four men before him, bearing a thuggish demeanor, were clad in authentic police uniforms. Were they truly officers of the law? His gaze then shifted to the weeping students, among whom one boy in school attire bore the vivid marks of 5 fingers imprinted upon his face. Noticing Wu Feng's silence, the corpulent officer in his 40s grew increasingly agitated, his complexion turning an ashen hue. "Are you mute?" he bellowed. "I am addressing you. Can you not hear me?" Wu Feng remained silent as a stout police officer beside him was impatiently admonished by a tall, lean officer, "Why bother with so much talk? The main force is still waiting. Hurry up and take these goods away." His tone suggested an ownership over the rice and flour before them, as if it were rightfully theirs. "Officer, you cannot do this. How can you just take our belongings?" Wang Jiangwo interjected, approaching them with urgency. The initially speaking portly officer waved his hand dismissively, his habitual authoritative tone indicating his frequent engagement in such discussions. After uttering his command, he stepped forward with 2 companions, preparing to seize the items. Wang Jiangwo and Sun Xian exchanged glances, the remaining adults visibly incensed yet rendered speechless, having previously encountered such oppressive figures. The stout officer reveled in their discontent, but at that moment, Wu Feng took a step forward. "Why do you come now? On what grounds do you claim our possessions?" When Wu Feng posed his inquiry, it was laced with profound disdain and mockery rather than genuine curiosity. The corpulent officer, upon hearing his query, replied with a forced grin. "The military is escorting the populace to the provincial city, and we require some grain from you. What is the big deal? At such a tender age, do you not understand the importance of contributing to society?" At that moment, Wang Jiangwo was consumed by a sudden surge of anger. "Are we not the common people? Who are you attempting to deceive by claiming to escort the populace? I have toiled relentlessly to procure this grain. Why should I sustain the mouths of you people? If you are indeed escorting citizens, why not take us students along as well?" The tall, lean officer understood that this group was unwilling to comply. He brandished his baton, weighing it in his hands before addressing them. "What are you attempting to do? Assault an officer? Very well, you will all face the consequences. Let us see who dares to obstruct us. If you wish to be courteous, do not overstep your bounds." He advanced a step, yet Wu Feng and his companions, including Wang Jiangwo and Sun Xian, stood their ground defiantly, with Lu Jia pouting in indignation, noting that his intimidation had failed. The tall officer felt the situation becoming increasingly precarious as he observed the gathering crowd, a light sheen of sweat forming on his brow. The portly officer exchanged a knowing glance with him, and he nodded in understanding. "We're leaving. You all wait here. You have become quite arrogant," he proclaimed, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembled individuals, particularly fixating on Wu Feng with a venomous glare that lingered. With sardonic smiles, they began to exit. At that moment, the students who had been tugged a moment ago ceased their sobbing, looking helplessly at Wu Feng. Chapter 61. The situation. The group could hardly believe their ears. Had this man lost his mind? "Are you certain you are addressing me?" The corpulent officer turned around, his anger twisting into a mocking laugh, only to find the muzzle of a sleek black gun leveled at him, causing his laughter to abruptly halt. So, you possess a firearm, do you? The tall officer began to retort, but before he could finish, a gunshot rang out, striking the ground mere inches from his polished shoes, sending a tremor through him. A bystander, startled, plopped down onto the ground, causing the tall officer to drop his weapon. Don't move. Indeed, if you make a single move, I will not hesitate to pull the trigger. Wu Feng's voice was eerily calm, as if he were discussing the fate of a fish or a fowl. Leaving the tall officer speechless, his intended tirade stifled and his face flushed with embarrassment. Do you even understand what you are doing? Have you lost your mind? Is this truly your intention, to take a life? You are doomed. You are genuinely doomed. The corpulent officer could hardly believe his eyes. Despite the shifting tides of society, the fearsome reputation of certain individuals still loomed in the hearts of many. How could someone remain so composed while brandishing a gun at an officer? Did he truly grasp that he was aiming a weapon at a police officer? My life or death is of no concern to you. However, you must answer my questions correctly if you wish to escape unscathed. The rotund man smirked, preparing to bend down to retrieve his firearm. He regarded Wu Feng with the gaze of one observing a fool, utterly unconvinced that Wu Feng would actually pull the trigger. Little did he realize that Wu Feng had no qualms about allowing him to appear foolish. Bang. Apologies, but the gun inadvertently discharged, and a bullet grazed the hefty man's ear. He immediately clutched his bleeding ear, collapsing to the ground in a wretched scream, his eyes directed at Wu Feng, filled with resentment and disbelief. Wu Feng calmly turned to the lanky man and inquired, "Now, are you able to cooperate?" A few beads of sweat trickled down the lanky man's nose. He and the two policemen behind him were now gripped by fear, and a sense of regret crept into their minds. The man had lost his previous bravado and began nodding vigorously. Good, that's the spirit. Now, please elucidate on your so-called army and the civilians you are escorting. Make sure not to fabricate any details. The lanky man nodded, his words faltering and elusive, failing to articulate anything comprehensible. Bang! Wu Feng fired another shot near the feet of the tall man, raising his voice abruptly. "You shouldn't require instruction to speak, should you?" The tall man, terrified, shrieked, I don't know anything. I swear I know nothing." Wu Feng was taken aback by the man's obstinate refusal to divulge the truth, and he raised his right hand, gripping the gun, to strike the man fiercely on the head, causing a trickle of blood to flow down. I'll talk. We are not police officers. The uniforms we found. Is it so easy to find police uniforms? And you found 4 sets at that. It seems you are not being entirely truthful." The tall, slender man was pressed against the cold muzzle of the gun, his heart racing as he realized that Wu Feng was not easily deceived. He closed his eyes and steeled himself, confessing, "We are not police. We are private bodyguards for high-ranking officials, tasked with escorting several dignitaries out of the province. We have many soldiers accompanying us. We killed a few police officers and took their uniforms, which was tacitly approved from above, allowing us to operate more easily while foraging for supplies. Indeed, we encountered no resistance until you. All right, your first answer was satisfactory. Now, I shall pose another question. With so many supermarkets in the city and numerous grain and oil shops, even in the suburbs, why would you go to such lengths to come here?" The tall man forced a bitter smile, glancing at Wu Feng's unwavering hand, and trembled as he replied, "What is the situation in the provincial capital?" "I don't know." Wu Feng shot back. "Then why are you so determined to head to the provincial capital? How many lives will be lost along the way?" As Wu Feng's gaze grew colder, beads of sweat began to form on the man's brow. He shook his head frantically, exclaiming, "Brother, I truly don't know. Please, go ahead and hit me. It makes no difference, for I genuinely do not have the answers." After Wu Feng posed his question, he turned his gaze directly towards Wang Jiangwo, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. Regrettably, the long-awaited rescue seemed unlikely to arrive. Those he had been hoping for had already departed for the provincial capital. Wang Jiangwo nodded silently, his reticence mirrored Wu Feng's own, as he awaited a decisive resolution. Pondering whether Wang possessed the requisite authority to lead these individuals through this abominable apocalypse, Wang Jiangwo glanced at the police officers and then at the child beside him, whose arms bore the fresh bruises of sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, he resolved with conviction, "If we no longer care for our own survival, why should I concern myself with theirs? First, bind them, place them with those criminals, and we shall deliberate the remainder later." Without hesitation, Wu Feng took it upon himself to disarm the individuals on Wang Jiangwo's behalf, subsequently allowing others to manage the situation. Wu Feng smiled faintly, gesturing for the few individuals to continue their actions. He then patted the man's face, causing the gaunt figure to turn ashen. For such circumstances had arisen before, under a unified command, the large troop would not halt their advance, even if they were aware of the situation here. Would those influential figures deign to linger in this perilous place for a few additional hours on behalf of these few? Wu Feng's tone grew icy. To be candid, he felt a surge of anger, especially upon witnessing the profound disappointment in Wang Jiangwo's eyes and the marks of defiance on the young man's face. His heart felt as if it had been seared by fire. As humble beings relentlessly struggling for survival, it was one thing for those lofty figures to offer no assistance. It was altogether another to strip away the hard-won hope they had painstakingly established. Perhaps this was for the best, as it would sever Wang Jiangwo's other aspirations and compel him to focus on leading these individuals to sustain themselves. Including the firearms seized last night and the 4 police pistols acquired now, they possessed a total of 6 handguns, along with over 100 rounds of ammunition, unbeknownst to them. The power within this small campus had quietly strengthened. Bind them and escort them to the criminals' quarters. Having arranged this, Wu Feng quietly seated himself in a chair, fingers intertwined, and sank into contemplation. Although the military and government had proven feeble in the face of this crisis, the power they wielded was certainly beyond that of any individual or organization. They had all headed towards the provincial capital. What awaited them there? Upon reaching the provincial city, at the very least, there would be the protection of the military. For Nine City felt distant, Wu Feng was confident. Yet he did not believe he could traverse the myriad dangers alone to reach it. It would be prudent to first assess the situation in the provincial capital. Although much of this was speculative and fraught with gaps, it solidified Wu Feng's resolve to proceed to the provincial city. In this world, he had only a few brothers and a father. Of those brothers, 2 were in Tianjin, while the others were scattered across the nation. Upon arriving at the provincial capital, he would seek out acquaintances to gather information. If none could be found, he would gather more intelligence to prepare for his journey to 49 City, to find his aged and ungrateful father. Having pondered these matters, Wu Feng stood once more. At that moment, lunch was prepared, and someone came to summon him to the meal. As he was walking, Wang Jiangwo suddenly approached with hurried steps. His expression grave as he said, "Another group has arrived." After a moment's reflection, he added, "They are different from the previous ones, but I still need you to come take a look." Wu Feng nodded and followed Wang Jiangwo outside. To his astonishment, Wang led him towards the iron gate at the school entrance. This indicated that, even in such dire circumstances, these individuals still held a semblance of respect for their hosts, refraining from scaling the walls to enter. Chapter 62, The So-Called Deserter's Comrade. Please lend us a hand. We have many wounded here and can barely hold on, spoke a middle-aged man in his 40s. He stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall, his high cheekbones accentuating his gaunt face. His gray-white hair stood stiffly, resembling bristles, and his rough hands were marred with scars and calluses. His military uniform, stained with patches of blood, had turned a deep green, and his right hand was bandaged, blood seeping through in a mottled pattern. Yet, he appeared oblivious to his own plight, assisting in carrying a stretcher, his expression weary, eyes reflecting a profound weariness, yet brimming with spirit. Following his gaze, Wu Feng noticed over 20 similarly attired soldiers, their bodies battered, yet standing resolutely. Behind them lay 20 or so civilians, some standing while others were sprawled, including bewildered children, forlorn elders, and even a heavily pregnant woman lying on a stretcher. "Brother, some are truly at their limit. We wonder if we could find refuge with you for a night," the middle-aged man continued, his voice deep and raspy, carrying a tone of request that was not devoid of dignity. The pleading expressions of those behind him were evident, although the soldiers stood stubbornly upright. Their eyes held a glimmer of hope as they gazed towards this direction. Would they agree? Along the way, they had faced countless refusals from various hosts. Witnessing such a multitude of the old, young, sick, and disabled, the leaders of several settlements had rejected them without hesitation. However, the commander had taken in every soul in need without a moment's pause. Their ranks were on the verge of collapse, and the commander himself had not eaten a grain of rice in 2 days. One soldier, recalling this, wiped away tears threatening to spill from his eyes, determined to remain strong. A wide-eyed child was being cradled by a soldier whose right eye was bandaged, babbling happily, completely unharmed. The elderly, previously carried by the soldiers who bore lighter injuries, now gazed sorrowfully at the imposing iron gate. Wang Jiangwo, witnessing the harrowing yet vivid scene before him, felt a tingling at the nape of his neck, his body trembling, as he found himself choked with emotion. "Still, are we unwilling to accept them?" Some soldiers' expressions dimmed slightly. They misinterpreted Wang Jiangwo's demeanor as contemplation of refusal, a scene they had encountered multiple times before. However, Wang Jiangwo's next words, nearly shouted, left them all in stunned silence. And a few young soldiers could no longer hold back their tears. Quickly, open the door for these heroes. Tears glistened in the soldiers' eyes, unable to believe the words they had just heard. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man broke into a joyful smile. The countless moments spent battling against death surged to the forefront of his mind, filling him with an almost dreamlike sensation. He glanced at his battered comrades, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Thank you, my brothers," he murmured, and unable to withstand the overwhelming tide of exhaustion any longer. His body leaned and began to topple towards the iron bars. Just as he was about to collide with the railing, a pair of strong hands caught him, as if they had been poised there in anticipation beyond the iron gate. Wu Feng supported him as he glanced at the soldiers entering through the small door behind him, their bodies stained with blood yet standing tall. He raised his voice, exclaiming, "Comrades, you have worked hard." His resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears, and Wu Feng subsequently saluted with a remarkably precise military gesture. The soldiers entering the room paused at the sight, their eyes brimming with tears as they reciprocated the salute. "For the service of the people," they proclaimed, while the citizens behind them raised their hands in salute as well. 2 hours later, in the cafeteria, students and teachers alike gathered together, occupying several tables, with Wu Feng and the key figures naturally seated together. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of stewed pork, followed closely by the enticing scent of rice and steamed buns, stimulating the appetites of all present. At that moment, a few young soldiers felt their eyes grow moist as they touched the wounds that had miraculously healed under Lu Jia's care, their previously taut nerves gradually unwinding. The somewhat frail, stooped middle-aged man had now awakened. "I am Zhang Xiangqian," he introduced himself, Bao Long Zhang, charging forward. Wu Feng lifted his gaze to scrutinize the seemingly diminutive figure before him, although his back was slightly hunched. The brilliance in his eyes and the solemn expression on his face imparted an impression of unwavering stature. After a brief exchange, Zhang Xiangqian elucidated the origins of these individuals to the group. With a thick northeastern accent interlaced with coarse language, he commenced a tirade of indignation. The command from the headquarters was unequivocal: preserve the remaining strength and escort significant figures to the provincial capital. But what constitutes a significant figure? Is there anyone residing in this city who is not of importance? Yet, military orders are as immovable as mountains. Disobedience is not an option. A few young men stealthily slipped away to fetch their parents. Though I chastised them, human nature prevails. Who could bear to witness their parents in peril? Nevertheless, it remains unclear who exerted pressure on the headquarters to categorize these inexperienced recruits as deserters. Deserters, an identity they would rather face death than assume. Yet, with unwavering resolve, you protected these individuals with your very life. After Wu Feng concluded, Zhang Xiangqian turned his gaze to scrutinize the tranquil young man before him. A surge of warmth inexplicably welled up within this rugged soul. "Thank you for your understanding," he sighed, a hint of melancholy lacing his voice. "Yet, I too have been a deserter, and one who incited others to join, a transgression that compounds my guilt." His expression bore the weight of solitude, after decades of service. He genuinely cherished the military and the uniform he donned. Yet now, he found himself branded a coward. With a soft sigh, he managed to smile, for he had no regrets. "Commander is not a deserter," a spirited young soldier declared loudly, his voice resonating as if to convey a message to all present, and even those absent. The room fell silent as curious glances were cast in their direction, and Zhang Xiangqian shot a fierce glare at the outspoken soldier. "So what if I am a deserter? You little brats are too," he retorted. "Even a deserter can be a commander-esque soldier." "Yes, we will always be the soldiers of our commander." Zhang Xiangqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he patted the loudest soldier on the back. "Well said, you rascals." Chapter 63. A gentleman harmonizes yet differs of course. You are not deserters. You are heroes of our city. Upon hearing these words, the iron-willed men felt a surge of emotion, their eyes glistening with impending tears. Dinner is served. Boisterous bowls of steaming white rice and stewed green beans were placed on the table, prompting the group to eagerly grab their chopsticks and dig in without pretense. The room was filled with the sounds of quiet eating, heads bowed as they savored their meals. After a considerable time, a soldier who had finished his bowl suddenly placed it on the table, burying his head in his arms, trembling slightly as he fought to stifle the sounds emanating from his throat. Soon, the soldier beside him, with reddened eyes, set down his bowl and followed suit. Burying his head deeply, and this silent exchange spread through the ranks. Before long, nearly all the soldiers could no longer contain their sorrow. The quiet room filled with muffled sobs. Dogzi, Daxia, and Jingzi, we shall never see them again. One soldier wiped his eyes, though his vision remained blurred. Zhang Xiangqian, too, paused in his eating, gazing at these brave souls who stood alongside him in desertion. His eyes softened. He wiped his mouth and quietly remarked, I must have made a spectacle of myself. This bunch is far too fragile. Yet, despite his words, Zhang Xiangqian refrained from any further reprimand, his gaze radiating a unique, rugged tenderness. You have all endured greatly. It was easy to imagine a group of individuals emerging from the perilous urban landscape, comrades falling one by one. Helpless citizens carried upon their backs, all while bearing the stigma of deserters. Now, having finally escaped the throes of danger to this relatively safe haven, they truly needed an outlet for their pent-up emotions. Wu Feng gazed upon them, reminiscing about his comrades and companions with whom he once shared the trials of life and death. Memories often blur, yet that profound feeling lingered in his heart, causing a tightness in his throat that nearly brought him to tears. Silently, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, rising to his feet. He gradually raised his right hand and rendered a salute to Zhang Xiangqian and the soldiers opposite him. Zhang Xiangqian was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, he set down his own utensils, his expression taking on a sacred and solemn tone. All rise. Upon hearing this, the 20-some soldiers immediately wiped away their tears, swiftly straightening their uniforms, standing in 2 neat rows, awaiting Zhang Xiangqian's command. Zhang Xiangqian looked at the young soldiers before him with a sense of gratitude and declared loudly, Salute. He then turned around. His eyes reddened as he solemnly saluted each soldier, noting that the traces of tears on their faces had dried. That day, after the meal, Wang Jiangwo arranged accommodations for them, and this group fell into a deep slumber. Wang Jiangwo did not inquire further. He merely reserved a space for them to rest while he sat in the corner, smoking one cigarette after another. What thoughts occupied his mind? Wu Feng slowly approached him and took a seat beside him. Wang Jiangwo let out a wry smile, shook his head, and remained silent. Wu Feng turned his gaze away from him and instead looked towards the distant sky. In this apocalyptic world, there exists a group of individuals, quite admirable. Do you not think? Wang Jiangwo nodded thoughtfully as he inhaled from his cigarette. Brother Wang, it is indeed challenging to coordinate with so many people. The pressure is considerably heightened. Yet, we both believe they are not malevolent, correct? Wang Jiangwo remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Are you concerned about their military demeanor being overly assertive? Although Wu Feng's words were tactfully phrased, Wang Jiangwo comprehended their implication. He initially shook his head, but after a moment's contemplation, he conceded with a soft As the overseer of this land, Wang Jiangwo had become accustomed to conducting affairs in his own manner. While he held respect for these soldiers, he simultaneously feared losing his voice in matters. His apprehension stemmed not from a lust for power, but from a genuine concern for the safety of these students, leading a group through the struggles of a desolate world. He dared not afford any lapse in diligence. Brother Wang, this presents an opportunity. While it may seem secure on the surface, it is still insufficient. With the presence of these just-hearted soldiers, the lives of the 100 or so individuals beneath this land will be better safeguarded, will they not? I understand, rest assured. We are all adults here, capable of managing such matters. Wang Jiangwo extinguished the last of his cigarette, offering Wu Feng a smile before rising to his feet. Yes. I trust Lu Jia has already informed you. I am about to depart, and the arrival of these individuals marks my moment. Suddenly, Wang Jiangwo halted in his tracks. Have you made your decision? Are you heading to the provincial city? Are you not going to investigate the surrounding situation further? Wu Feng also rose to his feet, gazing into the distance. Though I have inadvertently lost my memory of certain matters, I firmly believe that I shall find the person I seek. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, I will also journey to the 49 city to search for my father. Let us prepare ourselves. If we are to depart, we must exercise caution. Wang Jiangwo's words began to resonate with simplicity. By the way, Lu Jia should be of great assistance to you. While I cannot elaborate in detail, having witnessed his treatment of these individuals, you likely grasp the essence. I shall refrain from further rambling. Let us enhance the fence, for it is time for my departure. Wang Jiangwo quietly regarded this somewhat astonishing young man, and after a prolonged moment, he let out a hearty laugh. Although I am aware that it may seem trite, I must express my gratitude. Without you, I truly cannot fathom how the situation would have unfolded. Wu Feng also smiled, remaining silent. Little brother, how are you? With so many of us speaking, do you think we might be causing you any inconvenience? Wu Feng gazed intently at the man, smiling as he remarked, "Welcome. It's never too late. How could one refuse? However, it is possible that my elder brother Wang sometimes holds different perspectives from you military personnel, leading to occasional discrepancies in thought. This is where your coordination becomes essential. As a younger generation, it is not my place to voice too many opinions. I leave it to you, my elder brother, to handle." Zhang Xiangqian let out a hearty laugh, attempting to pat Wu Feng on the shoulder. Yet the height difference rendered the gesture somewhat awkward. "What do you mean by younger generation? Have you not noticed the way these individuals regard you? They seem to view you as their cornerstone." Wu Feng humbly shook his head, his expression gradually shifting to one of gravity as he spoke. "However, have you truly made the decision to remain here? To be frank, this place is not entirely safe." Zhang, moving forward, silently lit a cigarette, his rough, yellowed fingers grasping the butt as he flicked away the ash, which cascaded softly to the ground. "In such circumstances, where else can we go? The world is vast. But where is home? If heaven truly has eyes, may it allow us to find peace here, and may those dinosaurs and monsters vanish swiftly. Beyond that, we have no other options. Heading to the provincial city? I fear half of us would perish. I believe you will all be safe." Wu Feng's words were not mere consolation or pleasantries. Lu Jia had already entered the realm of divine nightmares. Barring unforeseen circumstances, she would undoubtedly grow stronger, and their collective power would increase as well. Wu Feng, observing Zhang Xiangqian lost in thought, suddenly feigned seriousness and cleared his throat, exclaiming, "What is the duty of a soldier?" Zhang Xiangqian, almost instinctively, replied, "To obey orders." It was only then that he realized Wu Feng was jesting with him, prompting him to widen his eyes in surprise. Wu Feng, naturally, would not harm his own dignity, so he promptly stated with a serious demeanor that it must be quite a burden to violate one's duty. "Do not be surprised. I was once a soldier myself." Zhang Xiangqian, initially taken aback, fell into silence for a moment before shrugging and declaring, "Someone must take a stand. After all, I have a thick skin." Chapter 64. The escape. The following day, the campus was undergoing a meticulous planning process, and Wu Feng joined the discussions with others on how to further fortify the school. However, in a corner of the teaching building, the group of drug dealers bound in the classroom was engaged in hushed whispers with the tall, gaunt imposter posing as a police officer. Wu Feng bound these individuals to their chairs using nylon rope, roughly the thickness of a thumb, employing a unique knotting technique that tightened with every struggle. The group had previously endured a severe beating from Wu Feng, and now, perceiving no imminent threat to their lives, they behaved relatively submissively. However, the newly arrived quartet exhibited a rebellious spirit, particularly a tall, slender man whose beady eyes darted around, seemingly plotting something. Upon entering, he had been momentarily taken aback by the presence of such unruly characters, but soon fell silent and exchanged glances with a few of them in a gesture of camaraderie. His companion, a short, stout man, bore the mark of a gunshot wound to his ear, which had been bandaged but still caused him considerable pain, evident in his grimaces and resentful glare. "Hey, you lot, behave yourselves and refrain from moving," admonished the middle-aged teacher responsible for their supervision. Noticing the disquiet among a few individuals, the tall man merely shrugged in response. Unbeknownst to the teacher, the chair occupied by the slender man was gradually inching closer to a man named Lei. This teacher, having entered the workforce immediately after graduation and spent his career in academia, lacked sufficient worldly experience. His attempts at reassurance came off as somewhat naive. Having narrowly escaped last night's beating, he was oblivious to the ferocity of the present company. "You're right. We merely fled in a panic and ended up following a scoundrel into wrongdoing. Truly a situation of dire necessity. Being bound here is already a form of reflection," spoke a middle-aged man with medium-length hair, casting sidelong glances at Lei and the tall man as he spoke. It is noteworthy that Zhang Yin was also squinting, observing the unfolding dynamics. "Perhaps you should reflect more deeply," sighed the teacher, feeling a sense of caution mixed with relief at the pitiful demeanor of these individuals. "Teacher, isn't it nearly mealtime? We haven't eaten anything all night. Will that fellow named Wu Feng come to supervise our meal, or will you be feeding us?" One of them ventured tentatively. "It should be close to mealtime. I will inquire," the teacher replied and exited the room. Inside, the atmosphere grew tense as breaths quickened, and a cruel smile crept across Lei's face. He had suffered a brutal blow from Wu Feng the previous day. Wu Feng, in his initial use of power, had not gauged the severity of his actions. Concerned that Lei might die from his injuries, Lu Jia had used her abilities to heal him. After 2 treatments, Lei emerged as the least injured among the group. What shall we do once he returns? One inquired, eyes glinting with malice. We must eliminate that fellow named Wu Feng. Another answered, panting heavily. Foolishness. That guy could subdue us even after being shot, let alone now. Wu Feng and Lu Jia evidently possess extraordinary abilities. How can we fight them? While such remarks might have drawn ridicule under normal circumstances, the recent demonstration of their unique powers left no room for rebuttal, especially since many among them had received healing from Lu Jia. Wu Feng approached the task of binding them with utmost seriousness and with guards assigned. He permitted Lu Jia to tend to the severely injured. The indignation they felt could not be swallowed, yet a direct confrontation was impractical, especially with the addition of 2 firearms. Ultimately, an escape was inevitable. An ambush could be orchestrated. This last sentiment was voiced by Zhang Yin, whose mere utterance drew the ire of Lei's fierce gaze. It was your loathsome tongue that led us to this wretched place, Zhang Yin thought, feeling a surge of anger. Yet the words of condemnation faltered on his lips, transforming into mere jerks of his neck. Lei, observing his suppressed rage, let out a disdainful grunt. At that moment, the gaunt man disguised as a police officer rose, shaking himself, the already loose ropes cascading to the ground like lifeless serpents. He drew a small knife from his sleeve and approached Lei with a grin, proclaiming, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It is not difficult to deal with them, for they are not united. Call me Peng Jin. I shall now free my comrades." The slender man skillfully severed the bonds of several individuals. "Take this knife. In your hands, it is a weapon, while in mine, it serves little purpose," Peng Jin chuckled, handing the knife to Lei, who then passed it to a subordinate adept with such tools. In the corridor outside the classroom, a faint aroma of fresh grass lingered, creating a refreshing atmosphere amidst the lush greenery that surrounded them. "You've arrived. This way." The teacher, emerging from the classroom to catch a breath of fresh air, felt nauseated by the sweat and faint scent of blood within. Upon peering outside, he spotted 2 students approaching with a metal tray. "Mr. Zhou, Principal Wang has sent us to deliver meals to you. You need not concern yourself with these individuals, as they will arrive shortly." At mealtime, Wang Jianguo arranged for a male and a female student to bring food to the captives. Aware of their current predicament, the students felt compelled to contribute, and Wang Jianguo assigned them tasks accordingly. The provisions for these captives were not inadequate, consisting of flatbreads, pickled vegetables, and water. The teacher nodded in satisfaction. "Let us serve the food to them. It will alleviate any notion that we are deliberately tormenting them. Humanitarianism must prevail at all times. Will there be any issues? I heard from classmates that they are all criminals." One student exclaimed, "Can you keep an eye on them, sir? Rest assured, they are all bound." Moreover, after years of teaching, I have learned that no student's subtle movements escape my discerning eye, the middle-aged teacher replied amiably, smiling at the 2 students as he accepted the tray from the girl and opened the classroom door. Pushing the door ajar, he found the captive seated obediently, eliciting another smile. See, his words faltered as the sharp blade plunged deeply into his artery, a chilling sensation spreading across his skin, followed by a burst of crimson blood. "Humanitarianism, huh? I shall send you to the realm of humanity." Just then, a figure emerged from behind the door, wiping the blade of his knife. 2 terrified students, on the verge of screaming, had their mouths covered. In a mere blink, they witnessed their seemingly unscathed teacher collapse to the ground, while those who appeared to be bound suddenly shook off their restraints and stood upright. Chapter 65 Help was all they could manage to utter, only to receive a few sharp slaps across their faces, leaving both male and female students with swollen cheeks. Zhang Yin peered out from the side of the door and signaled to those inside, "There is no one." Lei picked up a scattered bun from the floor and consumed it, breaking off a leg from a nearby bench to use as a weapon. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "That guy mentioned Wu Feng would be coming soon. We should leave quickly." The group felt a sense of helplessness but ultimately agreed. The lanky police officer, aware of Wu Feng's reputation for gunplay but having never witnessed his skills firsthand, regarded the others with a hint of disdain, although he kept his thoughts to himself. "Kill the man. Take the woman." One individual's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke, reaching into the girl's collar and roughly squeezing her soft areas. The girl winced in pain, tears brimming in her eyes. Upon hearing that they intended to kill him, the boy immediately fell to his knees, weeping and pleading for mercy. Ma Lauer, still groping, felt himself stirring. Lei frowned at the sight. "You're causing trouble. Keep it down." "Ma Lauer, I know you're excited, but contain yourself for a moment." "I disagree. Let us take her as a hostage." The audacity of Wu Feng must be tempered by consideration for others. If he truly disregarded the hostage, he would no longer have a place among them. Lei nodded, turning his gaze to the speaker. A plump man, missing half of his ear, his wound glistening with fresh crimson. He had been silent until now, but now he found his voice. Lei glanced at the boy still pleading on the ground, noting his despair and trembling. Quickly, kill that man and knock out the woman. We need to leave. They streamed out of the classroom, and just before departing, the man named Ma Lao air plunged a long nail into the boy's temple. The boy's eyes widened in hopelessness as he convulsed twice before succumbing to death. We have two options. Either rush directly to the main entrance and eliminate the guards before they can react, or climb over the fence. However, if we are discovered and pursued, we will become living targets, considering they are armed. Let us go through the main entrance. Agreed, let us proceed through the main entrance. They swiftly exited the teaching building, finding a vast expanse cleared in front of the classroom and dining hall, unlike other areas overgrown with ferns and tall trees, making their escape conspicuous. This group clearly aimed to flee before anyone could react. The teaching building was a mere 500 meters from the main entrance, even if someone noticed. They believed they would have enough time. After all, the only objective was to escape. However, they were oblivious to the fact that a group of soldiers had infiltrated the campus. Captain, a group of unidentified individuals has emerged from the teaching building. Some are armed. A student is in their grasp. Should we engage? What? At that moment, Zhang Xianqian, Wu Feng, and Wang Jiangwo were in the cafeteria. And thus Wu Feng was the first to hear the transmission over the intercom. How is this possible? I have inspected all the ropes. They have also been thoroughly searched. Wu Feng's pupils contracted, and his heart tightened. He quickly regained his composure and bellowed, Brother Zhang, let them fire. We cannot allow this group to escape. Damn it. Do not harm that girl. The soldiers on the other end of the intercom were momentarily taken aback, but Zhang shouted in response, do as he says. The soldiers stationed on the rooftop and at the edge of the woods received the command simultaneously and sprang into action. Aiming, firing, all in one fluid motion. As the group neared the school gate without encountering any obstacles, they felt a surge of exhilaration. Zhang Yanlei and the disguised officer Pang Jin were even scheming on how to exact their revenge. Just as they reveled in their anticipation, the sudden crack of gunfire shattered the moment. With Ma Lao air collapsing, the group quickly fell one by one to gunfire. A sense of urgency permeated Wu Feng's voice, prompting the soldiers to fire without hesitation. 5 were struck in vital areas and succumbed instantly, while others writhed on the ground in agony. Lei was shot in the waist, but possessing remarkable physical resilience. Gritted his teeth and continued to run, only to be struck again and collapse. Zhang Yin, however, was fortunate enough to dart into the woods, moving with the agility of a monkey, showing no sign of slowing down. 2 soldiers, deprived of a target, directed their fire at the remaining individuals. And soon all were down, save for Zhang Yin, who seemingly escaped by climbing through the iron railings. Damn my leg. The lanky man gazed at the groaning and lifeless bodies around him, the ground stained with blood, his heart heavy with despair. Lei sighed deeply. They were hardened criminals who had thought this was a golden opportunity for freedom, only to find themselves ensnared in retribution. Frustration welled within him. Who were these soldiers? Nearly 10 armed warriors approached with steady steps, and Lei lay on the grass and pebbles, bitterness flooding his mind. Chapter 66. Kill crimson blood oozed from the corridor, flowing in the dim sunlight. The teacher's smile lingered on his face, yet he had already lost his life, rendering that smile eerily grotesque. Blood continued to seep from his neck, the gaping wound slicing through their hearts like a knife. This was a revered teacher, diligent and kind-hearted. But he had fallen so easily to death. Also present was a boy within the room, tears still visible on his face, his forehead and knee swollen, evoking thoughts of his desperate pleas for mercy before his demise. A 1-inch-long iron nail protruded from his temple, taken from a dismantled chair. Lei, Pang Jin, and others who had been shot but survived were kneeling at the classroom door, silently observing the 2 corpses within. Pang Jin, the lanky man, furrowed his brow, retching at the scent of blood. I did not kill anyone. My companions did not lay a hand on them. You truly take pleasure in killing. His 3 comrades had been gunned down earlier, a turn of events Pang Jin had not anticipated. He began to question whether he had entered a school or a prison. Wu Feng clenched his fists, a fierce desire to strike this individual until he bled coursing through him. However, he took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing the rage within. How did you manage to escape? Wu Feng sought to understand the rationale behind the actions of these individuals, for they had bound themselves and thus bore the responsibility of their own escape. Though his complexion appeared healthy, his gaze was devoid of warmth. He had lost the will to speak as he sensed that the young man before him might ultimately bring about his demise. Present, aside from the 8 survivors of the shooting, were school leaders such as Wang Jiangwo and Sun Xian, alongside Wu Feng and Zhang Xiangqian. Coincidentally, Zhu Limin and Zheng Wenbin were also at the scene, with Zhang's pallor suggesting he might still be suffering from the wounds inflicted upon him yesterday. As Wu Feng posed his question, a slight sheen of sweat appeared on Zhang's ashen face. Pang Jin glanced at him askance, ready to speak, but Zheng Wenbin interjected. Stepping forward with determination, he fixed his gaze on Wu Feng and asserted, "What is there to ask about how they escaped? The ropes lie on the ground. Clearly they freed themselves. Is it your intention to vent your anger by taking a life for a mistake of your own making?" Pang Jin, who had intended to voice his thoughts, swallowed his words, suppressing them in his throat, and smiled contemplatively as he surveyed the expressions of those around him. Initially, Zheng Wenbin felt a surge of anxiety as he stepped forward, but once his words were unleashed, he found a sense of steadiness. "I have committed no wrongdoing. You, Wu Feng, cannot simply act against anyone at will. You would be wise to reconsider your actions, for any attempt to justify them would be in vain, and all would perceive it as a fit of rage stemming from humiliation." Zheng Wenbin steeled himself, reassuringly reminding himself that, at worst, he would merely sustain some injuries. Wu Feng discerned the performances of Pang Jin and Zheng Wenbin with utmost clarity, now that Zheng Wenbin has taken the initiative to step forward. A swift conjecture formed in his mind. I have been patiently awaiting the moment when that buffoon would reveal himself, and indeed, he could not contain his impatience. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, Zheng Wenbin felt a twinge of anxiety and retorted vehemently, "Whom do you accuse of being a clown?" Wu Feng could discern the hollowness behind his bravado. "Humph, still attempting to feign ignorance with me." Wu Feng let out a cold sneer, turned, and walked into the room. Picking up a piece of rope as he spoke coldly, "Is this what you refer to as having broken free?" Though the rope lay beneath. Wu Feng had already taken note of it. The cut ends were smooth and even, indicating they had been severed by a sharp instrument. Zheng Wenbin, witnessing this, felt his heart race, and with a show of bravado, spat to the side and replied, "Don't deflect the question to me. How would I know?" Wu Feng fixed his gaze upon them, then surveyed the surrounding crowd and remarked, "Indeed, I personally bound those criminals yesterday, yet those 4 individuals were not my doing. I would have intervened myself, had it not been for the timely arrival of Brother Zhang. I am curious to know who it was that bound them." Zheng Wenbin, "Do you have any knowledge of who it might be?" Wu Feng slightly tilted his head and cast a cold glance at the side, his finger pointing at Pang Jin, causing Zheng Wenbin's complexion to darken even further. Silence enveloped the group, while Wang Jiangwo squinted at Zheng Wenbin, realizing that these 4 individuals had been recommended by him for escort to this place. Could it be that he had engaged in some underhanded dealings? How outrageous, Wu Feng. Clearly, the issue lay with you, yet you dare to cast blame upon me. He erupted in a vehement tirade, adopting a tone of someone wronged. Indeed, one cannot simply hurl baseless accusations. It was that individual known as Ma Lauer who wielded the blade, and he was the one who committed the murder. Pang Jin interjected at the opportune moment, raising an eyebrow at Wu Feng as if he were merely observing a performance. Wu Feng met his gaze for a fleeting second, and Pang Jin suddenly felt as though the depth and sharpness of Wu Feng's eyes pierced through his very thoughts, leaving him momentarily speechless, unable to articulate the prearranged falsehoods. The criminals were acutely aware that if Wu Feng were to handle this matter, their fates would be dire. Thus, they hastily began to cast aspersions upon him. "Is that rope still tight? I could break free with a mere tug. Ha. Yes, brute strength with a simple mind." At this juncture, Zhu Limin could not remain passive. She firmly believed that Zheng Wenbin was innocent. After all, her nephew was a high-achieving professional with an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands. It must be Wu Feng attempting to evade responsibility. In a fit of anger, she indignantly shouted at Wu Feng, "You treat this place as if it were your own domain. Do you think your strength alone dictates the truth?" Sun Xian cast her a disdainful glance, thinking to himself that just yesterday, before those criminals, she had not dared utter a single word. Still unwilling to admit the truth. "So be it." Wu Feng gestured for silence, then continued, "If you weren't so eager to frame me, I might have been somewhat troubled. Alas, in this matter, you miscalculated. It is unwise to cast aspersions upon me, for prior to binding these individuals, I, along with Wang Jiangwo, Sun Xian, and 2 physical education instructors, conducted a thorough examination of them. Did you not notice that they had even changed their attire? The individuals I restrained have been checked even to the extent of inspecting their mouths. At least 3 people present can vouch that they bore no weapons. Otherwise, with their skills, they would have escaped long before last night. You should not have carelessly left behind any weapons and then used this to besmirch my reputation. Furthermore, do you truly believe that your silent exchanges with Pang Jin went unnoticed by others? And as for you lot, who thrive on chaos, do you genuinely think that sowing discord will prove beneficial? Pang Jin? Surely, you do not think that by collaborating with this individual, you can bring me down. I warn you, utter one more word, and you shall meet your demise. Wu Feng drew his pistol, his eyes sharp as a blade. Pang Jin, caught in his gaze, turned in a flurry of panic, while the raucous criminals fell silent, suddenly subdued. Chapter 67, Farewell. Wu Fengwei remarked that Zhang Wenbin's expression grew increasingly frantic. As Wu Feng reached the climax of his discourse, he let out a resounding cry, exclaiming, "Enough!" Wu Feng slowly approached him, and the head of the teaching department, Zhu Limin, attempted to push him aside but failed. Wu Feng looked down at the woman and said, "And you, I must inform you, in this moment, the one who possesses strength holds the authority. Seize Zhang Wenbin. Brother Wang, we will discuss Zhang Wenbin's matter later. For now, what shall we do about these individuals?" Wang Jiangwo had already covered the bodies of the middle-aged teacher and male student with a white cloth, remaining silent throughout. "I merely wish to protect my students from harm." Why is such a simple desire so difficult to fulfill? Wang Jiangwo could not erase the image of the deceased student's face, filled with despair and panic. He remembered that this boy had volunteered to shoulder the burden for everyone, only to fall forever in a pool of blood. He had always made decisions for others. Yet when faced with such a dire situation, despite his anguish and fury, he felt utterly lost. Do I possess the power to dictate the fates of others? He was acutely aware that all eyes were upon him, but the ingrained notions of morality and legality weighed heavily on his heart, which raced uncontrollably. A minute passed. And aside from the heavy breathing of Zhang Wenbin and the frantic Zhu Limin, silence enveloped the room. Pang Jin observed the anxious expressions of those around him. Feeling a sense of panic, he had not anticipated that while Zhang Wenbin appeared quite formidable, he could not compete with Wu Feng's dominance in discourse. "Brother, I confess. That knife was given to me by Zhang Wenbin. He's the one who untied the ropes. He instructed me to release these individuals and frame you for it." Pang Jin pleaded, "I have spoken the truth. You are magnanimous." "Silence!" Zhang Wenbin shouted from behind, while Zhu Limin covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at her nephew, unwilling to accept that Zhang Wenbin was the cause of all this chaos. "I have never killed anyone or broken the law. I never expected these two would die." Slap. Wang Jiangwo struck him across the face, causing Pang Jin's head to collide with the doorframe, leaving a wound. "I intended to offer you an opportunity, but it has become evident that my expectations were misguided. When dealing with villains, I must be even more ruthless than you," he declared, surveying the room before his gaze lingered on Wu Feng's face for a moment. "Since no one is coming to our aid, we must save ourselves." Everyone held their breath, Zhang Xiangqian squinting slightly as he sensed the oppressive atmosphere, realizing he had underestimated the man before him. Wang Jiangwo exhaled sharply, his eyes reddened, and resolutely stated, "Kill them. No, please do not kill us. You are a principal, are you not? Have you chosen to disregard the law? Consider the consequences of your actions. Spare my life." Ignoring the clamor behind him, Wang Jiangwo locked eyes with Zhang Xiangqian and said slowly, "Brother Zhang, you will not stop me, will you?" Zhang Xiangqian, having heard Wang Jiangwo's decisive words, felt a shiver of unease as he met his gaze, sensing an undeniable pressure. "I am already aware of their identities. Many of them are death row inmates, and their continued existence poses a threat. I no longer care for the rules. Let them be slain. Cast aside all thoughts of the consequences." Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Wu Feng let out a long sigh, finally alleviating a portion of his burden. After traversing the nightmares of the god's space, his state of mind had transformed significantly. Particularly after gaining insight into the circumstances of other parts of the world, he deeply comprehended that there were likely no laws left on this planet. "May you meet a wretched fate. If you intend to kill, do so without further ado. Spare me the tiresome chatter." The condemned spoke in varied tones, some feigning bravado, others uttering curses. "Did you ever consider that you too might perish when you took the life of that student?" By this time, the sky had darkened slightly, and the sunlight filtering through the shadows of the trees carried a languid essence. "Zhang Wenbin, take some provisions and water. You ought to depart shortly, for the school no longer welcomes you." The central hall of the cafeteria had been arranged to resemble a conference room, where Wang Jiangwo sat at the head, his face devoid of expression as he announced the measures to be taken against Zhang Wenbin. Zhang Wenbin's face turned ashen. his small eyes darting around at the surrounding individuals, while Zhu Limin cried out, "You cannot do this. He will perish out there. We've been merciful not to have broken his limbs. Are you still unaware of how Teacher Zhou met his demise? This matter remains unresolved." "Enough, dear aunt. It is quite clear now. Haha, I am the one responsible." A group of hypocrites, intent on seeing my end, yet fearful of staining their own hands. Very well. I shall take my leave. Ultimately, Zhu Limin and Zheng Wenbin departed from the school together. Wang Jiangwo provided them with provisions and water for 3 days. Just before leaving, Wu Feng uttered a remark behind Zhang Wenbin. As the twilight caressed the earth, Wu Feng ascended the trunk of a colossal tree from the rooftop of the teaching building and eventually reached the summit of this giant. In an instant, his perspective broadened immensely. Under the radiant sunlight, the leaves surrounding him were transformed into a golden hue, like a vast green sea. His vision was filled with the grandeur of the towering trees. He felt as though he were amidst the clouds, where the few high-rises within the clouds appeared as solitary caps amidst the ocean of trees. The faint smile on Wu Feng's face faded as he realized it was time for him to depart. The following day, Zhang Xiangqian, accompanied by all the soldiers, engaged in the fortification of the fence. The group disassembled desks and chairs, carefully reassembling them into the necessary planks, meticulously constructing the final lifeline. Perhaps due to the dominance of 2 Tyrannosaurus rexes in the area, other carnivorous dinosaurs dared not venture forth, allowing the process to proceed with relative safety. Wang Jiangwo suggested that they first elevate and reinforce the outer barrier with the materials at hand, simultaneously clearing some shrubs and grasses to stack upon it. This would serve as the outermost layer, and they would undoubtedly require more manpower to erect a concrete wall akin to a fortress. No, this is still insufficient. Zhang Xiaoqian murmured to himself, subsequently instructing several older soldiers to seek construction materials outside the school. The teachers and residents within the school observed the soldiers' selfless initiative with a sense of inadequacy. Once suitable individuals were found, they armed themselves and exited the school gates. The previous night, Wang Jiangwo had procured 2 off-road vehicles, which were now stationed at the entrance. Chapter 68. Forgotten by the Jianghu. As Wu Feng watched the school gradually enveloped by the towering fence, he stood silently before the iron barrier, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Wu Feng's departure did not stir many hearts, for he wished to avoid the dramatic flare of a poignant farewell. Perceiving such theatrics as excessively sentimental and somewhat contrived, he feared that such an exit might cast a shadow over this place, which had only just begun to flourish with hope. To this locale, he was merely a transient soul, had he lingered any longer. Wu Feng worried that he might lose the very courage that now propelled him to leave. After all, departing signifies the advent of new perils. Wu Feng made his final contribution by exploring a radius of 10 kilometers, marking the approximate danger levels of key locations such as pharmacies and grocery stores. This peril, however, did not solely stem from dinosaurs, it also arose from other survivors. Aside from the initial victims consumed by the dinosaurs during this cataclysm, some survivors chose to flee from City B, while others opted to remain. After a few days, many realized that fierce competition for resources led to frequent violent confrontations, resulting in numerous fatalities. Consequently, very few individuals were willing to engage in conversation with Wu Feng. Even those who refrained from attacking others were keenly avoiding strangers. Wu Feng could only sigh in resignation over this grim reality. As for the fleeing individuals, their fate was likely even more dire. The dangers outside buildings were significantly heightened. And with the entire world facing similar circumstances, where could one possibly escape? It is worth noting that the previously dispatched escort team of 2,000 must have encountered the assault of the 2 Tyrannosaurus rex. During his exploration, Wu Feng discovered the carcass of one of these colossal beasts. It lay like a small mountain, riddled with bullet holes and scars. A long, chaotic trail of blood extended from its body far into the distance, indicating that the Tyrannosaurus had not succumbed immediately. It had fled to this location before bleeding out. Even in death, the imposing figure of the dinosaur, with its gory, tooth-filled maw and robust musculature, emanated a palpable sense of dread. Zhang Xiangqian and Wang Jiangwo stood before the giant's remains, contemplating whether to burn it or consume it. They hesitated, fearing potential bacteria and toxins, feeling a touch of nausea at the thought of eating it. Yet, leaving it there posed the risk of attracting more monstrous predators due to the blood scent. Ultimately, Wu Feng took the initiative to roast a piece, seasoning it with salt and oil. The aroma was surprisingly appetizing, though the meat was somewhat tough, reminiscent of the old turtle meat he had tasted before. During his time on the battlefield, Wu Feng had learned to consume anything that crossed his path when hunger struck. So he found the prospect of dining on dinosaur meat far more palatable. Even if it were toxic, he could rely on Lu Jia's skills to alleviate any adverse effects. After all, at the iron gate of the school, the most concealed passage for entering and exiting, Wu Feng carried a weathered canvas backpack filled with some food and survival gear. Wang Jiangwo, Sun Xian, and Lu Jia silently regarded him. Xiao Wu, Wang Jiangwo began. There's little more to say. Your presence has been invaluable these past few days. Though I shouldn't express my gratitude, I still feel compelled to thank you. I have no gifts to offer, so I wish you a safe journey. Be cautious, and I believe you will find your father. After Wang Jiangwo finished speaking, Sun Xian glanced at his old friend, surprised by the brevity of his words. Many emotional sentiments had lodged in his throat, but he released a sigh. Recognizing that he had little wisdom to impart to this young man, he patted Wu Feng on the shoulder and embraced him. After a moment, he exchanged glances with Lu Jia and together with Wang Jiangwo, waved goodbye with smiles as they departed. The silhouettes of the two middle-aged men are remarkably similar. They bear a slight stoop, a hint of age, yet it is evident that Wu Feng's departure has rendered their burdens even heavier. Nevertheless, their strides possess an undeniable strength. Those who harbor conviction within their hearts are invariably more resilient. I hold them in great admiration. Wu Feng gazed at the two figures with a hint of admiration, gently nodding his head before cautiously inquiring, "Are you truly not coming with me?" Lu Jia understood his implication, which transcended the mere journey to the provincial capital. "If you regard this as a jest, perhaps I could overlook my indignation, but we have already made a promise." She feigned anger, though her eyes curved into crescent moons. "Let us exchange pleasantries. Do not be upset, hee. Wu Feng chuckled lightly, yet upon observing Lu Jia's frail figure and the purity reflected in her fair visage, he swiftly adopted a serious demeanor. "Please, take utmost care of yourself. Grant me a chance to bid you farewell once more," he articulated with deliberate emphasis. Lu Jia, in turn, repressed her smile and gazed earnestly at Wu Feng, nodding with determination, akin to a sister absorbing her elder brother's counsel. "You too. I have saved you once. Do not recklessly let life slip away," she responded. The two exchanged glances for a fleeting moment, seemingly in unison, before gently extending their arms to pat each other's backs, a brief touch, devoid of an extended embrace. "Take care," Wu Feng uttered, casting one last glance at the person before him and the land they stood upon, before turning away with unhesitating resolve. Yet, the slight tremor in his hand betrayed the excitement stirring within him. "Unrelated to romance, we shall forget each other in the rivers and lakes of life," he thought. As Lu Jia stood silently, watching his retreating silhouette, her arms clasped before her in silent prayer. In no time, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. She cherished the moments of Wu Feng's gentle smiles and his commanding decisiveness, yet it was merely admiration. She continued to wave until his figure faded from view. The gentle breeze of late summer swept through the woods, producing a soft, melodic sound reminiscent of a singer's low hum. The slender branches of the towering trees swayed in the wind, resembling arms bidding farewell. Viewed from above, they resembled two stars rotating in opposite directions, each embarking on their own path. "My apologies, everyone," Wu Feng thought, a tinge of guilt accompanying him as he set forth on his journey. His gaze gradually settled into tranquility, the wind brushing against his cheek as he bent slightly, landing on his toes with every step, ever vigilant. His eyes scanned the surroundings, the familiar buildings and shops flashing past him as he hurried, his feet swift as the wind. By that afternoon, Wu Feng had exited the urban confines. Notably, among his acquaintances from school, he had found two companions willing to accompany him. One was a driver from the military who had already collected another individual before his departure and was waiting for him at the highway entrance. Chapter 69. On the road, despite the abundance of towering trees, cautious driving allowed passage through most areas. Should he encounter impassable terrain, he would disembark and seek another vehicle once past the obstruction. Numerous abandoned vehicles lined the road, though their interiors were barren as long as fuel remained. Wu Feng could ignite the engine. To safeguard against potential wildlife encounters, he enlisted the assistance of a welding worker from the school to make some modifications to the vehicle. 3 sturdy steel spikes were welded to the front, and iron bars reinforced all windows. The entire off-road vehicle had been transformed into a formidable armored beast. The 2 soldiers were well stocked with provisions, primarily consisting of compressed biscuits, bottled water, and beef jerky. Wu Feng, however, believed that after rigorous exertion, nutritional intake was essential. Thus, He also packed canned milk and other nourishing items. As they continued their journey, the young soldier in the vehicle cheerfully handed Wu Feng a pair of high-top military boots. Wu Feng squeezed them, his brow furrowing slightly. They were German outdoor GTX waterproof and sandproof military boots, priced at nearly 3,000 yuan. He had never been able to afford such quality before. With a smile, he stowed them in his bag for future use and expressed his gratitude. The soldier, named Xiao Jiang, shyly scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed by Wu Feng's thanks, as these boots were obtained from an outdoor specialty store. At that moment, Lu Rinchuan was navigating the rugged terrain according to the map, while the built-in navigation system of the Grand Cherokee displayed 0 satellites, rendering it useless. Well, I remember the general direction to the provincial capital. I can only hope that the highway remains intact and unscathed by these towering trees. The car window remained open, as Wu Feng stayed vigilant for any hint of a metallic scent in the air. Wu Feng sat in the back seat, swaying with the movements of the vehicle. Although the Jeep Grand Cherokee is renowned for its comfort among SUVs, the appalling road conditions were causing him a slight dizziness. The city of B, shrouded beneath countless towering trees, appeared desolate and dilapidated. Many familiar scenes had lost their former charm. Leaning his head against his right arm and squinting into the distance, Wu Feng couldn't help but acknowledge that despite the apocalypse and the omnipresent threats to life, the scenery was undeniably more pleasant than it once was. The skyward-reaching flora infused the air with an indescribable freshness that stirred his spirit. Yet, within Wu Feng's heart, memories of the past often resurfaced. Brothers, where are you? Why do my recollections of you grow increasingly vague? I can scarcely remember your names. Can I still find you? Will we fight side by side once more? Father, you must hold on. I have always believed you to be far stronger than I. You cannot simply vanish. And, Morong Shui, I have never harbored any resentment towards her, although my tireless efforts during our high school years secured her academic stability. She likewise brought me happiness through her kindness and smiles. Yet, having forsaken my studies to serve in the military, we have undoubtedly drifted into disparate worlds. She thriving in the bustling metropolis while I remain in this forsaken realm. Wu Feng was acutely aware of the vibrant world of university life. Understanding that Morong Shui would encounter many remarkable individuals, thus, he found himself unperturbed. The only surprise was how swiftly the day of parting arrived. He wondered about the man named Chang Yechen, whose background was anything but ordinary, questioning whether he could safeguard her in such dire circumstances. Wu Feng shook his head, as a flood of memories surged within him. Reclining in the soft embrace of the seat, his breathing was steady, yet his thoughts were anything but tranquil. Along the highway, although overgrown with vegetation, the condition of the road improved with distance. To the right of the collective gaze, towering chimneys of a thermal power plant emerged, once exhaling plumes of white smoke, now encircled by equally imposing flora, resembling a colossal green serpent winding upwards from afar. After navigating past several grand trees, they reached the toll station leading from City B to District J. Outside the toll booth, numerous vehicles were ensnared in a gridlock, with several at the forefront utterly wrecked. Clearly victims of a collision amid the congestion, Wu Feng disembarked to investigate, discovering bloodstains within some vehicles, yet no sign of life. Let us circumvent this area, he suggested. The group lingered briefly before managing to maneuver their vehicle along a narrow path that hugged the mountainside. Having passed through the toll station of City B, they entered a region where the road conditions improved significantly. By driving slowly, they could trace the remnants of the old highway. Perhaps due to the resilient terrain of this area, the majestic trees were less prevalent than on either side. If not for this, Wu Feng and his companions would have long been compelled to change vehicles. Nonetheless, remnants of vehicular accidents were still frequently visible along the road. And Wu Feng gradually noticed new graves adjacent to the accident sites. It appeared that many had perished in their desperate attempts to flee, as the road was indeed treacherously rugged. As Wu Feng pondered the formation of a passable route, realization struck him. It was a path forged by beasts, specifically that of a massive carnivorous dinosaur. Aside from the ferns and towering conifers that could be embraced by several individuals, the smaller shrubs and weeds had been completely cleared away, with occasional massive footprints still discernible. Drive cautiously, Xiao Jiang, and be vigilant of your surroundings. If there are dinosaurs, remain motionless in the vehicle. Do you understand? Wu Feng cautioned while Lu Rinchuan nodded in acknowledgement. By chance, he caught sight of a flattened Audi on the left, its occupants tragically reduced to mere pulp. It turned out that the rocks from the mountainside had been displaced by the roots of some massive trees, losing their original support and cascading down, resulting in a considerable landslide. Rocks of varying sizes were strewn across the ground for several dozen meters, coupled with a fallen giant tree, rendering the road impassable. "What shall we do, Xiao Wu?" Lu Rinchuan inquired anxiously. This man had always been rather straightforward, having his path laid out by his family since childhood. Rarely did he devise solutions to problems, and at this moment, he could only seek guidance from Wu Feng, as had been advised by their commander Zhang Xiangqian before their departure. "I'll take a look." The soldier named Xiao Jiang, after a brief assessment, swiftly opened the car door and ventured out. Wu Feng was unable to stop him in time. He shook his head, lamenting Xiao Jiang's impulsiveness. Nevertheless, he too disembarked and instructed Lu Rinchuan to park the vehicle beside a tree and remain there without taking any reckless actions. "Wu Ge, over here," Xiao Jiang called out, waving from more than 50 meters ahead. Wu Feng briskly traversed the thicket before him. Before his eyes lay an expanse of farmland, scattered with numerous shrubs, while a few willow trees along the roadside had been toppled by colossal boulders cascading down from the mountains, exposing their grotesque fissures. Below the fields flowed a long river, which in Wu Feng's recollection had always been murky, and during the dry season, it revealed a muddy riverbed emanating a somewhat putrid odor. Though it was supposed to be the dry season, he had noticed on his way to the highway that the river had already overflowed its banks, appearing rather deep. Curiously, this patch of land was devoid of towering trees, rendering it an open space. Xiao Jiang nodded and said. Wu Feng nodded and retrieved a camouflaged military binoculars from his backpack, directing his gaze towards the riverbank. A blanket of pale gray clouds enveloped the city, with the sun occasionally revealing a glimmer of light. The murky waters of the river rippled with undulating waves. Calculating the distance, Wu Feng recalled his encounter with the enormous crocodile, measuring over 10 meters, heightening his vigilance towards everything around him. Although the quality of the river's water was poor, fish could still be found. Who knew if any monstrous creatures had been drawn into it during this apocalyptic time? After estimating the distance, he concluded that driving approximately 20 meters from the riverbank would allow them to circumvent it. "Let us proceed around," he affirmed, noting the encroaching dusk. "It is getting late. We should reach our destination before darkness falls. Once night descends, we will park, and if we have not arrived at the settlement, we shall rest in the trees." Observing the deepening twilight, he switched on the headlights. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before him, causing his eyes to widen in alarm, and his entire body trembled. He abruptly slammed on the brakes, his finger quivering as he pointed ahead. Xiao Wu, what is that?" Chapter 70, a close call 10 meters away from the vehicle. Xiao Jiang was drenched in cold sweat, clutching a pistol, his gaze fixated on a dinosaur that stood nearly at his height, his teeth chattering. The creature's mouth was lined with menacingly sharp teeth, its forelimbs raised before its chest, cold, yellowish eyes fixed on him. Their firearms were still on safety, requiring a deliberate action to fire, yet Xiao Jiang lacked the courage to move, fearing that any sudden motion might provoke the beast. He attempted to retreat slowly, but terror had gripped him, rendering him immobile. "Help me, Wu Ge, Brother Lu." Xiao Jiang thought desperately, his trembling hand quaking with fear. The dinosaur had a long neck, its dark brown skin resembling the texture of tree bark, and even from a distance, he could discern its elongated claws and razor-sharp teeth, particularly the second toe claw, which curved like a sickle. Hearing the screech of the brakes, despair began to settle within him. "Am I to perish here today? No, I do not wish to die. We must leave this place." Suddenly, Lu Rinchuan became aware of the situation, a jolt of panic coursing through him as he reached for the gear shift, only to find his hand firmly grasped by a strong grip, rendering him immobile. Turning, he encountered Wu Feng, who furrowed his brow and shot him a fierce glare. Raising a finger to his lips, he hissed for silence, gingerly switching off the headlights. Once the lights were extinguished, Lu Rinchuan caught sight of yet another dinosaur lurking just beyond the rear door of Wu Feng's side, a creature of similar height, peering curiously from the side. Wu Feng could see its murky, fierce eyes, while the outside dinosaur could only perceive the darkened tint of the windows. Meanwhile, as Xiao Jiang trembled in a standoff with the dinosaur before him, the one near the vehicle lost interest, slowly turning its head to approach Xiao Jiang. At the very moment it passed the car door, Wu Feng uttered a sharp command, forcefully kicking the door open. The dinosaur outside was knocked to the ground by the abruptly opened door, emitting a low, furious growl. Wu Feng shouted, "Floor the accelerator." Lu Rinchuan cried out, closed his eyes, and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. Wu Feng aggressively seized the steering wheel, his gaze fixated solely on the dinosaur that was lunging towards Xiao Jiang. The Grand Cherokee charged forward like a frenzied bull. "Ah!" Xiao Jiang let out a piercing scream, closing his eyes as he disengaged the safety on his gun and fired wildly, but his shot found only empty air. He seemed to have caught a whiff of that foul stench. Am I going to die? Bang. What was that warm sensation? Xiao Jiang opened his eyes to find himself covered in blood, yet no wounds marred his body. The nearly 2-meter-tall dinosaur was hurled aside, howling in agony. Yet it struggled to rise again. Looking to the left, Wu Feng half-exited the car door, extending his hand and cursing, "Get in the damn car." "What are you waiting for?" Tears streamed down Xiao Jiang's face, overwhelmed by gratitude for Wu Guo's rescue. He nodded, wiping his tears as he scrambled into the back seat of the Grand Cherokee. "All right, the steering wheel is yours. The danger has passed. You should be able to grip it steady, right?" Wu Feng, somewhat displeased, coldly remarked to Lu Rinchuan, "This fellow is indeed quite timid. He actually considered fleeing just now." While Wu Feng understood his fear, such a mistake could not be forgiven again. Wu Feng observed the impact and signaled to Lu Rinchuan to bring the vehicle to a halt. The sharp protrusion at the front of the car had collided with the dinosaur ahead, resulting in a gruesome disembowelment. Numerous splatters of blood clung to the front of the vehicle, which Wu Feng diligently wiped away, then rinsed with some water, finally restoring a semblance of cleanliness to the car's exterior. "We must depart swiftly. The stench of blood will soon permeate the air, and if any larger predators approach, we shall be doomed," Wu Feng explained, and upon hearing this, Lu Rinchuan's body became slightly rigid, yet he remained fully concentrated on driving. In the back seat, Xiao Jiang's heavy breaths echoed, resonating with the remnants of fear from their narrow escape. "I apologize, Brother Wu. I've embarrassed myself," Xiao Jiang admitted, his voice laden with the anxiety of survival. Reflecting on his earlier actions, he felt a twinge of shame, tempered by a sense of helplessness. "It is of no consequence. Everyone experiences fear. Your fault lies not in the fear itself, but in your recklessness. Do you understand? One must never let their guard down. Had you noticed that dinosaur earlier and engaged the safety measures, my assistance would have been unnecessary." Xiao Jiang nodded like a pecking chick. And upon hearing the latter part of Wu Feng's words, he could only offer a wry smile. "Brother Wu, you greatly overestimate me." Wu Feng furrowed his brow, took a deep breath, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Having accompanied the troops, you must have faced dinosaurs numerous times. Why then? Do you appear so utterly terrified now? It seems you are practically trembling in your pants." Wu Feng held a cigarette between his lips, taking a drag while furrowing his brow. Lu Rinchuan stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, while Xiao Jiang shook his head in shame, reflecting in the past, when hunting dinosaurs, we either lay in ambush atop trees or struck from the heights of tall buildings. Although there was fear, it felt relatively safe. Occasionally, a dinosaur would suddenly charge at us, and with a single onslaught, we would eliminate it. However, there was one instance when a Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged, resulting in the loss of 7 or 8 of our brothers. Thus, even to this day, I still harbor a profound fear of these creatures. Wu Feng exhaled a plume of smoke and addressed the two. "I shall tell you, the more one fears death, the swifter it approaches." A silence enveloped the pair for a moment, before Xiao Jiang turned to gaze at the road behind them, where the injured dinosaur writhed on the ground, revealing its hook-like fangs. He clenched his fist, looking at Wu Feng, reminding himself that when next confronted with a dinosaur, he must not succumb to fear. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve to reunite with his parents? The Grand Cherokee ambled along the ridge at a speed of no more than 20 kilometers per hour, the tires crackling over the uprooted vegetable vines, leaving a trail of imprints. They were now less than 20 meters from the riverbank, and Wu Feng's eyes remained fixed upon the murky surface of the water ahead. Lu Rinchuan's palms were slick with perspiration, and he wiped his forehead before inquiring, "Xiao Wu, should we not take a moment to observe further?" Wu Feng waved his hand, indicating to move on, cherishing the rare expanse of open scenery. "Will we reach the provincial capital by tomorrow?" He pondered. "It seems unlikely, given the poor condition of the roads. I dare not drive too fast. Perhaps we can cover 60 kilometers before nightfall." Chapter 71, The Blood-Sucking Mosquitoes Before Sunset. "We should reach M City," he continued. "We shall find a place to rest for the night and resume our journey tomorrow." Both Lu Rinchuan and Xiao Jiang expressed their willingness to follow Wu Feng's lead. Xiao Jiang began to gather her belongings, while Wu Feng, with binoculars in hand, took advantage of the clear view to survey the distance. An hour later, the last rays of the setting sun vanished beyond the horizon, and a few crimson clouds silently faded away, revealing a row of desolate, abandoned buildings before the trio. Though M City was not known for its grandeur, it typically bustled with the flow of traffic and lively activity. What lay before them now, however, was a ghost town. with only the sporadic presence of bloody corpses and stains attesting to the existence of life that once thrived here. What has happened? Xiaojiang inquired, feeling somewhat flustered. After exiting the expressway into Im City, a long street led them towards the urban center. Yet, this thoroughfare was littered with charred and wrecked vehicles. Shards of glass scattered across the ground, and darkened bloodstains marking the tragic remnants of chaos. Wu Feng approached a lifeless body. The deceased, a middle-aged woman, was so thoroughly stained with blood that her original features were obscured. However, the gruesome sight of a 5-centimeter-wide gash on her head was strikingly horrifying. As Wu Feng drew closer, he discovered that the woman's skull had been reduced to a hollow shell. Empty? Has her brain been devoured? Wu Feng observed the wound and reached a conclusion. Is it some kind of insect? He pondered, yet upon witnessing the devastation in the streets, he felt otherwise. Ah, my goodness! Lu Rinchuan exclaimed upon seeing a charred mass, nearly collapsing to the ground. Hearing his cry, Wu Feng and Xiao Jiang turned to look. Having learned from their previous perilous experience, Xiao Jiang was quicker to react this time, unholstering his handgun as he exited the vehicle. What on earth is this? Wu Feng kicked the charred mass, unfurling it, only for it to flip over, revealing itself as a mosquito magnified several hundred times, nearly half a meter in length. Its grotesque proboscis was stained with remnants of blood. It appeared to have been scorched, with both wings reduced to tattered stumps and its claws burnt and broken. Yet it still exuded an aura of terror. Xiao Jiang and Lu Rinchuan, upon witnessing this fearsome creature, were involuntarily reminded of the wounds on the corpses strewn about, causing their faces to pale slightly. Lu Rinchuan glanced at Wu Feng, his lips trembling as if to speak, but Wu Feng merely nodded to indicate they should proceed. The vehicle moved slowly, cautiously navigating around the wrecks and bodies littering the streets. As they ventured deeper into the city, the scene grew increasingly harrowing. Numerous colossal mosquitoes had punctured the vehicles abandoned at the roadside, resembling those struck by a hammer. Most windows were shattered, and the unfortunate souls within had been drained of their blood by the invading giants. Many corpses appeared emaciated, their expressions contorted in agony. Chapter 72. A catastrophe unveiled. It was truly horrific. The most chilling aspect was that the individuals found within the vehicles bore massive wounds, having perished either inside the cars or on the streets. Did they not realize the peril outside, choosing instead to venture forth only to meet their doom? Xiao Jiang was stunned by the gruesome sight before her, while Lu Rinchuan, overwhelmed by the sin of blood, had just heaved twice, his complexion now pallid and expression frozen. Wu Feng surveyed the expanse of crimson stretching into the distance, then glanced at the tightly drawn shutters of the majority of the shops lining the streets, feeling an unsettling flutter in his eyelids. Let us hypothesize the initial circumstances. If they had been aware of the grave danger lurking outside, knowing that stepping out would lead to their demise, most would surely have remained indoors. Yet, observing the vehicles and the death toll on the streets, it appeared that many had ventured out only to be ambushed unexpectedly. As for the assailants, perhaps they were indeed the enormous mosquitoes they had just encountered. We have strayed into a cursed realm, a veritable ghost town, far worse than City B. However, embarking on a nighttime journey to the provincial capital was simply impractical. It was far too perilous. Wu Feng's expression grew solemn, and both Lu Rinchuan and Xiao Jiang felt a shiver run down their spines. It seemed that these car windows could not deter those mosquitoes. Wu Feng's heartbeat quickened. By this time, dusk had fallen, and the road was strewn with lifeless bodies and abandoned vehicles. The 2 rows of streetlights, painted white, stretched out like gravestones into the distance. Wu Fengyue spoke increasingly anxiously, while Lu Rinchuan gazed at the terrifying female corpse by the roadside, his teeth chattering as he stammered, "This is rather unsettling to stay here at night. If we wish to avoid lying here forever, we should hasten to get out of the vehicle." Wu Feng spoke with deliberate clarity, leaving no room for misunderstanding. He swiftly retrieved a hiking backpack from the trunk and exited the vehicle. There was no time for elaborate explanations. In that moment, he couldn't help but reminisce about the cold yet resolute blade. Xiao Jiang exhibited commendable qualities, embodying the essential traits of a soldier as he charged toward the rolling shutter of a roadside fishing supply store, wielding a short axe. Before the mosquitoes could take notice, we hastened into the building. Wu Feng observed Xiao Jiang hammering away for quite some time, the sound resonating with a cacophony. Yet the lock beneath the rolling shutter was merely slightly deformed. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Allow me to take over." By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and the city of M was ensconced in an embrace of boundless trees. In the profound silence, The only sounds were the chirping of insects, the calls of birds, and the mournful whispers of the wind. Xiao Zhang's vigorous strikes seemed particularly jarring in such tranquility. Wu Feng grasped the one-handed axe, swinging it with force as his upper arm propelled his forearm. With a resounding clang, the lock shattered from within. Park the car. Xiao Jiang, you go in first and search for a shelf or cabinet to bring to the entrance. Wu Feng pulled open the rolling shutter and, upon discovering the absence of any occupants within, instructed the two individuals to expedite their movements. Humming, Lu Rinchuan cautiously maneuvered around the bodies strewn across the floor, mindful not to crush them and unleash a torrent of blood that would haunt his slumber. Despite Wu Feng's summons, his subordinates remained sluggish. However, Xiao Jiang obediently entered through the rolling shutter. Wu Feng held the door, his heart inexplicably restless. He suddenly perceived that the sky had grown darker than before, and then, with a flick of his ear, he was enveloped by a resonant, harmonious buzzing sound. The tone was deep and rhythmic, resonating like a legion of soldiers marching in unison. As Wu Feng gazed upward, he noticed that half of the celestial expanse was obscured by a multitude of dark specks in the sky, each one swelling in size as the buzzing reverberated louder and louder. Wu Feng was utterly astonished by the scene, reminiscent of a 1,000-strong charge. Lu Rinchuan, hurry. Get out of the car. Don't rush. I'm almost there. Lu Rinchuan hastily parked the vehicle, albeit somewhat perplexed by the urgency. There was no time to lose. As the swarm above drew closer, Wu Feng realized that if they were encircled, survival would be a mere fantasy. As for Lu Rinchuan, even if he sought refuge in the reinforced Grand Cherokee, escape was far from certain. To save or not to save. Damn it. Those colossal mosquitoes were now less than 100 meters away. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Wu Feng propelled himself like a cannonball to Lu Rinchuan's side. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lu Rinchuan, terrified by the multitude of flying insects above, felt his legs weaken, only to be hoisted up by Wu Feng with remarkable speed. Go. Wu Feng took 2 large strides, his legs moving forward with the urgency of a plow turning the earth. At that moment, Xiao Jiang stood before the rolling shutter, her face etched with terror. With all his might, Wu Feng hurled Lu Rinchuan forcefully, who, disoriented, was propelled through the shutter door. Suddenly, Wu Feng felt a tingling sensation in his back. Instantly turning his head, he spotted 3 or 4 mosquitoes hovering less than 10 meters away. In that swift motion, he noticed one mosquito with its elongated proboscis darting towards his crown. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his Colt pistol and fired 5 shots into the air behind him. Wu Feng is indeed a master marksman. 2 mosquitoes were struck down, their heads exploding upon impact, while another trembled yet continued to fly. At that moment, more formidable mosquitoes approached, coming within 10 meters of him. Xiao Zhang's ears were inundated with a buzzing cacophony, and he felt as though he were about to be engulfed by this tempest. He strained to lift the relatively light rolling shutter, exerting all his strength. For his hands were cold and feeble, and he questioned whether he possessed the courage to continue. For if he persisted any longer, death would surely follow. Yet if he relinquished his hold, he might survive. But Wu Go saved my life. Let go of the door. What? Xiao Jiang was taken aback. I said to let the door down. Wu Feng bellowed at Xiao Jiang, who was about to protest, but upon meeting Wu Feng's resolute gaze, he released his grip, allowing the rolling shutter to fall. Drink. In that fleeting moment, Wu Feng unleashed his formidable skill, berserker strength. He propelled himself with one leg against the lamppost behind him, which emitted a discordant groan. Wu Feng's body shot through the lowest part of the rolling shutter door like an arrow. The shutter door fell with a resounding thud, sealing the entrance. Hurry. Wu Feng rolled on the ground to dissipate the impact, his coat now tattered and torn. Ignoring everything else, he swiftly closed the door and forcefully barricaded it with the iron cabinet that Xiao Jiang had brought. A series of thunderous sounds, akin to gunfire, erupted from the rolling shutter door, as several grotesque, elongated black appendages pierced through the metal. Wu Feng seized the machete from his backpack, wielding it with precision to sever those appendages one by one, a pungent stench permeating the air. Bring more items over. Wu Feng let out a shout, and though Xiao Jiang and Lu Rinchuan were still shaken, they understood the urgency of the moment and swiftly began to move the heavier items from the fishing gear shop to barricade the entrance. Chapter 73. Under surveillance, the sounds from outside filled the room to such an extent that the 3 of them could hardly discern each other's voices. After piling up all the usable heavy objects beside the door, Wu Feng could only stand there quietly, listening to the incessant sounds of impact. Beads of sweat trickled down Lu Rinchuan's forehead, carving paths across his rugged face, yet he remained in a daze. as the crashing sounds gradually diminished. A low humming lingered for a moment before receding into the distance. Inside the room, the three men were panting heavily. Wu Feng exhaled deeply, tore off his tattered jacket, and tossed it aside, casually donning a camouflage vest he found in the shop. "Thank you," Lu Rinchuan murmured softly as he sat silently on the ground. Wu Feng glanced at him and noticed the man's lips had turned pale and his hands trembled, indicating his lingering disorientation. He chose not to say much, simply responding with a faint acknowledgement. "This place is even more perilous than B City," Wu Feng murmured to himself, fully aware that the journey to the provincial capital would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of injury or even death. However, shortly after departing from City B, he encountered both dinosaurs and enormous mosquitoes, which further darkened his expectations of the situation. An hour later, Wu Feng ignited 4 hanging candles with the lighter he carried, while simultaneously suspending 2 battery-operated flashlights beneath the light fixture of the room. They refrained from venturing outside, merely conducting a cursory inspection through the windows and the back door of the dwelling. This was a 5-story residential building, where the windows on the ground floor were fortified with iron railings, and the entrance was secured with a rolling iron gate. To ensure the robustness of the iron bars guarding the windows, Wu Feng and his companions reinforced them with coarse nylon fishing nets from the shop. Concerned that the light from within might seep outside, Wu Feng erected several barriers in front of the windows. The heavy objects previously stacked were left undisturbed. A few wooden cabinets had already been shattered by the force of the creature, causing Wu Feng to feel a shiver at the mosquito's destructive power. Lu Rinchuan cautiously approached Wu Feng, appearing somewhat anxious. He had always been a straightforward and honest individual, lacking even a hint of courage in the face of apocalyptic adversity. Were it not for the persistent encouragement from Zhang Xiangqian and the other warriors, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. "So, Wu Feng, are you truly planning to head directly to the provincial capital?" he murmured, rubbing his hands together. After encountering danger twice, Wu Feng's composure had instilled a profound sense of confidence in Lu Rinchuan, who now regarded Wu Feng as his pillar of strength. Wu Feng nodded and inquired, "What is the matter? Do you wish to go as well?" No, you misunderstand," he chuckled softly while casting a discreet glance at Wu Feng. He continued, "You could actually come and stay with us for a while. Yes, I am referring to City L. I believe that in a smaller place, it would be much easier to remain inconspicuous." Wu Feng let out a light chuckle and waved his hand dismissively. "Is that truly the case? M City is not particularly large. Do you truly believe it to be safer than B City?" Lu Rinchuan responded with a slight gasp, awkwardly pulling out a cigarette. Just as he was about to ignite it with his lighter, Wu Feng suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. He swiftly snatched the lighter away just as a flame was about to flicker to life, placing his index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. At that moment, a deafening swarm of buzzing enveloped them, reverberating across the land and causing Wu Feng's heart to tremble in response. The outside world remained shrouded in darkness. Yet upon glancing up at the moon, he noticed a shadow obscuring the sky, with the dim outline of its wings faintly visible. The rolling shutter door emitted a rhythmic thudding sound, sending a shiver through Lu Rinchuan, but Wu Feng firmly grasped his shoulder, urging him to remain still. Moments later, the sound of flapping wings echoed at the entrance, gradually fading into the distance. After 5 minutes, Wu Feng assured himself that the danger had passed and exhaled a sigh of relief. In a hall illuminated by a warm yellow light, a dozen men lounged carelessly on the sofas, with a man clad in a black coat seated at the forefront. They gazed at the bloodied figure in the center, their faces contorted with mockery and disdain. "Thinking you can flee after stealing food? Where could you possibly escape to? It's your own folly. You deserve a fate of severed limbs." The man sprawled on the ground lay limply, his eyes reflecting agony. "Brother Ping, we have relinquished this sanctuary to you. What more do you desire? Is it wrong for me to leave with a bit of food? Oh, is this a gift for me?" The man in the black coat burst into laughter, then his expression darkened, his tone turning icy. The figure on the ground gasped for breath, unable to utter a word. "Thus, let us abandon any pretense of righteousness. Someone, throw him out to feed the mosquitoes." He gestured for his subordinates to drag the man away, who, pale as death, began to curse wildly at those present, though his fate remained unchanged. The man in the black coat smiled with satisfaction before turning to a tall, gaunt figure beside him. "Huang Kuan, are you certain you did not miss C? 3 men parked at the Wuan Road Junction, and they brought plenty of supplies. Brother Ping, I assure you, today's swarm of mosquitoes was indeed lured by those 3 rascals." The man in the black coat sat back in his chair, one eye concealed beneath a cloth, resembling a cyclops, as his rough hands rubbed together, hissing softly before he stood up. Seeing him rise, 7 or 8 men also got to their feet. Chapter 74. From stealth to open robbery, why the tension? Sit down, everyone, please. The one-eyed man known as Brother Peng stroked his chin, muttering to himself. They lured the mosquitoes? Surely, no one still alive in M City would engage in such foolishness. They remain on Wuwen Road. Likely outsiders. Here's what we'll do. Xin-Si, tomorrow morning, after the mosquitoes have passed their raiding time, take 5 brothers over and inquire if those 3 wish to join us. Indeed, I recall that there is a grain and oil store on Wuwen Road. Let us first ascertain the situation. If it is unoccupied, we shall seize the opportunity. Xin-Si rose to his feet. A middle-aged man with a sallow complexion and a headband. He smirked coldly at the remark and picked up the nearby machete, saying, Brother Peng, you need not worry about the grain store. However, if those on Wuwen Road prove to be unyielding, what shall we do? The faces of those around him twisted into cruel smiles. One casually replied, Is there even a need to ask? Naturally. We shall. Wait, the men in black. Brother Ping mused thoughtfully. Huang Kuan? I recall you mentioned they were clad in military uniforms? The lean Huang Kuan nodded eagerly. Indeed, and judging by their gait, they are surely soldiers. This matter may not be as straightforward as it seems. Do you remember the convoy of military vehicles that passed by the provincial road a few days ago? It is possible that these individuals are stragglers. Tomorrow, exercise caution. Do not provoke unnecessary conflict. Otherwise, if they are armed, it could become troublesome. Xin-Si nodded, resting the blade of the machete against his shoulder. His gaze wandering a bit. That is good to hear. By the way, do keep your voices down and avoid shedding blood. None of us wish to be drained by mosquitoes, after all. Wuwen Road is not far from the woods, and it would be easy to attract them. A flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the group, and they nodded in agreement. They had once ventured out to scavenge for food, and the memory lingered. Brother C. What should we do? Xin-Si gripped the hilt of his knife, letting out a cold snort. Brother Ping entrusted this task to us. We cannot allow Lu Lauer and his crew to mock us. Tomorrow, even if we cannot recruit those individuals, we must seize the supplies. You speak the truth. His subordinates echoed. It is good that you understand, but remember, safety is paramount. You are all aware of the treacherous areas. I need not remind you to be vigilant. Tomorrow morning, be prepared and organized. Anyone who hinders our progress shall not escape my wrath. Do you comprehend? Xin-Si's tone was stern, but he felt reassured when he noticed the seriousness in his subordinates' eyes. Is it possible they are armed? I will ensure you have no opportunity to use a firearm. As night deepened, the entire city seemed shrouded in a terrifying low hum and tremors, intermittently pierced by distant screams and beastly roars. Xiao Jiang listened to the jarring sounds occasionally scraping against the door curtain, his hands growing pale. The tent of Lu Rinchuan was filled with smoke, and he sought solace from his fears in this manner. Let us eat. Wu Feng uttered a word, and the other 2 nodded in agreement, producing the provisions they had carried with them. Since their departure was not hasty and the school had stocked ample supplies, the 3 of them had sufficient sustenance. After consuming steamed buns and beef, Wu Feng let out a hearty belch. 10 minutes later, he indulged in an orange. Vitamins were indispensable. Xiao Jiang and Lu Rinchuan gazed at him enviously, both apprehensive about the scarcity of food. Their supplies consisted primarily of compressed biscuits and canned sausages. At that moment, they merely swallowed their rations with water, without any regard for taste. Wu Feng smiled faintly, extinguished the fire, while the other 2, still shaken by the fright, found their appetites diminished. After consuming a modest amount, they retired for the night. Wu Feng did not immediately succumb to slumber. After sensing that his stomach was no longer overly full, he commenced his regimen of strength training. In the realm of reality, he stood as a paragon of superiority. Yet in the nightmarish world of gods, it was a congregation of various perilous entities. Thus, the protracted night unfolded. When Wu Feng finally opened his eyes, the horizon was tinged with the first light of dawn, likely around 5 o'clock in the morning. Lu Rinchuan and Xiao Jiang also stirred, their eyes heavy with fatigue. A faint rustling emanated from outside, which gradually intensified into a persistent drone. The trio's minds were instantly alert. Half an hour later, the hum resurfaced before dissipating, allowing Wu Feng to exhale a sigh of relief. Fashioning a rudimentary reflective mirror from a piece of glass and some wires, he took a moment to survey the external environment. The streets were now inhabited by several gray mosquitoes, prostrate on the ground with damaged wings, and some corpses in the distance oozed fresh, dark purple blood. Aside from that, there appeared to be little alteration. The Grand Cherokee remained parked, albeit now adorned with some sticky residue and scratches. It seems temporarily safe outside. Let us hastily gather our belongings while those mosquitoes are away. This city is indeed perilous. The rolling shutter door bore several new punctures, evidently made by some mandibles. After 5 minutes of hurried preparation, Xiao Jiang hoisted the shutter open. Upon raising his head, he was momentarily taken aback, for he beheld people outside. The strangers, startled by the noise, froze in place. "What are you doing?" Xiao Jing queried, his voice laced with confusion. Qian Si, slightly embarrassed, observed his two subordinates rummaging through the supplies in the vehicle, a sight reminiscent of thieves caught in the act. Assessing Lu Rinchuan and Xiao Jiang before him, he noted their demeanor suggested they were indeed legitimate soldiers. Clearing his throat, he signaled for his subordinates to exit, who, in their haste, bumped into each other, clutching their heads and casting unfriendly glances at Xiao Jiang. "You all are refugees from afar, I presume? Are you aware of your intended destination?" Xiao Jiang and Lu Rinchuan exchanged glances, just as Wu Feng emerged from within. He frowned, scrutinizing the men before him. With his experience, he discerned that these individuals had likely intended to pilfer, and now that their intentions had been thwarted, he sought to avoid any conflict. "To the provincial city, what of it?" Wu Feng's words elicited a raised eyebrow from Qian Si, while his subordinates narrowed their eyes, their heartbeats quickening. The bravado in Wu Feng's tone suggested he was not to be trifled with. They were members of a local gang in M City, having narrowly escaped the deadliest morning, and had since engaged in arson and pillaging without encountering formidable opposition. Chapter 75, Confrontation. It is nothing of great consequence, merely, "We misplaced some belongings yesterday and fortuitously discovered them in your vehicle's trunk. What do you propose we do?" Qian Si casually leaned a machete against the car, his tone less than amiable, his gaze flitting between Lu Rinchuan and Xiao Jiang. A sudden tension gripped Lu Rinchuan's heart as he noticed that Qian Si and his associates were all wielding machetes, causing an unwarranted sweat to bead on his palms. "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. We only just arrived here last night. It is impossible for us to possess any of your belongings." Xiao Jiang gestured dismissively, patiently explaining. Qian Si scrutinized Xiao Jiang with a discerning eye, gathering an inkling of the situation. Among the trio, it appeared that only Wu Feng would pose a challenge. While the other two seemed rather manageable, one timid and straightforward, the other a bit of a naive fool. Never mind. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a few living souls. Given the circumstances you have all observed, heed my advice. It is impossible for you to safely reach the provincial capital as a mere group of 4. You might as well remain in M City. Qian Si shifted his tone, adopting a demeanor devoid of past grievances. One must admit that his transition from a threatening tone to one of cordiality made it quite effortless for others to acquiesce to his suggestions. "I am Qian Si, and these individuals are my subordinates. Our base is not far from here. What do you say? Staying here might be wise. Although M City is small, it has fewer people, and we have an abundance of women and provisions." The group exchanged glances, chuckling. Xiao Jiang and Lu Rinchuan looked at Wu Feng, who smiled knowingly. Realizing that these individuals completely disregarded moral and legal boundaries, doing as they pleased. "We appreciate your kind offer, Brother Qian. However, we do not intend to remain in this wretched place." The expressions of Qian Si and his subordinates stiffened visibly. "Kid, Qian Gu is being courteous. Do not take his kindness for granted. Individuals like you, we have dealt with plenty in recent days," one subordinate began, but Qian Si interrupted, fixing a cold gaze on Wu Feng. "You must be a fugitive from another region. Do you truly believe that heading to the provincial capital guarantees your safety?" Wu Feng raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, remarking that it seemed Brother Chang was unwilling to offer us any worthy advice, thus leaving nothing more to discuss. "Xiao Jiang, Rinchuan, get in the car, we shall depart." The calm demeanor of Wu Feng instilled a sense of tranquility in Lu Rinchuan, who couldn't help but engage in a bit of self-deprecation, having navigated through numerous perils. Why should he fear a few ruffians? Initially, Xiao Jiang felt a twinge of anxiety, however. It was clear that fear of these men was unfounded. Heeding Wu Feng's words, Lu Rinchuan promptly entered the vehicle. "How audacious! Do they truly regard me as inconsequential?" Brother Chang, who originally hailed from a life of delinquency, had, by his 30s, established his own gaming parlor, yet his foul temper remained unchanged. He frequently resorted to violence over trivial disagreements. There was even a student who, after a minor altercation over a game, found himself stripped and suspended for punishment. It was this very combative spirit that had caught Ping Ji's attention, leading him to entrust Brother Chang with a group of followers. Wu Feng's nonchalant remarks, which completely dismissed their presence, ignited a fury within Chang. In the days following the apocalypse, aside from the initial terror that kept him indoors, he had been aggressively scavenging alongside Ping Ge, accumulating a count of casualties among his followers. Such indignation was intolerable. At that moment, blood surged to his face, and he completely disregarded Peng Ji's previous admonitions, raising his blade to strike the rear of a Grand Cherokee. I dare anyone to leave. Come at me. Let us deal with them. As Chang's temper flared, his subordinates, recalling the instructions to avoid using their blades to prevent attracting unwanted attention, brandished their weapons and charged forward. Chapter 76. Robbery Without Firearms. Wu Feng smiled gently, and as he reached into his bosom, a black gun emerged, its barrel gleaming menacingly in the sunlight, creating a somewhat blinding effect. I remarked, "You dare to venture out and commit robbery without even possessing a firearm?" Wu Feng chuckled softly, the muzzle of the gun resembling an ominous black specter. Qianxi and the others halted abruptly, their movements frozen in place. Qianxi's face turned ashen. Yet he dared not make a move in the presence of the firearm. If you pull the trigger, my friend, the mosquitoes will come buzzing around. Those creatures are most sensitive to sound, and we would all be doomed. Wu Feng cast a derisive glance at the group, stating, "You remain here peacefully. We have no quarrel with one another. I am not a maniac. Why would I shoot at you?" With that, the Grand Cherokee drove away. Qianxi, upon witnessing its departure, muttered a curse and spat vehemently onto the ground. The subordinates nodded in agreement, expressing their displeasure in hushed tones, attempting to suppress their unease. It was uncertain how Wu Feng would react to their words, especially considering the chaos that had unfolded outside, while his thoughts had yet to fully adapt to the situation. These individuals were indeed scoundrels, yet Wu Feng recognized that such miscreants would only proliferate, and he was unable to eliminate them all. If his actions were to provoke further disturbances, the consequences would be far more detrimental. Wu Feng gazed at him, shaking his head, feeling unqualified to counsel others. With no word from his father, he regarded himself merely as an ordinary person grappling with life's uncertainties. The city of M appeared far more desolate than City B. Following the initial onslaught of mosquitoes, countless individuals had fled, yet most perished outside. The streets were littered with overturned vehicles, and the shattered glass doors of supermarkets and breakfast shops left behind only shards, while the corpses within were as numerous as the stars. Observing the grim scene, Wu Feng understood that many had sought refuge inside, but the glass could not shield them from the mosquitoes' sharp, piercing proboscis. It was not merely these mosquitoes that rendered the city a ghost town. Besides the deceased, a portion had managed to escape M City. Others remained holed up at home, consuming their stored provisions in fear of venturing outside. Thus Wu Feng and his companions encountered only a handful of survivors like Qianxi. Ordinary people, unless united in solidarity to resist violently, could only succumb to their fate. "Xiao Wu, let us muster some effort. The fuel is running low," suggested Lu Rinchuan as they passed a gas station. Wu Feng glanced at the fuel gauge, which indicated less than a third remaining, his brow furrowing in confusion. Wasn't it full when we left yesterday? This vehicle could easily make it to the provincial capital on a full tank. Lu Rinchuan mirrored his puzzlement. The group disembarked, and Lu Rinchuan crawled beneath the vehicle. After a brief moment, he emerged with his hands smeared in oil. "I can't ascertain where the leak is. It might have been caused by a stone while driving yesterday. I need to examine it more closely." Wu Feng furrowed his brow. The scent of oil was not particularly pronounced, indicating that the leak was minimal. "Lu Ge, can you fix it?" "I can, indeed. However, it will take about 10 minutes. There is an auto repair shop ahead. I will procure some equipment from there." Wu Feng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. No matter what, it must be repaired. Otherwise, we risk running out of fuel midway, and that would be disastrous. "Brother Lu, please expedite the repairs." Lu Rinchuan nodded, hurried to the auto repair shop, gathered a few tools, and then crawled underneath the vehicle. Wu Feng handed the telescope to Xiao Jiang, urging him to observe the direction before them, just as Xiao Jiang was filled with confusion. He witnessed Wu Feng ascend to the rooftop of the nearby gas station with the agility of a monkey, leaping and climbing with ease. "I can see just fine from here," he remarked. Wu Feng smiled at Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang, with his mouth agape, nodded thoughtfully, secretly pondering whether anyone in the team had ever possessed skills as remarkable as Wu Ji's. After much contemplation, he concluded that there had been none. Earlier that morning, he had inadvertently noticed the streetlight that Wu Feng had kicked the day prior, now grotesquely bent. Is standing that high a death wish? He mused, dismissing other thoughts and slowly making his way toward a nearby supermarket. At that moment, a figure at the furthest edge of Wu Feng's vision suddenly halted, stumbled, and then, after regaining composure, sprinted frantically backward, dashing into a 4-story building. Moments later, 4 more individuals appeared, racing toward Wu Feng from over a kilometer away. Yet, with his keen eyesight, he discerned that they were indeed Qian Si and his companions. They seemed to be expending the last vestiges of their strength, each stride imbued with desperation. The distant sky loomed dark and heavy, accompanied by a deep, ominous buzzing sound. The entire world seemed engulfed in this cacophony, shrouded in gloom. The army of mosquitoes was launching another assault, overwhelming and relentless. Is the car fixed yet? Wu Feng bellowed. It will be ready shortly. No more repairs. Get in the car now. It will be ready soon. Without regard for the few meters of distance, Wu Feng leapt down with a swift motion, scattering a few wisps of dust in his wake. With a slight cushion of impact, he rushed over to grasp Xiao Jiang, urging, "Get in the car." At that moment, Lu Rinchuan emerged from beneath the vehicle, wielding a shard of steel plate. "Ah, so this is what got stuck. What's the rush?" he inquired, only to see Wu Feng already pouring fuel into the tank. "Hurry, get in the car. We must depart." Wu Feng let out a roar, as the buzzing sound grew increasingly distinct, and the sky suddenly darkened. 300 to 400 meters away, Qian Si and his companions emitted their final anguish cries before their bodies were swiftly torn asunder amidst the storm of black mosquitoes. Wu Feng discarded the oil pipe and swiftly ascended to the driver's seat, pulling Lu Rinchuan into the vehicle with him. Chapter 77. The escape. The tires screeched in protest as the Jeep Grand Cherokee surged forward. At that moment, the incessant buzzing of the mosquito swarm became vividly audible to Wu Feng. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he beheld a multitude of colossal mosquitoes approaching like a dark cloud. They possessed 6 spindly black legs, their bodies a mottled gray, adorned with spots resembling the decayed bark of a dying tree. Most fearsome of all was their elongated proboscis, nearly half a meter in length. Although the Grand Cherokee had been hastily fortified with an alloy frame by the group, the windshield offered little resistance against the formidable appendages of the mosquitoes. Wu Feng's nerves had frayed to their limits. He paid no heed to the road conditions, fervently pressing the accelerator. To him, the entire roadway transformed into a complex network diagram as he calculated the swiftest route. Fortunately, there were few abandoned vehicles on the road at that moment. Otherwise, at such speed, he would have surely collided with them. A swarm of mosquitoes surged like a tempest, instantaneously reducing several stray dogs by the roadside to emaciated corpses. Beneath the stout willow trees lay countless broken branches, while some mosquitoes met their demise against the rusted bodies of discarded cars, bursting forth with dark crimson blood and creating dents in the metal. After merging onto the expressway, Wu Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Though the swarm continued its relentless pursuit, the distance between them was steadily increasing. In the back seat, Xiao Jiang and Lu Rinchuan had already torn the leather seat cushions to shreds. They had finally escaped from the city, a place unfit for human habitation. The man clad in black, known as Brother Ping, stood in the corridor, gazing at the distant swarm, retracting his binoculars with an irritable grunt. What a bunch of useless fools. Wait, did I take a wrong turn? Wu Feng parked the car by the roadside, belatedly realizing his mistake. Lu Rinchuan was still gasping for breath. The sight of the approaching swarm had nearly made his heart leap from his chest, though he was beginning to recover. Indeed, this road can lead to City L. However, to reach the provincial capital, you must traverse a small part of City L. An hour later, the early autumn breeze rustled through the leaves, which danced gently, producing sounds reminiscent of ocean waves, enveloping the surroundings in a dim and tranquil ambience. Wu Feng stood upon the trunk of a towering poplar, a short twig clenched between his teeth as he gazed into the distance. In this moment, he seemed to recall scenes from several years prior, when he undertook missions in the jungle, a time strikingly reminiscent of this very instant. The hour-long journey had proven relatively safe, with only a few enormous mosquitoes falling prey to Wu Feng's precise marksmanship, posing little threat. Wu Feng's expression gradually relaxed. At this moment, they were on the provincial highway, where the towering trees and ferns were not as densely packed as in the urban area, revealing vast, boundless cornfields on either side. Corn stalks, towering above a person, surrounded some giant trees like weeds. Small insects chirped unabashedly, infusing the early autumn night with a touch of vitality. After confirming that the path ahead was relatively safe, Wu Feng descended from the tree. This year's corn crop looked quite promising. How far are we from City L? Approximately 40 kilometers. If we don't need to detour, it should take another 2 hours. Let's take a break. We're all quite exhausted. Let's have a meal. Lu Rinchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and brushed it on his pants. Casting a grateful glance at Wu Feng. Although weary, he felt too embarrassed to request a rest. He understood that without Wu Feng's assistance, he would not have survived this journey. Thus, he remained focused on fulfilling his responsibilities. Driving, which was typically a simple task, had transformed drastically. Lu Rinchuan aimed to ensure direction and safety, yet it was no easy feat. Wu Feng instructed Lu Rinchuan to park in a relatively open area with a distant view. He then took some iron wire, bells, and other items to set up a few alerts at a farther distance. When he saw Xiao Jiang preparing to start a fire on the ground, Wu Feng intervened, cautioning him that such a small action could easily spark a forest fire. Instead, they decided to savor the flavor of this year's corn. Wu Feng meticulously cleared the ground, revealing the soil beneath, and gathered several large logs to form a triangle. He collected some resin from the nearby pine trees and mixed it with dry bark, igniting the concoction. The crackling sounds filled the air as Xiao Jiang and Lu Rinchuan peeled back a few ears of corn, placing them over the fire. Soon, the fresh and enticing aroma of roasted corn wafted through the surroundings. Brother Wu, when will this kind of life come to an end? Xiao Jiang sighed, gazing at the dappled shadows cast by the trees, reflecting on the passage of time. I do not know, and I shall not dwell on such matters, Wu replied. Wu Feng shook his head, turning the roasted corn over, applying a touch of chili sauce and cumin, the aroma of the corn becoming increasingly enticing. The three of them each consumed 2 cobs of corn, and Wu Feng also indulged in some beef grains, understanding that exercise must be complemented by proper nutrition to yield results. After finishing their meal, noticing ample space in the vehicle, Wu Feng invited Xiao Jiang and the others to help him gather over 100 cobs of corn to stow away in the car, much to Lu Rinchuan's delight. After a 2-hour drive, they arrived at City L, in stark contrast to the bloody and brutal scenes of City B and City M. City L exuded an air of tranquility and serenity, yet this very calmness imparted an unsettling sensation. The woodlands of City L were not as lush as those outside, rather. They were punctuated by the occasional towering giant tree piercing through the clusters of buildings. As they approached the city, several kilometers away, the three spotted a grayish-white pointed object emerging on the horizon, initially mistaking it for an unusual cloud. However, as they drew nearer, they began to discern its true nature, and a wave of shock and dread washed over them. It was a colossal egg-shaped entity, nearly 100 meters in height, standing resolutely amidst the cluster of buildings. Like a solitary peak defiantly rising from the earth, the once majestic skyscrapers appeared diminutive beneath it, resembling ants frozen in place, as if they had existed for centuries, rendering the view devoid of anything else, imposing and audacious. Despite its stillness and the surrounding calm, the faint tremors resonating from the ground led Wu Feng to sense that a miraculous life was brewing within. It was a spectacle of grandeur and magnificence, yet it emanated an unmatched aura of pressure that instilled fear, deterring any approach. The three of them gazed up at it from a distance for a full 5 minutes, contemplating the sheer magnitude of such a being. Wu Feng exhaled, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Chapter 78. The Empty City. Xiao Jiang and Lu Rinchuan stood gazing vacantly at the sky. The pointed shape of the cloud-piercing egg seemed to pierce a hole in their hearts as well. A gust of wind swept down from the north, creating a wailing sound that echoed between the buildings, lifting plastic bags and dust into the air. Suddenly, a white plastic bag enveloped Lu Rinchuan's head. He stood dazed for a moment, and after 3 or 4 seconds, he frantically tore it off, spitting twice in agitation. What about the people here? There are no dinosaurs, no mosquitoes. Where have they all gone? Lu Rinchuan's voice trembled with despair, fear gripping him at the thought of his family facing misfortune. The silence around them felt like an eerie presence, entwining itself around the hearts of the three. Xiao Jiang suggested something, but Lu Rinchuan stood there, lost in his thoughts, saying nothing. Wu Feng nodded and took the driver's seat, following Xiao Jiang's instructions as he drove. Although that egg merely stood there, it felt as though it dominated the entire city, as it was visible from every angle. The door creaked open, a sound that was innocuous yet jarring in the stillness of the corridor. Xiao Jiang lingered at the entrance for a moment before finally stepping inside. The home's furnishings appeared unchanged. A few apples on the coffee table were slightly wilted, their skins wrinkled. Xiao Jiang searched through 2 bedrooms and a study, calling out a few times before sitting down in despair. He gazed at the family photo neatly displayed on the refrigerator, tears welling in his eyes. Lu Rinchuan looked at him and forced a bitter smile, saying, "You still have hope of finding them. At least your home remains here. As for me, my building is right beneath that egg." Wu Feng observed the two individuals before him, both teetering on the precipice of emotional collapse. He sighed softly, choosing not to disturb their turmoil, and gradually took a seat. In comparison to M City, L City appeared exceedingly strange, void of corpses, devoid of monsters, yet utterly empty of people. The trio sat in silence for approximately 10 minutes, during which Wu Feng independently retrieved some supplies from the vehicle and brought them to Xiao Zhang's home. As he stepped through the wooden door, it emitted a resounding thud, followed by two tentative and cautious knocks. "Who is it? Who's inside?" "It's me. Uncle Lu, is that you?" Xiao Zhang exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he flung the door open. Before him stood a slightly aged man, stooped and clad in a grayish-white woolen coat. Upon seeing Xiao Zhang, the man's somewhat murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of recognition. Uncle Lu, the youth, still possessing the spirit of a child, embraced the man in his 50s and wept unabashedly. "Good boy, do not be afraid," the man comforted. An hour later, the four of them gathered around the dining table. Xiao Zhang had personally prepared an exquisite spread. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, yet none dared to lift their chopsticks. Xiao Zhang sat there, his emotions having calmed considerably, though his eyes remained slightly red. "So, there have been many dinosaurs appearing in B City? And M City has been plagued by blood-sucking mosquitoes?" "Uncle Lu, I understand this may be difficult to believe," but Lu Datsai waved his hand dismissively, coughed twice, his face drawn and weary. "Though I may be stubborn, I am not foolish. If I have seen such things, what is there left to doubt?" He gestured towards the window, where they could see the lower half of the colossal egg. "Your parents must have sought refuge, though I cannot say where they have gone. That day, this egg appeared suddenly, and the broadcast urged us to stay indoors. Initially, it was manageable, but soon the signal was lost, and chaos ensued. Everyone fled, while those who did not formed survival clubs, gathering everyone together. I am old and had no desire to partake in such commotion, so I stayed behind." Lu Datsai took a sip of tea, inhaling the savory aroma before finally succumbing to hunger and beginning to eat. He had been frugal in recent days, and had not dared to prepare such a lavish meal. After a few bites, he glanced at Xiao Zhang and remarked, "Just days ago, the police were maintaining order. But for some reason, in the past 3 days, the number of people has dwindled. You remember that kid next door, Xiao Kai, your childhood friend? He has a Tsinghua PhD. Just 2 days ago, he told me that staying at home was futile. This calamity is likely global in nature. He believes he may be of use to the country, so he set off alone to the provincial capital, where there are rumors of military presence." As Lu Datsai finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the table, and the four slowly completed their meal. Wu Feng's gaze remained fixed on the imposing egg outside, his heart shrouded in an inexplicable sense of oppression. If there were indeed creatures within that egg, how could I, no matter how powerful I become in the realm of the gods' nightmares, withstand it? Is this within the realm of human capability? Perhaps only nuclear weapons could obliterate such a thing. Wu Feng lingered in City L for the better part of a morning, accompanying Lu Rinchuan as they canvassed a significant portion of the urban expanse. They located 7 individuals who were holed up in their homes, eking out a meager existence. When questioned, these individuals exhibited a profound ignorance, leading Wu Feng to abandon any further inquiries. Together with Xiao Zhang and the others, they collected the necessary belongings and forcefully handed a firearm to Xiao Zhang, despite his vehement refusal, believing that Wu Feng was the one in greater need of it. Wu Feng, equipped with a kotel, felt no necessity for a mere handgun. Throughout their journey, he discerned Xiao Zhang's commendable character under different circumstances. Forging a friendship might have been desirable. With little time to spare, he opted to extend a final gesture of goodwill. Xiao Zhang managed to gather a modest supply of food, ensuring Wu Feng had provisions for 5 days. After all, City L still harbored numerous avenues for procuring sustenance. And even in the face of violent factions akin to those in City M, Xiao Zhang, armed as he was, had no reason to fear them. Wu Feng, however, found himself in a different predicament. Should he encounter any unforeseen circumstances after his departure, he would have to rely on the existing supplies to sustain him. That afternoon, as Wu Feng prepared to leave, Lu Rinchuan was enveloped in sorrow upon arriving in the city, for his home had been reduced to ruins. When it came time to bid farewell, he could hardly muster much enthusiasm. He merely placed a comforting hand on Wu Feng's shoulder. Xiao Jiang, gritting his teeth, said to Wu Feng, "Brother Wu, although our time together has been brief, I feel as though you are like a brother to me. I have learned so much from you on this journey, and I truly thank you. Regardless of what happens, take care of yourself, brother." Wu Feng briefly embraced Xiao Jiang and said, "I shall audaciously address you as my younger brother. I sincerely wish for your well-being. Allow me to offer you a single piece of advice. Tread cautiously and do not be overly tender-hearted. Consider the fate of Qian Si and the others. You should know how to navigate similar circumstances in the future." After filling up the tank at a gas station, Wu Feng departed in his Grand Cherokee. The scenery on either side rushed past him in a blur, and the expressway had never felt so desolate. As he gazed at the mountains, fields, and towering trees, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Once again, he embarked on a solitary journey, a sense of inexplicable loneliness gnawing at him. Although he did not feel particularly fearful, his heart raced significantly. Perhaps it was reminiscent of many years ago when he set off with a backpack to join the military. This journey was equally unfamiliar, and thus it carried a certain thrill. Wu Feng initially believed he could reach the provincial city before nightfall, but soon he realized the folly of his assumption. Chapter 79, Solitude. The vehicle could not proceed any further, and the sun gradually descended. Observing the encroaching darkness, Wu Feng felt a twinge of unease. After some contemplation, he resolved to spend the night in a nearby village, intending to gather his belongings the following day and find a way to the provincial city. The signpost indicated a distance of 50 kilometers. At his current pace, even burdened, he could manage to cover the distance in 4 hours. While the sun still lingered above the horizon, he fashioned a rudimentary trap using fishing line and small bells, strategically placing it around the courtyard to ensure he could respond promptly to any disturbances. He retrieved a moisture-resistant mat, a Swiss Army knife, and other tools, placing them on the bed. As darkness enveloped the landscape, he refrained from lighting a fire for warmth or illumination, aware that insects are highly sensitive to light and heat. Instead of preparing a meal, he consumed compressed biscuits and beef jerky, washing them down with mineral water. Gazing at the gradually descending moonlight, he imagined that if anyone were observing him, they would likely perceive him as akin to a mere insect, struggling for survival in this desolate world. In recent days, the moon's luminescence had waned, as had the stars, particularly in this completely unlit wilderness, rendering the realm a shadowy abyss. Fortunately, Wu Feng had weathered many storms in the past. Otherwise, he might have found it difficult to sleep on such a night. Ultimately, he organized essential survival gear, his Swiss Army knife, folding stove, tent, into his pack, along with provisions sufficient for 5 days. His pack brimming, he glanced at the remaining corn and drinking water in the trunk. Though the burden was considerable, he had no choice but to abandon the heavier items. He ravenously consumed some of the food he could not carry, devouring 2 sausages and 10 bags of pastries before patting his stomach in satisfaction. Crafting a simple sheath from wood, he ensured the half-meter-long machete accompanied him. Surveying his surroundings, Wu Feng felt somewhat like a knight-errant from a bygone era. With a chuckle, he gazed at the Grand Cherokee and sighed. Once unattainable, now it was merely discarded, a testament to changing fortunes. The air in the forest was refreshingly crisp, filling Wu Feng with an invigorating sense of the natural world. Yet, the surroundings were eerily desolate, with even the fauna noticeably diminished. Lending an air of bleakness to his journey, he discovered a bicycle in a nearby farmhouse's barn, estimating it would help him navigate the potholes more swiftly on his way to the provincial city. After riding for approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the vast chasm that had obstructed his path the previous day. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the bicycle across the obstacle. Upon closer inspection, he realized that although the pits appeared to be only around 2 meters deep at the surface, they veered off at that depth, extending in a chaotic maze whose true depths remained unknown. Wu Feng's heart raced. He had no desire to venture into the abyss. The pit area extended for a full kilometer, and as he fled from it, he was drenched in cold sweat. The reasoning is undoubtedly sound, yet the actual results remain to be seen. Wu Feng is an activist, one who acts upon his thoughts with fervor. He quickens his pace, his legs propelling him forward like a whirlwind. Fortunately, the highway is relatively devoid of traffic. Otherwise, his speed might have alarmed numerous drivers to the brink of fright. Approximately half an hour later, Wu Feng is drenched in sweat, the creaking of his bicycle growing increasingly grating, its components emitting a cacophony of anguish sounds akin to percussion instruments. At that moment, he traverses a downhill slope, and his field of vision suddenly widens considerably. To his astonishment, he spots 2 white pickup trucks parked about a mile ahead, with 4 or 5 individuals engaged in conversation beneath them. A signpost indicates that the provincial city lies 5 kilometers away, suggesting that these individuals are also bound for the same destination. Prompted by this realization, Wu Feng hastens his pace once more. Wu Feng stared furiously at the pedal, and the individuals by the roadside evidently noticed his presence, rising to gaze in his direction. It was only then that Wu Feng realized there were 5 men and 2 women standing there. The men were smoking and gestured for him to halt upon seeing him, while the 2 women appeared slightly apprehensive. However, upon observing that Wu Feng was alone and no one followed him, their wariness eased somewhat, but they still furrowed their brows. As he approached within 50 meters, it dawned on Wu Feng to decelerate. Unfortunately, he did not apply the brakes in time. When he finally did, the decrepit bicycle seemed to succumb to exhaustion and collapsed in a cacophony of disarray. Gripping the handlebars, he noticed the pedals had already flown off, and the front wheel rolled away on its own, causing Wu Feng to tumble forward with great force. The bicycle's sudden disintegration, coupled with the speed at which he was traveling, left Wu Feng little time to react. He managed to brace himself upon landing, rolling a few times to mitigate the impact, and came to rest a short distance from the group. In truth, his efforts to brace and roll had absorbed much of the force, leaving him unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled. One young woman, with dyed red hair and clearly made up, let out a chuckle at the comical scene, prompting the 2 men to extinguish their cigarettes and rush over. Chapter 80. The Great Hole. Hey, are you alright? No harm done. At this moment, the 2 individuals finally discerned Wu Feng's visage, astonished by his youthfulness. They cast a glance at the machete he bore, and their expressions shifted slightly. As Wu Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes and approached the pickup truck, they realized there were 2 men seated within the vehicle. This group comprised 7 men and 2 women, among whom a robust man in his 40s subtly exhibited the demeanor of a leader. Observing their demeanor, Wu Feng felt a slight easing of his guard against the men who exuded an air of menace despite their apparent financial struggles. Where do you fellows hail from? By your appearance, it seems you are also en route to the provincial city, inquired a robust man who introduced himself as Tang Rong, hailing from T-City. His arms were thick, straining against the confines of his leather jacket, and though his tone was not aggressive, it carried an involuntary hint of inquiry. Wu Feng noted that as Tang spoke, one of the men nearby cast a furtive glance at his backpack. Wu Feng accepted a cigarette handed to him by a bespectacled man, expressing his gratitude before replying, I hail from B-City. Are you all also headed to the provincial capital? The group exchanged glances, and the woman beside the red-haired lady, seemingly anxious, inquired, B-City? How is it faring? Wu Feng scrutinized her closely, and upon doing so, he perceived her youthful visage, reminiscent of an unworldly student. She sported a charming bob that framed her face, and though her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, her delicate features were still discernible. Standing at approximately 1.60 meters, her innocent countenance evoked a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. However, inexplicably, she had adorned her face with some inappropriate light makeup. In B-City, an unprecedented emergence of monstrous creatures had transpired overnight, resulting in numerous fatalities. It seemed the military had already retreated to the provincial capital, and I too had managed to escape. If I express it this way, you ought to understand, right? The expressions of the group turned somber, with the girl resembling a student on the verge of tears. She yearned to inquire further, but was silenced by a stern glare from Tang Rong, instantly curbing her words. Tang Rong then smiled at Wu Feng and remarked, We all hail from T-City, except for her, who was previously from B-City. T-City is quite similar to yours, filled with these creatures. We encountered each other while fleeing for our lives and decided to band together. Our acquaintance is a stroke of fate. Why not join us? Along this perilous journey, aside from the creatures, there are numerous other challenges. Strength in numbers provides greater safety. Wouldn't you agree? Wu Feng glanced at the group, noticing that, aside from the other men, they all seemed to hold a certain respect for Tang Rong. The striking woman with crimson hair scarcely regarded him, yet it was evident that she, like the girl who resembled a student, harbored a degree of trepidation towards Tang Rong. Very well, let us proceed together, Tang Rong said with a cheerful smile upon receiving his agreement. He patted Wu Feng on the shoulder and added, Brother, carrying such a heavy load must surely tire you. Come, place it in the truck. We shall be off shortly. In 7 or 8 minutes, we shall reach the toll station of the provincial capital. One of the men reached out to take Wu Feng's bag, but with a charming smile. Wu Feng deftly evaded him and placed the bag in the rear compartment of the pickup truck himself. The men displayed little reaction, yet the woman with the red hair let out a disdainful huff, muttering something about reckless youths under her breath. Tang Rong laughed heartily. wrapping his arm around the crimson-haired woman's shoulders, playfully exchanging a few words with her before planting a kiss on her cheek. She rolled her eyes in response, shaking her head as she made her way into the vehicle. Wu Feng, Tang Rong, and two young women were seated in a vehicle, driven by a taciturn man in his mid-30s who offered little more than a brief greeting to Wu Feng. Wu Feng observed that the truck's bed was laden with several bags of rice and flour, along with various cooking oils and seasonings. The student-like girl, Wang Xiaowei, sat with her legs tucked and shoulders hunched, in stark contrast to the more boisterous red-haired woman beside her. Tang Rong, with one arm around each of them, jovially proclaimed, "Aha, my dear brother, do not take offense. Both of them are my wives. As long as I can protect them, they shall accompany me. Aha." Wu Feng let out a soft sound of acknowledgement, glancing at Wang Xiaowei's expression through the rearview mirror. Noticing her lack of significant resistance, he observed that she had just heard about the situation in B City and was still struggling to process it. Her eyes were slightly reddened, reflecting a sense of helplessness and confusion as she sat somewhat awkwardly in Tang Rong's embrace, yet she did not resist. Wu Feng sighed inwardly. This girl might not have chosen this path willingly, but without a man's protection, should she encounter individuals like Qian Si or Zhang Yin again, her fate could be dire. "Brother," he said, "please do not take to heart what Hong said earlier. The truth is, since we are now part of the same group, our resources are to be shared. We dine together, we sleep together. You may partake in my provisions, and I shall partake in yours. While you may not have anything of value to offer, if you wish to share meals with us, you must contribute your own supplies. This is how I handle matters with them. If we set a precedent here, it would be difficult for me to maintain my position. Wouldn't you agree?" Wu Feng pondered for a moment, acknowledging that his own provisions were indeed scarce. If this group were to venture into the provincial capital, it was likely they would travel together for several days. The matter of sharing his limited stock of compressed biscuits and beef granules seemed trivial in comparison. Moreover, Tang Rong spoke with a cordial tone, devoid of any hint of threat, prompting Wu Feng to nod in agreement. "In that case, I shan't be overly coy in declining. My supplies are meager, and it stands to reason that we should share our provisions. However," he added, "there are certain personal items within my bag that I cannot share." The woman known as Hong interjected with a sharp tone, rolling her eyes and muttering under her breath to Tang Rong, "Does he believe this is a marketplace? Coming and going as he pleases? Why should Tang Gu extend him such courtesy? Look at the other brothers. They are straightforward. Unlike this one, who can barely stay upright on a bicycle. He acts as if he is a big deal among us. But to whom is he trying to impress? Perhaps he needs a reality check." Though she feigned whispering, her remarks were audible to all within the confined space of the vehicle. "Silence," Tang Rong admonished her, casting a smile toward Wu Feng. Yet, Wu Feng discerned that his apparent anger was merely for show. The girl's words might have echoed Tang Rong's own sentiments, albeit he preferred a diplomatic approach. "You need not heed her nonsense. I will decide what to share. Anything non-essential may be kept for oneself." Tang Rong gestured dismissively. Wu Feng nodded with a smile, maintaining a respectful composure. "Then I thank you." The two vehicles maintained a staggered formation, proceeding at a leisurely pace. The 5-kilometer stretch was traversed swiftly, leading them to the outskirts of the provincial capital. At a gas station beyond the toll booth, the cars came to a halt. Wu Feng gazed into the distance, his brow gradually furrowing. The street ahead began to undulate, occasionally revealing cracks that stretched forth like the wounds of the earth. In the far reaches of his vision, he discerned a series of fissured structures, eerily reminiscent of the previous obstruction that had blocked the road. Chapter 81. The tragic state of the provincial capital. Tang Rong lowered his binoculars, observing the pallor on the faces of several men, while the lips of the red-haired woman turned ashen. "The nest of the burrowing worms," Tang Rong uttered slowly, narrowing his eyes. Noticing Wu Feng's confusion, he continued to elucidate. "On our journey from T City to the provincial capital, we encountered similar structures, inhabited by a type of armored insect." Tang Rong went on to recount that they originally had 3 vehicles and a total of 12 individuals. However, as they passed those large structures, the black armored insects suddenly emerged and dragged one vehicle into the depths of the earth. At that moment, Tang Rong happened to be inside that vehicle. He managed to escape through the window, while the fates of the other 3 remained uncertain. "It was indeed a brush with death," Tang Rong lamented, revealing a lingering scar on his right arm that had yet to heal. Upon hearing these words, Wu Feng felt a sense of trepidation wash over him. It was important to recognize that the pitfalls he faced were far more numerous than those described by Tang Rong. He had traversed these dangers step by step, and the thought of the peril made him suggest, Perhaps we should take a detour to avoid this treacherous area, advised the bespectacled man. Tang Rong produced a military-green pair of binoculars and surveyed the surroundings for a moment before lowering them, exhaling deeply and shaking his head. What should we do then? I certainly do not wish to navigate through those pitfalls again. Most of the group shared this sentiment. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Feng recounted his experience of crossing the pitfalls. As he spoke, he noticed the red-haired woman casting him a sideways glance, her lips curling into a mocking smile. While the others appeared skeptical, I believe these creatures might be sensitive to the vibrations of the ground or our voices. If we minimize our noise, we may be able to pass through safely. Wu Feng articulated his assessment. Tang Rong stroked his chin and replied, "Your analysis holds some merit. However, it remains a conjecture. It is quite possible that the creatures were merely resting when you crossed. Additionally, driving will inevitably produce noise. Should we abandon the vehicle, we would have to carry the supplies ourselves." The others nodded in agreement, and after some deliberation, they set off. As they progressed, Wu Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. The fissures in the earth multiplied, prompting him to peer ahead with his binoculars. Although some large trees and buildings obstructed his view, he could discern that many structures bore visible cracks, with some having already collapsed. The city appeared to be in a state of ruin. Two pickup trucks traversed the vegetable fields beneath the highway, the incline gradually diminishing as the highway loomed above them like a towering wall. What has happened up ahead? Chapter 82. Earthquake. The sky over the provincial city was shrouded in dark clouds, with remnants of shattered walls scattered throughout. As the group steadied themselves to observe, Wu Feng was the first to detect the tremors beneath their feet. Several men gasped in alarm and were about to start the vehicles when a thunderous roar erupted overhead. The overpass loomed above them, and the tremors struck with alarming swiftness, causing the already precarious structure to sway perilously. Even Wu Feng had no time to react as the group, along with their vehicles, was buried beneath the falling debris. Simultaneously, buildings in the distance began to collapse in large segments, while the ground fissures extended outward at an alarming rate. The cracks resembled scars upon the earth, a sight both shocking and poignant. It was as if a slumbering giant beneath the surface was stirring, unleashing a tempest. Wu Feng found himself enveloped in darkness, a piercing pain radiating from his head, likely inflicted by a falling rock that had struck him. Blood trickled down from the wound. To his side, he beheld a man who had been crushed directly by a boulder, reduced to a mere pulp. Yet, he considered himself fortunate. Several massive stones had formed a precariously stable triangular refuge around him, with the jagged ends of rebar protruding menacingly. The world was shrouded in utter blackness. Cold and in agony, Wu Feng had lost track of how long he had been trapped beneath the rubble. Was there anyone else alive? Wu Feng called out, and the sound from that direction grew slightly louder, but before long it gradually diminished once more. Wu Feng sighed, attempting to raise himself, but found that he could only manage to sit as space was limited. He glanced upward, and through the crevices, he could faintly discern the sky, indicating that he had not been buried too deeply. Of course, this was also a testament to Wu Feng's remarkable physical resilience. Had it been another, they likely would not have awakened so swiftly. Being trapped beneath several hundred pounds of massive stone in such weather would surely have spelled death. He explored the structure between the rocks, spending approximately 10 minutes displacing the stones within his reach, drenched in sweat. Then, he activated his skill, fury of strength, and with a powerful shove, he pushed aside a stone weighing nearly 300 pounds. With a resounding crash, Wu Feng emerged from the rubble, his head breaking through the debris. The scent of blood filled his nostrils, and the daylight was dim. He touched his head, noting that the wound had already formed a scab. He retrieved the pocket watch wedged in his vest, which indicated that it was 4:30 in the morning. Gradually, he crawled out from the ruins. Half of a pickup truck was visible, its front end buried, while the driver, a middle-aged man, had been impaled through the chest by a rebar. Another pickup truck was nowhere to be seen, though faint tire tracks marked the ground. Wu Feng's backpack remained on the back seat of the pickup truck amidst the ruins. He brushed off the dust and then turned around. Is anyone alive? Please, just call out for help. He shouted in vain several times, and then he spotted a partially visible leg, its trousers torn by the stones. He moved aside a few rocks and uncovered the lifeless form of a girl who appeared to be a student, now clearly devoid of breath. Wu Feng sighed, extracting a small bottle of white liquor from his bag and sprinkling its contents over the heap of ruins. He uttered the familiar phrase, meeting his fate. May you all find peace. 2 hours later, a pale light began to emerge on the horizon, evading the fissures that marred the earth. Wu Feng stood beside a shattered relief sculpture, surveying the desolation around him. He finally comprehended why so many sought refuge in the provincial city. Indeed, the provincial city was devoid of monsters. In this regard, it offered a semblance of safety. However, if every city had endured the visitation of a cinematic apocalypse, then the provincial city had faced a cataclysm akin to the film 2012. The landscape was a site of utter devastation. Countless buildings lay in ruins, reduced to mere rubble of bricks, concrete, and steel, while flattened vehicles, remnants of explosions, rested as charred shells upon the ground. Giant fissures, resembling the scars of the earth, stretched from beneath his feet into the unknown, growing ever wider and deeper, exuding a searing heat from their depths. Occasionally, plaques suspended in the air would plummet, and from the partially collapsed skyscrapers, bricks would tumble, creating a symphony of shattering sounds. The sky, a dismal gray, weighed heavily upon the heart, suffocating in its despair. Since they had all arrived, and the streets of the mid-city bore no signs of life, surely they must be congregating somewhere. Wufeng wandered alone amidst the ruins, seemingly the sole inhabitant of a desolate world. The sky loomed gray and indistinct, a dismal blend of accumulated rain clouds and dust. This sensation was far from enchanting. Rather, it was profoundly oppressive. Even a heart as steadfast as Wufeng's could not help but feel a pang of sorrow upon witnessing this scene. A veritable testament to the demise of civilization. An indescribable sense of solitude enveloped him, driving him to the brink of madness. He yearned for the presence of another to share a few words. The provincial city stretched vast and unending, and Wufeng felt as though he had been walking for an eternity. He beheld a derailed light rail train lying silently upon the cracked pavement, several buses toppled haphazardly, and utility poles leaning precariously like a row of dominoes. As Wufeng walked, he encountered a light rail train that had derailed, its body fractured into several segments. The front of the train had collided with a building, shattering the glass into countless shards, the bloodstains above now darkened and dried. The remaining sections of the train lay scattered amidst the ruins, and in the distance, a chasm several hundred meters long stretched across the landscape. The wind swept in from all directions, creating an eerie moan as it traversed the pathways formed by the collapsed structures, evoking a haunting lament. Infused with both sorrow and desolation, Wufeng abruptly halted his steps. Was time flowing at a different pace? Was there a safe space to be found? His mind was ensnared in confusion, a vague sense that he might possess some knowledge flickering within him. Yet that fragment seemed to be concealed in the deepest recesses of his consciousness, utterly unattainable. Chapter 83, a half-slaughter scene. Wufeng swiftly discovered a place that was once a supermarket, but had now collapsed into a desolate ruin. Within this wreckage, he identified a triangular structure. After ensuring its safety, he cleverly disguised the entrance to give the impression that the interior had entirely caved in. With a resolute spirit, he closed his eyes and chose to enter. What world would he be transported to this time? Your permissions are insufficient. Details of the world will be provided post-transport. Strength, 19. Agility, 13. Spirit, 12. Constitution, 13. Remarkably, his attributes had indeed improved. His recent training in the real world had yielded tangible results, with increments in strength, agility, and spirit. This unexpected delight filled Wufeng with exuberance. I will grow stronger, find my family and former brothers. I will survive. As his state reached its zenith, he abruptly opened his eyes, and within his spirited gaze, a flicker of flame seemed to burn. Come forth. The journey into the world begins. Data calibration initiated. The world has been selected. Commencing entry. Attention. The character is in an unknown state. Failure to eliminate this condition will alter the spatial flow rate you experience. Safety cannot be guaranteed in this realm. According to folklore, when several individuals drink water mixed with each other's blood, they can unlock the third eye, achieving a form of spiritual communication and perceiving the spirits of the dead. In this world, there are countless phenomena that science cannot elucidate. When illusion intertwines with reality, how does one survive? Accompanied by an eerie melody, the television before him flickered to life, revealing a blue backdrop with several ominous lines of text that gradually emerged. 1. Obtain half of his reward points. 2. Extract 3 items equipments from his inventory, or select one piece of equipment he is currently wearing. As the text faded, the television signal flickered, and 4 blood-curdling characters materialized. Mountain Village, Old Corpse. You have received 300 Hong Kong dollars. After the text vanished, the haunting melody associated with Mountain Village, Old Corpse crept into Wufeng's ears, a woman singing a piercing Cantonese opera. A chill ran down his spine, and in a fit of rage, he seized the remote control from the table and shattered the television screen. You are exceedingly volatile. A chaotic scene of slaughter and bizarre tasks leaves one utterly bewildered. Wufeng, feeling somewhat anxious, exclaimed, "Hey, are you listening?" Chapter 84. A Mysterious Beginning. Wu Feng gazed at the sofa, yet found not a single shadow of a person. The glass from the television screen occasionally shattered on the ground, and apart from that, there was nothing but silence, rendering the empty room even more eerily tranquil. Wu Feng tensed every fiber of his being and called out, "Knife." Beside the injured individual lay a bus with its front crumpled from a collision, while passengers hurriedly disembarked. Pedestrians gathered in clusters on the street, and suddenly, Wu Feng sensed something watching him from the side. However, when he turned to look closely, that sensation vanished, as if the observer had concealed themselves in the shadows. What a tragic sight. Look at him. His eyes remain open in death. Indeed, the news has been rife with such grim tales lately. Who would have thought such an event would unfold before our eyes? A large throng of passers-by encircled the scene, expressing a myriad of sighs and remarks. The bus driver appeared pale and shaken. He attempted to check the breath of the person lying on the ground, then sat dazedly, murmuring, "It's not my fault. He crashed into me." It seemed that he would bear considerable responsibility for this traffic accident. Some onlookers called for emergency services. Yet Wu Feng discerned that the individual had already succumbed. He gently pushed through the crowd for a closer look, but could only see the victim's profile. That mere silhouette struck him as strikingly familiar. He leaned in further, the sensation of familiarity intensifying, yet Wu Feng could not recall who this person might be. Before long, an ambulance arrived. They conducted a brief examination before loading the corpse onto the vehicle. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving behind an empty bus and a driver, ashen-faced, seemingly awaiting the police. Wu Feng, unable to fathom the situation, decided to cast aside these thoughts and sought to regain his bearings. However, a stranger occurrence transpired. Whenever he approached anyone, they instinctively furrowed their brows and recoiled from him, and throughout, no one cast a glance in his direction. Beneath the dim sky, the streetlights offered a modicum of illumination to the world, yet failed to provide Wu Feng with any warmth. After several futile attempts, he stood there, staring at the bustling crowd, feeling as if he were isolated from the world. Wu Feng felt that the expression was akin to encountering a ghost. Wu Feng's heart gradually sank as he shook his head, quietly seated by the roadside, observing the ceaseless flow of vehicles and pedestrians, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. The blade was undeniably present, yet in the blink of an eye, it vanished, and he was certain he did not leave without reason. This indicated that the vengeful spirit had indeed begun to target us. Wu Feng continued to reflect. He recalled a man in the film, who, upon hearing the summons of a female ghost, was led to believe that it was his girlfriend calling him, ultimately resulting in his fatal fall from the rooftop. With this thought, Wu Feng could not help but become acutely alert. It is during moments of mental relaxation that one is most susceptible to illusions. Thus, he narrowed his eyes, realizing that he could not afford to rest in the coming days. As for the peculiar behavior of the passers-by and drivers, Wu Feng found himself at a loss, yet he did not dwell on it too much, as long as his life remained unthreatened. Wu Feng located his position by referring to the bus stop sign. He soon realized it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and many bus services had ceased operations. Undeterred, Wu Feng continued to walk along the main road, pondering his circumstances. As he progressed, the presence of people began to dwindle, though he paid little heed to it. Unbeknownst to him, he had been walking for half an hour. Holding the map, he scrutinized his surroundings. At my pace, I should have arrived by now. No, I must have certainly arrived. Wu Feng gazed at the dot on the map, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. The buildings before him appeared vaguely familiar. Suddenly, a series of gasps erupted ahead, as a man burst forth from the corridor of a residential building, heedless of his surroundings, dashing onto the road. At that very moment, a bus, speeding with reckless abandon, barreled towards him. With a resounding crash, the man was flung into the air, tumbling several times before crashing heavily onto the ground. His body convulsed momentarily, and then blood began to pool around him. The bus came to a halt. Its front end crumpled, a testament to its prior velocity. The driver, pale as a ghost, disembarked to check the man's pulse, only to discover that he was already deceased. At that moment, Wu Feng's mind buzzed, and he involuntarily turned his gaze towards the building from which the man had emerged. There, a woman with a ghastly pale face peeked from behind a window, sporting a bizarre smile directed at him. A shiver coursed through Wu Feng's body, and he instinctively drew his handgun, yet the specter's visage vanished in an instant. What a tragedy! Look at him, eyes forever closed. Indeed, how unfortunate. A throng of onlookers encircled the scene, murmuring various expressions of sympathy and commentary. You can't blame me. He ran into the road. It was astonishing. This was an exact replica of the scene he had witnessed before. Chapter 85. The illusion. No, this cannot be. It must be an illusion brought on by my momentary distraction while walking, a manifestation conjured by a vengeful spirit. Now, it is the moment of the spirit's attack. Wu Feng immediately focused all his energy. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, nothing transpired. The crowd gradually closed in, gesturing and discussing the accident, as if he were invisible to them. At that moment, he noticed a man emerging from the corridor. Wu Feng's gaze transformed once more. For the man emerging from the corridor was none other than himself. Wu Feng concealed himself, unwilling for another version of himself to behold him. His heart was ensnared in tumult, secretly observing the actions of Wu Feng. Illusion. This is but an illusion, he reassured himself, as long as his mind remained unbewitched. Then the vengeful spirit could inflict no harm upon him. Wu Feng closely trailed Wu Feng, witnessing him attempting to inquire for directions, much like himself. In that moment, from the perspective of an onlooker, Wu Feng suddenly discerned a chilling revelation. Indeed, these individuals truly could not see Wu Feng in their line of sight. The passers-by seemed to recoil in distaste from Wu Feng's form, while that Wu Feng appeared far more ethereal, gliding as if in a state of levitation. A disquieting conjecture surfaced in Wu Feng's mind, instilling fear within him, yet he persisted in following that Wu Feng, observing as he entered a convenience store, where everything unfolded precisely as it did for himself. Wu Feng numbly followed himself. But wait, could it be that I am already dead? Wu Feng's pupils suddenly constricted as he realized that his own body appeared equally ethereal and unreal. Have I truly perished? He thought, and in a moment of desperation, he swung his fist towards a nearby towering tree, only to find his form passing right through the trunk. A pallor washed over Wu Feng's face, and his mind was ensnared by a multitude of chaotic thoughts, rendering his body even more insubstantial. Unbeknownst to anyone, just before the Wu Feng ahead vanished, a chilling arc formed at the corner of his lips. Wu Feng continuously questioned himself, suddenly feeling as though he could no longer perceive fear. Stripped of his soul, was it possible that he could sense not even a trace of emotion? He gazed around in bewilderment, only to find everything so unfamiliar. But how did I die? No, that doesn't seem right. What exactly killed me? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wu Feng's mind, like a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky. He abruptly halted his tentative actions, a smile curving his lips. I finally understand. I have been striving to comprehend the purpose behind this illusion. Why no one has attacked me, why no one has sought to end my life. This very illusion has been subtly indicating that I am already deceased. Thus, it aims to strike when I am at my most vulnerable and skeptical of myself. It is not merely an illusion induced by mental laxity. From the very beginning, I have been ensnared in your phantasm, vengeful spirit. However, now that I have completely seen through it, your so-called illusion has lost its potency. Yet, why do you not reveal yourself? Such formidable mental strength you possess. Yet, is your true form equally powerful? If you dare to emerge during my moment of vulnerability, I would seize the opportunity to vanquish you. Alas, suddenly, everything before him shattered like a broken mirror, the towering edifices crumbling to ash. Wu Feng stood still, adjusting his breath, coldly observing the encroaching darkness, remaining silent. How perilous! Just a hair's breadth away from being ensnared. Chapter 86. Analyzing the situation. What is happening? Why am I here? Although Wu Feng felt a flicker of confusion in his mind, it was not overwhelming. He remained somewhat dazed, as if caught in a dream. How did we end up here? Are you all right? Wu Feng remarked. I was just pulled into an illusion by a vengeful spirit. The knife cautiously surveyed the surroundings, adding, be vigilant. This might still be the ghost's trickery. Wu Feng spoke solemnly. Standing beside him, Daozi nodded, just about to say something when suddenly, something grasped at his feet. And with a splash, he fell into the water. Daozi did not flail about like a child drowning, nor did he scream for help, however. He also did not ascend to the surface as Wu Feng had anticipated. After vigorously thrashing his arms in the water for a few moments, he began to sputter bubbles. Yet his head remained submerged, seemingly trapped by something beneath. Wu Feng had no time to ponder. He plunged directly into the frigid, bone-chilling waters of the lake. This was an artificial lake, bordered by leisurely strollers. At that moment, the sky was somewhat overcast, and the water was exceptionally cold. However, upon witnessing someone in distress in the center of the lake, several adept swimmers immediately dove in to attempt a rescue. The sounds of splashing faded gradually, and suddenly, he noticed a vast expanse beneath two massive stones. There, 12 naked corpses were suspended in the depths, hand in hand. Their bodies appeared somewhat bloated from being waterlogged, and their expressions took on an even more grotesque and sinister quality. Strikingly, the faces of those figures bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Wu Feng, unable to hold his breath, nearly choked on the water. With a powerful kick of his legs, he resurfaced, dragging the head of Knife to ensure he could breathe. Taking a deep breath, he shouted at those swimming towards the center of the lake, "Stay back. It's dangerous." At that moment, he felt a slickness in his hand, sending a chill down his spine. Slowly turning his head, he was struck by a wave of icy terror, instead of Knife. He found himself grasping a ghostly apparition, a woman in blue, her face pale and her eyes devoid of color. As Wu Feng turned to look, she greeted him with a sinister smile. Wu Feng felt as if his entire body had succumbed to paralysis, and he could not help but roar, "Die." In an instant, he unleashed his berserk power and the insatiable greed of the colossal beast, casting aside all other thoughts as he delivered a powerful punch to that face. You inflicted 137 points of damage on the female ghost, Chu Rime. Knife sat casually on the sofa, his gaze as frigid as frost. "I was drawn into the illusion twice." Wu Feng took a deep breath, seated beside the Knife, and wiped away a bead of sweat. "Were you truly awake just now, or have you, too, been drawn in?" The Knife furrowed his brow, puzzled by Wu Feng's words. "What do you mean by awake or drawn in? Just moments ago, you mentioned surviving until all the characters in the narrative perished, and then you suddenly let out a loud scream." Wu Feng nodded, retrieving a cigarette from his private space. He took a deep drag and sat quietly enveloped in the swirling smoke, lost in contemplation. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. However, Dagger was not one to shatter the standoff. After several minutes of silence, Wu Feng became increasingly withdrawn, and the ambience plummeted into an absolute chill. Wu Feng, having smoked 3 cigarettes in quick succession, rose with a grave expression. He drew a Colt handgun and aimed it at the figure known as Knife. "I cannot ascertain whether you are real or merely an illusion. If you are indeed real, I must inform you that we are in deep trouble. This world is perilously dangerous for us." At that moment, Knife also wore a serious countenance. He held a surgical knife, approximately an inch long, in each hand, the blade spinning rapidly as he contemplated the situation. "You speak the truth. Furthermore, this hallucination is significantly impairing your judgment. Take a moment to reflect. I am not an illusion." Wu Feng sat for a moment longer, allowing himself to relax from the tension that had gripped him. Observing Knife as it rotated the blade, memories of that pallid visage and the devoid gaze flooded his mind. He nodded slightly, affirming, "There should be no mistakes." Knife lifted its gaze, devoid of doubt or any other emotion, exuding a natural chill. "Do you remember? The mission entrusted by Dr. G has been successfully completed. I have something for you." Wu Feng spoke, intending to retrieve the blood-stained boots. Upon Wu Feng's words, Knife abruptly rose to his feet, gesturing with his hand to indicate there was no haste. Wu Feng paused momentarily, intending to retrieve the equipment from his private space, but chose to leave it there for the time being. "What is the matter? We should depart from this place at once." Wu Feng glanced at the shattered television and the eerie howling of the wind outside. He felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, but did not resist. "Let us first head to a more bustling area in the city. Remember, we must remain vigilant to perceive the filth lurking around. Otherwise, we might fall prey at any moment." Knife nodded, promptly pushing open the door and stepping outside, with Wu Feng following closely behind. Another figure trailed Wu Feng, and despite being right beside him, he seamlessly sidestepped to exit together. The trio descended the stairs and made their way directly towards the city. The realm of the ancient corpse in the mountain village was set in Hong Kong, where the urban landscape was vibrant and lively. The flickering neon lights and dazzling fluorescent lamps dispelled the faint gloom clouding Wu Feng's mind. It would be unjust to label Wu Feng as fearful. If a Tyrannosaurus Rex were to appear, he would dare to engage it, for the dinosaur would be tangible, and those with coarser nerves might simply perceive it as a formidable human. Yet, the most terrifying entity was the unfathomable terror of the unknown. Although Wu Feng did not express his thoughts outwardly, deep within, he was acutely alert. Chapter 87. Authenticity and Deception. Wait, something feels amiss. The blade in Knife's hand spun faster. "What's wrong?" Wu Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 individuals before him. A peculiar thought crossed his mind, and beads of sweat trickled down the tip of his nose. That strange sensation returned to Wu Feng's heart, yet this time, he could only sense something was amiss without being able to articulate precisely what it was. "Give me a moment to think," Wu Feng remarked. "Let us head to the city first. You can ponder on the way," Daozi replied earnestly, stepping forward with the intention of patting Wu Feng on the shoulder. only to be evaded swiftly by Wu Feng. "Hold on. Don't move. None of you should move. Let me think," he said, wiping away the sweat. His mind felt clouded, as if something was obscured, yet he could not grasp it. "Wu Feng, you're too tense," Daozi observed with concern, yet refrained from making any sudden movements to avoid further agitating him. Wu Feng raised his gaze, scrutinizing the faces of the two individuals before him. Knife remained as he always was, wearing a stony, lifeless expression, with an inscrutable chill emanating from his eyes. However, the other person seemed to be shrouded in a veil of obscurity, rendering them impossible to discern clearly. "Indeed, why do you remain silent? Who might you be?" Wu Feng seemed to have grasped a crucial point. He pointed at the individual who had been trailing them, perplexed. "He is our ally. Have you forgotten?" Daozi expressed without a hint of impatience, quietly elucidating while gazing flatly at Wu Feng. "No, there's an extra person. We should only be two. We were originally three." Wu Feng, however, chose not to utter another word. He turned and cast a quiet glance at Daozi. "Trust me," Daozi nodded. "Then do not impede me," Wu Feng declared coldly, as he swiftly brandished a sleek black firearm. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment Wu Feng fired, the figure that had remained obscured suddenly transformed into a woman clad in blue, her hair cascading in disarray. Chu Renmei. Daozi, witnessing this, displayed an expression of incredulity. Yet his hands moved with remarkable swiftness, deftly intertwining to obliterate the specter in an instant. "Now, I must verify a few other matters. Since you trust me, then do not evade this shot." Daozi's pupils constricted as he gazed at Wu Feng, his voice tinged with disappointment. "But this already indicates that you do not fully trust me." Wu Feng let out a cold laugh as the gun's muzzle once again spewed forth a cascade of crimson. Several blossoms of blood erupted upon Knife's body, and a profound disappointment etched itself upon his countenance. "Is that sufficient?" inquired Knife. "Not nearly enough," Wu Feng replied coldly, raising the gun once more. "For you are not the Knife I once knew." Suddenly, Knife's visage began to decay grotesquely as the loathsome female specter lunged at Wu Feng once more. His expression remained unchanged as a barrage of bullets was unleashed in an instant. "You inflicted a total of 170 points of damage on the female ghost, Chu Renmei." The spatial prompt echoed once more. "You have passed the initial trial of the vengeful spirit's dream." Wu Feng silently gripped his pistol. The gaze of Knife, though frigid, held a flicker of vitality, and though the reason eluded me, his innate trust in me was palpable. Chapter 88. Refusal to Cooperate. The role you assumed as Knife was overly verbose in an attempt to conceal those leaks. Typically, Knife merely wielded a small blade. Yet the image that lingered most vividly in my mind was of him brandishing dual knives against Frank. Thus, one could only replicate from the most striking impressions, lacking the essence despite the semblance. Originally expected to languidly recline upon the sofa, Knife now sat upright, while a bald man adorned with a string of prayer beads sat 5 meters away, smiling at the two. He sat there with unabashed ease, seemingly content as he observed them, as though he had been watching for quite some time. As his words fell silent, Wu Feng and Knife abruptly rose, retreating swiftly. Knife hunched slightly, his weapon gleaming ominously in the dim light, reminiscent of an assassin lurking in the shadows. Wu Feng raised his gun high, wordless. The three of them forming a triangular standoff, each regarding the others as potential adversaries. Was that the third layer of illusion, or perhaps a dream? Wu Feng mused to himself. It was terrifying. If anyone were to attack me during this time, there would truly be no room for resistance. This time, I shall not wait. If it is false, then let them all perish. Wu Feng's expression was icy. He no longer wished to probe further. With a swift motion, he drew his Colt and fired 2 shots. The assassin's pupils abruptly constricted, yet he did not evade the bullets. The bald man, taken aback by Wu Feng's fierce reaction, found himself unable to dodge in time. However, just as the bullets were about to strike him, a golden light emanated from the prayer beads around his neck, deflecting the incoming projectile. "You cannot harm your ally," echoed the mechanical voice of the space, as an invisible ripple formed before the assassin, leaving him unscathed. Wu Feng furrowed his brow, gripping his firearm as he began to verify whether this information emanated from the cosmos. After a careful examination, he received a reassuring confirmation. Thus, he deduced that he had indeed emerged from the illusion. The bald man sat upright before them, observing the pair with an air of self-assuredness, as if answering their unspoken queries. Although Wu Feng harbored distrust towards the man, the knife had evidently proven its worth. The tension that had been tautly coiled within him finally began to ease. He cast a complex gaze at the knife before directly trading the bloody boots to him. The knife recognized the veracity of Wu Feng's presence, his expression softening slightly as he accepted the equipment. In a flash of brilliance, the boots enveloped his feet. "This is what I owe you. I have completed the task," the knife stated, forgoing any expression of gratitude, clearly unperturbed by Wu Feng's ability to accomplish the task. "If you are the third brother, then what debts could possibly exist between us?" Wu Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the bald man. He subtly adjusted the muzzle of his Colt pistol and then discreetly revealed the savage fangs of the rampaging sea monster to Knife. Even for someone as stoic as Knife, the sight caused his expression to stiffen. Did you truly eliminate Frank? If Frank had indeed fallen at Wu Feng's hands, he would have to reassess Wu Feng's prowess. Had he once again entered that formidable state? However, Wu Feng shook his head, elucidating, when the clam and the snipe quarrel, it is the fisherman who benefits. Knife maintained his composure, yet internally regarded Wu Feng with renewed respect. Throughout their previous collaboration, he had witnessed Wu Feng's strategic foresight and decisiveness, which instilled in him an indescribable sense of security. Yet, something still felt amiss. At that time, Knife realized it might have been the absence of audacity and boldness. Nevertheless, upon hearing of Wu Feng's audacity to extract fangs from the jaws of danger, a flicker of satisfaction illuminated Knife's usually indifferent eyes. "You have indeed grown. This is your hard-earned triumph. Congratulations," Knife said with unfeigned sincerity. Let it not be said that this victory was merely a gamble with Wu Feng's life. From another perspective, if he truly resembled the person Wu Feng was known to be, their fates would be intricately intertwined. Wu Feng then stowed away his equipment, nodding appreciatively. Deeply moved by the candor of Daozi, many individuals feign indifference while harboring insidious greed within, yet Daozi was evidently not of that ilk. And Wu Feng felt no trepidation regarding any action that might provoke resentment. At that moment, their attention shifted to the silent figure of the bald man, adorned with golden prayer beads around his neck. He sat with an imposing presence upon the chair, his demeanor solemn and grave. The bronze hue of his skin accentuated the contours of his physique. He appeared to be in his 40s, and his bright, profound eyes reflected an imperturbable calm, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. This man did not interrupt their discourse, remaining quietly seated until Wu Feng and Daozi had concluded their conversation. Only then did he rise, hands clasped together, and address them. "Forgive my intrusion, gentlemen. You may call me Yuncheng." At this juncture, Wu Feng and Daozi had lowered their guard and naturally gravitated towards one another, gazing at the man before them, who exuded an extraordinary gravitas. "Ah, Mr. Yun, does your presence here imply something? Are you not aware that this is a scene of impending carnage?" Wu Feng spoke calmly, taking a slight step forward. Unexpectedly, Yuncheng also retreated a step, smiling, a smile imbued with both reverence and confidence. Both individuals swiftly extricated themselves from the illusion, their innate abilities evidently formidable. "I shall not depart. Rather, I wish to collaborate with you to vanquish that female specter, Chu Renmei." "Chu Renmei? Who is that?" Wu Feng pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah, I recall now. She is the vengeful spirit of this world." Wu Feng raised an eyebrow and sighed. "Sir, perhaps you have mistaken the person you seek. Under the assault of the Chu people's beauty, we find it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. How can we assist you? Our only desire now is to ensure our own safety. I kindly suggest you seek more capable help." Yun Cheng let out a hearty laugh, resonating like a thunderous bell, and then earnestly regarded the two before him. "Are you proposing an alliance with us?" Wu Feng spoke softly. "No, this is merely a temporary collaboration." "Not an alliance? Then why do you still dare to remain here, sir?" As soon as the words left his lips, Wu Feng raised his left hand high, and a bullet erupted forth in an instant. Simultaneously, he lunged forward, a deep blue luminescence enveloping his gauntlet as his right fist shot out in a horizontal strike. He aimed to subdue or establish his authority first. The figure known as Knife possessed remarkable awareness. At the moment Wu Feng spoke, he darted forward like a shadow, his speed surpassing Wu Feng's by more than half. It appeared he had augmented his agility with freedom attributes, further enhanced by the speed boost from his blood-red boots, allowing him to reach Yun Cheng's side in the blink of an eye. Yun Cheng found himself in a perilous situation, yet he maintained an unwavering expression, murmuring incantations. A resonant chant escaped his lips, and his prayer beads suddenly glimmered with a golden radiance. The luminous beads first deflected Wu Feng's bullet, and then parried Knife's lethal strike. However, this exchange dimmed 4 of the beads' lights, and Wu Feng's right fist, which was blocked, caused 3 of the beads to lose their luster as if they had withered. Yun Cheng swiftly retreated, shattering a window in the process, and leaped away, his demeanor remaining calm and composed, devoid of any hint of distress. "Alas, I merely sought collaboration. Why go to such lengths?" he declared. "As for why I dare to stay, it is simply because I am certain you cannot detain me." Yun Cheng's authoritative voice resonated. And by the time Wu Feng and his companion reached the window, he had vanished into the street. Knife attempted to pursue, but was halted by Wu Feng. "This individual is not to be underestimated. He can withstand the illusions of vengeful spirits. Should we fall into such illusions, he could take the opportunity to attack us. And that would spell trouble. I intended merely to demonstrate our strength, not to allow him to escape unscathed." Knife recalled that when he and Wu Feng exited the illusion, the man claiming to be Yun Cheng sat there unperturbed, seemingly unaffected. Had he chosen to strike then, it would have likely spelled doom for them. He must possess some ability or equipment that counters curses. However, I surmise that if an individual within the illusion is attacked, they would awaken immediately. Otherwise, he would have no reason to hesitate. Killing us would yield substantial rewards and equipment, and he could seek other partners afterward. Conversely, if he genuinely desires collaboration, our safety in this realm would be significantly enhanced, and we could reap considerable benefits. However, the foundation of such collaboration lies in our possessing strength that commands his respect, rather than rendering ourselves as pliable as soft fruit. This series of attacks serves as a fitting admonition. Wu Feng gazed at the shattered window, the result of Yun Cheng's collision, and spoke eloquently. If he wishes to collaborate, he must weigh our significance carefully. Did you catch his words? He mentioned that he has traversed this world twice. Whether this is mere coincidence or a result of some other means remains unclear. Yet his intent to eliminate the vengeful spirit, Chu Renmei, undoubtedly indicates he is well prepared. Knife observed the streets below, falling into silence for a moment before quietly remarking, "That illusion. It is perilous." Upon hearing this, Knife's cold gaze shifted subtly, and then, devoid of emotion, he informed Wu Feng that he had only experienced a singular assault from the illusion, narrowly escaping its grasp. Wu Feng closed his eyes in contemplation and slowly remarked, "The mortality rate in this world must be exceedingly high. Just look at the main quest. Our decision to save or not save those narrative characters only pertains to the rewards, devoid of any penalties. Does this not imply that merely surviving until that moment is a formidable challenge?" Daozi silently listened, while Wu Feng pressed his hands together in thought and continued. "Let us analyze the original storyline. Indeed, the original plot of the film Mountain Village's Old Corpse revolves around a group of young individuals who, while dabbling in the occult, inadvertently consume water infused with the vengeful spirit of Chu Renmei's remains. 70 years prior, Chu Renmei was brutally murdered by her husband in Huangshan Village, subsequently transforming into a vengeful spirit that claimed lives until her adopted nephew, Xiao Chang, adorned her with a bracelet that quelled her wrath, allowing her to find peace. 70 years later, the site where Chu Renmei's remains lay was converted into a station, and her bones were discarded into the river by the construction crew. The bracelet that subdued her resentment fell away, leading to her spirit's resurgence. In the original narrative, it appeared that the male protagonist, Ming, was meant to enter the water to place the bracelet on her. However, he was tragically strangled to death underwater. Wu Feng was momentarily stunned, pondering how the protagonist could perish, resulting in the ceiling being rendered null. It was from this point that Wu Feng contemplated his course of action. That bracelet at the bottom of the pool is a pivotal artifact. Yet, before we proceed, there are certain matters we must attend to. Wu Feng spoke slowly. His eyes slightly narrowed, lost in thought. The knife remained silent, and Wu Feng elaborated. For instance, the police or temples, if we can delve into these factions, we might garner additional assistance. You might consider seeking out those individuals from the original narrative, such as Ming. When the time comes to seal the female ghost's corpse, he could prove invaluable. If he cannot be located, we may also explore some side plots. Let us proceed with our separate endeavors. Chapter 90. The Temple. Wu Feng began to peruse information about some of the more prominent and spiritually vibrant Buddhist temples within Hong Kong, while Knife took it upon himself to seek out the group associated with the medium, Ming. The two embarked on separate endeavors, laboring for several hours. Wu Feng conducted his research online, while Knife infiltrated the Civil Affairs Bureau. After 3 hours, they convened at a bustling bar. With a stoic expression, Knife shook his head, revealing that he had first ventured to the Civil Affairs Bureau and then even infiltrated the police station where Ming's sister was located. Yet he came up empty-handed. Time was of the essence, and I must attend to matters on that side. Wu Feng swirled the red wine in his glass, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp. He had arranged a time and place to meet Knife and then maneuvered through the throngs of intoxicated revelers. Making his way towards the flourishing temples he had discovered, Knife exhibited little expression, his cold gaze fixed upon the television beside the counter. A disheveled bartender languidly flicked through the channels, seemingly oblivious to what he wished to watch. The news report stated that a peculiar murder had occurred in Sim Sha Sui, but before Knife could glean more from the fleeting subtitles, the channel was switched again, now showcasing the beloved horse racing popular among Hong Kong locals. The bartender perked up, scrutinizing his own lottery ticket with rapt attention. "You damned street punk, you scoundrel." The bar, likely a haven of idleness, saw little fear in Knife as he donned a coarse shirt and tattered jeans. The bartender brazenly hurled insults, summoning assistance. Shortly thereafter, several imposing figures clad in black emerged, their expressions menacing as they regarded Knife. The bartender glared at Knife with indignation, exclaiming, "He is here to cause trouble. Teach him a lesson." A minute later, Knife exited the bar, first purchasing a breakfast from a street vendor and then acquiring a bus route map from a phone booth. After a brief search, he stood waiting at the nearest bus stop. Inside the bar, the anguished groans of several bodyguards could be heard as they collapsed to the ground. While the bartender remained oblivious, astonished, even as a winning lottery ticket fluttered into his cup. At this moment, Wu Feng arrived at the renowned 10,000 Buddhas monastery in Hong Kong. Due to the year-round offerings and donations from devotees and tourists hailing from all corners of the globe, the monastery boasted over 10,000 statues of various forms and colors. Although the devastating floods of 50 years prior had obliterated many, the influx of visitors remained unabated. Individuals like Wu Feng, with their peculiar attire and demeanor far removed from that of a typical tourist, were naturally subject to the scrutiny of discerning onlookers. As Wu Feng stealthily searched for something within the temple, a group of men clad in robes approached him. Despite their shaved heads, he discerned an unmistakable aura of menace emanating from them. The tallest among them, looking down with an air of authority, inquired, "I have been observing you for quite some time. Your furtive behavior raises questions. What brings you here?" Wu Feng feigned piety, clasping his hands together with a forced smile, and remarked, "It is merely a sightseeing endeavor, my dear benefactor. I trust you will exercise self-discipline, otherwise we shall not show any mercy." Wu Feng offered a faint smile, choosing not to retort. The individuals before him exhibited remarkable prowess, undoubtedly hired muscle arranged by the temple, which only fortified Wu Feng's resolve. Just as he had leveraged Mr. Bailey to navigate his identity in the previous world, he could similarly harness external forces in this realm. Indeed, while this Buddhist temple presently appeared to prioritize commercial interests over spiritual values, as Wu Feng delved deeper and experienced the profound righteousness emanating from the fervent devotion of countless worshippers, the pervasive chill that had long enveloped him began to dissipate significantly. This place truly possessed a remarkable ability to restrain malevolent spirits, were it not for the stringent security measures. He would have sought to procure some ancient statues to take with him. As Wu Feng descended on this occasion, he encountered not a single elder monk, save for a few chanting young acolytes and some pretentious figures feigning the collection of merit funds. In the absence of any discernible side quests, he reluctantly approached a relatively amiable young monk. This little fellow, perhaps no more than 7 or 8 years of age, bore a charmingly naive and innocent demeanor, exuding an undeniable cuteness. A look of profound sorrow immediately manifested on Wu Feng's face as he approached a merit box situated closest to the young novice monk. In anguish, he reverently bowed before the statue of Buddha and subsequently deposited 200 Hong Kong dollars. Wu Feng's performance was nothing short of exquisite. His expression of torment and sorrow, coupled with his indistinct yet poignant words, instantly captured the attention of the young monk. "Benefactor, what troubles you? Do you require assistance?" Wu Feng wiped his eyes and gazed upon the benevolent little creature. "Little brother, oh, never mind. Sharing my troubles with you would be futile." The young monk scratched his head and replied, "However, my master could indeed assist. Although we seldom see him, if you truly have a matter of concern, I can inquire with my master on your behalf." Wu Feng's eyes lit up, only to be clouded with despair, as if he were mourning a death in the family. "I am merely a migrant worker," he lamented. "After much toil, I managed to save enough to purchase a modest home with my wife, only to discover upon moving in that it is a haunted house. The previous occupants all perished under mysterious circumstances, which is why it was left abandoned and sold to us at a bargain." As he recounted this, a profound fear flickered in Wu Feng's eyes. The young monk, with concern etched on his face, gently grasped his hand, imparting a warmth that soothed Wu Feng's troubled spirit. He sniffled and continued, Such wickedness. Alas, we thought we could not harm others. We must reside there ourselves. Yet each night, I am plagued by unease, for surely there are malevolent spirits within those walls. This is why I have come to seek the master's assistance. I have searched for long, but could only find a few menial laborers. What am I to do? The young monk, perhaps inexperienced in such matters, became anxious himself, his brow furrowing in distress. He promptly set aside his broom and addressed Wu Feng, "Good sir. As a practitioner of the monastic life, I am bound by compassion. Your benevolent heart compels me to offer my assistance. Please wait a moment. I shall seek out my master, who surely possesses the means to aid you." "Thank you so much," Wu Feng replied, gratitude evident in his voice. Wu Feng, moved, gently wiped the corners of his eyes. After approximately 20 minutes, a slightly stooped monk approached slowly. His eyebrows were long, and his hair and beard were entirely silver. Though he was elderly, his spirit remained remarkably vibrant. Upon seeing him, Wu Feng instantly recognized that this was someone not to be trifled with. He promptly bowed and said, "Master, I apologize for the intrusion." It must be said that Wu Feng's assumption was serendipitously accurate, although the young monk before him held a lower rank. His master was the most esteemed and revered figure in the temple. The elder monk shunned worldly affairs, preferring solitary cultivation, and he opposed the increasingly ostentatious trends that plagued the temple. Thus, he appeared somewhat out of place in this increasingly commercialized sanctuary. The young monk, not daring to show any disrespect, performed a bow and departed, casting a sympathetic glance at Wu Feng as he left. The venerable monk regarded Wu Feng with a calm demeanor and remarked, "You may have deceived my disciple, but the ruthless and ironclad aura that surrounds you cannot escape my perception. Speak, what brings you here?" Wu Feng smiled apologetically and said, "If it were not for a master of such extraordinary caliber, one could not possibly nurture a disciple with such a compassionate heart. Master, while I may have spoken a half-truth, my intentions are sincere. I truly seek your assistance in dispelling malevolent spirits and saving a few precious lives." Without any visible actions from the venerable monk, Wu Feng suddenly felt a wave of warmth enveloping him, akin to the soothing embrace of a hot bath. "You have received the blessing of the esteemed monk Ju, and through the incantation Great Compassion Mantra, which enhances your mental resilience against abnormal states by 10, lasting for 12 hours. The master then turned to depart. Wu Feng's countenance darkened as he lamented, "Master, one may find temporary relief, yet eternal resolution eludes us. In recent days, vengeful spirits have wreaked havoc in the city, claiming countless lives. Your assistance only serves my own purpose. Should I stand idly by as innocents fall victim to these malevolent forces, I would rather dash myself against this ancient pillar." As he spoke, he indeed made a move to collide with the stone column. Ju furrowed his brow, visibly affected, yet cautiously replied, "Benefactor, to feign such despair is unbecoming of a true gentleman. I speak only the truth. Should I falter in my words, may heaven and earth conspire against me." Wu Feng maintained an impassive demeanor. Jiangyan scrutinized Wu Feng's expression for quite some time but discerned no flaws. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head with a sigh, fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand, and softly remarked, "Very well, whether one is a great benefactor or a nefarious villain, neither should succumb to malevolent forces. Though your hands are stained with blood, you do not resemble that wicked individual. Alas, the city has indeed been rather unsettled of late, and my younger disciples, blinded by greed, compel me to engage in matters within my purview." As he concluded, he let out a sigh, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with his senior brother's neglect of their cultivation, yet felt powerless to change their course. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, his heart surged with joy. Yet his expression remained mournful. "Master, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." However, the master seemed to harbor a disdain for Wu Feng, a person tainted by bloodshed. After uttering a single sentence and leaving behind an item, he departed. "You have received a request for a mission." Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Feng chose affirmatively, realizing that seeking assistance cannot merely be achieved through spoken words. Nevertheless, with the task at hand, everything became negotiable. A fleeting glance at the attributes of the Jade Buddha caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Ancient Jade Buddha material, mutton fat ancient jade rarity, light blue equipment slot, neck accompanying skill, divine protection, which manifests a shield with a life force equating to 10 times the bearer's spirit. This shield possesses an armor value of 0, prioritizing its protection against damage. Special effect grants the bearer resistance to various forms of special damage, all resistances at 5, with a 10-point resistance to dark magic damage. The surface of the Jade Buddha gleamed as if brand new, betraying no signs of its ancient lineage. A fleeting inscription flashed before Wu Feng's eyes, a treasure gathered from a century of aspirations beneath the statue of Guanyin, unattainable by those with a greedy heart. Upon a closer inspection, Wu Feng realized that although he wore the equipment around his neck, his attributes remained entirely unchanged. Wu Feng was truly struck with a sense of frustration, for the tantalizing feeling of seeing something unattainable was exceedingly unpleasant. Fortunately, it remained in a sealed state. Otherwise, Wu Feng would have to ponder deeply within his heart whether to indulge in it. A small consolation for Wu Feng was that, although the additional attributes had not activated, the equipment's special effect, which mitigated specific types of damage, was still active. This undoubtedly facilitated his efforts in countering the mental attacks from Chu Renmei. Having acquired the Jade Buddha, Wu Feng did not hasten to depart, but instead requested Master Juan to recount the tale of Zhubiai. With a sigh, Juan led Wu Feng to his Zen room. This was the chamber where my senior brother resided years ago. Please linger a while and absorb some of his essence before ascending the mountain. With that, Juan slowly departed. The room was a simple Zen chamber, furnished with some old garments and books, which Wu Feng perused casually. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed an intricate carving on the wooden bed, depicting a constellation of traditional Chinese characters woven into a scripture. Wu Feng carefully scrutinized the scripture before descending the mountain with purposeful intent. Prior to his departure, a few men emanating an aura of menace approached Master Juan. Wu Feng bore witness to this encounter, yet remained silent, quietly slipping away from their gaze. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he promptly hailed a taxi. Wuling Mountain. Chapter 92. Truly impressive. The driver, initially slow to respond to Wu Feng's Mandarin, underwent a discernible change in expression as he contemplated the destination mentioned. Casting a peculiar glance at Wu Feng, he refrained from probing further, adhering to his professional decorum. However, as he started the vehicle, his movements were sluggish, revealing a degree of reluctance. What purpose could one possibly have to venture there? During the journey, the driver ignited a cigarette and engaged in a hesitant conversation with Wu Feng, yet the exchanges yielded no valuable information. Wu Feng chose not to elaborate further. Were it not for the crooked signpost along the roadside boldly inscribed with Wuling Mountain, he might have suspected that the driver intended to lead him into some remote wilderness for nefarious deeds. The desolation of the area was palpable. Ahead lay a dirt path strewn with stones, flanked by steep, towering cliffs. Gnarled trees clung precariously to the crags, presenting a truly eerie sight. The ground was carpeted with pine needles and blades of grass. Wu Feng moved swiftly, reaching the summit in a mere 20 minutes. Upon arrival, however, he encountered an inexplicable phenomenon. Although the temple's courtyard wall was clearly visible before him, the short span of several hundred meters seemed insurmountable. Strange. Am I caught in an illusion? After several attempts, the distance remained unchanged, and Wu Feng ultimately conceded defeat. Master, it is your junior disciple who has sent me to convey a message. May I ascend to speak with you? Wu Feng called out several times, only to be met with silence. He walked a few steps further, but still found himself unable to pass through. Perhaps this is what they call the art of shrinking distances? What a fool. At that moment, a woman's mocking voice broke the stillness, prompting Wu Feng to glance warily in her direction. To his right, 30 meters away, stood a man and a woman, both regarding him with scornful expressions. The thought of reaching the mountaintop and overcoming this formidable barrier made his ignorance all the more apparent. Wu Feng cast a glance at them. The woman, adorned with cascading curls and vibrant crimson lipstick, appeared to be in her 30s. The man was closely nestled against her, suggesting they were either a couple or a married pair. If you are aware, then why do you not ascend the mountain? Upon hearing Wu Feng's inquiry, the man coldly turned his head, observing Wu Feng still standing in place, and disdainfully remarked, "Why should I inform him? Just look at the fellow. He seems nothing more than a Navi fool." Wu Feng took a closer look and discovered that the two individuals had indeed ventured further than himself. He inhaled deeply, centering his thoughts. Soon, a faint grid resembling a chessboard began to materialize on the ground, stretching across the vast earth, adorned with large black characters interspersed throughout. At that moment, the two advanced a step forward, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the mountains, as two white monkeys leapt forth, attacking the pair with wild claws and shrieks. The movements of the white apes were astonishingly swift, leaving the duo unable to evade their onslaught. Influenced by the cacophony of their cries, they found themselves injured and reluctantly retreated a step. In that brief retreat, The monkeys dissipated into thin air as if they had never existed. What on earth are these creatures? The woman was in a state of utter disarray, her outer garment torn by the assault. The two paused to regain their composure, hesitant to take another step forward. Hey, you brat, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge out your eyes. The man, incensed by Wu Feng's witness of their disheveled state, threatened him with fury. Wu Feng let out a cold smile. Undeterred by the provocation, he settled down, taking a moment to calm his mind. After all, this was merely a side quest, and completing it would not be so simple. The secrets might be concealed somewhere. Wu Feng focused intently, perceiving the land before him as a chessboard, adorned with scattered, archaic characters in traditional script. The temple, brick walls, and even the trees and sky had vanished, leaving only this chessboard, covered with grand characters. The board extended over a radius of several hundred meters, reaching into the temple itself. At the moment the chessboard appeared, the chilling sensation that had plagued Wu Feng dissipated entirely. Yet, he paid no heed to this, as all his attention was absorbed by the chessboard. Upon the board lay a grid formed by traditional characters, yet there was no discernible pattern. In that moment, Wu Feng could see that the two figures were situated within the character for Jia. After a while, he rose and approached the edge of the chessboard. If I am not mistaken, he stepped forward, and invisible ripples radiated outward. Wu Feng was now firmly standing upon the chessboard, his body undeniably closer to the temple. The first step was indeed correct, merely a coincidence. It is just the first step. The heavily adorned woman, hands on her hips, remarked as they hesitated to take another step. Wary of an immediate attack from the white ape, observing Wu Feng's actions with cold indifference, the two had received a similar task to seek Master Zhubai, yet found themselves stuck outside the mountain gate. They had calmed their minds and finally glimpsed the grid resembling a chessboard, having already wasted an hour in tentative exploration. This must be the scripture from Master Zhubai's bed. Wu Feng took a second step, the second character more than 2 meters from his position. Yet he leapt up with a sudden force. A golden ripple emanated from him, and Wu Feng remained unscathed. Indeed, my initial conjecture was correct. The two individuals, witnessing Wu Feng's second step without incident, could not help but feel that this young man was extraordinarily fortunate. Without further hesitation, Wu Feng recalled the scriptures from memory and stepped confidently onto the large characters ahead. He moved with remarkable agility, swiftly surpassing the spot where the two individuals had previously stood. His speed was so astounding that they were momentarily taken aback by the time they regained their composure. Wu Feng had already advanced over 50 meters ahead of them. What? How could this be? Once they processed the situation, they were filled with deep regret for not keeping pace with Wu Feng, yet he was now but a distant figure. Truly impressive, the woman's tone had shifted. The path, resembling a game board, stretched on for what felt like an eternity. After 5 minutes, Wu Feng finally emerged from the chessboard-like area, arriving before the temple. Chapter 93. Side Quest. The temple's stones showed signs of significant wear, and the gilded plaque at the entrance had lost some of its luster, revealing a dark, brownish hue beneath. The 3 characters Gui Yuan Si were inscribed in a crooked manner. The large red door stood ajar, revealing a tall incense burner within, from which tendrils of bluish smoke rose languidly, trembling as if they might dissipate at any moment. It was evident that this temple had fallen into disrepair. The incense offerings had dwindled, and the structure was in decline, making it difficult to imagine anyone still residing here. A sudden doubt crept into Wu Feng's mind. Was his task nearing completion? A benefactor, this is not a place for you. Please, follow this path and descend the mountain, came an elderly voice from within the temple. Wu Feng, mindful of propriety, first bowed towards the temple before producing the ancient jade Buddha. In a resonant voice, he proclaimed. Alas! Master Zhubei let out a sigh, and suddenly, the jade Buddha soared from Wu Feng's grasp, vanishing upon entering the temple. Fortunately, after a few more sighs, Master Zhubei permitted Wu Feng to enter, signifying that the moment had arrived. You have successfully completed the side quest. Greetings from Juan. You have received 2 golden papers of blessing, sacred sheets imbued with the power of the master, possessing a certain Buddhist will that can automatically deflect a spell-based attack once. Wu Feng carefully tucked away the 4 shimmering sheets of gold. They were indeed a formidable weapon against Chu Renmei. Your standing with the Buddhist forces in this world has increased by 200 points, now rendering you neutral. In this realm, you may undertake related tasks to enhance mutual relations, and you can utilize relationship points to acquire pertinent items. Wu Feng silently bowed to the elderly man seated with his back turned in the hall. Upon noticing an empty donation box beside the old man, he approached it. and a shimmering light curtain appeared. Wu Feng gently tapped the screen. Enlightened gold paper, 100 relationship points. A set of broken prayer beads. Once worn by a young disciple of Buddhism, now damaged, yet collectively imbued with a measure of spiritual essence, capable of inflicting tenfold psychic damage upon supernatural entities. Relationship points, 200. As Wu Feng continued to turn the pages downward, he discovered a plethora of useful items. However, each was marked as currently unavailable, evidently only redeemable at other temples. Yet, when he reached nearly the final page, his eyes became fixated. To his astonishment, it was the ancient jade Buddha. At this moment, its seal had been lifted, but upon seeing the required relationship points, Wu Feng could not help but let out a string of expletives. This item demanded a staggering 3,000 relationship points. Where on earth could he procure such a sum? Just as Wu Feng's desire intensified, Master Zhubiai rose, turned to glance at him, and led him out through the back door of the temple. It was then that Wu Feng realized the temple was perched atop a mountain. In front lay the narrow path he had traversed earlier, while behind him, a lush forest sprawled out, and further back, the undulating mountain ranges stretched into the distance. As he gazed into the horizon, an inexplicable sensation enveloped him, obscuring his view. "Young man," Master Zhubiai began, "I have resided here for many years, not only for the purpose of diligent cultivation, but also to suppress some vengeful spirits and malevolent entities in the valley below. You may not be aware, but there exists a village at the foot of the mountain, named Huangshan Village. If the troubles here remain unresolved, I cannot descend in peace. I wonder if you might assist me in addressing some of these predicaments." As Wu Feng gazed ahead at the woods, a shiver coursed through him. Huangshan Village, wasn't that the very place where Chu Renmei had met her tragic end? The village's officials, in collusion with an accomplice, had brutally beaten Chu Renmei to death. In a vengeful fury, her restless spirit had claimed the lives of 66 villagers within 3 days. It turned out that Wuling Mountain lay just behind Huangshan Village. Explaining the desolation, even the driver was reluctant to venture here. If one lacks the ability, it is wiser to refrain from courting death. A robust man clad in gray stood at the forefront, his features sharp and striking. Beside him, a provocatively dressed young woman wore a cold smile, while 2 other men flanked them. One of them hunched slightly, his hands concealed within the loose sleeves of his attire, his gaunt face bearing a somber expression. The other man, with an unremarkable appearance and a pallid complexion, stared intently at Wu Feng, yet displayed no further action or emotion. Were these individuals also descended from the mountain? They had arrived with remarkable swiftness. Wu Feng subtly furrowed his brow, meticulously scrutinizing the individuals before him while gradually retreating. His steps trembling slightly, and a fearful expression etched upon his face. Witnessing his timid demeanor, the group regarded him with even greater disdain. "Humph." The burly man clad in gray curled his lips into a sneer, making a throat-cutting gesture at Wu Feng before departing. As Wu Feng approached Master Zhubiai after the departure of the 4 individuals, Zhubiai gestured toward the direction they had taken and remarked, "Today, you are the second person to seek my counsel. They represent the 3rd wave. It seems the vengeful spirit of Chu Renmei has indeed returned to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Very well, the 4 individuals have vowed to eliminate Chu Renmei. I shall provide you with 2 additional sheets of consecrated gold paper. You may proceed together. Task reward, increase of 500 points in relationship with the Buddhist faction of this world. Therefore, the elimination of the female ghost Chu Renmei is imperative. This task, albeit modest in reward, must be accepted." Chapter 94. The Horsefront Scout. After bidding farewell to Master Zhubiai, Wu Feng exited Guiyuan Temple through the front gate. Before his departure, he cautiously surveyed the area outside the mountain gate, wary of the potential ambush by the 4 individuals from earlier. After all, the atmosphere was charged with impending violence, where the rewards for taking a life were substantial. Once he ascertained that the coast was clear, Wu Feng raised his hand to check the time. Realizing that he had exceeded his anticipated schedule, with less than an hour remaining until his rendezvous with Daozi, Wu Feng made a call to summon the driver, hastening his pace simultaneously. As dusk approached, the surroundings gradually dimmed, with the woods casting eerie shadows that evoked a sense of trepidation. Without the protective presence of the Jade Buddha, that unsettling feeling began to resurface. As he descended the mountain, he encountered the 2 individuals who had previously mocked him for his naivety. However, upon seeing Wu Feng, they chose to remain silent and courteous, paying them no mind. Wu Feng continued on his way. Those fellows were not to be underestimated. The driver arrived promptly. Wu Feng leaned back against the seat, his eyes closed, and his right hand pressed against his brow, yet his mind was flooded with images of the few individuals encountered moments ago in the temple. The woman adorned in flamboyant attire, despite her brazen words, bore a subtle resemblance to the violet figure from earlier, serving as the nucleus of their small ensemble. The burly man standing before the trio exuded an aura of immense strength, evident from his explosive musculature and towering stature. In stark contrast, the diminutive man with hands tucked within his sleeves likely possessed the agility akin to a blade. Finally, there was the inscrutable man whose depths were unfathomable, gazing into his eyes. Wu Feng felt as though he were being scrutinized. Perhaps this individual was the linchpin ensuring that the others remained unscathed from the onslaught of illusions. Their survival against the enchanting phantasm created by Chu Renmei was itself a testament to their inherent abilities. Wu Feng would not be so arrogant as to consider himself invincible. On the contrary, he is acutely aware that remaining concealed in the shadows allows one to deliver a fatal blow to adversaries when the moment is opportune. In the woods behind the mountain, a few individuals had just slain a wandering specter. They stood in silence, instinctively forming a triangle around the woman at the center. After a prolonged moment, the woman opened her eyes, her previous disdainful demeanor replaced by a serious tone. That fellow is quite vigilant. He left the mountain front directly and with remarkable speed. Venus, should we eliminate him? We still have time to pursue. The burly, blonde-haired man spoke coldly. Venus, clad in revealing and provocative attire, furrowed her brows and shook her head in disapproval. The blonde man grunted, offering no objection, while a pallid, slender man, whose hand resembled mere bone, withdrew his hand from his sleeve. He possesses a red glow atop his head. He is also a man who has taken lives, he murmured. What of it? Who among us has not killed more than he? The burly blonde man sneered. In any case, it is wise to exercise caution, the alluring Venus interjected. Summing up the discussion, the trio ceased their argument, reflecting the influence this captivating woman wielded within their group. In just a few minutes, Wu Feng silently filtered through numerous thoughts in his mind before his gaze regained clarity. Observing Wu Feng pay double the fare, the driver repeatedly expressed gratitude. Though brief, the warmth was familiar and comforting. He returned to the bar where they had agreed to meet that morning. The drink before knife remained barely touched, indicating he had been waiting for a while. His demeanor was as usual, yet there was a hint of vigilance in his typically indifferent eyes. Upon seeing Wu Feng arrive with a familiar smile, the tension in his body involuntarily eased. Wu Feng called for a drink and downed it in one gulp. The two adjusted their breathing, neither speaking first. After a while, Wu Feng smiled and snapped his fingers, and 2 sheets of shimmering gold paper appeared in his hand. Wu Feng solemnly placed them in the hands of Knife. With a composed demeanor, Knife tucked it away. Gentlemen, this is my companion, Wu Feng. Remarkably, Knife has found and brought these 2 individuals here. Do you truly believe in ghosts? Amin inquired with a hint of caution. Wu Feng poured him a glass of wine and replied with a smile, certainly, we not only believe but have witnessed them firsthand. You claim to possess the ability to seal that female ghost. What evidence do you have? F.A. Mao, displaying a more rational demeanor, fixed his piercing gaze upon Knife. Have you ever contemplated why others are not haunted by spirits, yet you and your friends are? Wu Feng gazed into Aming's eyes, while Aming nervously fidgeted with his fingers. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. It must be the oil from a corpse. The other day, we engaged in necromancy and utilized the oil from a deceased body to light the lamp. Wu Feng shook his head expressionlessly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the 2 before him. Wrong, it's water. The 2 were taken aback. Wu Feng smiled faintly. He was already well acquainted with these matters, and now they were within his grasp. Indeed, it is water. Do you know who that female ghost is? Both shook their heads in unison. Her name is Chu Renmei, a woman wrongfully executed 66 years ago. Her remains were interred in a forest, but that forest has since been transformed into a broadcasting station. Her bones have tumbled into the river, and thus anyone who drinks from that river will be haunted by Chu Renmei. Aming and F.A. Mao widened their eyes in astonishment. Therefore, we must seal the ghost's remains, which is why we sought you out. Chapter 95. The Troublemaker. What can I do? Aming asked. Do you not possess the ability of yin-yang vision? If the ghost appears, you must alert me, so we can confront her. Aming and F.A. Mao felt a twinge of doubt, yet in this moment, there was no one else to assist them. Thus, Wu Feng's presence offered them a much-needed boost of courage. Why are you silent? Have you encountered trouble? In Wu Feng's discerning gaze, he immediately discerned the subtle differences in the Knife's status. Although he sat with an air of composure, he remained perpetually poised, ready to spring into action at any moment. It was not a grave concern. Someone was following him, yet they were not inside. The knife shook his head, speaking in a tone of casual indifference. Wu Feng smiled knowingly. This individual, even when faced with dire predicaments, would not readily divulge his troubles. While traversing alone, I was ambushed by Chu Renmei's dual illusions, sustaining minor injuries. I located the dwelling where Ming and his companions engaged in spiritual practices, and fortuitously, Ming was also investigating inside. Upon my exit, I became the focus of 3 factions and clashed with one, incurring further minor wounds. The majority of their prowess resembled that of the assassins from the previous world. Yet there were formidable opponents among them, though they refrained from confronting me. Daozi recounted matter-of-factly, omitting superfluous embellishments. In total, 5 individuals engaged me. 1 possessed immense strength. Another was physically robust, 2 were of a mental prowess, and the last was inscrutable. Daozi elaborated. These so-called types refer to the attributes upon which each individual has chosen to focus. After traversing a world, one's characteristics, vocation, temperament, and experiences largely dictate their developmental trajectory. Much like the martial experts in literature, one can discern an opponent's affiliation and master based on their attire and combat techniques. However, in the case of someone like Wu Feng, who began with formidable capabilities and experienced several fortuitous events upon entering this realm, leading to a balanced enhancement of his attributes, conventional reasoning does not apply. Even now, Daozi hesitated to categorize Wu Feng definitively or predict the trajectory of his development. If I disregarded all else, I could eliminate 2 individuals, yet I deemed it premature to resort to murder at this juncture. I remained uncertain of how many others were observing, making it ill-advised to assert dominance. It seems that the worlds they have traversed are far from simple. Wu Feng rapped his fingers on the table, his squinted eyes revealing a narrow sliver of expression. At this moment, he found himself somewhat admiring Knife. It was no small feat for this man to escort Ming away under the watchful gaze of 3 parties. Ever since the last encounter with the world, when Knife selflessly stepped in to confront Frank, Wu Feng harbored no doubts about him. However, Knife often presented a demeanor of indifference, and Wu Feng was not particularly loquacious either. Their meetings were invariably fraught with perilous missions, leaving little room for meaningful conversation. In truth, Knife yearned to engage Wu Feng in dialogue, yet he found himself at a loss for words, sensing that the moment was not yet ripe. Wu Feng remarked, and Knife nodded in agreement. Yet, this could prove advantageous. With so many formidable individuals present, Chu Renmei's attention would be significantly diverted. Consequently, our chances of sealing her will be greatly enhanced. In due time, we shall see who can stir the waters most tumultuously. A glimmer of light flickered in Wu Feng's eyes. Knife merely listened, refraining from voicing an opinion, and Wu Feng had grown accustomed to such one-sided discourse. Having spoken, he rose and made his way toward the door. As he approached the entrance, Knife suddenly paused, murmuring softly as if sensing the presence of an unseen observer. Wu Feng's ears twitched slightly as he moved behind the figure known as Daozi. Upon reaching the doorway, he respectfully opened the door for Daozi, then lowered his head slightly to follow behind. At the end of the street, a black Audi awaited them. By following this timid fellow, we have indeed landed a big fish, a cold and rugged voice echoed, unmistakably belonging to the burly man with yellow hair whom Wu Feng had encountered at Guiyuan Temple. Rocks, if handled well, can yield a small fish; if mishandled, they become a shark. The speaker, a man with a somber expression, shared the same nimble disposition and could discern from Daozi's movements that this individual was exceedingly perilous. Engage in the life and death struggle as you wish. Having barely escaped the world of Warcraft, I am not keen on meeting my demise so soon. One man remarked sardonically as he gazed into the mirror. Reflected was a face pale and emaciated, plain in appearance, with a slender, fair hand delicately adjusting his bangs. Debo, your words remain as repugnant as ever. Venus shot him a disdainful glance. Yet, considering the current situation, she acknowledged the necessity of having this adept in mental prowess around. And her expression returned to normal. That man is undoubtedly formidable, a tough nut to crack. However, he does not pose a threat to the 4 of us. The real peril in this world still lies with that fellow named Claude we encountered earlier. Moreover, there are several other competent teams. As for this lad, he can be dealt with later. Is that the individual we met at the temple today? He doesn't quite fit the description, Rock remarked, before Venus could respond. Debo burst into laughter. His demeanor is no different from that of a novice entering the space for the first time, submissive and eager to serve the strong. Just based on that, he poses no threat. Debo, then you shall handle this fellow when the time comes? Venus inquired quietly. Debo shrugged. The weaker the individual, the less reward they offer. I need to divide the spoils further. Venus sighed in resignation. She merely intended to caution Debo against excessive arrogance, as she held little regard for Fong. The thought of his timid demeanor made her want to laugh. For someone like him, merely surviving the first world was a stroke of luck. However, recalling the cold man beside him made it seem entirely reasonable. It is the nature of the weak to cling to the strong for survival. Chapter 96. The Ambushed Churinmai's Illusionary Attack. Quickly, concentrate your mental energy on Debo. Upon witnessing the situation, the others immediately synchronized their actions with Debo. Beams of light transferred from the three individuals to Debo, whose complexion grew increasingly rosy, while the others suddenly turned pale. After a prolonged silence, Debo exhaled deeply and remarked, Churinmai's power has indeed grown stronger. If we continue this way, she may become undetectable. Venus's expression turned grave, prompting her to insist, thus, we must hasten our actions. Let us ensure her burial by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Wu Feng and his companion had already boarded a taxi heading to the 10,000 Buddha temple. Although they possessed gold paper, they preferred to conserve it, for it served as their trump card, meant to be employed at a critical juncture for maximum effect. Moreover, even someone as Navi as Churinmai would never resort to transforming within the 10,000 Buddha temple to commit murder. Why show weakness? The blade inquired, breaking the unprecedented silence. Wu Feng spread his hands and remarked, however, bringing me into the spotlight may not yield the desired effect. When we truly engage, your secrets will inevitably be revealed. The blade calmly assessed. The more they underestimate us, the greater our advantage becomes. Your strength has already been significantly unveiled today, while I remain shrouded in the shadows. Wu Feng let out a hearty laugh. The driver in front, unable to comprehend the conversation between the two individuals behind him, mumbled in exasperation, insane. However, it was you who noticed the prying eyes. Wu Feng's laughter subsided as he adopted a serious demeanor. Knife furrowed his brow. Wu Feng nodded. Having traversed a world filled with trials, it was evident that while a fortunate few managed to survive against the odds, the majority persevered through their own capabilities. The emergence of such peculiar skills was not entirely surprising. The fact that they refrained from attacking indicated that these individuals lacked the confidence to seize us without incurring losses. There was no need for undue anxiety. Wu Feng gazed at the buildings retreating on either side, narrowing his eyes as he muttered, however, these individuals have indeed reminded me. Lost in thought, he reflected on his attributes. The power value of Knife was not particularly high, merely 2 points above that of an ordinary individual, standing at 12. His agility reached 18, and his constitution was 11, yet his mental fortitude was markedly superior, achieving a remarkable score of 16. Upon completing his previous world, he had obtained a skill book of grade B, titled Shadow's Sting. Shadow's Sting level, 1 grade. B active skill. Upon activation, enter a state of obscurity, rendering your silhouette indistinct. Movement speed is augmented by 10, and there exists a 10 chance that an enemy's attack will miss. This state lasts for 20 seconds. However, should you strike an enemy during this time, the effect dissipates, and your first attack will deal an additional 30 damage. The skill consumes 30 points of magic and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. In addition to these abilities, Knife could now showcase his intrinsic skills. Ancient Acupuncture Technique level, 2 grade. D- active skill. Restores 15 health points to the target and randomly removes 1 negative status effect. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Note: this skill cannot be learned through a skill book. It is a unique ability inherent to the character, capable of advancement. Furthermore, they were both aware of the equipment, blood or boots, in the respirator. Upon Wu Feng revealing his personal attributes and skill set, even someone as composed as Knife could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, clearly inclined to describe Wu Feng with the term abnormal. This was a testament to their mutual trust. Had it been anyone else, they might have harbored feelings of discontent, questioning why fortune favored this individual within the same team. Yet Knife understood that these accomplishments were genuinely earned through Wu Feng's intellect, sweat, and even blood. The following morning, Wu Feng and Knife awaited the arrival of Ming. After a while, Ming, his eyes bloodshot and hair disheveled, finally arrived, his complexion appearing rather haggard. The bizarre deaths of his companions had taken a significant toll on him, leaving his spirit increasingly diminished. The group lacked the enthusiasm for idle chatter and promptly set off in search of clues. Wu Feng had already discerned the location of Huangshan village. If they followed the trail, locating the water pool where Chun Yomei's remains lay would not pose much difficulty. However, he remained resolute in leading Ming and others to seek out Qin Yomei's nephew, Chang Bo, in accordance with the narrative's progression, unless absolutely necessary. Wu Feng was reluctant to alter the storyline, wary of introducing further uncertainties. The individual they sought was named Chang Bo, the nephew of the female ghost. Now an elderly man with nearly 100 years of life behind him. If my conjecture is not mistaken, Wu Feng and his companion quietly pondered behind Amin, generally refraining from uttering a word. Amin knocked on the door of Uncle Chang's house. After a moment, the feeble Uncle Chang opened the door a crack. Initially warm and welcoming, his demeanor shifted drastically upon hearing the name Chu Renmei, and he promptly slammed the door shut. Amin pounded on the door with fervor. Yet Uncle Chang remained unresponsive. In a moment of desperation, Amin cried out in anguish, "Uncle Chang, I have already lost 3 friends. I cannot bear to lose them any longer. My girlfriend, my brothers, they were all victims of Chu Renmei. I beg you, please help me." Leaning against the door, Uncle Chang sighed heavily, tears welling in his eyes. "Mei, so many years have passed. Why can you not let them rest?" Amin knocked a few more times, but the door remained unyielding. Just as despair began to overtake him, Uncle Chang, his eyes glistening with tears, opened the door. "Come in," he said. Simultaneously, Wu Feng and Uzi felt a chilling sensation, their pupils contracting as an acute sense of danger sent shivers coursing through Wu Feng's body. Both instinctively recoiled, swiftly seeking cover. Indeed, an ambush was afoot, that feeling, so familiar. Wu Feng widened his eyes, drawing a sharp breath. It was the unmistakable sensation of being targeted by a sniper's rifle. Daozi coldly assessed the situation in his mind. "As planned, we move." Wu Feng uttered a word, and the two of them sprinted with all their might, disregarding everything else, swiftly merging into the crowd within mere seconds. Chapter 97, A Gathering of Masters. On the opposite side of the street, 100 meters away, 2 brown-haired men coldly fixed their gaze upon the direction of their escape. A tall, brown-haired man, chewing gum, spoke in a low voice. "How perceptive he is. I merely aimed from afar, yet he could sense it." At that moment, he was crouched in a shooting position, a dark sniper rifle revealing its menacing barrel. How could he evade us if he were not alert? Yet, the fellow beside him does not seem too feeble either. The other man, of average build but somewhat balding, remarked, "Damn it, Rick, could you refrain from chewing that coffee-flavored gum? The scent nauseates me." Michaud, if you were to sample this brand of gum, I assure you would fall in love with it. Alas, it can only be purchased in the space. There are no convenience stores left in the real world. Today, that fellow has indeed been fortunate. Otherwise, he would have remained here. Rick replied, "Well, it is preferable to avoid combat. Otherwise, it would be just the 2 of us, and if we falter, summoning Falk and the others for support could prove troublesome." Michaud said, taking the lead as they headed toward Strong Bow's residence. "How could we falter?" "You are far too cautious, Michaud." Boom. Rick grinned, kicked open the already dilapidated wooden door of Strong Bow's house, and upon entering, brandished a handgun at the astonished Amin's head, exclaiming, "You have been requisitioned. Come with me." Meanwhile, Wu Feng and Knife had already escaped and boarded a taxi. Since they prefer to lie in wait, let us deliver the rabbit to them. After all, with Amin and Fa Mao alive, there are rewards for everyone. Wu Feng remarked. The blade wiped the edge of the scalpel, momentarily quelling the murderous intent. Wu Feng smiled faintly. Daozi had exerted himself fiercely to bring Ming and the others here yesterday, yet at this moment, he was compelled to allow others to reap the rewards. And though unspoken, a sense of discontent lingered within him. 3 hours later, Wu Feng and his companion stood beside a construction site where the foundation was being laid. Dust and debris swirled in the air under the force of the wind. Wu Feng stood in silence, allowing the breeze to whip against his face. Almost there, he murmured to himself, while Daozi instinctively tightened his grip on the knife he held. Despite their confidence in their own abilities, the prospect of facing several equally formidable teams made them somewhat apprehensive. Amidst the lush greenery, a stream meandered through the woods, walking downstream for a few dozen meters. The view suddenly brightened, accompanied by the cacophony of a pumping machine. Even with his mental preparations, Wu Feng could not help but narrow his eyes upon seeing the group of people gathered by the stream. Nearly 20 individuals had formed clusters on either side of the water, roughly divided into 5 teams. One trio stood at the highest vantage point, their expressions haughty and aloof. These were 3 men with golden hair, fixated intently on the water being pumped, seemingly oblivious to those around them. The other teams occupied their chosen positions, watching the dwindling water levels while keeping a vigilant eye on one another. Here, Wu Feng also spotted the quartet he had encountered at Guyuan Temple. They stood there with an air of cold detachment, a tall and robust man subtly positioned in front, shielding the 3 behind him. When the woman named Venus caught Wu Feng's gaze, she raised an eyebrow and offered a slight smile. More newcomers, she thought. How amusing. Only 2 of them. Are they here to meet their demise? A man clad in a tight-fitting tank top licked his crimson lips and shot a cold grin at Wu Feng and his companion, drawing the attention of the others to the sudden appearance of the 2. Wu Feng's conjecture is largely accurate. These individuals have sequentially identified this waterhole as the ultimate clue. Although their order of arrival differs, the trio even summoned a pump, intent on draining the waterhole entirely. With so many people gathered, friction was inevitable. However, after a series of skirmishes, as the number of participants continued to grow, the distinguished individuals within this space reached an unspoken understanding, focusing their efforts on confronting the world boss, Chu Renmei. The current equilibrium is precarious, susceptible to disruption at any moment. As newcomers, Wu Feng and his companion could potentially become the force that upends this delicate balance, prompting the others to seek their stance. Wu Feng and Daozi casually sought a secluded spot. Daozi maintained his characteristic expressionless demeanor, oblivious to the animosity directed towards him, while Wu Feng, seemingly filled with trepidation, cast his gaze downward at the water surface, as if reluctant to meet anyone's eyes. Daozi, someone remarked, I hope that when I slice you into pieces later, you will still speak with the same coldness as you do now. The speaker was a young Asian man, clearly displeased with Daozi. However, Daozi merely glanced at him before nonchalantly adjusting the surgical knife in his hand. From another group, a woman with a grim expression stepped forward. Her voice icy as she said, You truly believe yourself invincible just because you managed to escape yesterday? Do you dare to come here alone to seek your demise? This time, Daozi did not even deign to acknowledge her presence. Claude, it seems there are rather too many people here. Watching these flies buzzing around is utterly unbearable. There's an old saying in the East, when we partake in a feast, we ought to offer others some soup, isn't that so? This was uttered by a trio who had positioned themselves strategically, their banter loud enough to be heard without any attempt at discretion. Upon hearing this, the previously vocal team showed visible displeasure, yet remarkably, they merely huffed in response, casting a lingering glance at Daozi before falling silent. It appeared that the group led by the individual named Claude commanded a level of respect that put the others on edge. Wu Feng cautiously observed the individual who had just spoken. Clearly, their strength surpassed that of the others present. Having witnessed only a few combatants in action, he felt a sense of uncertainty. Fortunately, there appeared to be a temporary absence of hostility among the group. Chapter 98. The Outbreak of Chaos. Come on, hurry up. Once today's task is accomplished, your short-lived friends won't have to meet their demise any longer. What is there for you to be displeased about? At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed in everyone's ears as 2 men approached, laughing heartily from a distance. As they drew nearer, Wu Feng noticed a sudden shift in knife estimator. To his astonishment, he saw Ming, Fa Mao, and Chang Bo bound together, with a burly man behind them, laughing maniacally while pushing and occasionally striking them, seemingly reveling in their predicament. Ah, so you have captured these few individuals. Humph, Knife, I had thought you to be a formidable character. The speaker was the woman who had previously worn a grim expression. Now, she cast a pointed glance at Knife, her words laced with sarcasm. The rationale was simple. The main quest had indicated that protecting a narrative character from death would yield a reward of 1,000 points. Wu Feng believed that the survival of these individuals was directly linked to him. Even if they ultimately fell into the hands of others, he felt entitled to a reward. Thus, he did not lament their capture too greatly. Merely a coincidence, haha. The tall man, Rick, stepped forward, shoving the previously boisterous man aside. He surveyed the grim-faced crowd of tough individuals before him, feeling somewhat exasperated. At that moment, he cast a complex glance at Knife. This lad might have intentionally allowed this to happen. No wonder he had fled so swiftly, such deep scheming. However, since Rick and his companions dared to approach, they likely had a plan. We'll give you one of your own. How you choose to divide is up to you, Rick said with evident reluctance. It was important to note that if these narrative characters remained under their protection and survived, the rewards would be substantial. Moreover, after enduring a world of trials, they understood that these factors would contribute to their evaluation upon completion. Yet, due to the pressing circumstances, they reluctantly had to part with one of their own. You're quite clever, shifting the burden onto us. Unfortunately, none of us here are fools. Do you believe this will distract us? I suggest you hand over the individuals instead. It would be wiser for all to supervise together, interjected Venus, a woman clad provocatively, her figure resembling that of a goddess. Her remarks instantly garnered the approval of other teams. This individual had previously provoked Wu Feng within the confines of Guiyuan Temple, and now her words were as sharp as ever. Rick's displeasure was palpable, his expression darkening immediately. Venus, that's rather unfair. If you possess the capability, why not try tracking down Knife for a day? These three are hard-won prizes for us. Don't think that just because you're a woman, you can speak recklessly. My gun will not hesitate to fire regardless. You. Rick's words were laced with a hint of menace, and Venus was equally furious. The atmosphere among the group had grown increasingly tense. At this moment, any skirmish could potentially ignite a full-blown melee. While Chu-Reme might have considered targeting the defenseless, the others were already gathering around her remains, preparing to seal her, leaving no room for anyone else to impose their will. Wu Feng harbored such thoughts, remaining ever vigilant against potential assaults from vengeful spirits. The golden-haired man perched at the highest point possessed a pair of peculiar eyes, one red, the other blue, enhancing the eerie allure of his strikingly handsome visage. Observing the chaos unfolding, he shook his head in disapproval. Have you all thought this through? If you engage now, who will have the stamina to contend with the illusions? At that point, it will not be the sealing of vengeful spirits, but rather a massacre of us by them, he stated coldly. With his words, the group's heartbeats gradually steadied. They were merely awaiting the water to recede in the ceiling of Chu-Reme, after which it would be their time to exhibit their powers. The pool of water was already diminutive, having dwindled to below a meter, allowing those with keen eyesight to almost discern the sand and stones at the bottom. A startled voice pierced the air. Is that the corpse? Many turned to gaze in that direction. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated, akin to something shattering violently. A diminutive man was hurled backward, shrieking in agony. He was a member of the team belonging to the woman who had previously mocked the Knife. He had been shot. The sight of his body being flung through the air was visceral to Wu Feng, as his right shoulder exploded in a gruesome display. The woman, whose countenance had been dark, cried out with venom, "Rick, have you lost your mind? Do you truly dare to act?" Yet, as she spoke, she vanished into the nearby thicket, with her teammates swiftly finding cover. Their reactions were remarkably swift. Meanwhile, the tall Rick, captain of the team that had kidnapped Ming and the others, seemed to have prepared for this moment, advancing as his team members opened fire. The man who had previously laughed maniacally while tormenting Ming now charged from the stream side of the pool, his large frame surprisingly quick. However, just as he was about to leap to the opposite bank, another figure moved. Rocky, a powerhouse from Venus's team, suddenly materialized from the side, confronting him like a colossal beast. Meanwhile, the somewhat effeminate Debois from Venus's team wore an oddly gleeful expression. A glint flashed in his eyes as the previously cackling man lost his balance, clutching his head and shrieking, only to be seized by Rocky, who was impressively strong. Likely a brute even before entering this world, he firmly gripped the throat of a man weighing no less than himself, overpowering his opponent through sheer strength. Rick, the marksman and leader of the five-man squad, wore a grave expression, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets from his handgun towards Rocky. These dozen or so bullets, if they found their mark, would surely reduce a person to a mere sieve. With a hearty laugh, the rock suddenly manifested a dark luminescent shield upon its surface, enveloping it in a profound darkness reminiscent of the earth itself. Not only that, in the distance, Debois stretched out his hands, and the rock's exterior shone once more, its muscles suddenly standing tall and proud. A blood-like hue enveloped its already formidable physique, glistening with an oily sheen. Within mere seconds, the shield shattered with a resounding crash, as several bullets struck the rock's back. However, at that moment, the rock held in its grasp the lifeless body of Rick's teammate. Chapter 99. Yet another illusion. These individuals are astonishingly formidable. At this juncture, Rick's team and Venus's team were locked in direct confrontation. Yet Rick's team could not focus all their energy on this engagement, for the team led by the submerged woman they initially attacked had since concealed themselves, undoubtedly poised to deliver a fatal blow when they were most vulnerable. At this moment, the situation shifted again. All teams, except for Wu Feng's Knife, had joined the fray. The scene descended into chaos. Suddenly, Wu Feng felt a flash of golden light, as if something within his mind had shattered. A piercing scream echoed in his ears, and then his vision cleared, revealing that he had inexplicably found himself on the opposite bank of the pond. How did I end up here? This is terrible. I have been ensnared. Wu Feng instantly comprehended the situation. It was an illusion. Chu-Reme had, unbeknownst to anyone, unleashed the mirage. Everyone present, just like him, believed that other teams were engaged in battle while they were merely spectators, completely unaware that all teams had succumbed to the illusion. and in such a direct manner orchestrated by another. As she advanced, the surrounding flora began to wither and perish, her eyes devoid of whites, her body moving at a bizarre angle. At that moment, flames suddenly ignited upon the members of the Venus team, causing 4 of them to halt their actions, the look of bewilderment in their eyes dissipating. The blond man, Claude, exhibited a dual hue of red and blue emanating from his eyes, the radiance slicing through the air like lightning, enveloping his 2 teammates, who instantly ceased their movements, their gazes regaining clarity. Within mere seconds, the 3 teams had extricated themselves from the illusion. Meanwhile, those still ensnared seemed oblivious to their escape, turning to attack others in the same plight, resulting in half of them perishing due to fratricidal conflict. At this juncture, Claude cast a deep gaze at Wu Feng, a hint of perplexity flickering in his azure pupils. What are you still hesitating for? By the time Chu Ranmei has eliminated this group, she will unleash the illusion once more, and none of you will withstand it. Just then, a resonant voice echoed through the air, and looking up at the sky, several rays of golden Buddhist light shimmered. Chu Ranmei, submerged in the water, emitted a piercing scream. Wu Feng's lips curled into a knowing smirk, revealing his anticipation. It was that rascal Yuncheng. He emerged with the gravitas of a celestial being, his expression stern as he charged forward. Observing Wu Feng and the others remaining unmoved, Yuncheng directly hurled a resplendent golden bead towards Chu Ranmei, simultaneously shouting, "I alone dare to act. What are you all still wary of? The last time we reached this point, everyone just stood by, and as a result, we all perished here." In an instant, Wu Feng made his decision. It was no longer a time for restraint. If they hesitated any longer, they risked total annihilation. He recalled that during their last encounter with the deep-sea behemoth, they had failed to inflict even 10 of its total health, resulting in their inability to claim the reward chest. Thus, it was imperative to attack now. The knife brandished his blade, charging forth like a tempest. Wu Feng glanced at the other 2 teams, who were still hesitating, and without uttering a word, he joined the fray. Venus and Claude exchanged looks with their respective teammates, silently agreeing to enter the battle together. The blonde-haired Claude appeared to be a master of mental prowess, his eyes shifting in color as if he were employing some arcane ocular technique, causing Chu Ranmei's movements to slow significantly. Claude's 2 companions included a middle-aged man with a fiery red beard, whose booming voice crackled with silver sparks, creating a dazzling spectacle. Each time he shouted, the dark aura surrounding Chu Ranmei dimmed, and her actions became noticeably sluggish. The other teammate produced an ancient bow, its arrowhead glowing as if engulfed in flames, hurtling toward Chu Ranmei's heart with overwhelming force. Their combined assault managed to whittle down her health bar slightly, such was their might. The rock-like figure bellowed, shielding the stooped assassin named Ming from certain attacks. Ming wielded a dagger as dark as a specter, darting around Chu Ranmei like a nimble monkey, inflicting damage comparable to that of the knife. Each time knife retreated after landing a blow, Ming would smirk, confident that such timid and inconsistent attackers would ultimately be eliminated by the team. However, only the melee fighters like Wu Feng could truly sense the palpable threat emanating from Chu Ranmei with each spell she cast. Wu Feng barely dodged a dark tendril that grazed him, leaving him feeling paralyzed as he lost 70 health points in an instant. This was a grim warning. Should Chu Ranmei land a critical strike, he could be felled in 2 swift blows. Observing this, Knife immediately cast a healing spell, and the warm sensation returned, dispelling Wu Feng's paralysis. From a distance, Claude and Venus exchanged wary glances, both sensing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, 2/3 of the team trapped in the illusion had perished. Wu Feng and his companions remained largely unaffected, but concern etched itself on Yuncheng's face. If they could not swiftly eliminate her, they would all face dire consequences. Chapter 100. The unveiling of the dagger yet, as expected of a world boss. When Ming plunged his dagger into her heart, she let out a piercing wail that echoed into the heavens. Wu Feng felt a surge of dread and instinctively pulled back, dragging Knife with him. A wave of gray energy erupted, and the 5 closest to the vengeful spirit instantaneously lost approximately 30% of their health. At that moment, Ming was still basking in the pride of his own output capacity, when suddenly he was propelled backward, his fate uncertain. Wu Feng and Daozi were both severely injured, their minds clouded as if struck by a heavy hammer. These fools, can they not awaken on their own? Rick's damage output is truly formidable. If he were to be eliminated and his weapon seized, in an instant, the eyes of Claude and the others turned towards Rick with an intense fervor. This was indeed a scene of potential slaughter. Having slain so many, Rick must possess a significant bounty. Wu Feng silently mourned for him. It appeared that even if this fellow miraculously survived the illusion, death would still be inevitable. At this moment, the situation had reached a boiling point. Chu Renmei's health had dwindled to less than 1/10. Regardless of who it was, everyone had unleashed their full firepower. The collective assault on Chu Renmei had surpassed 10% of her health, meaning that all present were eligible for the reward for her demise. It was merely a matter of who would be fortunate enough to claim it. With disheveled hair and lifeless eyes, Chu Renmei's pallid sclera rolled erratically as dark energy swirled around her. Suddenly, she opened her mouth, nearly stretching it to a full 180 degrees. Once again, that move. Yunqing chanted incantations. As the remaining 4 gleaming Buddhist beads soared into the air, half protecting him, while the other half targeted Chu Renmei. Upon completing this maneuver, a confident smile graced his lips. As Chu Renmei executed her skill, all her defenses plummeted to 0. She was now at her wit's end. This strike of mine is certain to obliterate her. Who want Ian? You treacherous scoundrel, I shall annihilate you all. You and your allies have inflicted a total of 574 points of damage on Chu Renmei, exceeding 10% of her total health. You have vanquished the world boss, Chu Renmei. You have received the item Cursed Black Hair X2 and earned 500 reward points. Your relationship points with the Buddhist faction have increased by 354 points. You have completed the side quest, raising your relationship with the Buddhist faction by 500 points. Your current standing is 1,054,3,000. Friendly. Cursed Black Hair. The black hair shed by the vengeful spirit Chu Renmei post-battle. Imbued with the curse of those she has slain. Usage effect. Rapidly entangles the target's body, inflicting 30 points of damage while triggering a stun effect for 2 seconds. Usage condition. This item must be deployed on-site for 5 minutes before it can take effect. Exchangeable for 200 reward points. A voice echoed through the space. Venus's alluring tones resonated, her laughter enchanting. In the midst of her words, her teammate Ming had already charged forward. Meanwhile, the rock-like figure of Yin stood firmly before Venus, preventing any interference, while the mentalist Dibua's eyes sparkled with intensity, a faint blue thread darting towards Yunqing. Their movements were fluid and seamless, leaving no room for hesitation or reaction. It was abundantly clear that they demanded the box be surrendered immediately or face lethal consequences. The Venus team cannot afford to procrastinate. Otherwise, should other teams take action, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to claim a share of the spoils. Although Wu Feng was eager to witness the forthcoming spectacular battle, the duo was too easily perceived as targets. Regardless of their formidable strength, they were still susceptible to peril. Moreover, Wu Feng had other aspirations, particularly regarding a certain artifact within the Buddhist sect. The ancient Jade Buddha's connection to the Buddhist forces had already exceeded 1,000, and the prospect of reaching 2,000 for exchange was not too distant. Consequently, the pair swiftly retreated. Upon the demise of the vengeful spirit, those ensnared within the illusion gradually awakened. Wu Feng was fortunate to have encountered Yunqing beforehand, deducing the connection to the Buddhist forces in this world, which led him to acquire the protective artifact, the Enlightenment gold paper. Otherwise, he would surely have added one more victim to the slaughter he had just witnessed in the illusion. Chapter 101. The siege. The most unfortunate was the woman with a sorrowful countenance. The moment she regained consciousness, she found her life force dwindling to a mere 10 points. Beside her stood the sharpshooter, Rick. Although he was skilled with firearms, his close combat abilities were equally formidable. Seizing the opportunity before the woman could react, he struck with a knife hand and throttled her, mercilessly ending her life. Pursue. Venus commanded coldly, while Rock remained vigilant, scrutinizing Claude. The man before him stood with his arms crossed over his chest, calmly observing the imposing figure that obstructed his path. Rock, tense and wary, retreated step by step until he rejoined Venus and the others, disappearing into the woods. It is he. The monk-like fellow has secured the box. Eliminate him, shouted a balding man from Rick's team, his voice echoing with urgency as he charged forward. However, his apparent pursuit was merely a ruse to escape the battlefield. The remaining members of their teams exhibited a similar reaction, vocally expressing their intent to chase while scattering in all directions. Ultimately, only Claude remained, arms still crossed, flanked by his allies, Electric Hair and the archer Kildan. Let them go, Electric Hair remarked coldly. No rush, it has been a while since I indulged in a hunt. Now that the female specter is no longer a threat, it is the perfect time for some sport, Claude replied, his voice disturbingly calm. Though Knife remained silent, his tranquil gaze indicated his tacit agreement with Wu Feng's assertion. Subsequently, he revealed his own gains. First, the reward points, 500 for the kill of Chu Rinmei, and an additional 300 points for rescuing a pivotal plot character. Following that were the cursed black hairs X2, which were essentially akin to Wu Feng's own acquisitions. Wu Feng nodded, sighing, and remarked, "The knife rotates its blade. Speaking plainly, they are not invincible." Wu Feng smiled faintly, offering no denial. The world they had experienced must have been an immense one, where mutual demise was a constant threat. It was precisely for this reason that they were able to swiftly forge a team built on a foundation of trust. The mortality rate in such a world was likely exceedingly high. Thus, those who survived had greatly enhanced their abilities. Some even made strides in their primary attributes. For instance, the individual known as Rock, when he descended into this realm, I had no grand designs, as the benefits derived from scheming in a single boss mode world would be minimal. Engaging in side quests, however, with the presence of a captivating ally, I could not bring myself to harm her, for it would disturb my peace of mind. Any further aspirations seemed to lead only to bloodshed. After Wu Feng finished speaking, he paused for a moment, casting a glance at the silent knife. Memories of Dong Xian, whom Knife had once healed with his medical skills, surged in his mind, prompting a deep sigh. Attributes may be quantified. But can one truly regard life as mere data to be extinguished like a monstrous entity? The two were traversing the forest when, suddenly, a strong gasp echoed in their ears, and a tall figure emerged abruptly from the trees on the left side of the path. His bronzed skin, marked by streaks of blood, were testament to his arduous journey. Despite his staggering movements, his dignified countenance remained resolute and unyielding. It was Yun Qing. He had fled towards this Guiyuan temple as well. Upon noticing Wu Feng, he appeared momentarily startled, yet the pressing situation left him no time for words. Intentionally sidestepping the two, he regained his pace and surged toward the temple. However, this mere shift in stride provided ample opportunity for his pursuers to strategize. Suddenly, two figures materialized before Yuncheng. Venus and Dubois, who lacked a bit in agility, had also positioned themselves at another angle, forming a triangle around him. In total, 7 individuals encircled Yunqing, and whether intentional or not, Wu Feng and Knife found themselves within the confines of this very circle. Venus remarked, "This is quite the predicament, isn't it? We only agreed to assist in dispatching that monk, and now we have 2 additional targets. Shouldn't we reconsider the distribution?" She huffed disdainfully, fully aware that Michio was adjusting the terms in light of the changing circumstances. Yet, she had little choice but to acquiesce, for if this group were to withdraw, facing the unknown Knife and the resilient Yun Cheng would leave her with no guarantee of victory. As for that Feng, well, if he possessed any hidden strengths, they had already witnessed them when dealing with the vengeful spirit. He was, after all, merely an ordinary person. Chapter 102. In distress at that moment. The two engaged in a discreet exchange, with Venus wearing a concerned expression, while the bald man, Michio, smiled with satisfaction. The encirclement tightened further. Meanwhile, Wu Feng and Yunqing remained alert and ready. "To put it another way, I have brought you a grand gift," Yunqing stated with his characteristic solemnity. Yet this remark bore an air of jest in the present context. "Indeed, you hold us in high regard. In that case, I must make a counteroffer. You seem to have ties to the Buddhist forces of this world. If we save you, I require a transaction of 1,000 relationship points. Otherwise, the discussion is moot." Wu Feng pondered over a price. Yun Cheng was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his resolute visage, as he incredulously remarked, "We are but 2 peas in a pod. Do you truly believe you can extract anything from me? Or do you think that the 2 of you are capable of vanquishing them?" Wu Feng offered a faint smile, his gaze piercing like a blade fixed upon Yun Cheng. "We may not be able to slay these individuals, yet if they wish to depart, they shall not be permitted. In that moment, who do you suppose they will target first? I harbor no belief that you can escape." Yunqing, intently fixated on Wu Feng's eyes, glimpsed the deep-rooted confidence and fiery battle spirit emanating from him. Casting a glance at the advancing Rock and Michio, he gritted his teeth and decisively traded 500 points of Buddhist influence to Wu Feng. Following this, he swiftly signed an alliance contract with Wu Feng through spatial means. "I hope you will honor your promise," Yunqing articulated with deliberate clarity. "Then you must withstand the pressure and not perish here." "For we are not in a position to play the caretakers," Wu Feng retorted. Their brief exchange lasted only a few seconds, coinciding with the moment when Venus and Michio reached an agreement, leaving the others oblivious to the content of their conversation. Having settled the terms with Michio, Venus regarded the trio encircled within the confines as though they were already deceased. As for any notion of desperate resistance, she dismissed it entirely. To her, It was a matter of the fish perishing, with the net remaining unbroken. The half-dead monk, Yin Sheng, was left to contend with Ming and Rock. While on the other side, the blade was to be faced by myself and Di Bo, with Mi Xiu providing his formidable shield. No matter how powerful that blade might be, it would meet its demise here. And what of this phone? Venus mused, casting a charming smile at the ever-timid Wu Feng. Let the 3 members of Mi Xiu's team reap the spoils. I suspect his share will be minimal. Her voice carried an innate allure. Yet her words bore an undeniable authority. Upon issuing her commands, Ming, akin to a black serpent, swiftly appeared at Yun Cheng's side, with Rock following closely to launch a coordinated assault. Mi Xiu, grinning maliciously, charged towards the blade, a radiant flash illuminating his hand as a reddish-brown shield. Reminiscent of a medieval barrel lid, materialized upon his arm, adorned with simplistic engravings and faint crimson markings that ebbed and flowed across its surface. In the face of this sudden deadlock, Wu Feng remained composed, casting a sidelong glance at the blade before softly speaking. Wu Feng turned his gaze to the 3 men with brown hair who were approaching him with cold determination. He forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet, retreating rapidly. The knife-wielding figure observed Wu Feng's departure with a calm demeanor, silently grasping his scalpel, prepared to confront the impending adversaries. A coward fleeing from the battlefield. Do you truly believe you can escape? This Venus is quite cunning, reserving the least lucrative spoils for me, Michelle thought bitterly. As the trio entered the forest, Wu Feng, with his speed and experience in mountain terrain, could easily elude them. Yet, in this moment, he resembled a frantic fugitive, stumbling from time to time. However, when the 3 drew slightly nearer, he would fire upon one of them, inflicting a measure of damage. Damn it, this fellow is a sharpshooter. My health is already halved. You two, pick up the pace. I'll keep up with him. The first man acted with agility, but he was startled as 3 bullets whizzed past him. That kid is out of bullets. Let us go. Damn it, if I catch him, I'll crush his bones one by one. Gunfire? Impressive. It seems he possesses some means of self-defense, knows how to handle a firearm. Unfortunately, he is but one man. On the other side of the battlefield. Venus smiled like a bewitching rose. Michao advanced cautiously with his shield towards the knife wielder, while Dibwa followed closely, his hands forming seals as if preparing a spell. The knife wielder focused intently on the trio, not daring to miss a single detail. Die. Dibwa's voice was sharp and grating, and with his utterance, a crimson lightning bolt erupted from his hands. The knife wielder, like the wind, stumbled and rolled to evade, while Michao brought his shield crashing down. The knife wielder shifted midair, narrowly avoiding the blow. Yuan-Ti escaped this time. The last to speak was Venus, who gently scattered a handful of black, thread-like substances towards the knife wielder. Though her movements were tender, the speed at which she acted was astonishing. The dark strands reached the knife wielder in an instant. After evading 2 attacks, the knife wielder could no longer dodge. In a moment of life and death, he instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. He did not discern what assaulted him. For Venus's actions were executed with such swiftness. In an instant, the knife wielder felt a jolt through his body, his temperature soaring as if he were being roasted on a rack. The intense heat and thick smoke robbed him of breath, while a chilling sensation crept through his pores and skin, coursing through his veins, instantly freezing all it touched. Compared to his physical state, the impact on his mind was even more profound, as if countless insects were chanting slogans while burrowing into his brain. The vanguard of this insect army, upon identifying their target, surged with excitement. The insect king, upon sensing victory within reach, commanded the main force to advance at full speed. Scuttling wildly within the knife wielder's body, Venus gazed upon the knife wielder's agony as if admiring her own masterpiece. Chapter 103. The ferocity of the blade at this moment. The blade was rendered motionless, its limbs rigid, face flushed and purplish, lips tinged with blue, eyes tightly shut, and brows slightly furrowed, resembling a frail elder on the brink of death. Venus cast a disdainful glance towards the direction in which Wu Feng had fled, pondering how, if even the blade was so easily vanquished, Wu Feng could possibly exhibit any remarkable feats. In but a fleeting moment, Venus failed to notice the sudden turn of events concerning the blade. Just as the swarm of insects was poised to conquer the high ground, a brilliant golden light burst forth, emanating softly from a precarious position atop the elevation, gently radiating warmth in all directions. The insects, as if confronted with their nemesis, swiftly retreated in disarray. Yet, within seconds, the insects seemed to heed the command of their king, turning back to launch another assault on the high ground, albeit at a considerably slower pace than before. The owner of the radiant light appeared to be incensed, the gentle glow transforming into a fierce luminescence that flickered violently. The insects at the forefront could not withstand the intense heat, perishing instantly, while those behind, sensing the imminent threat, disregarded their king's orders and scattered in a frantic bid for survival. With a cry of anguish, the blade expelled a mouthful of black blood, a sight both chilling and grotesque. A golden paper, gradually turning to ashes, drifted down from the blade, landing amidst two pools of blood. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted between Venus and the blade, and amid the flames, the silhouette of a woman could be discerned, gracefully twisting her body, performing a beautiful Indian dance. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the woman was desperately writhing in agony, unable to escape the searing fire, her form appearing sickly and distorted. The golden paper slowly burned away, extinguishing within mere seconds. Upon lifting her gaze again, Venus's once radiant visage appeared somewhat pallid, her eyes lacking the usual sharpness and contempt, now infused with a measure of anger and vigilance. Just as the blade teetered on the brink of demise, the enchanted golden paper activated autonomously, perfectly shielding the blade from Venus's attack. Although the golden paper could not entirely nullify the assault, it sufficiently injured the blade, provoking both astonishment and fury in Venus. Contemplating this turn of events, Venus's icy expression contorted with rage as she fixed a fierce gaze upon the blade's countenance, commanding the man beside her with 3 words, "Kill him." No sooner had Venus spoken than Michao's shield glowed ominously, instantly enlarging to twice its size, resembling a massive water tank. Michao wielded this colossal shield, striking downwards with great force, enveloping a vast area. Dubois, observing the rotund Michao, smirked disdainfully, failing to comprehend the merit of such clumsy attacks, believing instead that his own spells were far more elegant. In an instant, Dubois' hands glimmered brightly, and a fireball hurtled toward the blade. Dubois' skills predominantly comprised offensive spells. As the blade attempted to reposition itself, it caught sight of Venus's cold smile, as the thorny vines that had previously emerged from the pool reappeared, spiraling up from beneath its feet and swiftly ensnaring its waist. The figure known as Knife suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if his very blood was being siphoned away by the eerie vines. His gaze remained icy, devoid of any panic or astonishment. A technique akin to ancient acupuncture struck him, instantly unraveling the entangling roots, causing several vines to wither. What? Has my skill been countered once more? Just how many hidden abilities does this knife possess? Venus was left astounded by Knife's escape from the blood-sucking vines. Although Knife had nullified one of her skills, it was too late for him to evade the incoming fireball. Channeling all his strength, Knife braced himself and absorbed a blow from his shield, sent sprawling to the ground. Michao's expression brightened, eager to revel in the look on Dubois' face. Yet, as Knife fell back, the fireball narrowly grazed his waist, crashing to the ground and leaving behind a charred mark, inadvertently igniting the withered vines released by Venus, rendering the entire scene rather comical. What a splendid coordination! Michao! Dubois exclaimed with exaggerated sarcasm, while Michao, his face darkened with frustration, charged at Knife once more, shouting, "It's not my fault Venus's skill was ineffective. Stay focused." Venus coldly retorted. The successive nullifications of her ultimate skills deepened her unease, fueling her anger. Thus, she resolved to thoroughly torment Knife. The trio once again formed a unified offensive. Dubois' words were merely rhetorical. He had no intention of genuinely belittling Michao's capabilities. They held the upper hand, and as long as they did not falter internally, it was only a matter of time before Knife would be vanquished. After all, the 3 of them had yet to sustain any injuries, while Knife was already riddled with wounds. After enduring that blow, the chill in Knife's eyes intensified. Assessing his health, he maintained a safe distance while seizing the opportunity to strike at the slow-moving Michao with 2 quick slashes. However, this tactic was fraught with danger. Should his opponent seize even a single opportunity, it could spell his demise. Even in this critical moment, there was no hint of fear or trepidation in Knife's gaze. As though nothing could stir his emotions. I must eliminate one of them. Knife's gaze turned cold. The slash initially aimed at Michao suddenly veered off course. And as Michao raised his shield, he found himself faced with an empty space. A flicker of red light burst forth beneath Knife's feet, draining the color from his face, yet propelling him forward with newfound speed. Activating an equipment skill, he exchanged 10 of his health for a 20 increase in speed. He moved like the wind, his eyes as frigid as eternal frost, charging straight toward Dubois. So swift, twice as fast as before. How is this possible? Dubois, unaccustomed to close combat, felt a sudden jolt of alarm as Knife accelerated toward him. Realizing the danger, he hastily began to cast spells with both hands. Michout, taken aback by Knife's hidden prowess, quickly pursued him with shield in hand, intending to support against the assault aimed at the mentally adept Dubois. Chapter 104. Unleashing the fangs. Michout aimed to intercept the knife. But was the blade so easily thwarted, even when it was determined to accelerate at the very moment of concealment? In an instant, the blade had already arrived before Dubois. Two flashes of steel danced at his fingertips as he resembled a graceful dancer, enduring a small fireball from Dubois, only to then unleash his knives with the dexterity of a thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. Yet, the blade retreated, compelled to withdraw, for the previously besieging Ming had turned his attention towards him. This man, cold as a venomous serpent, could hurl daggers with the swiftness of a hidden weapon, leaving a trail of crimson across his waist. You have been poisoned. The blade was not renowned for his physical prowess, and after sustaining multiple attacks, his life force had plummeted to a perilously low threshold. Although the blade lamented his inability to eliminate Dubois, he fled without hesitation. A second's delay would mean death. That was a skill innate to his equipment. His speed could not remain so formidable indefinitely. He could not allow his escape to proceed unchallenged. Ming, from a distance, coldly declared, "You seek to kill Yun Cheng. I shall pursue him. My speed can match his." Ignoring Venus's attempts to dissuade him, he charged forth. Venus, gritting her teeth, silently berated Ming for his disobedience. Furrowing her brow, she advised Michout, "That man is formidable. Follow him and confront him alongside Ming to ensure success." Michout shrugged. After all, it was others who provided the reward points while he undertook the task. Thus he dashed out after Ming. On one side of the battlefield, Wu Feng confronted the yellow-skinned pig. "Do you think you can escape? Why aren't you fleeing?" Another man, wounded in the right shoulder, spat with venom. They had pursued relentlessly, yet the bullets from this marksman seemed to possess a mind of their own, striking with terrifying precision. Positioned as hunters, the group was reluctant to stake their lives, thus they remained a considerable distance away from Wu Feng. At this moment, the armed man had already been afflicted by a spell of lethargy, diminishing his speed by 20%, and his ammunition was nearly depleted. To them, it appeared that they were at their wits' end. Leaning against a grand tree, Wu Feng exhaled lightly as he observed the three men before him, who, despite their advantageous position, proceeded with caution. Suddenly, a smile crept across his face, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment. "Laugh. Go ahead. Laugh your way to hell," one of them sneered, descending upon him with an air of superiority, vowing to torment Wu Feng slowly to death. As this man distanced himself from his companions, Wu Feng recognized his opportunity. With a thunderous roar, his gaze transformed into a sharp and fervent intensity, and he propelled himself forward, charging at the approaching adversary with unwavering resolve. His feet striking the ground with such force that they left deep impressions in the earth, clad in iron gauntlets stained with rust. He lunged at the lean and agile man who had relentlessly pursued him, embodying the ferocity of a descending tiger. The brown-haired man, momentarily startled by Wu Feng's fierce energy, remained undeterred. Although Wu Feng possesses a robust physique, his marksmanship is remarkably precise. Yet, after merely a few strides, he requires a moment to recuperate. It is evident that Wu Feng cannot rely solely on his physical strength in battle. This endeavor is nothing more than a mutual destruction. A fierce struggle among three until one prevails. Contemplating this, the man let out a soft snort, drawing his blade and advancing, only to be met by the fierce gaze of Wu Feng. What he beheld were eyes imbued with a resolute fighting spirit and unwavering confidence. Causing a sudden tightening in his chest, Wu Feng's right fist struck the slender man's chest with an unstoppable force, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his ribcage collapsed like fragile plastic. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He could hardly fathom that the timid man before him, who had always fled, could retaliate with such ferocity, swift and overwhelming, too fast for him to evade. In that fleeting moment, despair settled in his heart. The sheer explosive power, the blinding speed, and now an astonishing level of defense made him realize that the man before him had been dulling their vigilance all along. His only hope now lay in his two companions being able to mount a counterattack. "Go to hell. May you perish." Two furious roars emanated from either end of Wu Feng's body. From the left, a silvery beam of light descended like a streak of lightning, aimed directly at Wu Feng's head. From the right, a heavy hammer flew through the air, targeting his back. Both strikes were formidable. The silver light burst forth like countless incandescent bulbs igniting simultaneously, momentarily enveloping the entire jungle and blinding all who beheld it. The hammer posed an even greater threat, as Wu Feng sensed its devastating power from a distance. Wu Feng sensed the impending danger from above and behind him, yet his expression remained unchanged, and his steps showed no sign of hesitation. Chapter 105, Total Annihilation. What remarkable insight Wu Feng possesses. With a swift grip and a press of the elbow, he effortlessly subdues the man to the ground. Seizing the moment, Wu Feng delivers a powerful blow with his bent arm, striking fiercely at the slender man's temple. Have you lost your mind? The fallen man is nearly rendered unconscious by this devastating punch. Wu Feng disregarded the heavy hammer looming behind him and the radiant light above, for he knew that should he divert his attention to the impending ambush, the wiry man before him would seize the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. Once the trio formed a cohesive triangular formation, it would become exceedingly difficult for Wu Feng to gain the upper hand. Thus, his initial strategy was to strike them down one by one. He was resolute in his intention to eliminate the man before him, even if it meant sacrificing a significant portion of his vitality. Perish. Unleash the raging power. An overwhelming surge of strength instantly enveloped Wu Feng. Wu Feng's fist struck the emaciated man with tremendous force, penetrating his chest and shattering his heart. The entire jungle resonated with the anguished howl of the frail figure, writhing in agony. Following the brutal impact, the man's heart contracted violently before ceasing to beat entirely, culminating in an explosive rupture. Blood splattered across Wu Feng's face as the emaciated man let out a final, desperate cry, collapsing to the ground. What? He had slain Swell. A blinding flash of light flickered intensely, gradually lowering until it hovered just a meter above Wu Feng's head, at which point the heavy hammer came crashing down upon his back. Wu Feng let out a muffled groan as he was hurled through the air, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth. His head was singed and blackened, while his back was a gruesome tapestry of crimson. Wu Feng did not evade. Instead, he braced himself with his bloodied form against the relentless onslaught of the electric hammer. In the act of slaying one adversary, his vitality plummeted to less than half. This was only achievable due to the slight enhancement of his defense after unleashing his berserk power. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been far more severe. Beep, beep. Beep echoed through the space as notifications rang out. Your kill count has increased by 1 point. He propelled his body forward in a roll. Yet his right leg was struck once more by the descending iron hammer, sending excruciating pain coursing through him as his life force diminished further. At that moment, another notification tightened his chest with apprehension. You have sustained limb loss damage of 23 points. A disability effect has been inflicted on your limb, lasting for 1 hour. During this period, your movement speed will be reduced by 30. Wu Feng took a deep breath and glanced at his health points. 75 out of 170. His eyes ignited with fervor once more. It was sufficient. Wu Feng's heart sank, for the force of the blast had once again diminished his speed. Thus, he could neither evade nor escape the strike. Instead, he braced himself, meeting it head-on with the padded gloves of his fists. Perish. Bang. Wu Feng used his boxing gloves as protection to block the blow, feeling as though his fingers were nearly severed, with blood incessantly dripping between the gaps. You have sustained 34 points of damage. Your equipment, the rusty power boxing gloves, has been damaged due to external impact and is beyond the possibility of repair. Wu Feng unleashed a surge of blood with both fists as several bones in his fingers fractured. This powerful blow not only obliterated his weapon but also mitigated the damage. A sacrifice deemed worthwhile. Youngster, do you believe that concealing some of your strength will turn the tide in your favor? How naive. Wu Feng's speed has now dwindled to its nadir, and having lost his weapon, he perceives himself as a fish upon the chopping block. He seems to have forgotten the awe that Wu Feng previously instilled. Is it exhilarating to strike? The insatiable greed of the behemoth awakens. With a swift movement of his left arm, Wu Feng seized the leg of the hammerman, his forearm tightening around it like a vice. His right hand relentlessly thrust toward the man's abdomen. Fool. The hammerman, witnessing Wu Feng's actions, felt not alarm but elation. This man, known as Feng, had endured countless injuries, and at that moment, the hammerman believed that with just one more strike, he could claim his life. A grin spread across his lips as he thought how much more secure this made him. The searing pain from the short blade embedded in his abdomen was momentarily dismissed. All he needed was this one blow. He distinctly heard the crack as the colossal hammer struck Wu Feng's left shoulder, causing that arm to go limp. And another bolt of lightning successfully struck him. Finally, dead. Huh? I refuse to believe you are still alive. With his free left arm, he delivered a fierce punch to Wu Feng's head, but waves of crimson light flickered around Wu Feng, revealing that some minor wounds were healing before his very eyes. What? The hammerman was taken aback, gripped by terror. He was astonished by the magnitude of damage Wu Feng could inflict with each attack and bewildered by how he seemed to grow stronger with every blow. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror, a mask of agony and resentment etched upon his face. He was on the verge of extinguishing Wu Feng's life. Yet Wu Feng remained steadfast like a rock in the ocean, enduring the next strike. The vampiric effect activated. You regained 4 health points. The vampiric effect activated. You regained 5 health points. A series of notifications revealed to the Hammerman why Wu Feng had not succumbed. The greed of the sea monster had awakened. With 10% of the vampiric effect in play, Wu Feng, disregarding position and solely focused on speed, struck him 5 times, restoring nearly 25 health points, thus enabling him to withstand the 2 recent blows without perishing. Furthermore, with the presence of the fangs of the deep-sea behemoth equipment, any melee weapon he wielded would gain an additional 15 points of attack. Previously, the 3 men, including the Hammerman, had each been struck by a shot. Although not hitting vital areas, they had nonetheless sustained over 20 points of damage. Chapter 106. A desperate situation. Moreover, the Hammerman had believed Wu Feng to be dead, lowering his guard, which led to his demise under Wu Feng's successive assaults. Thus, his death was entirely deserved. How splendid! This is the essence of my skill. It is about to reach completion. I know your vampiric abilities have helped you recover a fair amount of health, but you shall not withstand my next strike, he declared confidently. Your close combat prowess is formidable. In close quarters, you could slay me in mere seconds. However, you are now incapacitated, are you not? I am unaware of how many health points you possess, but as long as the limb severed effect persists, you cannot approach me. So, do not blame me for using this method to slowly extinguish your life. A cruel smile spread across his face as he began to gather the lightning power slowly. Wu Feng took a deep breath and glanced at his health bar. You are absolutely right, however. In the blink of an eye, the muzzle unleashed a chilling metallic gleam. This firearm of mine is indeed a piece of light blue equipment. Wu Feng calmly stated that the first shot struck Tsang in the head, causing the incantation he had been reciting to dissipate instantly, and the surrounding lightning scattered with a crash. Impossible! Tsang cried out in agony, his incredulity morphing into a furious roar, an overwhelming sense of regret flooding his heart. He lamented that had he known, he would not have waited to accumulate maximum power. He should have cast the spell immediately. Before Wu Feng could fire a third shot, a haze enveloped him, and in the next moment, he found himself 10 meters away from his original position. At the instant Wu Feng fired his final shot, a radiant light suddenly enveloped Fok, for he had activated an item that granted absolute defense, mitigating 80 of the next attack's damage. The moment the skill was activated, Fok felt a surge of confidence. This shot, he was certain he could withstand. As long as he could endure, he thought to himself while gazing at the dense thicket before him, then he could escape. The bullet struck him with a muffled thud. Akin to hitting empty space, he had indeed managed to block this shot. However, Wu Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that this shot had triggered a bleeding effect. Wu Feng coldly regarded the disheveled Fok as he clumsily tumbled into the thicket, a faint, chilling smile gracing his lips. 3, 2, 1. The fangs of the deep-sea behemoth, which had previously exhibited a mere 5 bleeding effect, finally revealed their true menace. The pallor drained from Tsang's face, and the spark in his eyes flickered out. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Wu Feng neither rejoiced nor sighed in relief. He merely paused for a moment, his gaze calmly collecting Tsang's box. Hold on, my brother. I shall be with you shortly. In the jungle, only a bloodied, staggering silhouette remained, resolute yet unyielding. Drink. A golden radiance erupted, as Yunqing, resembling a wrathful deity, unleashed his final assault, repelling the thrust from Venus, only to be violently hurled to the ground by the rocks. Surrender that object, Yunqing. You must sense that I harbor no intent to slay you. Otherwise, even your resilience would not spare you from a swift demise. Venus declared coldly as she stood beside the towering man, facing the fallen Yunqing. Breathless, Yunqing's dark skin glistened with sweat, accentuating the contours of his physique. Venus smiled coyly, saying, You need not concern yourself with that. My reluctance to kill you stems solely from the fear of not obtaining that equipment. Do not deceive yourself into thinking I harbor any trepidation. Moreover, it appears your temporary allies have already fled, so do not prolong this any further. In that moment, the rocks had reduced Yunqing's health to mere digits, both to impress upon him the gravity of the situation and to avert any unforeseen complications. Quietly, Yunqing assessed his health, surveying the myriad wounds adorning his body, and sighed softly, his expression remaining grave and earnest. He clasped his hands together, a bitter smile escaping his lips. What a fruitless endeavor, alas. For the first time, a look of bitterness crossed his face, recalling the two men who had scattered in panic, and his right hand instinctively clenched. Yunqing remained silent, counting the seconds in his mind. The surrounding space began to ripple like water. With this item, I can only bring about your end. Venus furrowed her brows, nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration. Yunqing's facial muscles tightened, resembling a furious Buddha, as he roared and swung his right fist toward Venus. You sought your demise. Chapter 107. The sound of gunfire. Venus's voice echoed like a vengeful spirit from the abyss. Her face stripped of allure and temptation, replaced only by a chilling coldness. Having utilized that item, even if she were to slay Yunqing and procure what she desired, it would merely yield a balance of gains and losses, inciting her wrath. Kill. Die. Madness reigns. This world has gone insane. The Rock stood unwaveringly before Venus, refusing to relent as he unleashed a powerful punch toward Yunqing. Regrettably, he could not fulfill his promise. Yunqing, with closed eyes, whispered softly, seemingly attempting to confront death in this manner. The Rock's fist did not soften simply because Yunqing had shut his eyes. It struck with force against Yunqing's chest. Although the Rock's attack was not particularly fierce, his most remarkable traits lay in his vitality and defensive capabilities. Even so, a single blow was sufficient to take Yunqing's life, a fact he was acutely aware of. Yet, after enduring the Rock's brutal strike and being slammed to the ground, Yunqing was astonished to discover that, while his life force lingered at a mere flicker, he was still genuinely standing upon this earth, rather than succumbing to death. Between him and the Rock stood a slender man, his expression indifferent. Dressed in tattered jeans and a cheap gray cotton shirt stained with blood, he appeared somewhat gaunt. Yet his posture remained upright. Though not particularly tall or imposing, Yunqing squinted as if dazzled. Beyond this man, he could not perceive any changes in Venus. But the Rock clearly observed that Venus's complexion had turned ashen in an instant. Foolish man, how much life do you have left? Nearly coming to court death. Without hesitation, Venus activated her signature skill, Entangling Roots. She had grasped why the Rock's strike had failed to extinguish Yunqing's life, and calculated that Dozu was currently under cooldown for his ancient acupuncture technique. At this moment, he could only coldly watch the Rock charge ferociously while Venus gathered her power to cast her spell. A deep brown thorny root emerged from the ground, binding Daozi tightly. Let the two of you perish together. Venus's sharp voice rang out. Yunqing's heart, which he had managed to lift, sank once more. Was he truly unable to escape death? He shook his head, muttering to himself, as he lowered the Buddhist bead chain he had just prepared to swing in retaliation. However, when he glanced at Daozi, he found this man, ensnared by the thorny vines, seemingly devoid of emotion, still gazing indifferently at Venus and the Rock, as if they were mere stones or weeds. In his eyes, there was no recognition of his imminent death. In a moment of peril, a gunshot rang out. The distinctive sound of a Colt revolver. If it's a death wish, count me in. A resonant male voice echoed from the woods, accompanied by a flurry of bullets. The Rock shouted in rage as he stumbled back, suddenly pierced by several bloody holes. Venus's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the sound. She could accept the defeat of Ming Bai at the hands of that cold man, Daozi, but the emergence of the once timid, even fleeing, blade left her utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? How could the damage be so high? Venus, make a decision quickly. I can't hold on much longer. The Rock bellowed, extending his arms to shield Venus behind him. Little did they know, Venus remained in a state of astonishment. Wu Feng afforded Venus little time for contemplation. From the distant jungle, he resembled a composed hunter, decisively activating the innate ability of his Colt pistol. A charged shot. The bullet, having gathered momentum for 4 seconds, sliced through the air, leaving a faint trail, and subsequently pierced the left chest of the Rock, shattering Venus's ear. In that instant, Venus's enchanting visage transformed into a grotesque mask of terror. Run. Her voice was sharp and hoarse. The Rock scooped her up and fled towards the opposite side of the forest. This is terrifying. I will remember you, Feng. An indelible fear etched in Venus's eyes. Upon glimpsing the faint white glow emanating from the other side of the woods, Wu Feng finally emerged from his concealment. Yunqing and Knife exchanged puzzled glances, questioning why he did not pursue further, yet upon fixing their gaze upon him, understanding dawned. Having narrowly escaped death, Yunqing felt an unsettling tension in his heart, which intensified upon beholding Wu Feng's condition. The man before them had his t-shirt nearly burned to tatters, revealing horrific wounds through the bloodstains, some already scabbed over, others still oozing blood. His arms hung limply, seemingly fractured. His right hand clutched the gun while his left shoulder drooped unnaturally, showcasing a particularly ghastly gash. Not only his left shoulder, but also his back and calves bore the marks of blunt force trauma, large bruises merging with the dark fabric of his t-shirt. One calf was grotesquely bent at an unnatural angle, dragging lifelessly along the ground, resembling a withered branch rather than a limb. The man's body was marred by burns, his scalp devoid of hair, revealing charred skin that faintly emitted the scent of singed flesh. The bloody wounds were enough to instill fear in any onlooker. Yet, the man appeared utterly unconcerned, exuding an aura of tranquility and acceptance. As Knife extricated himself from his bindings, he swiftly approached Wu Feng's, deftly employing an ancient acupuncture technique to aid in his recuperation. With the treatment, Wu Feng's vitality surged by 15, and several minor wounds began to scab over. Chapter 108. Reverence. At this moment, the formidable foes had all been vanquished. There was no urgency to heal the wounds. Knife understood his intent and ceased further treatment, instead procuring several long wooden planks to stabilize Wu Feng's left shoulder and calf, utilizing his medical skills to alleviate Wu Feng's injuries as much as possible. Haha. Those three foolish children. If they had persisted a moment longer, we would all have perished. Wu Feng, seemingly unfazed, limped forward a few steps, resembling a comical clown. Before reaching the duo, he patted Yun Cheng on the shoulder, revealing an enigmatic smile. Yun Cheng initially anticipated some grandiose proclamation from the man. He was taken aback when Wu Feng merely raised an eyebrow and, rubbing his fingers together, uttered the other half. Yun Cheng stood momentarily stunned, expecting a dramatic declaration of triumph, only to be met with a scent of vulgarity. The typically stoic man, caught between laughter and tears, cast a glance at Wu Feng as if searching for something extraordinary in his eyes, but it proved futile. He promptly transferred another 500 relationship points, calmly stating, "I nearly perished." Wu Feng shook his head and said, "Yet you are still alive and well." Yun Cheng snorted, "I do not believe this was part of your scheme." Wu Feng nodded honestly, acknowledging, "This was certainly not part of my calculations. In my anticipation, you ought to have perished. Are you satisfied now?" Yun Cheng gazed at him, his sincere expression betraying such nonsensical words, his teeth clenched in frustration. Ultimately, he could only wave his hand dismissively and say, "Enough." Wu Feng retracted his smile and turned to Knife, seemingly inquiring about his intentions. After receiving a nod from Knife, he turned to gaze into Yun Cheng's eyes and earnestly declared, "Let us truly ally ourselves. Having experienced this ordeal, we acknowledge your capabilities, and I believe you should also trust our integrity." Yun Cheng turned away, his expression inscrutable as he appraised Wu Feng from head to toe, then glanced at Knife, as if seeking some revelation from these two enigmatic figures, both formidable in strength and intellect. However, he regrettably realized his own limitations and shook his head, stating, "I cannot place my trust in you so swiftly. What, after all, did Chu Renmei uncover that drove that wretched woman, Venus, into such a frenzy?" Wu Feng, utterly perplexed, became increasingly curious about the answer as he observed the impending departure. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Are we truly fighting side by side?" As he spoke, Yun Cheng gestured towards the resplendent golden Buddhist chain around his neck, which was regaining its brilliance. "You possess an enigmatic aura. I previously found it hard to believe that one could contend against three adversaries. Who would have thought such an event would indeed transpire?" Wu Feng smiled without a hint of modesty, observing that Yun Cheng was seated and not in a hurry to depart, but rather slowly mending his injuries. He summoned Daozi over. At this moment, Daozi's ancient acupuncture technique had concluded, and his magical energies had somewhat replenished. He first attended to Wu Feng's wounds. However, he did not alleviate the effects of his severed limbs, but instead addressed a lingering state of continuous damage caused by stagnant blood. Wu Feng let out a bitter laugh, realizing that his injuries were indeed quite severe. At this moment, he had already sustained a disability, with his maximum health reduced by 50 points. The system notification indicated that unless treated, he would be unable to restore his health to its full capacity. At this juncture, Wu Feng produced 2 crimson chests, remnants from the slain man song. As for the chest belonging to Swirl, the agile character, he had already opened it and received 540 reward points along with a dagger. The attributes of the dagger were as follows: Poison Blade rarity, common attack power, 59 special effect. The poison tip grants a 6 chance to inflict paralysis on the target, reducing their speed to 10 for a duration of 0.5 seconds. Etched on the back of the blade were the words, "Crafted in the weapon workshop of the Toxic Warlock." Regrettably, this is merely a failed creation. Wu Feng felt no sense of regret. On the contrary, Had it not been for the lightweight dagger that allowed him to strike several more times during the recent confrontation, he might have met his demise. Wu Feng gazed at the weary figure of Dozi beside him, picking up the short blade and wiping away the bloodstains before placing it in Dozi's hand. Without rising, Daozi extended his hand to accept the knife, exerting a slight force to draw it from its sheath. The silver blade gleamed in Daozi's grasp. Becoming pristine and razor-sharp, Daozi understood his mastery over the short blade and nodded at Wu Feng, his eyes reflecting clarity and resolve. Retreat and slaughter are entirely different concepts. Chapter 109. The Yellow Sparrow. What is more remarkable is that Wu Feng was not driven by greed. He recognized that a weapon's true value is realized only in the hands of the right person. Thus, upon realizing that the short blade suited his agile ally, he unhesitatingly bestowed it upon him. It is worth noting that Wu Feng had risked his life to acquire the Crimson Box. A cascade of thoughts deepened Yin Cheng's gaze toward Wu Feng. At that moment, Daozi silently produced a blood-red box, placing it upon the ground and declaring, "Let Ming escape. Then eliminate a fellow named Mixiao." Yun Qing once more held his breath. Had they also slain one and allowed another to flee? Wu Feng was not particularly surprised. After all, Knife was indeed a formidable presence akin to Frank. He let out a hearty laugh and remarked, "Well, it seems you've avenged yourself." Knife shook his head and replied, "Next time we meet, I shall kill that Ming." "Ming? The one with the dagger? It's no wonder you allowed him to escape. His speed is quite remarkable. As for that Mixiao, his demise is merely a consequence of his own foolishness." Yin Cheng observed the duo's alternating moments of seriousness and jest, his curiosity intensifying. He could not fathom why, after Wu Feng's retreat, Knife could remain unperturbed and treat him as before, allowing them to calmly discuss the earlier confrontation. Reflecting on his earlier decision, he felt no hesitation in asking, "Feng, I no longer wish to speculate on your intentions. I believe you understand that when you left the fray, regardless of your strategy or other considerations, it was highly probable that someone would perish here, including myself." Yun Qing sat quietly, gazing earnestly at Wu Feng. His bronze-hued visage appeared quite imposing under the slanting rays of the setting sun. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng recognized the seriousness in Yun Qing's inquiry. Thus, he subdued his smile and responded in a calm and formal tone. "It is precisely because I wish for us all to survive that I chose to retreat. Among the three of us, any one of us, if subjected to concentrated fire, would undoubtedly meet a grim fate, while their focus on a single target would grant us the opportunity to counterattack. Even during that brief interval, my devastating damage could eliminate them all. It is possible that my comrades would pay with their lives. So, do you believe that your departure would render your companions safer?" Yin Cheng remained unmoved by Wu Feng's perspective. "Hence, I must flee. Only then can they divide their forces to pursue. The concentrated fire, which we dread the most, would cease to exist. As long as they attack separately, with the prowess and abilities of Knife and myself, we stand a chance to turn the tide." Wu Feng recounted the circumstances of his escape with unwavering conviction. "What if they do not send anyone to pursue you? The one who has always played the role of a mere pawn? It is worth noting that, in their eyes, you were once perceived as a feeble individual." Yu Cheng continued to probe, seemingly relentless in his inquiries, unperturbed by the potential to provoke Wu Feng with his incisive words. In this world, there are always unforeseen events. If such a scenario were to unfold, then Wu Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, clenching his fist, which had already shattered several bones. Drops of dark red blood fell to the ground, soaking the pine needles scattered on the earth. "Then I shall fight to the death alongside my allies." The twilight sun cast its warm glow upon Wu Feng, highlighting the contours of his profile with a hint of crimson and brilliance. Yet, in comparison, the sincerity and unwavering resolve reflected in his eyes were the most resplendent and radiant in Yun Cheng's gaze. "I wish to convey a thought you may not have considered. After your departure, both I and your comrades nearly perished here." Upon hearing this, Wu Feng smiled slyly and feigned a look of distress. "Ah, you have truly brought me considerable trouble this time. And yet, I saved your life. Given this, shouldn't you reward me handsomely?" Upon hearing this, Yin Cheng was rendered speechless. The blade observed Wu Feng's demeanor and words. His usually unyielding heart stirred with increasing agitation. A subtle smile curving his lips, revealing a barely perceptible arc in the night breeze. "This Wu Feng is indeed my brother." Blade took a deep breath, wiping away the remnants of blood that lingered on him. "Brother, I shall soon find our elder brother. Once I locate him, I will bring him to you for a reunion. Let us see if you can recall all of this." The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment, but soon, Faint footsteps echoed from afar, neither hurried nor sluggish, reflecting the ease of their owner's spirit. Clap, clap, clap. Resounding applause emerged from the woods. And three golden-haired men stepped forth, each with distinct expressions. One bore striking blue and red eyes, another carried a large red bow on his back. And the last had hair standing on end, resembling an irate lightning bolt. An excellent oration, sir. The speaker was the latter man, whose every word was accompanied by a faint crackle of static electricity. His hair stood erect, and his gaze was both frivolous and sharp. I initially believed our adversaries would be Venus and his ilk. However, I never anticipated that someone could conceal their strength to such an extent. Am I correct, Mr. Foam? The next to speak was another golden-haired man, his prominent cheekbones accentuating the angularity of his visage. He was Kildan, the one with the red bow. Very well. Let us take action. The final individual calmly concluded. It was Claude, whose eyes shimmered with shifting colors. Wu Feng has discerned that the individuals before him are none other than Claude and his team, Claude, Dianmao, and Kildan. These individuals have never relinquished their pursuit of Yuncheng. Moreover, the Buddhist artifact of Yuncheng is imbued with the energy of merely 2 golden orbs, allowing for only a brief surge of combat prowess. Wu Feng glanced at the knife, only to find the man still gazing at him with an unsettling calm. This was the thought echoing in his mind. Chapter 110, the second phase. In that fleeting moment, Wu Feng understood that engaging in battle under the current circumstances was ill-advised. However, neither he nor the knife had any pressing missions, nor were they in a combative state. Thus, the only viable choice at this juncture was to communicate swiftly. He promptly transmitted a message through the allied channel to both the knife and Yuncheng, although he was aware that Yuncheng might be burdened with an unavoidable task. Offering a word of caution was the utmost he could achieve. The same sentiment applied to the knife. Both men noticed an additional status affixed to them. Labeled as sealed. What could this possibly signify? Contemplations aside, their actions remained swift. Electric sparks danced around electric hair, crackling like thunder as he charged toward Wu Feng with astonishing speed. Yet, the fastest among them, Claude, felt his pupils shift as a crimson glow enveloped the three of them in an instant. Wu Feng observed the expression on the opponent's face and mused to himself. Could it be that this state was not of their own making? It seemed rather too swift. However, despite his thoughts, Wu Feng would not allow himself to be paralyzed in this critical moment between life and death. Confronted by a formidable assault, he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, positioning himself between the blade and Yuncheng. Lowering his stance, he unleashed a furious roar as he channeled his ferocious power through his longsword. The three of them stood in close proximity, and I struck the ground with my unbridled strength, sending them sprawling apart, creating an opportunity to advance. In Wu Feng's eyes, there was a fervent madness, a rebellious spirit, and as his dark hair billowed, it seemed as if he embodied a resolute will of life and death. He intended to single-handedly withstand all assaults. At that moment, Knife closed his eyes, reaching for the nape of his neck, seemingly attempting to draw forth something. His expression remained devoid of sorrow or joy, yet it exuded an unsettling chill. In contrast, Yuncheng, with his dark complexion and stern demeanor, exhibited no reaction. He continued to sit cross-legged, softly murmuring, "It's futile. The time has come." Just then, the moment when the electric-haired figure clashed with Wu Feng arrived. "No need to exert yourself any further," Yuncheng calmly stated, stepping forward with a somewhat heavy gait. At this juncture, the second wave of attacks from the electric-haired figure, synchronized with Claude's ocular technique, was unleashed. However, just as these strikes were about to make contact with Wu Feng, they astonishingly vanished, as if they had dissolved into the very air. One failed attempt led to another, and the electric-haired figure, emboldened by his growing power, launched yet another assault. Yuncheng clasped his hands together, his countenance serene as he remarked, "No matter how many times you try, the outcome shall remain unchanged." Alas, has the delay been too prolonged? His gaze towards Wu Feng bore a hint of regret, and he then proclaimed loudly, "We have now fallen into the second layer of the old corpse's illusion in the mountain village. This is a realm of illusion, rendering any attacks against others utterly ineffective." If his earlier words were merely perceived as a stalling tactic, the gravity of Claude and the others' expressions deepened upon hearing this explanation after several failures. The trio clearly intended to confront Wu Feng and his companions, instinctively closing the distance, poised to strike at any moment. Wu Feng listened intently to his words, perceiving the remorse reflected in his eyes. "Is this what you referred to as your plan from the very beginning? Yuncheng, since you first sought to ally me with Daozi, you have remained absent, and I have been pondering the reason for your disappearance. In truth, this illusion before us is the true challenge you wish for us to confront together, is it not? Wu Feng's words were laced with indignation, for he had just rescued Yun Qing and had engaged in earnest conversation with the man. Yun Qing's eyes reflected deeper remorse. Before he could speak, Wu Feng continued. If that is the case, then your desperate expression when you were besieged truly resembled that. Yun Qing disregarded Wu Feng's sarcasm, raising his brows as he re-examined his inner self, his demeanor transforming into one of integrity and solemnity. I am profoundly grateful for your rescue, and thus I feel a deep sense of guilt. I was indeed aware of the illusion, yet I chose not to disclose this to you. However, believe me, this presents an opportunity for you. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng continued to regard Yun Qing with a cold demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, the tension in his nerves began to ease, for in a fleeting moment, neither party could launch an attack. He observed Yun Qing's sincere expression and straightforward words, and though he felt deceived, the animosity within him lessened considerably. It was then that he noticed the trio beside him, led by Claude, still glaring at him intently. Wu Feng chuckled, remarking, "The sensation of being alive is truly delightful. It must have been quite a trial for you to endure for so long, only to come up empty-handed. Young man, you would do well to temper your arrogance. Once this damned state dissipates, I shall reduce you to nothing." The blond man, codenamed Electric Fur, retorted furiously. Wu Feng shrugged and cast a penetrating glance at the silent Claude. He then turned away, his tone with Yun Qing losing its previous coldness. "I am curious to hear what opportunities you, who have drawn us into this place, intend to present." Yun Qing adjusted his attire, gazing intently at Wu Feng, and stated, "Let us dispense with the trivialities." The expressions of Claude and his two companions, who were meant to emerge as the final adversaries, darkened considerably. Observing the three conversing with ease before them, the irate Electric Hair felt his face flush with anger, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "I do not know what trickery is at play, but none of you shall escape." Yun Qing merely shrugged, offering no response, while Wu Feng chose to ignore him, inciting Electric Hair to emit sparks of fury. Yun Qing settled into a cross-legged position, methodically turning his prayer beads, lost in contemplation. Chapter 111. No Escape. The Knife Held Secrets. A fact Wu Feng discerned. However, as Knife had yet to confide in him, Wu Feng refrained from inquiring. He would speak when ready. The immediate concern was understanding how to extricate themselves from the illusion. At that moment, the defiance and madness that had once characterized Wu Feng's demeanor had completely dissipated. As though he had attained profound enlightenment from his brush with death, now seated beside Yun Qing in a meditative posture. The Knife nodded in agreement, directing his gaze towards Yun Qing, whose resolute, dark-skinned visage revealed a hint of apology. "Consider this a debt I owe you. Should we survive and depart from this world, I shall repay it." Upon hearing this, Wu Feng remained noncommittal. Yun Qing understood that further elaboration would be futile, so he proceeded directly to the crux of the matter. At this moment, Claude and the other two had also gathered around, their expressions decidedly unfriendly as they regarded Yun Qing, yet they listened intently. "I have a question. If, in our previous experience of this world, Chu Renmei was already slain by you, then her reappearance in this realm should logically be impossible. Or, is it the case that upon re-entering the same world, all prior experiences are reset?" Wu Feng remarked, while Yun Qing shook his head, stating that Chu Renmei is merely a pseudonym, akin to a ghost that perennially dies and resurrects. Other experiences, however, are not erased. For instance, my connections within the Buddhist faction remain intact. Given my rapport with the Buddhist sect in this realm, should anyone assault me within the Guiyuan temple, they would be met with immediate retaliation from the monks inside. The others, taken aback, realized that fostering good relations with local powers is indeed crucial in any world. For example, if Wu Feng were to descend into the frigid depths of the extreme cold world, both Mr. Bailey and Dr. G, whom he has previously aided, would undoubtedly become his allies. After sharing this, Yun Qing cleared his throat and continued his explanation. "Once the illusionary realm is activated, every hour, our 4 attributes will diminish by 1 point. What? The group's hearts raced, their astonishment evident as they gazed at Yun Qing, eagerly anticipating his further revelations. After 7 hours, a woman, who already possessed a frail constitution, saw her vitality plummet to 0, resulting in her demise. Yun Qing surveyed the room, twirling his prayer beads, and continued to elaborate. Wu Feng was enveloped by an inexplicable chill, as if he were witnessing a group of despairing souls awaiting their inevitable demise. By the 10th hour, Half of the individuals had perished, and his mental clarity had plummeted to a mere 1 point, rendering him unable to maintain lucidity. In the 11th hour, Yun Cheng let out a sigh and slowly articulated, "What?" Upon hearing this, Wu Feng realized that distrust flickered in the eyes of those surrounding him. It was not merely that Claude and the others were adversaries. Even Wu Feng himself found it difficult to accept the veracity of the situation. According to your assertion, the realm provided no task prompts and merely pitted you against a hidden world boss. Is this not indicative of the realm's intent to orchestrate murder? Moreover, the previous instance pertained to a novice initiation world. If your words hold any truth, then what you have endured is not a mere training scenario, but rather a world of death. Claude's final remark struck a chord. If this were indeed the case, then it undeniably constituted a lethal environment. Claude's chameleon-like gaze fixed steadily upon Yunqing, exuding calmness yet retaining an air of authority. Yunqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You are correct. I am aware that my explanation lacks logical coherence. However, this is the reality I present." Claude concealed his anger, closing his eyes for a moment before reopening them, the mesmerizing hues within his gaze becoming even more pronounced. If this is merely an illusion, then our diminished attributes must also be illusory. How could one perish simply due to a reduction of vitality to 0? Daimao coldly remarked, simultaneously disbelieving, as he once again directed a punch at Wu Feng, attempting to ascertain whether this cursed illusion had dissipated. The result, as expected, proved futile. Wu Feng offered a subtle smile to Dian Mao, showing not even a hint of evasion. This infuriated Dian Mao, leaving him gnashing his teeth in frustration, while Yunqing helplessly indicated that their efforts were indeed futile. Wu Feng chuckled softly and remarked, "If I were capable of striking, would there be any need for you to make the first move?" This cloud-headed fellow would have already seized the initiative. Yunqing, in a gesture of feigned reverence, recited a fragment of a Buddhist chant before rising to his feet. Wu Feng inquired. Yunqing lowered his head and sighed, saying, "I have no plans." Wu Feng took a deep breath and gazed at Yunqing, saying, "You are merely leading us to our demise. What is this so-called opportunity?" Yunqing, reciting a line from the Amitabha Sutra, cast his gaze towards the mountain summit and remarked with a cold smile, "You mentioned earlier that this is your second visit to this world. If your sole desire is to escape, why expend such effort to endure this inextricable illusion once more?" Yunqing's discourse was always marked by solemnity and gravity. Yet when paired with such unreasonable logic, it struck the ears of listeners as profoundly bizarre. There exists another possibility you have not considered. Those whose attributes have plummeted to 0 and perished may merely be figments of your imagination. If the creator of this illusion possesses such formidable power, why would they go to the trouble of tormenting us? They could simply reduce everyone's attributes to 0 and bring about a collective demise. Wu Feng suddenly contemplated this possibility. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Thus, the reduction in attributes is merely an illusion we find ourselves ensnared within. However, Yunqing squinted at the sky and remarked, "Yet we are powerless to withstand this fear. Much like the iron branding experiment,